are still the circle, and we will remain as we were before. Sophia said to Marco, but he neither listened nor looked at her. That's not true, Isabella Russo said, her gaze fixed on Sophia. Victor is dead, and James almost died too. But worst of all, they killed Raphael. And I'm sure he won't give a damn about us when he burns the city down. Marco stopped and looked at them. That's true. He didn't even tell us about Lucian's daughter, nor that he was planning to leave the market. He stepped closer to the table. And don't forget, you were the target, not Hans and Raphael. Yeah, and we were lucky we didn't leave our houses that day, Isabella added. Sophia stayed silent for a moment, deep in thought. She knew it was true. She could have died. But what weighed on her most was the guilt. She felt responsible for Hans and Raphael's deaths. She had been the one who asked Hans to come to her house for those documents. Not only that, but Victor was the one holding everything together. If we can even call it that, he was our leader, the key element in all of this. If he were still alive, we could have restrained James, but now he's dead. Marco slammed his hands on the table. I think it's time to say goodbye and leave the circle, Isabella said. With Victor, we had the upper hand. More people, more information. But without him, James could wipe us out at any time, and I'm sure his anger blinds him. Exactly, Marco agreed. He was the kind of boss who stayed in the shadows, controlling everything from behind. But now, as Isabella said, his rage has blinded him. Maybe he's already started killing off whoever he finds. And that just puts us even more in the government's crosshairs. The room was suffocating, thick with unspoken fears and the weight of everything that had collapsed around them. We need to be realistic about this. Staying here is suicide. James is not the same man he was before. Sophia's gaze snapped to him. Oh, and what exactly does that mean? Marco runed toward her. It means he's lost it. You saw what happened. He barely survived. Raphael is dead. Victor is dead. And you want to pretend like everything is fine. Sophia tilted her head. You think James lost something? She let out a laugh, shaking her head. No, Marco. He found something. You just don't like what it is. Are you even listening to yourself? Isabella asked, leaning forward. He almost died in the street. Sophia, you think he's thinking straight? You think he's going to let all this go and act like nothing happened? Sophia's smirk didn't falter. I don't need him to act like nothing happened. I want him to remember. And when he does, there won't be a city left standing. Marco let out a sharp, bitter laugh. And you think that's a good thing? James is the only one who understands what it takes to stay on top. He's not playing games anymore, she said. Marco's jaw tightened as he threw his arms up in frustration. Jesus Christ, Sophia, do you hear yourself? The government is breathing down our necks. The feds, they're all waiting for an excuse to wipe us out. Then let them try. Isabella let out a small laugh, shaking her head. You've lost it. No. Sophia looked at her deep into her eyes. You two are the ones who are lost. We're done, Sophia. This entire thing is over. Victor is gone. We had power, information, connections. Now, we have nothing. Sophia laughed. You think you had power? You had comfort. You had Victor playing leader, telling you what to do, protecting you like children. Now that he's gone, you're scared. Marco's hands clenched into fists. You'd rather die than admit this is over, wouldn't you? You think James cares if we live or die? Isabella cut in with frustration. You think he's sitting there, planning on how to keep us safe? He's going to come back and see that we're just obstacles. And then what? She leaned closer. Do you really think he won't pull the trigger on us? Sophia didn't blink. I don't need him to care. She tilted her head. I just need him to win. Marco's face twisted with barely contained anger. We were the circle, Sophia. We built this. We were on top and ruled the city. No, Marco. He built this. He let you play pretend, but it was always his game. Marco's entire body was tense, his eyes darting to Isabella, who looked just as tense as he did. Finally, after a long pause, Sophia spoke again. Go. Run. Hide. See how far that gets you. She looked at Marco. But if you think for a second I'm going to betray the only man who ever gave a fuck about me, you're dead wrong. You're going to fight for him? Isabella asked. No. She smiled. I'm going to fight against you. Isabella and Marco stiffened. You think James is your enemy? Sophia continued. Then I am your enemy too. And trust me, Marco, Isabella. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You won't survive this war. Marco shook his head, and started laughing into Sophia's face. Silas Ricci, Dante Castillo, and Damian Montoya. He stepped closer to Sophia. I'm pretty damn sure they've formed an alliance too. What do you think happens when a crazy-ass weapons smuggler who deals in fucking RPGs notice that James is vulnerable? Isabella's eyes widened slightly. She had considered the possibility, but hearing Marco say it out loud made it real. Marco continued, "It's not just James we have to worry about. It's the entire goddamn underworld. If James goes off the deep end, if he keeps pushing the way you think he will, Ricci and the others won't hesitate to wipe out whatever's left of us." Sophia tilted her head, her expression eerily calm. "Let them come. You're insane. Absolutely fucking insane." Sophia's smirk didn't waver. "You're the one who's scared, Marco. You're talking like a man who's already lost." "Because we have lost, Sophia." Marco snapped, stepping even closer. "James, he's not the same. You keep acting like he's some invincible force, but he's not. He's a man who's wounded, a man who's blinded by rage. And you think that's a good thing?" Sophia's eyes darkened. "It is when the people responsible are still breathing." Isabella shook her head while standing up. "You're not listening. We're not talking about getting revenge, Sophia. We're talking about survival. Even if James somehow tears through everything, what happens when the government steps in even more? The military, the special forces, we are not untouchable even if some of them are in James' pocket. There will always be someone that pretends like a hero." As she finished it, she walked toward Marco, who had already opened the door. "You're bitches." They stopped looking back at Sophia. "Bitches who just leeched off James. His pockets are so deep, you two can't even fucking imagine the sheer power he holds. And yet, you two, running your mouths, saying you know him." Marco smiled again, looking into her eyes. "You think sucking his dick makes you better than us?" Sophia laughed. "No, Marco. I think not betraying him makes me better than you. And well, if he wants it, I suck it without a question." She winked at him. Isabella scoffed. "Betraying him? Are you even listening to yourself? We're trying to survive. By running? By acting like cowards the moment things get tough? That's not survival, Isabella. That's just pathetic." Marco stepped closer, his hands curling into fists. "You act like you're loyal, but you're just blind. James doesn't give a fuck about us, Sophia. He didn't even tell us about Lucian's daughter. He stepped closer. He didn't tell us he was planning to leave the fucking market. We were nothing to him, and you still want to sit there and act like he's some kind of god." Sophia's smirk didn't waver. If anything, it grew sharper. "And yet, here you are, still talking about him like he's the only thing that matters. Funny how that works." Isabella crossed her arms. "James isn't untouchable, Sophia. You know that, right? You keep acting like he's going to walk back in and fix everything. But what if he doesn't? Then I'll still stand by his side." Sophia said firmly, "You're willing to die for him?" "No, Marco. I'm willing to kill for him. And that's the difference between me and you." Silence. Lucian was one of the biggest mafia bosses. He had everything in his pocket, the police, the judges, agents, and yet he still got arrested and stabbed to death like nobody. He looked deep into Sophia's eyes. But before that, when he was at the top, you know what happened, right? He got paranoid, started killing off his own allies. That's exactly what James is walking into, Sophia. She stood up for the first time and stepped before Marco. "James isn't Lucian," she said, looking into Marco's eyes. "He is much worse. You're insane." Sophia only smiled. "And you're a bitch." For a second, it looked like he might snap, but instead, he turned away. "We're no longer part of the circle." He looked back. "And when the day comes, I will pull the trigger without hesitation." Sophia's smile widened. "Then you better hope that day never comes." She took a slow step forward, her smile never fading. "Because if that day comes, Marco, you won't get the chance to pull the trigger." She went past them and added, "Enjoy your life while you can." With that, the circle that was created to restrain James crumbled to pieces. Those who were once allies became enemies. Chapter 69, Death's Cruel Joke. "Let's eat some ice cream," James said as they neared the hospital. Hector didn't speak at first. He just stared at him, looking at the blood covering his body, his face, and practically everywhere. "What?" James asked, glancing down at himself. "Oh, I almost forgot." He slowly took off his suit, revealing a shirt underneath that only had a few blood spatters. Still, he looked like someone fresh out of a slaughterhouse. "Better." Hector nodded and informed the driver through the radio to head to an ice cream shop instead. After a short drive, they pulled over and stepped out of the car. The shop was empty except for the employees behind the counter. As James walked in, his presence alone sent a wave of terror through them. His shoes left bloody footprints on the floor, but he didn't care and strode up to the counter like everything was completely normal. "I'd like 1 scoop of chocolate ice cream, please," he said. The worker froze in place, the scent of blood making her stomach churn. "Is there a problem?" James asked. "No," she replied, forcing a fake smile as she shakily scooped his ice cream without asking any questions. "Hector, tip her generously," James said as he took his ice cream and sat down at one of the tables. Hector stepped up and handed over $600 for the ice cream. "You saw nothing, okay? I'm blind," she whispered, slipping the money into her pocket. James casually ate his ice cream, completely unbothered by the scent of blood on him. Hector, however, remained standing. "You're not getting anything?" James asked, glancing up at him. Hector shook his head. James chuckled. "What a shame. Ice cream is one of the few joys in this miserable world." "What's next, James?" Hector asked as he sat down across from him. James didn't answer right away. He simply licked his ice cream. "You know," he finally spoke, "when people are very ill, like lying in a hospital bed with no chance of surviving, they sometimes have this sudden burst of energy." He glanced at Hector. "They start walking, feeling better, laughing, and then, the same day or the next, they just die. Like life gave them one last moment to remember what it felt like to be alive." He paused, staring at the ice cream in his hand. "I feel the same way right now." Hector's eyes widened. Suddenly, James's erratic behavior, his carefree attitude, it all started making sense. "You're saying that?" "Yeah, Hector." James exhaled slowly, a hollow smile on his face. "I feel like putting a bullet to my head." There was no hesitation in his words, no trace of humor. "When I first entered this world of crime and blood, I told myself that no matter how hard it got, I would never let my anger control me nor anything else." James said, his voice quieter now. "Think about it. If I were just a normal guy, I wouldn't be able to do shit. No revenge, nothing. I'd just mourn, and that would be it." Hector remained silent, processing James' words. "But the power I hold right now, it's slowly taking control of me, demanding more blood, more death. And I know Raphael's death is the reason for it. I can't even imagine what would happen if Mom died." His voice tightened. "But I do know one thing." His gaze locked onto Hector's. "A day will come when her life will be in danger. And I'll be powerless, just like I was when Raphael died." His voice was steady, but there was something beneath it, something raw, something unraveling. James's hands clenched into fists. "When Raphael died, I had power," he said, his voice filled with anger. "Money, influence, soldiers. Everything I needed to destroy those who wronged me." His breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling with barely contained rage. "And yet," he continued, his voice cracking slightly, "none of it mattered. Not one bit." Hector swallowed, feeling a tightness in his chest. "And now, I know it's going to happen again. One day someone's going to come for Mom, because of me." His voice wavered, just for a moment, before he steadied himself. "When that day comes, I'll realize all over again that power doesn't mean shit when it actually matters." His fingers trembled slightly, and for a second, just a second, he looked lost. "What would happen if I just died?" James's words echoed in Hector's head. The man who saved him, the man who saved the others, who never killed without reason, slowly cracking under the power he holds. "You think you can just say that, and I'll ignore it?" Hector said, his eyes locked onto James, his face full of anger. James just looked at Hector with that same unreadable expression, like it didn't matter, like he didn't matter anymore. Hector's chest tightened, and his voice broke as he spoke. "You want your mother to lose all her sons?" James stiffened, his smirk faltering. Hector's breathing was ragged. His eyes were wild, desperate. "You want her to go through that pain again? To stand over another grave, bury another son?" James didn't say a word. "She's already lost Raphael," Hector nearly shouted, his hands trembling. "She barely held herself together after that. And now you are thinking of doing the same damn thing to her?" A flicker of something passed through James's eyes. But Hector wasn't done. "And Bella?" Hector's voice cracked. "You gonna leave her too?" You think she'll be fine without you? Just move on like nothing happened? She loves you, James. You gave her a new life. You are the life for her. She needs you. Are you seriously thinking about abandoning her like she's nothing? What about Charlotte? Hector's voice was barely above a whisper now, but it cut deeper than anything else. She adores you. Looks up to you like you're the strongest person in the world. Do you have any idea how much it would destroy her if you were gone? You think your death wouldn't change anything? You think we'd just move on? That I would just move on? James couldn't meet his eyes anymore. You think I'd be fine? That I'd just keep going like nothing happened? He let out a laugh, shaking his head. If you ever do something that fucking stupid, James, I will drag your ass back from hell myself. Silence. James exhaled, but it came out shaky, uneven. His lips parted slightly like he wanted to say something, but no words came. Hector turned away, taking in a deep breath. He needed to calm down. His chest felt tight, his hands still trembled. After what felt like an eternity, James finally spoke. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like nothing I do matters. Like no matter how much power I have, it's never enough. I couldn't save Raphael. And one day, I won't be able to save Mom, or Bella, or Charlotte. And when that day comes, what was the point of any of it? Hector took a slow breath, his own anger slowly fading into something else, something just as painful. You always act like you're carrying the whole damn world on your shoulders, but you don't have to do it alone. You have people, James. People who follow you, not just because they fear you, but because they respect you. His gaze darkened. Because I respect you. James said nothing back, just licked his ice cream for a while then spoke. What a sentimental talk that was, Hector. I like how you have the audacity to raise your voice at me. James chuckled before his expression darkened. Do you remember when I almost killed myself with that gun that jammed? Hector nodded. You know, I believe in death because it never hesitates, never shows mercy. But at that moment, do you know what happened? What? Death whispered. Your time has yet to come, James Bellini. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I've been shot multiple times, fell into a coma, and yet, death refused me again. I'm starting to believe it's toying with me, playing some cruel joke. Look at how he suffers, or something like that. His smile faded. His gaze grew distant. But Hector's phone suddenly rang, stopping James to say what he wanted. As he pulled out the phone from his pocket and looked at it, it was Bella. He answered it and gave the phone to James. Yeah. James. Bella's voice was filled with worry. Your father is here. My father. He just showed up. The man who had walked out on them, on him, on Raphael, on their mother, had dared to crawl back after all these years. Now, don't do anything. I'll handle him. Myself. Bella hesitated. James, I don't think. Click. James hung up and handed the phone back to Hector. But he saw the rage in James' eyes. James. Oh, don't look at me like that, Hector. His voice was low, controlled, but it was a lie. He was anything but in control. I'm not going to kill him. He stepped toward the door looking back. But I will make him wish he never came back. Chapter 70. A Father's Return. Only minutes away from the hospital, James sat in silence, his breathing shallow, his fingers twitching against his knee. His father, that fucker. After all these years, after all the suffering and silence, he suddenly decides to show up? With no warning, no explanation, nothing but his pathetic existence, as if that was enough? Like James would just forget? His entire body trembled with barely contained rage. He wanted to destroy something, to break something, anything, just to match the chaos inside him. How dare he? How dare that man show his face now? After all the times James and Raphael had needed him. After all the nights they had spent alone, wondering why they weren't good enough? Why did his father just leave like it was the easiest thing in the world? His mind burned with memories he thought he had buried long ago. The way his mother had struggled, breaking herself apart to keep them afloat while that coward disappeared without a single word. And now he just what? Shows up? Like none of it happened? As they arrived, James stepped out of the car, but his body was giving up on him. The painkillers were wearing off, and every movement sent sharp jolts of pain through his body. Hector quickly grabbed his arm, steadying him before he could stumble, and he felt it, the rage boiling inside James. He and the others were the only ones who knew the truth. The real truth. Not the stories James had made up over the years to hide the reality of his father and the family. As they stepped inside, It became worse than he had ever imagined. James' mother sat in the hallway, her face pale, her body tense. Beside her, Bella clutched Charlotte, her small arms wrapped around the child as if shielding her from something. But what froze James in place was the unmistakable red mark on his mother's face. Her eyes were red, swollen from tears. James stopped before her. What happened? His mother flinched, looking away. Nothing, she whispered, refusing to meet his gaze. Nothing. His entire body screamed for him to act, but instead, he forced himself to move slowly, lowering himself to his knees in front of her with Hector's help. He took her hands, gripping them firmly, forcing her to look at him. Mom. His voice was lower now. What happened? His fingers curled tighter around hers. He needed to hear it. Needed to know exactly what that fucker had done. James felt his mother's hands tremble in his grip. She still wouldn't look at him, wouldn't meet his eyes. She had never been weak. Never. She was the strongest person he knew, the one who had held everything together when their world fell apart. She had worked herself to the bone, bled for them, endured years of suffering to give him and Raphael something. Anything to hold on to. And now she sat there, shaking, her face marked, her eyes red and swollen from crying. James' hands curled around hers tighter, his own body trembling, not from pain but from the violent, seething rage that clawed its way up his throat. Tell me he did this. His mother's lips quivered, but no words came out. It was that man inside. Charlotte's worried voice came from Bella's grip. He hit her, she said, looking into James' eyes. He stopped breathing for a moment. Something inside James snapped. His vision blurred, not from pain, not from exhaustion, but from the raw, consuming rage clawing its way out of him. He hit her. His mother, the woman who had given everything, sacrificed everything, suffered alone so they wouldn't have to. That fucking shit had come back just to hurt her again. James' breath came out slowly. His head lowered slightly, his shoulders shaking. He forced himself to breathe, but it wasn't working. It wasn't enough. Nothing was enough to stop the fury breaking him apart from the inside. He stood up and turned to the door. His voice came out quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that made men afraid. Stay here. James, her mother whispered. Stay? Here. Slowly he walked toward the room. His hands flexed at his sides, itching, aching for violence. He opened the door, and there he was. Robert Bellini, the man who had given him his name, the man who had abandoned them. James' entire body stiffened at the sight of him. He looked exactly the same as when he left, long black hair, a beard, but there was something else. Something that made James' blood boil even more. A woman sat in the chair beside Robert, watching him with a smile. You've grown up, James, but I never imagined you'd grow up to be your younger brother's killer. Before he could respond, the woman beside him spoke, her gaze slowly trailing over James. Your son looks like a complete psychopath, darling. When you said he was rich, I expected more than this. She scoffed, tilting her head. Is he really that wealthy? To me he looks like a homeless person. James remained silent, but Hector wasn't as restrained. He had already reached for his gun, his fingers slowly wrapping around the grip, ready to pull it out. The woman's sharp eyes flicked to him. Oh, her voice was mocking a mobster? Is that why that Raphael kid died? She turned back to Robert with an exaggerated sigh. Darling, what a boy you gave life to. She was smiling, as if this was a fucking joke. As if she had any right to speak about Raphael. As if she had any right to be here at all. James wasn't even looking at his father anymore. His eyes locked onto her, taking in every detail, her smirk, the way she sat so comfortably like she belonged, like she wasn't sitting beside the very man who had abandoned them. His father wasn't even the only insult in this room. That woman, that fucking bitch. James barely noticed Hector moving beside him. Barely registered the quiet click as the gun was slowly drawn from its holster. The only thing James saw, the only thing he felt, was the overwhelming, suffocating, murderous rage building up inside him. And yet, somehow, he remained still, and that was more terrifying than anything. So it's true then. Robert spoke. You really did kill him. Hector's grip on the gun tightened. James didn't even blink. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he tilted his head slightly, just enough to meet his father's eyes. Say it again. His voice was calm. Too calm. Robert's smirk faltered, but only for a moment. The woman beside him, still smiling like this was some sort of game, leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. Oh, did he hit a nerve, dear? Are you sensitive about being a murderer? James took a step forward. Hector moved slightly, gun now fully drawn. But James wasn't looking at his father anymore. He was looking at her. You talk too much. Really? And what are you gonna do? Shoot me. She smirked. I assume you're here for money, but why would I give you anything? Her eyes narrowed slightly, but the greed was instant. If you have money, you need to help your parents and… She held out her hand, showing a ring. I am your stepmother, so help me out. James smiled into her face before saying, I'll give you 50 million, is that enough? More than enough. She smiled, standing up and stepping closer. Meanwhile, Hector stood frozen and confused, but as James spoke again, he understood. Hector, escort this beautiful woman to a car and call my accountant Ferrucci. Make sure he serves her with a lot of love and care. He smiled at him. Hector smiled back, holstering his gun. With pleasure. I'm coming back, darling. She kissed Robert and left the room with Hector. But oh, she would never come back, nor would she ever be seen again. Why did you put your hand on Mom? James asked, stepping closer to him. Robert smiled as he stood up. You're acting tough, aren't you? He held out his hand, grabbing James's shoulder. You're not even in your late 20s, and look how brave you are. A mobster or what? Some street gang member acting big. And because of this, Raphael died. His grip tightened on James's shoulder. I am your father, son. And Raphael was my son too. And you let him die? Your whore mother didn't teach you anything while I was gone. He let out of James' shoulder and stepped back. I'm back, and now you will answer my questions. James' laugh stopped him saying anything. He only saw him laughing for hard. It was pure joy. Ah, what a show. You know, that bitch of yours was really funny. Thinking about it, I even gave her money. He shook his head, wiping away tears. What? Yeah, that fucking bitch is going to suffer, die like a pig. Her legs and hands will be cut off, and after that, she'll be eaten by pigs or dogs, just like in the movies. He looked at Robert, whose face was now very different than was before. Don't look at me like that. And more importantly, he stepped more closer. Don't you dare speak Raphael's name. Because a slap. James staggered back. One of the guards standing by the door caught him before he could fall. He placed his hand on his face, then looked up with a smile. Ah, you fucked up now, father. Chapter 71, Questions to a Father. Fucked up? His father asked, stepping forward as James took a knee, waiting for the dizziness to fade away. You're mad, huh? Mad that Daddy walked out. Mad that I wasn't there to wipe your little ass. His cracked lips curled. Please. I was young. I wanted to live my fucking life. He stepped closer to him. You and Raphael, you think I wanted either of you? He let out a laugh. You were just a bad fucking night. A mistake. An accident. James remained on one knee as the dizziness faded, replaced by burning rage. I was stuck with your mother, thinking maybe, just maybe, I could tolerate it. But then you two came along, and that was it. My fucking life was over. Do you know what it's like? He went on. Looking at your own kids and feeling nothing? No love. No pride. Just regret. Every damn day, I woke up and saw you and Raphael, and all I could think was, fuck. I ruined my life for this. Even the bodyguard who grabbed James was getting mad. His father let out a chuckle. So I left. He knelt down to James' level. And let me tell you something, best fucking decision I ever made. James stared at him. A decision. Not a mistake. Not an accident. A choice. You know what's funny? He continued. Even after I left, she still cried for me. Still loved me. He let out a laugh. Pathetic, right? Begging for a man who never gave a shit. A pause. But you know the real joke? She should have just spread her legs for someone else. Maybe then, she wouldn't have struggled so damn much. After he said it, he smiled and he wanted to hit James again, but the bodyguard didn't really give a fuck about the fact that Robert is James' father. The rifle stock hit him hard in the face. He fell back, hitting his head against the floor, while James stood up, laughing. Yeah, you fucked up, he said, grabbing the bodyguard's shoulder for support as he stepped toward his father, who was clutching his nose while blood gushed out. Let me ask some questions, James said as he knelt over him, gripping his shirt. First question. He punched him, his knuckles colliding with his already broken nose. Where were you when we needed you the most? He hit him again. Where were you when we needed someone to protect us? Another punch. This time, his hand slipped, striking his father's mouth. His teeth cut into James's knuckles, but he didn't care. Where were you when we couldn't eat for days? Where? He shouted. When Mom was about to sell her body, where the fuck were you? When she couldn't pay the bills, when she wanted us to have something to eat, where the fuck were you? James punched him relentlessly, 5 times in a row. His father's nose was barely more than a hanging piece of flesh at this point. Answer me, he shouted. Where were you when Raphael was bullied? Where were you to stand by him, to show him what a dad does? James hit him again, but this time, the punch was weaker. His body was giving up more than before. All those birthdays, and you weren't there, you pathetic shit. Sorry. His father somehow managed to speak, even though his entire face was covered in blood. His lips were split, his front teeth knocked out, his eyebrow torn open. His whole face was fucked up. Raphael cried every single day after you left us. And me too. Not because we loved you, but because we saw how much Mom was suffering. He hit him once more. She wanted to sell her body, you fucker. James grabbed his neck, slowly choking him. Do you know what kind of shock that was, huh? His grip tightened as his father's body jerked. Seeing the mother I love more than anything make a decision like that? Robert gurgled, trying to fight back, his hands clawing at James's grip, but they slipped against the blood. I was the one who talked her out of it. At fucking 16 years old. Can you imagine that? Talking to your own mother about a decision like that, just so she could give a life we deserve. His father's face was turning red, veins bulging, his eyes wide with terror as his hands weakly clawed at James's wrist. It wasn't enough. He wanted him to suffer. He wanted him to feel what it was like to choke on nothing, on hunger, on loneliness, on years of fucking pain. You don't get to say sorry. His father let out a weak gurgle. His body was trembling, twitching. His face was turning a deeper shade of red. James leaned in closer. She waited for you. His hands squeezed tighter. Even after everything, she still waited. His father's struggles grew weaker. His kicks slowed. His hands fell away from James's wrist. But James didn't let go. He couldn't. She kept believing, hoping that you'd come back. That maybe, just maybe, you gave a shit, but you never did. You never fucking did. Robert let out a strangled wheeze, his body shaking. You left us to rot. He said, his voice was shaking. You left her to rot. His breathing was uneven now, his pulse hammering. James should have felt satisfied, but he didn't. He wasn't done. You ruined us. His voice was low, shaking with barely restrained rage. Do you know that? A weak, pained breath was the only response. Do you know what it was like, watching Mom break down, trying to keep us fed? Watching Raphael come home covered in bruises because he had no one to protect him. Do you know how fucking worthless we felt? James's blood boiled. He slammed his fist into his father's face again. His father's head snapped back, blood splattering the floor. He hit him again, and again. With every strike, the memories resurfaced, the nights they went hungry, the days spent dodging landlords demanding money they didn't have, the lies his mother told them to keep their hopes alive. James could still hear Raphael's voice, small, desperate. Do you think he'll come back? He never did. And now? Now he was here, lying in a pool of his own blood, helpless. James raised his fist once more, and then warmth. Arms wrapped around him, holding him back. James, stop it. Please. His mother. Her voice shook, barely holding together. James didn't move. His heart pounded, his breath uneven. His father was barely breathing. One more hit. Just one more. But his mother wouldn't let go. Her fingers clung to him, her body trembling against his back. Please, she whispered. This isn't you. Just a little longer. Just a little more. His fist came down again, crashing into his father's already shattered face. Blood sprayed across the floor. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, but he didn't stop. He didn't care. Not about the blood staining his hands. Not about the way his father's body barely twitched anymore. The bastard deserved worse. James raised his fist one more time. Arms locked around him from behind, pulling him backward. Bella, one of the guards. Their combined grip tightened, pulling him away before he could land another hit. James thrashed against them, trying to shake them off, but their hold was firm. He said nothing. His breath was heavy, uneven. His fists remained clenched, knuckles raw, skin torn. His eyes, burning with fury, stayed locked on the motionless figure lying in a pool of his own blood. His so-called father. The man who had left them to starve. The man who had never once looked back. Now he was nothing but a broken doll on the ground, barely breathing, surrounded by the mess he had created. James felt nothing. Not pity. Not regret. Just the satisfaction of knowing that for once, he had been the one to leave scars. Meanwhile, he was pulled away to another room. His mother stood over the broken body of his once husband, who she loved. But at that moment, seeing him covered in blood, she felt nothing. The pain he had caused her was buried deep within, a wound she could never forget. But how could she let her son beat his father to death? As she stood there, looking at Robert's broken body, she realized something. Maybe this was the moment she truly saw James, not just as someone she never really knew, but as a boy far more broken than she had ever imagined. She had heard it all. She had even watched as James beat Robert without a second thought. And yet, she did nothing. No, she wanted this. She wanted to see him beg, to see him plead for his son, to stop. But more than anything, she wanted to see that James would never forgive him. Chapter 72. Head of the Bellini family. James was escorted to another hospital room by Bella and a bodyguard. He sat in silence as the doctors examined his hand, bandaging it and giving him more painkillers. Bella said nothing. She had watched the whole thing unfold and understood that years of pain had come pouring out of James all at once. It only made her realize even more how unpredictable he had become after Raphael's death. Or maybe he had just stopped giving a fuck about everything. What? James asked as the doctors finished and left the room. Nothing, Bella said, looking at him. Can I ask you something? She nodded. Why didn't you kill him on the spot when he slapped my mom? Bella was stunned by the question, by the very idea of it. I can't hurt your family member, James. And your mother wouldn't have let me, even if I had tried. She said, I don't blame you. At least I got to beat the shit out of him. Bella stepped closer to him. Her eyes were full of worry. I think you're losing yourself, piece by piece, and you don't even realize it. James didn't respond right away. He just stared at her, as if trying to decide whether to dismiss her words or actually let them sink in. After a long pause, he spoke. Maybe there was never much of me to lose in the first place. She sighed. I just don't want you to wake up one day and realize there's nothing left of you except anger and regret. James closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he looked straight at her. Then tell me, Bella, what else do I have? Bella held his gaze, but for once, she didn't have an answer. She hated that. Hated that for the first time, she had no answer to give him. See? Even you don't know. Bella frowned. That doesn't mean there's nothing left, James. It just means you refuse to see it. Then tell me, what the hell am I supposed to see? At the moment, all I feel is pain and emptiness. She had seen this happen before, to people who let their rage consume them until there was nothing left but emptiness. And now, she was watching it happen to James. You know what that means, don't you? She asked. What? It means this isn't what you really wanted. She said. You wanted justice. You wanted him to suffer, but not like this. If it was enough, you wouldn't feel empty right now. James shook his head. Justice? There's no such thing. So that's it then? You'll just keep going down this path until there's nothing left of you. James smirked again, but this time, it was tired. Maybe there's nothing left already. I don't believe that. James studied her, something flickering in his eyes, doubt, maybe, or something he didn't want to admit. Why do you care so much? Bella didn't hesitate. Because someone has to. James looked away first, but Bella wasn't done. And don't forget that I'm your girlfriend. Even if you didn't ask me out, that kiss was the confession. James froze. His tired eyes snapped back to her, caught completely off guard. What? Bella smirked slightly, tilting her head. You heard me. So you're just deciding that on your own now? Bella shrugged. If you had a problem with it, you wouldn't have kissed me back. James opened his mouth as if to argue, then closed it. He narrowed his eyes at her, but there was no real malice behind it, just frustration mixed with something else. You're insane. Maybe, but you like it. James shook his head, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he leaned back against the hospital bed. So what? You think being my girlfriend means you get to lecture me now? Bella crossed her arms. That's exactly what it means. As James sat there, still trying to process everything, his mother came into the room and sat beside him. She looked at his bandaged hands, her fingers hesitating before gently resting over his. Does it hurt? James glanced down at his hand, flexing his fingers slightly. Not really. You scared me, you know. She continued. When I saw you like that, I didn't recognize you for a moment. Erica reached out, gently turning his face back toward her. Listen to me, James. What you did, I won't say it was right, but I also won't lie to you. I don't feel sorry for him. You don't. She let out a bitter chuckle. After all these years, after everything he's done, I thought I would feel guilt. I thought I'd feel shame for letting this happen. But I don't. Then what do you feel? Erica's lips parted slightly, as if she was hesitant to say it out loud. But then, with a slow exhale, she admitted. Relief. James blinked, surprised. Even Bella straightened slightly at that. I should have done more. I should have protected you and Raphael better. As she said it, she started crying and hugged James. James hugged her back. You did what you could, Mom. You were the only one who ever tried. Erica's eyes softened, filled with both love and regret. And look at what it turned you into. James let out a humorless laugh. A murd. A boy who fought back when no one else would. For a long moment, James said nothing. Then, he sighed and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. So what happens now? Erica gave a small, tired smile. We move on. We heal. And James, she hesitated, then added. You don't have to fight anymore. At least, not alone. He looked at his mother with confusion. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I thought you hated me. I meant what I said, James, she admitted. But even if I hated you, you'd still be my baby. You always will be. James swallowed, his fingers twitching slightly in her grasp. And I don't want to lose you. She continued. No matter what happens, no matter how much we fight, you're still my son. James didn't say anything right away. He just stared at their hands, at the warmth of her touch. I'm not going anywhere. Mom. A tear slipped down Erica's cheek, but she smiled through it. Good. She stood up, letting James out of her grip, and looked at him with determination in her eyes. We are the Bellini family. You are the head of our family, and I will stay with you forever. For years, he had survived and controlled the chaos around him, but he had never truly acknowledged what that meant. Not until now. James let those words sink in, and this time, he didn't push them away. He didn't question whether he deserved them. He simply accepted them. That means you're finally admitting it? Bella asked. James met her gaze. Then, he gave a small, confident smirk of his own. Yeah, I'm the head of the Bellini family. Took you long enough. Chapter 73, Greed. Isn't that a little too far away? James's so-called stepmother asked the driver, who didn't say a word, only staring at her through the rearview mirror. I mean, we left the city, but okay. She looked outside and realized they were entering an industrial park on the outskirts of the city. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat, but she was too dumb to realize that the moment she appeared before James, she had already fucked up her whole life. The money had clearly blinded her. Her entire demeanor was that of someone pretending to be rich. A white fur coat, golden sunglasses, and cheap but expensive-looking watches and bracelets that probably cost no more than $10 at the market. Basically, a gold digger who failed at her craft until she got together with Robert. When they got the news of Raphael's death, they realized something far more important than his own son's death. Money. The money that James had. And it became even clearer when the woman asked around and people warned her not to approach James. He wasn't someone who tolerated disrespect. Of course, in her eyes, all she saw were crisp bills. Because if someone is respected by people, he gotta have money. And since Robert had proposed to her, she believed she had the perfect plan to get money out of James. But her belief was shattered as the car came to a stop. A warehouse in the middle of an industrial park. Rusted metal doors. Cracked pavement. What the fuck is this? She snapped, turning to the driver. Where the fuck are we? The driver said nothing at first. He simply got out of the car, walked around, and opened her door. You want money, don't you? Get the fuck out. For the first time, she hesitated. But greed was a funny thing. It made people blind. And right now, she wanted that money more than anything. The driver walked ahead toward the warehouse, where guards pulled open the heavy metal doors. She hesitated for a split second, but when she stepped inside, all doubt disappeared. Her eyes widened. Stacks of money, piles so high they reached her shoulders, filled the warehouse. Bundles of crisp bills, more than she had ever seen in her life. A smile stretched across her face as she took a slow step forward, her fingers itching to touch the stacks, to feel the weight of wealth in her hands. She barely heard the door shut behind her. All she could see was the future, the luxury, the power, the things she would buy. Fur coats that weren't cheap knockoffs. Real gold, not market stall fakes. Designer heels, diamond watches, a lifestyle she had always wanted but never truly had. This was it. This was her moment. She stepped closer, trembling with excitement. This was more than she ever dreamed of. More than she and Robert had schemed for. More than she ever thought James, or whoever left this fortune, could have. Her fingers twitched as she reached for a stack of bills. The crisp paper, the weight of real money, it sent a shiver through her. Holy shit. This was freedom. She turned slightly, ready to demand her cut, ready to grab what was hers, when she finally noticed the guards hadn't moved. They weren't touching the money. They were watching her. Well, she scoffed, putting a hand on her hip. What are you waiting for? I assume I'm here to take my share, right? No answer. The driver, the one who had brought her here, was leaning casually against the door, arms crossed. He wasn't even looking at the money. He was looking at her. What the hell is this? She snapped. You dragged me out here just to gawk at me? You said I wanted money. Well, I'm here for it. So hand it over, or I'll. She never finished the sentence. Because the moment she stepped forward, one of the guards raised his gun, not to hand her anything, but to make sure she didn't move another inch. The smile froze on her lips. She barely had time to process her situation when one of the guards stepped forward and tossed 2 large duffel bags at her feet. What the hell is this? The driver tilted his head, smirking. James said 50 million. He nodded toward the towering stacks of cash. So packed the 2 bags fully. Her heart skipped a beat. 50 million. She glanced at the money again, the panic in her chest momentarily shoved aside by greed. Her fingers twitched as she crouched down, unzipping the first bag. Thick stacks of crisp bills stared back at her. The scent of money filled her nose, and for a split second, she forgot about the way the men were watching her. This was her chance. She shoved handfuls of cash inside, stuffing the bag as fast as she could. James might have set this up, but so what? If she got out of here with these bags, she wouldn't need him, Robert, or anyone else ever again. She could disappear, start fresh, live the life she actually deserved. She zipped the first bag closed and reached for the second. The men remained silent, unmoving. Something about it nagged at her, but she forced herself to ignore it. They were just waiting, she told herself. Nothing more. She packed the second bag, her movements faster now. More money, more security, more power. As soon as the last bundle was shoved inside, she let out a shaky breath and stood up, gripping the bags tightly. She turned to the driver, her forced confidence returning. There. Happy. She had done what they asked. She had packed the money. She barely had time to catch her breath before the guard motioned with his gun toward a heavy metal door at the back of the warehouse. Okay, now pick up the 2 bags and go in there. What's in there? The accountant. Ferrucci. The name meant nothing to her, so she turned her head slightly, eyeing the door. An accountant? What? You need me to sign some papers or something? The guard gestured again, this time jabbing the barrel of his gun slightly forward. Move. Ugh, fine. But seriously, what's the point of all this? I got the money, so can we just get this over with? The guards didn't answer. She barely paid attention to them anyway. Her mind was already spinning with thoughts of what she'd buy first. A luxury penthouse. A sports car? Maybe both. She deserved it after all this nonsense. She reached for the metal door handle without a second thought, pulled the door open, and stepped inside. Her eyes scanned the room, and instantly, her excitement faltered. There was no money. No stacks of cash. Bare concrete walls. No windows. And in the center, a single metal table. Hello? Accountant guy? Ferrucci, or whatever. Nothing. Ugh, you guys are wasting my time. Then a sound from the corner of the room. What the? She hadn't noticed it before. The chair in the corner. The shadowy figure sitting there, watching her. And for the first time since walking into this warehouse, she felt something she had never truly felt before. A creeping, suffocating sense of dread. But of course, in her mind, it was just another minor inconvenience. Took you long enough. Can we just get this over with? She had no idea. No idea that a broken, psychopathic maniac was sitting there, someone who had spent days in the dark, blaming himself for not being there to protect his boss. She still didn't sense the danger. She just sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes. Look, can we hurry this up? I have places to be. The figure in the chair didn't move. Places to be? Yeah. I don't have all day, you know. She waved her hand toward the duffel bags. Just count the damn money or whatever and let me leave. A quiet chuckle, deep and humorless. She blinked as the man rose from his chair, stepping into the light. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Bloodshot eyes, dark circles. His suit was wrinkled, stained. There was nothing sane about it. Nothing human. She instinctively took a step back. What's your problem? She asked, her voice losing its usual arrogance. Just do your job in. His head tilted slightly, his lips curling into something that might have been a smirk or maybe just a twitch. My job. He got up, moving toward the metal table. I had a job once. Silence stretched between them as he drummed his finger on the table. Then, his eyes locked onto hers. And I failed. Chapter 74, Butcher. Okay, whatever, she said, adjusting her fur coat like she wasn't standing in a cold, empty room with a man who looked like he had crawled straight out of hell. Just count the money and let me go. I don't have all day. He stared at her. Then, suddenly, he laughed. It wasn't humor, it was madness, barely held together by whatever remained of his shattered mind. What the hell is so funny? You really don't get it, do you? Get what? That you're some dramatic weirdo who takes his job way too seriously? Jesus, I don't care. Just sign whatever papers I need and let me out of here. You walked in here thinking you could just take the money and go. Ferrucci shook his head. Well, yeah, that was the deal. I pack the bags, you sign off on it, and I get the hell out of here. Simple. Simple. Then, in a single motion, he reached inside his jacket and placed a gun on the table. Whoa, hey, she started, her hands slowly rising. No need for that, all right? I don't want any trouble. I just wanted the money. He finished for her. Look, I don't care about any of that. I was just using James for a payday. Ferrucci cut her off. You thought you could walk in here, demand what wasn't yours, and walk away untouched. James owes me. I am his stepmother. James owes you. Ferrucci repeated her words and grabbed the gun. She took another step back. Oh, look, I didn't mean it like that. He took a step forward, cutting off her retreat. Tell me something, darling. Ferrucci whispered. Do you know what it feels like to fail the one person who gave your life meaning? Her back hit the door. She shook her head quickly, her hands trembling. I don't. It eats at you, consumes you, turns you into something else. Her lips parted, but no words came out. And you walked in here thinking you'd just take from him? She opened her mouth to say anything that might get her out of this, but he silenced her with a single word. Kneel. What? He took another step forward, closing the distance between them. I said kneel. No, this is crazy. The barrel of the gun pressed against her forehead. Ferrucci whispered to her. Kneel. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the cold concrete floor. He tilted his head slightly, studying her. Now, tell me again. What does James owe you? Please, Click. The sound of the safety being turned off sent a wave of pure terror through her body. Answer. And nothing. He owes me nothing. She shook her head. Ferrucci waited for a moment looking into her, then he struck her head so hard with the gun that she immediately lost consciousness, her body slumping to the side. He stood there, watching as blood trickled from her head. They call it blood money for a reason, you bitch. With that, he tossed his gun to the ground and grabbed her limp body, putting her onto the metal table. He undressed her and strapped down her arms and legs. But before he did anything, he made sure to stop the bleeding. After all, butchering someone who wasn't even conscious? That was just boring. He wrapped a bandage around her head, tightening it just enough to keep her from bleeding out too soon. Once satisfied, he pulled out a small vial, cracked it open, and shoved it under her nose. Suddenly she woke up. She gasped, choked, and coughed, the stench flooding her lungs like acid. She tried to move, but she couldn't. Her wrists, her ankles, strapped down. Her breathing quickened. She tried to move again, yanking, pulling, twisting. Help! Help me! Please, someone! Then her eyes turned to Ferrucci. Let me go? Please. You don't have to do this. I'll leave, I swear. I won't tell anyone. Don't scream, darling. Nobody's here to help. Please, please, I don't know what you want. Just tell me what you want. Ferrucci smiled at her. Tell me, what is your name? I am Marie. As he heard her name, turned away, and simply went to a back door, stepping inside a small room where his toys were. Marie, what a fancy name that is. He looked at the wall filled with knives, saws, and drills, yet somehow, none of them seemed fancy enough for the name. He reached out for a small saw, feeling its weight and turning it in his hand. No, this isn't fancy. He put it back and turned to another wall where sledgehammers were. Too barbaric for her. He looked down, opening a drawer, and there it was, the perfect tool to use. Surgeon's knives. Scalpels. He grabbed 2 of the scalpels, but his eyes kept drifting back to a small saw and a drill. He couldn't resist, so he grabbed those too. The only thing left to do was set the mood. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone and a pair of earbuds. As he scrolled through his playlist, Marie's desperate screams for help echoed through the room, but he paid them no mind. Rap? No, maybe country. He clicked on it and listened for a few seconds. This is ass too. Then, his fingers stopped. Oh, perfect. A classical piano piece with a violin play. A smooth, harmonic flow. As he returned, he saw Marie's face twisting with terror, her screams echoing through the room. Not that he could hear them. The music was playing, and he was feeling it too well. He even started humming as he slipped on a pair of gloves and tied an apron around his waist. Without a word, he picked up the scalpel and began his masterpiece. The blade dug into her eyelid, slicing it off. Annoyed by her resistance, he paused. With a sigh, he tightened the strap around her head. Punishment for moving too much. He whispered and grabbed the drill and drilled into her kneecaps. Her screams only grew louder, and it was a perfect moment for Ferrucci. He grabbed her tongue, pulled it forward, and cut it off, but she started choking on her own blood. To make sure she felt every last bit of suffering, he grabbed the saw, pressed it against her thigh, and in one swift motion, cut halfway through it. Then, just for fun, he left it there in her thigh. But his smile wavered as he noticed her head lumping, and she didn't scream more. Usually, he gave them something to keep them awake, to keep them aware, but he hadn't given her anything. This was the quickest one yet. I fucked it up. For a moment, he just stared at her body, at the blood pooling beneath the table. Then something inside him snapped. Grabbing the scalpel, he plunged it into her flesh, slicing and stabbing. Why did you have to die, huh? He drove the blade deeper into her stomach, blood spraying to his body. You fucking bitch. Again and again, he stabbed, his body shaking. Fuck, he said as he stopped. What a mess. He looked around, and everywhere was blood. He then went to the door, opening it, and stepping out. Hey you, he shouted to one of the guards. Bring me trash bags, the thick ones, not that cheap shit. Also, a barrel and that industrial acid. After that he returned to the small room, grabbing the chainsaw and a face mask, and went back to the table. He tilted his head as he checked out Marie's body. Should have lasted longer. Chapter 75, finally out. Ferrucci made Marie look like nothing more than a potato, and after that he shoved her into a barrel with her severed leg and arms, filled it with acid, and ordered one of his men to bury it somewhere. Robert survived, but his face was completely fucked up. He left the city after filing a missing person report for Marie. James and his mother finally had some time to mourn together and plan Raphael's funeral. But, of course, Hector, Bella, and Ferrucci didn't just sit around in the meantime. Ferrucci wanted more blood. When Hector told him what James had ordered, he simply didn't care about the 10 million. Instead, he skinned Takoi alive for free. And after that, everything became even more chaotic. After skinning Takoi alive, Ferrucci butchered his body. The one thing he made sure to do was cut off Takoi's head and shipped it to the vice president, while the rest of the remains were shipped to the companies that had supported him. This caused public outrage, but nothing happened. Not a single person dared to protest, only online. They were too afraid that if they spoke up, they'd end up just like Takoi. Of course, the vice president grew more and more furious, pushing Congress to support military intervention. But things didn't turn out the way he wanted. His own greed and hunger for power became his downfall, as some members of Congress turned against him, accusing him of attempting a coup. This was the turning point, the moment when politicians started arguing day after day while the public became divided between right and left. The best part? While the politicians fought, no one gave a damn about the underworld. Instead, all their focus was on everything else: prices, tax rates, salaries, and so on. It was the perfect moment, not just to push the business forward, but to create new opportunities. Hector went ahead with the plan to pull out of the market, doing everything he could to complete the plan he and Hans had made. Bella was working tirelessly, deleting every account that mentioned the Bellini family or the deaths. She also met with Hans's daughter, and under James's orders, she ensured that the girl received the surgeries and medication she needed. Since she was young and the doctors estimated it could take years before she could leave the hospital, James took custody of her as a sign of respect toward Hans. For James, the first step was arranging the funerals of both Hans and Raphael. They decided to hold both ceremonies on the same day because Hans was a Bellini, too. He also didn't give a fuck about the rules. He ordered Hans's name to be carved onto the tombstone and made sure his body to be buried properly. Both of them got a white tombstone with white caskets. In the meantime he planned all of this, he heard Charlotte crying many times. In his rage and anger, he had completely forgotten about her birthday and the horse. "Charlotte, how many times have I told you that I'll buy you the horses?" James said as she cried in his arms. "I'm not crying because of that." James glanced up at her mother, who was smiling at him, clearly waiting to see how he would handle the situation. "Then why are you crying for the 6th time today? I don't want to lose you." She cried more, hugging James even tighter, so tight that it hurt, given that his wound was still healing. He held back the pain like a real man. But for a moment, he almost pissed himself. Where did that come from? Charlotte pulled away slightly. Her eyes cried out. "If you have a child with Bella, I'll only be second. We're not blood-related, and I." James just stared at her, speechless, while her mother burst into laughter so hard she nearly spit out her water. "What? Charlotte, I'm not going to have a child with Bella. But she said I'm going to have a sister. What the fuck is she talking about, a sister?" And then he realized. "Charlotte." James knelt down before her, gently grabbing her hands. The sister Bella was talking about is Hans's daughter. She suddenly stopped crying. "You know Hans had a daughter, and now that there's no one to protect her, I took custody of her. But not as an adoptive father, just as her guardian, if you can call it that." She sniffled. "So, I'm still first. Yeah, so don't cry, okay?" Charlotte wiped her tears off and looked deep into James' eyes. "You promise?" James sighed as petted her head. "I promise. No one's taking your place." She hesitated for a bit. "What's her name?" "Diameter." "That sounds weird." She grabbed James' hands. "So she's alone now?" "She's in the hospital right now, with some of my people." "Hospital?" she asked, tilting her head. "She's very ill." James explained gently. "She can't move much right now." Charlotte was silent, processing his words. "So she needs help?" "Yeah." She stayed quiet for a moment, then looked up at him with a serious expression. "Then I'll be nice to her." "Good. But she still has to know," Charlotte said quickly before James could say anything. "That I was here first." She didn't understand a bit of what I said. James let out of her hand as he stood up, staring down at her. "What about your birthday, or you just cried because of this?" She looked up to him with a little smile. "Both. I never have an 8th birthday again. But it's okay. You have more important things to do." "Yeah," he said as she thought about Raphael and Hans, but Charlotte, beaming eyes, got him out of the thought. "Say it. I want a cake." He laughed a bit. "Cake, huh?" Charlotte nodded, her earlier sadness disappearing like it was never there. "What kind?" She tilted her head, deep in thought. "A big one." "That's not a flavor." Charlotte giggled. "Chocolate. With strawberries on top." "Sounds expensive." "You have money." James laughed more at how fast she replied. "All right. Chocolate cake with strawberries." Charlotte's grin widened, but then she hesitated. "You'll eat it with me, right?" "I will, just give more time, okay?" He petted her head. "Okay," she said and ran out of the room, filled with joy, probably to tell Bella that she was still at the top and got a cake too. "I thought she'd need more time, but she's already acting like my daughter," James said, turning to her mother, who was still smiling. "Yeah, she's really into it. And she loves you," she replied. Then, her gaze shifted slightly downward before she looked back at James. "The mayor, was it your order?" James hesitated for a moment, but met his mother's eyes. "Yes, it was. He was one of the—" "It's okay," she interrupted, raising her hand. "You don't need to explain." She let out a small sigh before continuing. "But please, only do these kinds of things if it's truly necessary. If you can, I mean." They cut off his you-know-what and his skin. "If you have to kill someone, please, just shoot." For a moment, James realized that his mother was accepting the truth more than he had expected. "I will," he said. She didn't really want to interfere in his business, but she needed to know what was going to happen next. "We're going back home?" she asked. "No. Silent Hill has become dangerous now, so Hector bought another house, but a little farther away in Rose Park. All of our stuff was moved yesterday." "Rose Park? That's more expensive than where we were." "I'm a billionaire, Mom. The new house looks like a palace, large walls, bulletproof windows, cameras everywhere, double gates, and privacy. There's even a hedge line around the walls." Her expression shifted as she processed his words, but only one thing seemed to really catch her attention. Billionaire. She knew that James is more than rich. After all, he bought that house. Not a billionaire, maybe a multi-millionaire. "Can I ask what exactly you are doing?" "How should I say it? Maybe a little softly. I move stuff from A to B and make money." He smiled, but her mother wasn't dumb. "So you are a drug lord?" James forced for a bit, as he finally heard it said loud and clear what he was. "Kinda like that, yeah, but I only sell to the rich." She wasn't shocked, not completely, but there was a weight behind her eyes that made James shift uncomfortably. "Only to the rich," she repeated. "That's supposed to make it better?" James sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's not about better or worse, Mom. It's about control. The rich were always going to buy. I just made sure they buy from me. And what about the people who get hurt because of it? The government and the mafia both come to me because I control the market. I set the prices, I set the rules. I keep the chaos in check," he explained. His mother looked at him for a long time, searching his face. "And if someone gets in your way?" she finally asked. "You know that." She gave him a look, half disapproval, half something else. "Just be careful." "I am." He stepped toward her and kissed his mother on the forehead. "Let's go home," he whispered. "Finally get some good sleep, Mom." She let out a soft chuckle, shaking her head. "Yeah, let's go." So they did finally. After what felt like an eternity, they left the hospital behind. Chapter 76. Kill or be killed. This situation is more fucked up than we ever thought it would be. Stephen, the ISB director, said as he leaned back in the leather chair in the Justice Minister's office. She said nothing in response, just pressed an ice pack against her nose, which was still hurting. "I mean, what he did to the chief was like something an animal would do." "No, that's not even true. At least a tiger kills to eat. But him, it was like he took true joy in it." Stephen stared at the ceiling, replaying the scene in his mind. "How many times are you going to say the same thing?" Linda asked, glaring at him. "What?" Stephen leaned forward. "I knew from the beginning this was going to be the worst decision we could make. But no, we thought we could control him." "Yeah, control my ass." Linda remained silent, leaning back in her chair. "The real problem was Raphael's death and Han's death," she said, turning to look out the window. "And now, we need to kill that fucker." Stephen leaned back again, eyes fixed on the ceiling. "Maybe he can fall out of a window. Or maybe a car crash. But that's Thomas's kind of work, and he's nowhere to be found either. He's actually on vacation," Linda said, putting the ice pack down. "What the fuck? Is he really out enjoying himself while we're on the brink of death?" He said his hands weren't in this mess, so he went somewhere with his family. Stephen clenched his fists. "No shit, me too. I didn't do anything. You were the one who came up with this fucking idea." His voice rose in frustration. "Oh my God, why the fuck did I become an agent? I should have just run a damn farm or something." "Fuck." Linda barely reacted. "Well, too late for regrets now." Stephen slammed a fist against the desk. "No, you don't get it. James gave us a fucking order. Kill Carter, and he lets us live. If we fail..." His voice trailed off, but they both knew how that sentence ended. "We don't have a choice." "Like hell we don't." Stephen snapped. "Carter isn't just some street thug. He's protected, and if he dies, everyone will know it was us. And if he lives, James will make sure we don't." Stephen leaned forward again, placing his hand onto the table. "You think James will actually let us go? Even if we kill Carter? If he's still the maniac he was back then, yes, he's going to kill us. But there is a chance that he back to his old self. I swear, after this shitstorm is over, I'm quitting. Buying a farm. Growing vegetables. Maybe even a fucking goat." Linda let out a chuckle. "Oh, how rich are you? I thought you only got $10,000 per month. Don't fucking look at me like that." He pointed his finger at her. "We all did insider trading and dipped our hands into some extra funds. So don't act like you're any better. We're the same as those motherfuckers screaming at each other in Congress. Linda leaned back, crossing her arms. Yeah, but at least they don't have James breathing down their necks, deciding whether they get to see another sunrise. Stephen let out a bitter laugh. Fantastic. It's the only hope we've got, she said. Stephen shook his head. Hope? Hope won't do shit. We need a real plan, because if we fuck this up, we're dead no matter what version of James we're dealing with. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then, Linda's eyes lit up with an idea. What if we do it like Leopo did? She asked. That's too brutal. If I remember right, 70 civilians died. Children too. He shook his head. But the concept is solid, isn't it? Linda pressed. We fake a terrorist attack. We just need agents willing to sign their lives away for a few million. Stephen thought about it for a moment. So, let's say 10 agents walk into Congress, shooting everyone they see, and then they die. But don't forget, Carter is the vice president. His ass would be evacuated in minutes. Linda frowned, considering the problem. Then we make sure he doesn't get the chance. It would be easier to just send a hitman or plant a bomb under his car or something. Stephen muttered. Linda sighed. You think no one's tried that before? His security is airtight, his routes are unpredictable, and any explosive big enough to guarantee a kill would attract too much attention. Stephen ran a hand through his hair. So what? We go all out with this fake terrorist attack. Linda nodded. It's the best way to make it look like something other than a government hit. A chaotic, high-casualty event means fingers won't point directly at us. It gives James what he wants without putting a target on our backs, at least, not right away. This is insane. But that's not good to fuck. Linda let out a sigh. Why? Stephen asked, confused. When he beat the shit out of me, he said he never killed innocent people. If we do this and some random guard or bystander dies, James will be furious. So we're supposed to stage a massive terrorist attack without killing innocents? That's impossible. Linda was silent for a moment. We changed the plan. Stephen eyed her. To what? She let out a slow breath. We don't go for chaos. We go for precision. If James wants Carter dead, and only Carter, then we need a way to make sure he's the only casualty. Great. And how do we pull off a clean assassination on the vice president of the country? Linda smirked. We get someone inside. Poison? Stephen asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, that's good too. Linda nodded. It's clean, leaves no mess, and if done right, it won't even look like an assassination. All right, but how do we get it to him? The guy doesn't just eat random food from strangers. Linda smirked. That's why we need someone inside. Someone with direct access to Carter, his staff, security detail, or even his personal doctor. Stephen thought about it, then a brighter idea came. Or just kidnap his daughter and tell him he gets her back if he kills himself. Linda stared at him for a moment, before shaking her head. That's risky as hell. Carter might be a politician, but he's not the type to break that easily. He'd rather send the entire military after us than pull the trigger on himself. Then we make sure he believes he has no choice. If we get his daughter, we break him. Make him see there's no way out. And if he doesn't do it? She asked. You know what? I don't give a fuck anymore, just fucking shoot him. Stephen said, standing up. Like a sniper or something. A clean hit, and it's done. If they start asking questions, we make up some terrorist group with a fake motive behind the hit. It's the perfect time. Everyone's already arguing about bullshit. Prices are rising. People can barely afford to eat. That might actually work. She said, already planning it in her head. Of course it will. We find a skilled shooter, set up a clean escape, and plant just enough fake evidence to send the investigation in circles. We'll need a fall guy? Someone disposable. If the government doesn't have someone to blame, they'll dig deeper. She said. Stephen nodded. Yeah, we'll set up some extremists with a shady past, leave just enough evidence for the authorities to follow. Carter dies, the blame goes elsewhere, and we walk away clean. Let do. A knock came from the door, and the new NSBI director stepped in. Oh, sorry for the interruption. No problem, Linda said as he eyed Stephen to not slip before him. Can I ask why James didn't kill you? Too. Stephen swallowed hard. His mind raced for an answer, but nothing good came to him. Linda, on the other hand, forced a smile. Maybe he likes us. The director chuckled, stepping closer to the table. That would be surprising. Because he beat the shit out of you. He gestured toward Linda. And if that wasn't enough, he butchered the chief right in front of you too. Why do you care? Stephen asked. The director sat down in one of the chairs. Because if James spared you, that means he has a reason. And that reason? It makes me very, very curious. Chapter 77, Justice. Linda didn't say anything. For the first time, she felt that this guy, Benjamin Hayes, could destroy their entire careers and their lives before James even could. How do you even know? Stephen asked him. This whole thing was classified. Only the president knew all the details. Everyone else only knew the lies that had been spread, like how Linda had simply fallen or how the chief's death was due to a mental illness. He had shot one of his colleagues before turning the gun on himself. Of course, all the details had been censored. His eyes, ears, and nose were completely erased from the reports. The officers in the station said nothing. They feared that James would give the order to have them all executed, so they stayed quiet, going along with the fabricated story. But somehow, Benjamin knew everything. The NSBI isn't the same as it was when that old fucker Odin was in charge. He smiled at Stephen before turning to Linda. But don't worry, boss. I'm not your enemy. In fact, I'm with you. He pointed at her. I don't understand what you mean by that. Her eyes flickered between Stephen and Benjamin. I admire James Bellini. Linda and Stephen just sat in silence. He admired the man who had tried to kill them and their families if they didn't assassinate the vice president. The man who had killed agents and corrupted the entire government. For a moment I was scared, but you're just as dumb as we are. Stephen said, leaning back in his chair. What exactly does admiring him mean? Linda asked, pressing an ice pack against her nose as the stress made the pain worse. It's actually quite easy to answer. Benjamin stood up from his chair and moved to the window, letting the sunlight illuminate him like he was some kind of prophet. If he weren't a mafia boss, he could be in your position. He pointed at Linda again. My position? She looked confused. Yeah, he would be the best justice minister this country has ever seen. Fuck, you've lost it, Stephen said. Linda, still pressing the ice pack against her nose, narrowed her eyes. You think James Bellini, one of the most dangerous criminals in the country, should be in charge of justice? Benjamin chuckled. Tell me, boss, has anyone else been able to control the chaos like he has? The government is corrupt to its core, and your so-called justice system is a joke. Yet James, he bends the system, manipulates it, but never lets it fall apart. Stephen scoffed. He's a criminal. He kills, extorts, and runs a drug empire. And what about the people sitting in their offices, pretending to serve the law while they take bribes? Benjamin countered. The only difference between James and them is that he doesn't hide behind a suit and a fake smile. He owns what he does. Benjamin, he is a person who knows what's right and wrong. He interrupted Linda. I know that he trades drugs, but there was never an incident where he killed innocent people or caused mass shootings. He bribed government officials. Isn't that enough to get his ass in prison for life? Yes, it is, just like Lucian. No, Stephen. Benjamin shook his head. Lucian was a maniac who lost his mind to the power he held. But James? Even though there were moments when he slipped up, he only targeted other gangs and mafias and corrupt people. He bribes with the intent not to destroy lives, but to save them. Stephen and Linda didn't understand a word of what he was saying. They could only think, how the fuck did someone like him get into this position? Linda's hand wasn't in his promotion. It was the president. You old fucker. Why do you make my life so difficult? Benjamin, you're a man with countless diplomas and expertise in this field. So you know that justice is not about violence. After saying it, she realized it was a nice saying, but none of it was true. Benjamin laughed. Then, why do the NSBI, IF, and ISB exist? Do you know the motto of these three agencies? He leaned forward. Justice is served by the one who wields the sword. He smiled. So don't fucking lie to me or to yourself. Linda pressed ice pack harder against her face. Her head ached, not just from the pain, but from the sheer absurdity of this conversation. Stephen crossed his arms looking at Benjamin. So what? You think James Bellini is some kind of necessary evil? That we should just let him run the country from the shadows because he's selective with his crimes? Tell me, Stephen, do you really believe the government is clean? That the people giving you orders aren't just as bad, if not worse than James? Stephen opened his mouth, then closed it. He didn't have an answer. Linda sighed. That doesn't change the fact that he's a criminal. A dangerous one. Benjamin grinned. And yet, In all his years of ruling the underworld, he's never let it collapse into chaos. Think about it. If it weren't for James, the streets would be a war zone. The gangs would be tearing each other apart, innocent people caught in the crossfire. He keeps things controlled. Linda leaned back in her chair. So what? You're saying we should let him keep playing king of the underworld? Just pretend he's not breaking every law we stand for. No. Benjamin's smile widened. I'm saying we should help him. And to be true, I don't know why the fuck you two are pretending otherwise. She stepped toward. Linda, you know Odin left a good amount of documents about your little plans with the DTA. They both just stared at him in silence. Yeah. Benjamin laughed again. He ran like a bitch, left the country after it all failed, and after the police killed James, his little brother. But he was too dumb to clean up. Left everything in one place. So I read it. And after that, I realized, understood just how fucked up you two are. So don't lie to me. What did he ask you two to do? To kill the vice president? Or he'd kill us and our families? Oh, Benjamin's eyes widened in surprise. Well, that's kind of a hard thing to do. But I'm supporting this. Carter is a motherfucker who only cares about money and power. Just like James. Stephen said. No. Benjamin shook his head. The difference between a politician and the mafia is that at least the mafia doesn't steal from government funds. He smiled. He's a misunderstood hero of our world. That's exactly why I invited him to dinner. Linda's grip on the ice pack tightened. You what? Stephen blinked in disbelief. You invited him to dinner. Why not? We're in the middle of a crisis, planning to kill Carter, and you want to have a fucking steak with him? Do you not understand how much pressure we're under? Stephen covered his face with his hand in frustration. That's your problem, not mine. Benjamin shrugged. He didn't threaten me or my family, only yours. So even if we're on the same side, I still need to know more about him. And the best way to do that is in person. Linda threw the ice pack on the table, stood up. And what if somebody sees you? Congress is already at each other's throats, arguing all day, and if a picture leaks of the NSBI director meeting with James Bellini, it'll be a political disaster. The media will eat you alive. Let them talk. Are you even taking this seriously? She asked, eyeing him. Oh, I am. Benjamin said. But I also understand how politics work. The public doesn't care about truth. They care about the story they're being fed. If this gets out, we control the narrative. A negotiation. A classified operation. Maybe even national security talks. There are a dozen ways to spin it. You really think Congress will buy that? Stephen asked. Benjamin chuckled. Congress? They can barely agree on what day it is. Half of them already take bribes, and the other half are too busy fighting each other to notice anything until it's too late. If anything, some of them might be relieved. Linda folded her arms. Relieved? Benjamin nodded. Carter is a problem, we all agree on that. He has too much power, too many enemies, and no real allies, just people who tolerate him out of necessity. Stephen stared at him. So this isn't just about us. You're looking at the bigger picture. Benjamin smiled. Of course. The world doesn't run on justice, it runs on power and deals. And right now, James Bellini holds a lot of power, and we need him on our side, even if it requires blood. Linda didn't like the way this was going. And if he refuses? Benjamin's smile didn't fade. Then we find another way to work with him. Stephen shook his head. You're gambling with the future of this country. Benjamin laughed. No, Stephen. I'm ensuring it has one. Do what you want, just don't cause more trouble. Linda said. And now get the fuck out of my office. Stephen stepped out first, and Benjamin followed. But just as he was about to leave, he turned back with a smirk. I have the dinner tomorrow, so please, until then, don't do anything dumb. He waved his hand casually. Bye-bye. As he left, Linda sat back in her chair looking out the window at the sun. Fuck Dad, I said I wanted to study medicine, not law. Chapter 78. To be a Bellini. What the fuck is this? Why can't they just make 3 buttons? James thought as he stood in the new house, staring at the control panel. It was far more complicated than the one in the other house, with more touchscreens. So what do you do when you know nothing about it? Just press everything until something actually happens. He tapped one of the icons, and suddenly, the window shutters rolled down and the whole living room became dark. James! Bella's voice came from behind him. He turned toward her. Oh, Bella, can you help me? Yeah, what do you need? She stepped closer, looking at the panel. I just want to turn on the air conditioning, but this thing does. Everything except that. She looked at the screen for a moment, then pressed one of the icons. The air conditioning switched on instantly. With another tap, the shutters rolled back up. See? It's easy, just one press, she said with a smile. I feel like a boomer looking at this thing. James whispered with a smile. Bella laughed. He truly looked clueless. Well, welcome to the modern world, Grandpa. James just smiled and went to sit down on the sofa. Bella followed, sitting beside him. After a second of silence, she spoke. Are you really going to meet that guy? Yeah. After all, he wrote more than 10 letters by hand. He's got dedication. But he's still the NSBI director. Don't worry, I'm meeting him in a safe spot. James leaned back, relaxing. Anyway, I saw I was trending online, but then it all disappeared. Was that you? Yeah. She leaned on his shoulder. I used a little trick to delete all the posts about you. What trick? There's a program, some AI-powered thing, that spams the accounts that posted about you. The websites detect the activity as bot behavior and delete the posts automatically. Wow, I never knew about that, he said, leaning his head against Bella's. Yeah, it's a pretty new technology, but it's really useful for getting those fuckers off your back. James hummed in thought before asking, Where's Ferrucci? I haven't seen him in weeks, only heard about what he's been up to. He's still blaming himself for not being there to protect you. I told him 100 times that he's not your bodyguard, but he won't listen. That idiot. I never asked him to be my bodyguard. I know, but he sees it differently. He thinks he failed you. James leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Where is he now? Last I heard, he's been handling some business. Probably trying to distract himself. Bella said. So instead of talking to me, he's out there butchering? Pretty much. He is really a maniac after all. I will speak with him, but now I need to find Charlotte. She wants to talk to me about something. He stood up, but as he looked back at Bella, he noticed her smiling at him with a slight blush on her face. What? Nothing. Just go and see her. She smiled, still blushing slightly. James didn't think much of it, and left to find Charlotte. James finally found Charlotte in the backyard, sitting on the grass with a pile of colorful building blocks in front of her. She was completely focused, carefully stacking them into what looked like a tiny castle. Charlotte, James called. She looked up at him, her bright eyes lighting up as she smiled. Look, I made a house. She pointed proudly at her creation. James chuckled, crouching down. Not bad. But where's the door? Oh, I forgot. She quickly grabbed another block and tried to fix it. James smirked. So, Bella said you wanted to talk to me? Charlotte nodded, then patted the grass next to her. Sit first. He raised an eyebrow but sat down anyway. All right, I'm here. What's up? I want to be a Bellini. James blinked, taken aback by Charlotte's sudden outburst. You want to be a Bellini? He repeated, making sure he heard her right. Charlotte nodded. Her little hands clenched into fists. Yes, I want to be part of the family. A real Bellini. James sighed. Charlotte, you are part of the family. Why are you saying it like you're not? Charlotte shouted again. No, I mean really part of it. James stared at her for a moment. Charlotte, do you even know what that means? She nodded again, determined. Yes, it means being strong. It means nobody can mess with me. And it means... She hesitated before lowering her voice. It means I'll never be alone again. James felt a small pang in his chest at her words. He looked at the little girl in front of him, so young, yet already carrying thoughts too heavy for her age. You're not alone, Charlotte, he said. You have me, Bella, and my mother. No, I want to be Bellini and not Augustus. James froze for a moment, his smirk fading as he processed her words. You don't want to be an Augustus? Charlotte shook her head. No, I don't want that name. I want to be a Bellini. He hadn't expected this. Augustus, that was the name she was born with, the family she came from. But now, she was rejecting it completely. Why? Because they don't care about me. You do. Bella does. Grandma does. You're my family. Charlotte, he said. After a moment, you don't have to throw away your name to be one of us. But I want to. The Bellinis are my real family. I don't want to be an Augustus anymore. James just watched her determined expression. He knew she meant every word, but this wasn't a decision to take lightly. Charlotte, that's your family. The blood in your veins, your history. If you throw it away, you're not just getting rid of a name, you're cutting ties with everything that made you. She didn't hesitate. It's okay. They didn't care about me anyway. James studied her, his fingers tapping lightly against his knee. She was just a kid, but the way she spoke, it wasn't the voice of someone making a childish decision out of anger. That's not something you can take back, you know. I don't want to take it back. Charlotte shot back. I don't want to be in Augustus anymore. James thought about it. He could make a phone call and her name would be changed, but she was young to really understand the world around her. Hey, race the deal. When you turn 18 and actually understand what it means to be a Bellini, then we'll make it official. She huffed, but didn't argue. Instead, she looked up at him with big, determined blue eyes. Then I'll just have to grow up fast. If she became 18, would be more than 40 years old. Huh. Maybe she can take over the family. Chapter 79, The Coin. Stay a child for as long as you can, because once you grow up, you'll realize how lucky you were to eat without worrying about the money in your pocket. James said to Charlotte as he leaned back, looking at the clouds. Is life really that hard? For some, yeah, but forget that. The most important thing right now is your education. So, are you ready to learn? He looked at her. Her eyes lit up. I'm ready, but can you buy me things if I become a good student? Good? Don't sell yourself short. You're going to be an excellent one. She smiled as James petted her head, but then a question was raised in her, one she had wanted to ask for a long time. One more thing, she said, pulling a coin out of her pocket. Bella said that you once got at least 20 tails in a row. How did you do it? Why do you want to know? James asked, glancing at the coin in her hand. I'm your daughter, so I want to learn the things my father can do. James smirked. That's a dangerous thing to say, Charlotte. If you want to learn everything I can do, you might end up becoming scarier than me. I don't want to be scary. I just want to be amazing. He chuckled. All right, I'll tell you, but only if you promise to not tell anyone. He held out his pinky finger. Pinky promise, she said, already excited about what James was going to teach her. I don't need your coin. He put her coin back into Charlotte's hand and pulled out one from his pocket. Take this one. Charlotte tossed her own coin onto the grass and grabbed James's. Wow, it's heavy. Toss it, and I'll tell you what it's going to land on. James winked at her. Excited, she tossed the coin into the air. Tails, James said just as it landed back in Charlotte's palm. What? How? She screamed in shock. Again, it's going to be tails, James said confidently. Charlotte hesitated for a moment before tossing it again. She caught it and turned it over. It was tails. Her mouth hung open in amazement. She thought James was using magic. Teach me. She beamed. James let out a laugh as he took the coin from Charlotte's hands. It's a trick coin. I bought a whole pack for $5 at a magic shop. Charlotte's excited expression faded into slight disappointment. Trick coin? She asked. Yeah. Charlotte crossed her arms. That's unfair. I thought you had magic powers. James laughed at how disappointed Charlotte was. You know, sometimes I use a regular coin, just like the one you have. He picked up her coin from the grass. And sometimes, fate is on my side. He tossed the coin into the air. Tails. The coin landed back in his palm. Well, not this time. He opened his hand to reveal heads. Charlotte giggled. But still, James continued, twirling the coin between his fingers. When I have a tough decision to make, a coin always comes in handy. Whether it's a trick coin or not, it decides fate. Charlotte looked at him with curiosity. So, you trust a coin to make your decisions? Not always. But sometimes, letting chance decide is easier than overthinking. Charlotte stared at the coin in her hand, rolling it between her fingers as she thought about what James had said. So, if I toss a coin and say heads means I get dessert, and tails means I don't, I have to listen to it? James laughed. That's one way to use it. But the real trick is this. When the coin is in the air, you suddenly realize what you hope it lands on. That's when you know what you truly want. Charlotte's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, so it's not really about the coin. It's about figuring out what I really want deep down. Exactly. Sometimes, we pretend we don't know what we want, but when fate's about to decide for us, the answer becomes clear. She grinned and held up her coin. Okay, I'm going to try it. James crossed his arms, watching Charlotte as she took a deep breath. Heads, I keep practicing my tricks. Tails, I take a break and eat some cookies. She tossed the coin high into the air, her eyes locked on it as it spun. She caught it, then hesitated before opening her hand. It was heads. No, I wanted cookies. She tossed the coin onto the ground. James burst out laughing. See? You already knew what you wanted. He laughed more as he was hitting the coin with her fist. But if you want, I can teach you how to do small tricks like this. He flipped the coin between his fingers. Her eyes lit up again. Really? James nodded. Of course. But first, you need to learn how to handle a coin properly. He handed it back to her. Try flipping it between your fingers like this. He demonstrated, smoothly rolling the coin from his index finger to his pinky and back. Charlotte furrowed her brows in concentration as she attempted to mimic him. The coin slipped from her fingers and landed in the grass. Oops. It takes practice. Here, try again. He picked up the coin and placed it back in her palm. She tried once more, this time managing to move it between her fingers before it slipped again. Ugh, it's hard. That's why I said practice. James said, smirking. Even the best tricksters don't get it right on the first try. Charlotte huffed, but grinned. Then I'll practice until I'm better than you. Oh, I'd like to see that. She nodded determinedly. Just you wait. I'll be the best trickster ever. James shook his head with a chuckle. All right, little trickster. We'll see. Then he heard steps, and when he looked to the side, he saw one of his bodyguards approaching. Hector has arrived. James looked back at Charlotte as he stood up. Practice makes a master, and also be careful with the bees, Charlotte. He pointed at a flower nearby. Her eyes immediately flicked to the flower. But they are cute, fluffy, and fat. If you start messing with it, and it stings you, don't come crying to me. I'll spank you. She immediately pulled back from the flower. I'll leave it alone, she said, sitting back down. How could I ever spank her? But I am happy that she finally acts like her age. With that, James went back to the house. At the very least, he had taught Charlotte something, even if the only lesson she truly understood was not to mess with bees. As he stepped inside, he found Bella still sleeping on the sofa, her arm hanging off the side. Meanwhile, Hector was watching her, struggling to hold back his laughter as her loud snores echoed through the living room. Minutes ago, we were talking, he said, turning to Hector. When I walked in, I thought a bear had broken in. Hector laughed. Just as they were about to leave, Bella suddenly woke up, blinking in confusion. She squinted at them, rubbing her eyes as she realized they were watching her. I wasn't sleeping. I never thought a woman could snore this loudly. Hector laughed. Ugh, whatever. I just closed my eyes for a second. A very loud second. Hector added with a laugh. She shot him a glare before turning to James. Where's Charlotte? Outside, James replied, learning valuable life lessons. Like not messing with bees. Bella stretched as she stood up. Then, I'm going to play with her, she mumbled before stumbling toward the door. James and Hector exchanged a glance as they went upstairs to the office. However, as soon as they sat down, the smiles faded. Hector pulled out a massive dossier and placed it in front of James. Do I have to read all this? James asked, shaking his head as he flipped open the first page. Not really. I just wanted to go into details, too. Get the exact numbers and everyone involved. But before we start, I need to inform you about the circle. Shit, I totally forgot about them, except Sophia. Well, you don't need to anymore, Hector said, avoiding James's eyes as he glanced around the room. It's no longer a thing. James stared at him, but Hector still wouldn't meet his gaze. What the fuck? Well, I need to say it. They pretty much backstabbed you and ran to someone else. Backstabbed me. Hector finally looked him in the eyes. Yeah, the circle didn't just fall apart, they switched sides. The circle was supposed to be his strongest alliance in the city, but even in the country. Who the hell did they join? Hector hesitated, but there was no point in delaying it. Belmare and Vassin, along with a few others, but their names don't even matter. Belmare and Vassin. Belmare. James leaned forward, pressing his fingers to his forehead. Hector, are you telling me they joined two street sellers? He looked into his eyes. Well, technically, they're not just street sellers anymore. Belmare's dad owns a shipping company worth hundreds of millions, and with Isabella and Marco backing them. So let me get this straight. James cut him off. We bribed dozens of government officials and agents into our pocket, built an empire that controls the drug trade, and these idiots ran to a couple of nobodies who used to sell dope on the sidewalks? Hector held up his hands. I get it. It's fucking ridiculous. But it's happening. And that means we have a problem. Fuck. This whole thing is my fault. They left because we didn't share the plan with them, right? Hector didn't answer for a moment because he felt that the thing he was going to say may disrespect James, but he needed to know the truth. Sophia said that they fear that you'd become like Lucian. Lucian? Oh, he realized. They fear I'll become paranoid and kill them. Well, they don't need to fear it anymore, because I'm going to kill them anyway. James leaned back again. Are you planning to kill them? James just looked at him, without a word. You just said you want to kill them, didn't you? Hector looked confused. James paused for a second, then waved it off. Anyway, what's up with Sophia? He changed the subject, realizing how smoothly the words came out of his mouth. Sophia is still with you. And to be fair, she's never going to leave until she dies. James looked up at the ceiling, thinking about what to do with all of this, but only one thought came to him. If Sophia was still with him, it meant she was alone, which also made her an easy target for the others. I'll ask Sophia to merge his family into ours, so she becomes Bellini. If she doesn't want to, then just as an ally. He said, looking at Hector. I have no objection to that. Hector said quickly. Really? James thought that he would argue, but his quick answers surprised him. Yeah. Hector nodded. She's mentally stable. Well, somewhat stable. And she has connections and soldiers. So it's a good idea. Then, we can also wage a war faster if she joins us. Hector cut in James' words. War. Silas Ricci's men moved against us. They attacked one of our ships carrying white magi. Of course, Silas claimed it was a mistake and even sent his men's heads as an apology. But that fucker never gave back the product. So, our best option is to wage war, kill every last one of them, burn their bodies, and erase their families as we stand. Wait, Hector. James raised a hand, stopping his imagination from running wild. What do you mean they didn't give back the product? I asked them, politely, to return what they stole. And they told me the police seized all of it. But that's a lie. The entire state police is on their payroll. James remained silent for a moment. If they stole it, that means they killed our men? Yeah, they wiped out the entire security team, 12 guards, and the ship's captain. Including the crew, 21 of our people died. James's fingers tightened into a fist on the desk. So, in this fucking month, Raphael and Hans died. I almost died with Charlotte. The Circle backstabbed me. And now Silas stole from me and slaughtered an entire ship crew. Am I right? James's gaze was terrifying, so intense. Goosebumps rose on Hector's arms as he nodded slowly. Yeah, that's exactly right. Don't let anger control you. Think before doing anything dumb. Do you have a coin? He asked, and Hector quickly got out his wallet, giving James one. He didn't wait, and tossed it up, letting it land on the table. It was heads. Send a message to Silas. He has 3 days. If he doesn't apologize with one of his fingers, the Bellini family will hunt them down. There was no arguing with this. But it wasn't Silas Ricci who did it. It was his son. Chapter 80, the third option. So we don't want the product back? Hector asked. At first, I thought about that. James said as he leaned back. But Silas is an old, grumpy man, a criminal before we were even born. Yet he never got shot, nor had anything taken from him. This time, he'll feel real pressure like never before, and he has 2 options. James held up a finger. 1, he actually cuts off his finger. 2, he feels disrespected and wages war against us. You're letting him attack us when he was the one who stole from us? No, because there's always a third option, and I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. James smiled. Third? Yeah, the third option is that he'll sacrifice his son. Hector was taken aback by what James said. I didn't even think about that. Well, it's a glitch in movies, they always save themselves. I'm pretty sure the third option is what's going to happen. His love for his son is practically non-existent. He never even let him take part in their operations, at least. That's what I read in the report back in the day. Yeah, that's true. He just drinks. And fucks women all day. He's literally a drug addict too. Hector laughed up. But you really think he'll just throw his own blood under the bus to save himself? Only that option makes sense. Silas maybe have more men and a strong alliance, but he never moved toward the government. Even if we lose 90% of our men, we would still win. There are thousands of pages of documents sitting in a safe that could destroy all of them. Use the public as a weapon? Yeah. If I release all the documents, not just to the government, but to the public, it's over for them. And besides, the justice minister is already in my pocket, so I can use her too if things go south. James explained. Then why don't we use it now? James raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, you have so much information on everyone. You could destroy them, take over, and write your name in the history books as the richest and most powerful drug lord ever. Hector smirked. I see power blinds you too. I'm just saying, if we have all this, why not use it? And what happens if we're the only ones left? The moment we take full control, we become the biggest target in the world. We don't rule from the top. We rule from the shadows. Hector thought for a moment, his fingers tapping against the table. So, we keep them alive but under control. Enough leash to let them run, but tight enough that they never bite back. Exactly. If you wipe out every rival, you create a vacuum. And do you know what happens in a vacuum? Someone always rushes in to fill it. James nodded. And that someone could be worse. More unpredictable. More reckless. If we're the ones pulling the strings, we decide who stays in power and who falls. We don't want to be the face of the empire. We want to be the hands that shape it. Hector chuckled. Damn, you really thought this through. I have to. James said. Power isn't just about having leverage. It's about knowing when and how to use it. While I saw the exact same outplay in movies and books, I hope it can happen in real life too. And if one of these people you control gets ambitious, then we remind them why they're still breathing. But that only if Silas wants war. The most important thing now is getting his answer and sticking to the plan, the smuggling, the green weed, this whole operation. James slapped his hand on the dossiers. Anyway, what about the jungle and the camps? Hector's smile wavered as he started rubbing his forehead. Hector, it got drone-striked, we lost 70% of everything. But don't worry, the remaining 30% has already been secured. He said it as if it were good news. James just stared at him in silence. His mind raced, processing what had just been said. You mean a military drone? James finally asked. Yeah, a big-ass one. Hector gestured with his hands. It launched 4 missiles, which wouldn't have been a problem, but a massive fire broke out. They did their best to save whatever product they could. A military drone. What the fuck? But don't worry. Hector added quickly. I got information that they mistook the camp for a military outpost. So there's no chance we'll get drone-striked, or at least, not a big one. Maybe, like, 0.5%. If 70% of our supply burned, how the hell are we supposed to move forward with the slums? That, Hector said, leaning back with a smirk, is the most important question today. But don't worry, we have 3 options, just like Silas. He smiled again. First, we use the money you have right now, which should be about $1.5 billion after expenses, salaries, and everything else. James listened in silence as Hector continued. Second option, we scrap the slums idea altogether. It's too expensive. Instead, we move operations into underground laboratories. It's still risky, but nothing compared to Slum Project. James tapped his fingers against the table, waiting for the third. And the third option? We finally dip our hands into the arms trade. Arms trade. Hector nodded. Think about it. We already have the connections. The logistics are nearly identical to what we do now. And most importantly, he leaned in slightly. It's profitable as hell. I don't like it, James said immediately, without even thinking. Hector's smile faded. Why? His voice carried a hint of disappointment. Who would we even sell the weapons to? Terrorists? I don't want innocent people dying in my name. No, you're misunderstanding. Hector said quickly, shaking his head. It's not like that. I'm talking about our dictator friend. He need help smuggling weapons. What kind of weapons? Not guns. Not assault rifles. Hector leaned forward. I'm talking about big stuff. Rockets. Missiles. James fell silent, staring at him. This was stepping into a whole different world, one where the stakes were higher, the profits larger. You know that Mr. Dictator can't trade with any country. They've got sanctions against him. But he's pumping out more military hardware than anyone else. I'm talking tanks, missiles, helicopters, even drones. And Trania needs weapons. And who do they buy from? Helios. And it's not just them. Out east, Zixgen wants to buy weapons too. But how? He smirked. We just have to smuggle the weapons, and we get paid hundreds of millions. You want to smuggle missiles? James asked, narrowing his eyes. Yeah, why not? They're only used against the military, and everyone's got an agreement not to target civilians. I understand that. But how the hell do you plan to smuggle missiles? When you first mentioned this, I thought you meant guns. Well, it's actually a long-range missile system, mounted on a truck-like thing. So maybe we load it into a container, slap a label on it that says rice or something, and call it a day. Also, you don't need to worry about casualties, because it's not just Trania or Zixjan looking to buy. There are at least 5 other countries I've never even heard of that want in. We could make billions off this. James stared at him, his thoughts racing. How crazy is he? It's too much risk to take, Hector. James finally said, I have Charlotte now, and even without this, our lives are still in danger. If we start smuggling weapons, it won't just be the mafia coming after us, it'll be entire countries. Hector fell silent as he realized that even if they slipped up, there was no way they would be let off the hook, just like with the drugs. Especially after hearing what Mr. Dictator wanted, not just 1 or 2 of these systems, but hundreds of them. Damn, I was already dreaming about those billions, without even thinking it through. Greedy fucker. James laughed at him. Hector grinned again, but this time, there was no reckless excitement behind it. Hey, can you blame me? But nah, I trust you on this, James. If you say it's too much, then it's too much. James exhaled and reached for a dossier. Let's deal with what's in front of us before we start thinking about global domination. We wait for Silas's response. Then I meet with the NSBI director. He let out a heavy breath. Then the funeral. Hector slowly stood up from his chair. Then I'll deliver the message. By the way, I called Ferrucci. He's on his way here. Hector waved his hand and left the office. James leaned back in his chair, shaking his head as he gazed out the window. Arms trade with weapons of mass destruction. Hector, what the fuck were you even thinking? But it actually sounds good if I can get the justice minister to sign some documents that let us go under the radar. Let's deal with this bullshit first. He opened the dossier and started reading all of the documents that Hector brought him. Meanwhile, Hector was ready to leave the house. Bella suddenly grabbed his arm from the side. Did you tell him? She asked, staring into his eyes. No, I still have it in my bag. He reached inside and pulled out a book. I'm going to burn it. That's the best decision for all of us. Chapter 81. The book. Her grip tightened around Hector's arm as she stared deep into his eyes. I don't like what you just said. Bella, this book can cause a catastrophe, especially if James reads, or his mother. So please, let me go and burn it as fast as possible. We agreed that we would give it to him. She insisted. No, we agreed that I would make the decision. Hector corrected her. And I've decided not to show it to him. Bella's eyes darkened with frustration, her fingers digging into Hector's arm. This isn't just your decision. We both know what's in that book. If you burn it, we're burying the truth forever. Some truths shouldn't come to light, Bella. This will only bring pain, nothing else. Raphael died, and with him, this book too. And what if he finds out later? What if someone else tells him? Then I'll deal with it when that time comes. But right now, James has enough on his plate. If he sees this, it'll break him, or worse. Bella hesitated. She knew he had a point, but something in her gut told her this was wrong. I don't want to be the one lying to him. She let out of his arm as she stepped back. One more thing, Bella. Hector said, pausing at the doorway. Don't let your emotions toward James cloud your judgment. You're his soldier first, then his girlfriend. Your job is to protect him. You think I don't know that already? She snapped. I've been by his side just as long as you have, Hector. Don't act like I don't understand what my role is. Hector shook his head as he adjusted his suit. As long as me? No, Bella. He stepped closer. You know nothing about James that saved me. Nothing. Bella refused to back down. Don't insult me, Hector. I've been here, fighting alongside him just like you. Fighting? Sure. Standing beside him? Maybe. But don't act like you know him the way I do. You don't know what he went through before you showed up. And you think I don't see the weight he carries? That I don't feel it every time he looks at me with that same damn exhaustion in his eyes. You see what he lets you see, Bella. You see the man he's become, not the boy who crawled out of hell. Not the one who dragged me out with him. Bella took a step forward. And you think that just because you were there first, that makes your judgment the only one that matters? It makes my loyalty the only one that matters. Hector snapped back. This book could ruin him. You think handing it over is the right thing to do, but you're not thinking about what happens after he reads it. Bella took another step closer. And you're acting like you're the only one who gets to decide what's best for him. He stepped forward, closing the space between them. His face turned serious, his usual smirk gone. Slowly, he reached down and unbuttoned his suit, revealing the pistol holstered at his side. I am Hector Bellini, the underboss of James Bellini. Please, do not fuck with me, Bella. Bella's heart pounded, but she didn't look away. And you would hurt someone he loves? Hector smiled. It wasn't warm. It wasn't friendly. It was chilling. With pleasure, if it's to defend him. Bella's breath hitched slightly, and for the first time, she truly saw the monster that lurked beneath Hector's charming smirk. You really think that's what's best for him? Hector nodded. I know it is. He tucked the book back into his coat. And if you were thinking clearly, you'd agree with me. I don't trust you, Hector. Good. You shouldn't. I only need James' trust. Why the fuck you two whispering in the doorway like kids? A sudden voice interrupted them, and both Hector and Bella immediately turned toward the sound, trying to act like nothing had happened. But as they looked, they were taken aback. It was Ferrucci. What the fuck happened to you? Hector asked, surprised by Ferrucci's look. What? Do I look bad? He spun around as if showing off. You look like a goddamn playboy, Ferrucci. I thought you had descended into madness. Bella said, as surprised as Hector. Ferrucci was dressed in a tailored white suit, his favorite color, but that wasn't the shocking part. His hairstyle had changed drastically. His usual rough, exhausted look was completely gone, replaced by smooth skin, as if he had erased every sign of stress. Even his dark-eyed bags were gone, clearly hidden under a makeup. Also, his eyebrows were cut and shaped, and his teeth. Hector squinted. Did you whiten your teeth? Ferrucci grinned, flashing his white teeth. In the past few weeks, I was very depressed, but I knew James would eventually call me. So, I booked an appointment for my teeth. Also got a nice facial treatment and a full hair makeover. He ran a hand through his freshly styled hair. Hector stared at him, then glanced at Bella, who looked just as dumbfounded. Jesus Christ, Ferrucci. What? Do I look good or not? Ferrucci grinned wider, almost blinding them with his unnaturally white teeth. Bella crossed her arms, still trying to process the sight in front of her. I mean, you're not my type for several reasons, one being that you're a full-blown psychopath, but yeah, I'll give it to you. You do look good. She was still stunned. The last thing she had heard about Ferrucci was that he had spiraled completely, chopping up more and more people and living in a warehouse, not even bothering to shower. And now, here he was, dressed like a goddamn model, standing there with a fresh haircut, flawless skin. Hector shook his head. Unbelievable. You just popped back up looking like a rich playboy? Ferrucci smirked, adjusting his sleeve cuffs. I won't deny that I was in a dark place, but I couldn't exactly show up looking like some deranged serial killer. So, I booked a few appointments. You know, self-care. Bella gave him a skeptical look. Self-care? After butchering people? A man can have layers, Bella. He winked at her. Hector shook his head in disbelief. You're a damn lunatic. And yet, here I am, still one of James's most trusted men. He glanced between them. But enough about me. What the hell were you two whispering about? Bella and Hector tensed for a brief second, but Bella rolled her eyes. None of your business. Oh, so it was something interesting. Just go. James is already waiting for you. Maybe he is even angry that you did not show up even once. Bella said. Ferrucci's smirk faded instantly. His whole body tensed, and for the first time in a long time, he looked unsure. Bella and Hector watched him, waiting. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stairs. His steps were slower than usual, like the weight of guilt was pressing down on him with every step. Hector and Bella exchanged a look as Ferrucci disappeared up the stairs. You think James will fuck him up? Bella asked, her arms still crossed. James doesn't yell when he's angry. He gets quiet. That's worse. Bella nodded. She knew that all too well. Upstairs, Ferrucci reached the office door, but he didn't open it right away. He stood there, staring at the handle, his breathing steady but his mind racing. He had fucked up badly. He should have been there, at James's side, when everything was happening. Instead, he had drowned himself in his own madness. He took a deep breath and finally knocked. Come in. James's voice was calm. Too calm. Ferrucci pushed open the door and stepped inside. James was seated at his desk, a folder open in front of him. He didn't even look up right away. James, he didn't say anything, just stared. Ferrucci had been stabbed before, shot at, tortured, but nothing had ever felt as brutal as this silence. What the actually fuck is this? No way he is the Ferrucci I know. Chapter 82, Dramatic Effect. Both of them had their own reasons for not speaking. Ferrucci was scared because James didn't say anything. He just stared at him. Meanwhile, James was speechless because of how Ferrucci looked. This psychopath motherfucker looks better than me. James. Ferrucci said his name, his gaze fixed on the ground as he stepped closer. Sit down. James pointed at the chair. As Ferrucci sat down, James became even more flabbergasted. Ferrucci looked at him with a faint smile, his white teeth gleaming slightly. It was kind of embarrassing. So, where were you? He shifted uncomfortably as Ferrucci continued to stare at him with the same expression. I am terribly sorry for my actions, James. His smile faded as he looked down. I abandoned you when you needed me the most. I was nowhere near you when you were at your lowest. Then after saying it, he immediately pulled out a knife and placed his left hand on the desk. Please forgive me. He pressed the knife down on his pinky finger, but, fuck are you doing? James shouted, moving fast. He grabbed Ferrucci's right hand and knocked the knife. I failed you, James. His voice was quiet. I wasn't there when you needed me. I left you alone when I should have stood by your side. And now what am I really? His fingers trembled slightly. A useless man trying to return as if nothing happened. And you think cutting off your damn finger fixes that? Ferrucci let out a chuckle, shaking his head. No, but at least it would have been something. He looked up at James. I trust you, James. I respect you more than anything. But what's the point if I can't even prove that to you? You're a real idiot, you know that? He leaned forward. If you really respect me, then stop this bullshit. I don't need you to prove anything by hurting yourself. I need you to be here. To stand with me. Ferrucci stared at him. You'd still have me. You were always here, idiot. You just took the long way back. Ferrucci looked down at his hands. Fuck. To be honest, I almost pissed. Myself, cutting down my own finger, kinda scary. Then why the fuck did you try it in the first place? Ferrucci leaned back in his chair, stretching his fingers as if confirming they were all still there. Dramatic effect? I mean, if I walked in here and just said sorry, James, would that have been enough? Yeah, it would have been. Oh, then forget about it. Sorry, James. He said it as if, just moments ago, he hadn't been ready to cut off his own finger. This guy is more than a maniac. As he thought that, he picked up the knife from the table. The weight was perfect, balanced. It was a knife James had never seen before. It's a Damascus knife, Ferrucci said, as he pulled out another one. Beautiful, isn't it? James ran his thumb along the flat of the blade. Yeah, it's pretty. The craftsmanship was undeniable. But why do you need two? Ferrucci spun the second knife between his fingers. When I was a butcher, I always carried two. One for precise cuts, and one for the organs, heart, lungs, kidneys, things like that. James froze mid-motion, his fingers going still against the blade. He slowly placed the knife back on the desk. For a brief moment, he looked at his own hands. He almost wanted to vomit. Are you okay? James exhaled, shaking off the feeling. Yeah. Anyway, tell me what happened with Takoi. Ferrucci's expression shifted instantly. His smile stretched wide. He even blushed slightly as he carefully placed the knife back in its sheath. Should I tell you all the details? Why am I even asking? There's already a report. Just the necessary ones. He said, already regretting this conversation. For Ferrucci, necessary meant every detail of his work on Takoi. He straightened himself, adjusted his suit, and began speaking. I spied on him for a while and noticed his only security detail was two guys in a car. So, one night, when he was leaving a restaurant, I just walked up, shot the two guys, and pulled him out of the car. He gestured how he did it. Of course, he fought back, but I knocked him out, dragged his ass to my car, and stuffed him in the trunk. And nobody saw it. Oh, some people saw, but what could they do? Nothing. James sighed. All right, continue. Ferrucci nodded. Then I went and had a hamburger at. Only the important parts. Right, sorry. He cleared his throat. So, when I was full, I headed to the warehouse. But he was in the trunk for a bit too long, so I had to waterboard him to wake him up. After that, I injected some good stuff into him and got to work. His grin widened. I picked a song, turned up the volume, and started the boogie. Boogie this man. His skin was kinda dried out, so I put some lotion on him, to make him look nice. Then I started skin. Skip that part. Ferrucci sighed, looking genuinely disappointed, as if he had really wanted to share that part. Fine. Anyway, he died somewhere in the middle of it, but I was happy to know he felt it for at least 10 minutes. He was awake long enough to scream, so loud that I actually took out my earbuds to enjoy it. He chuckled. James remained silent, staring at him. So after that, Ferrucci continued, dragging out the words dramatically. I chopped him up, starting with his head. And well, that's it. I shipped his remains to different companies that supported him. And his head. Oh, the best part. Ferrucci's grin widened. I actually did my work very well on his head. I packaged it nicely and shipped it to Carter, along with a gift card to that hamburger place I went to. You know, as a little bonus. He leaned back, chuckling as he slapped his knee. And his organs? Ferrucci shrugged, as if it were nothing. Toss them to the street dogs. He's telling it like a fairy tale to kids. He has no morals, but at least he's on my side. James exhaled, trying to process everything. After that, what else did you do? Bella said you were butchering people. Ferrucci waved a hand dismissively. Oh, just some fucking street thugs who thought they could play around in our territory. But nothing much. James narrowed his eyes. Define nothing much. Just a little lesson. A few missing fingers, some redecorating of their bodies. You know, art. He chuckled. But don't worry, I didn't waste too much time on them. Just enough to make sure no one else gets any bright ideas. Ferrucci. Yes? He asked, almost too cheerfully. James sighed. Never mind. Just keep things from getting messy. Messy is a matter of perspective, James. Yeah, but tell me, do you have a girlfriend or something? Ferrucci hesitated for a second. Not really. The way he said it was kinda sus. Are you into men? I don't judge. Hell nah. Ferrucci laughed, shaking his head. I like women, but, you know, I kinda find it hard to talk to them. It's scary. What if they say no? You fucking butcher people, and you're scared of rejection? What about prostitutes? James asked. They're filthy. Then, he tilted his head. Why are you asking me this? James exhaled. If you have too much stress and pressure, you need to relieve it somehow. Killing relieves it just fine. He said it fast. Of course it does to you. Then why do you look like this? His tone wasn't mocking. He genuinely wanted to hear the answer. Like this. Ferrucci glanced down at himself, as if trying to figure out what James meant. Do I look bad? No, you actually look good. James admitted, leaning back. It's just surprising because you literally glowed up. Ferrucci blinked. James, are you saying I'm handsome? I'm saying you don't look like a half-dead psycho anymore. I'll take that as a compliment. But seriously, you're right. I guess I do feel different. James raised a brow. Different how? Ferrucci hesitated for a moment, his fingers drumming against the desk. Maybe it's because I've been thinking more. Thinking, yeah, about life, about shit, about what I'm doing, where I am. His voice dropped slightly. I always thought I'd die young, you know? I just realized how much you changed my life. So I thought, I needed to start looking like a real Bellini. Somebody who turns heads, just like you. Just be careful. You can't be more handsome than me. Wouldn't dream of it. He laughed, but can't lie. I've been getting some looks lately. Yeah. Just don't let it go to your head. Too late for that. Then, his expression turned a bit more serious. But really, I mean it. You gave me purpose. Then don't waste it doing dumb shit like cutting your fingers off. But anyway, you'll have another important job soon. Silas fucked with us. Oh. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping against the desk. That's bold of him. Did he forget whose city this is? Apparently, he needs a reminder, but we wait until he responds. Interesting. I'll wait. But when the time comes, I'll make sure he begs to regret it. But Silas was already regretting it. Chapter 83, A Son's Betrayal. Where's my son? Silas asked as he crushed his cigarette into the ashtray, which was already full. He had smoked an entire pack after hearing the news of what his son had done. He's on his way here. Laszlo, the underboss of the family, said. Silas didn't respond immediately. He simply closed his eyes, trying to relax, but his mind was already running through the possible scenarios of what would happen next. I think James is mad. Mad. Silas looked up at him. I've said it 100 fucking times. We stay still. We don't do anything. He got up from his seat. And my fucking idiot son stole from him when his brother just died? He shouted, slamming his fist into the table. Laszlo remained silent, more concerned about Silas's health. His watch, which monitored his heart rate, was beeping rapidly. This shit too. Silas muttered, turning it off. I already half in the coffin, and my son just fucking threw dirt on me. He pulled some kind of medication from his pocket, swallowing it. His hand trembled slightly as he put the bottle away. What about our alliance? Laszlo lowered his gaze to the ground. hesitation written all over his face. Say it. You don't need to hold back. You've been with me for years. When I told Damien Montoya, he laughed and said, if James comes, I will kneel before him. And Dante Castillo. He hesitated before continuing. Dante panicked. He told me, put a leash on Silas, son, or put him down before he burns your family to the ground. Silas closed his eyes for a moment, taking in the weight of those words. So that's it then. Even they won't stand with us against James. Laszlo didn't respond. There was nothing to say. Silas let out a bitter chuckle. My own son just made us untouchable, not because they fear us, but because they don't want to be anywhere near us when James comes. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling as if he could see something beyond the plaster and wood. You know, Laszlo, I wasn't always like this, he said. Once, I was just some dumb kid running errands for my old man, cleaning blood off the floor, carrying messages, making myself useful. Back then, you had to earn your place. Hard to imagine you as some errand boy. Yeah, well, I had no choice. My father wasn't exactly a patient man. He had this way of looking at you, like you were already a disappointment, even before you opened your mouth. He exhaled sharply. One time, I fucked up an exchange. Brought the wrong amount of cash to him. Why old man found out. And you know what he did? Laszlo shook his head. He made me strip down to my underwear and walk 6 blocks back home like that. Said if I wanted to act like an idiot, I might as well look the part. Silas chuckled bitterly. I was 13, humiliated as hell, but I learned my lesson. Laszlo sighed. Old school discipline, huh? Old school. Silas smirked. That's just what they called abuse before we had a fancy word for it. He leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. But you know the funny part? I still tried to make him proud. No matter how many times he knocked me down, I kept trying. Because back then, your family name meant something. It was everything. Laszlo nodded slowly. Yeah, people had loyalty back then. Loyalty. He shook his head. Loyalty was just fear dressed up in a nice suit. The moment you showed weakness, they turned on you. He grabbed another cigarette, but instead of lighting it, he just rolled it between his fingers. I had friends, brothers, men I trusted with my life. Half of them are dead, the other half in prison. Laszlo stayed silent. Silas sighed. Have you ever thought about that, Laszlo? How many people you called brother who ended up turning on you? More times than I care to admit. And now my own fucking son, my blood fucks up everything I've built. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Decades, Laszlo. Decades of making the right moves, keeping the right people close, knowing when to fight and when to back down. Laszlo watched him carefully, unsure if he should speak. Silas was a man who had seen everything, survived everything. But this was different. Silas leaned forward, tapping the cigarette against the table. You know, I didn't hand this life to him. I made sure he had choices. I didn't force him into this world like my father did to me. But no, he wanted in. He wanted power, money, and respect. Thought it'd come easy because he had my name. He exhaled sharply. But respect isn't fucking inherited. You earn it. Same way you earn fear, through blood and sweat. Laszlo hesitated before speaking. Maybe he thought he could prove himself. Maybe he thought taking risks would make him. Silas slammed his fist against the table. That's the problem. He acted like some reckless street punk instead of a man who understands the rules. His breath was heavy, his fingers tightening into a fist. He didn't just put himself in danger. He put me, the family, everything I built on the fucking line. Laszlo stayed quiet, because it was the truth. You know what's worse? I ain't even mad that he made a mistake. We've all made mistakes. But this wasn't just stupidity, it was selfishness. His eyes darkened. And selfishness gets people killed. Laszlo sighed, running a hand through his hair. So what now? Silas didn't answer right away. He just sat there, staring at the cigarette in his hand like he was debating whether to light it or crush it. Now, I decide whether to save my son or... A sharp knock echoed through the room. Open it. Laszlo pulled the door open. There he was. Aubrey stepped in with a grin, not even a flicker of regret. No, he was proud of himself. What's with the serious faces? Don't look at me like that, he said, waving a hand at Laszlo as he stepped inside. Then, with a cocky smirk, he turned to Silas. What's up, Dad? The watch spoke, instead beeping again. Aubrey gestured at it. You don't want to turn that off? Silas said nothing. Meanwhile, Laszlo stepped behind Aubrey, moving just enough for him to finally realize something was off. Silas reached over and turned off the watch once again. Then, in the quietest voice Aubrey had ever heard from him, he spoke. "What did you do, son? Come on, you should be proud. I took an opportunity and made something out of it." He spread his arms, like he expected applause. 1 hour, and I made millions. "And what, exactly, did you sell?" Aubrey waved a hand. "Just a shipment." Laszlo's entire body went stiff. "What shipments, Aubrey?" "One of James Bellini's shipments." "You didn't just steal from him, did you?" Laszlo's voice came from behind him. Aubrey hesitated. Silas leaned forward. "What did you do?" "The guys didn't want to hand it over, so—" His smirk returned. "I made sure they did." "You are a disgrace," Silas said. Aubrey went silent, then shook his head and laughed. "You are the disgrace, father. Grandpa built all of this, and you are fucking scared of a guy in his 20s. Why the fuck are we acting like he's the man, the myth, the legend?" He looked at his father. "You've been in this world for decades, and you're fucking pissing yourself over a college dropout." Laszlo wanted to move or say something, but Silas held his hand up, looking straight into Aubrey's eyes. "A college dropout," he repeated. "In 1 year, that punk killed more people than I have in 60 fucking years." Aubrey stiffened. "And you? You think you can just take from him? Just walk away after killing his men?" His voice dropped lower. "Do you even know who bows to him?" Laszlo's fingers twitched behind Aubrey, but he didn't say a word. Augustus Lucian knelt before him. Silas's voice rose, his hand slamming into the table. "That fucking madman knelt before James." His watch beeped again, but he ignored it. "My own fucking son just threw everything I built into the fire." Aubrey opened his mouth, but Silas cut him off. "There's no apologizing, Aubrey. No fixing this. No deal, no plea, no mercy." His jaw clenched. "Because James Bellini doesn't forgive. He's just a fucking nobody. Why the fuck can't you realize it?" Aubrey shouted. "Augustus Lucian is dead. He died in a fucking prison. His name means nothing anymore." Silas exhaled slowly, but Aubrey kept going. "And that bullshit about him kneeling? No one even knows if it's true. And even if it is, he's 24, or how the fuck old is he?" He stepped closer to the table, hands flat against it. "Damian Montoya and Castillo are with us," he continued. "We can crush him. We can show him who we are, who really rules this country." The room fell into a heavy silence. Then Silas laughed. A real, genuine laugh. Chapter 84. Just another mistake. "Oh, Aubrey." Silas sighed, shaking his head. "You really don't get it, do you?" "Get what?" "That you're scared of some kid? That you're willing to bend over and let him take whatever he wants." His voice was filled with frustration. Silas tilted his head, studying his son like he was looking at a lost cause. "Aubrey, do you think I survived 60 years in this life by being afraid? No. I survived because I knew when to act and when to sit the fuck down. You're acting like he's untouchable. We have Montoya. We have Castillo. We can end this before it even begins." Silas chuckled again. "You think Montoya and Castillo are with us?" His voice dropped lower. "You think they'll fight for you?" Aubrey narrowed his eyes. "What?" "I'm saying that if James Bellini walks through that door," he pointed at it, "they'll be kneeling right beside you." "That's bullshit." Laszlo, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "It's not," he said. "Montoya called me this morning." Aubrey turned to him, meeting his gaze. "He told me if James comes, he'll kneel." He started laughing while pointing at Laszlo, then turning back and at his father. "You're both fucking insane. Do you hear yourselves? Montoya, Castillo, all these old fucks, they're scared. You see a guy get lucky a few times, and suddenly, he's untouchable. Lucky." He looked up at his son, really looked at him, and for the first time, Aubrey felt something close to discomfort under his father's gaze. "Tell me," Silas said, his voice low, steady. "Did luck make it so that no one who's gone against him is still breathing?" Aubrey hesitated. "There are plenty of guys still." "Names." Silas cut him off, slamming the table with his palm. "Go ahead. Give me one name of someone who went against James and walked away untouched. One name of a man who stole from him and lived." The silence was louder than any argument could have been. "You can't, can you?" "So what?" He stepped closer. "That doesn't mean we can't be the first. We have the resources. The men. We just have to. Stop acting like he's a fucking. You don't get it, and that's why you've already lost." Silas cut him off. "Lost? Silas leaned back in his chair. Aubrey. He gestured vaguely at the room. This right here? This is your funeral. What? Aubrey staggered back. His father didn't move, didn't blink, just stared at him. Then spoke. Laszlo. Before Aubrey could react, Laszlo locked his arm around his neck from behind. Let me. His words cut off in a strangled gasp as Laszlo's hold tightened, crushing the air from his lungs. Silas rose slowly from his chair. Aubrey thrashed, his heels scraping against the floor, his hands scrambling for a grip on Laszlo, on anything, but his strength was fading. The room swayed, the edges of his vision darkening. Silas stepped closer to his struggling son. He reached out, his fingers touching Aubrey's face. My son, he whispered. His hand trembled slightly as he traced his face. Aubrey's vision blurred. His father was still watching. Not with anger, not with hatred, with something far, far worse. Pity. His fingers, once clawing desperately at Laszlo's arm, now barely twitched. The roaring in his ears drowned out everything. And yet, through the haze of his failing consciousness, he still heard his father's voice. I truly hoped you would be different. His vision flickered, darkness creeping in at the edges, but before he slipped away completely, Silas leaned in. But in the end, Silas whispered, brushing a hand through his son's hair, as if in farewell, you were always destined to lose. A single tear slipped down Aubrey's cheek, not from sadness, not from regret, but from something far more devastating. The realization that no matter how hard he had fought, it had never mattered. Laszlo's grip loosened just enough for Aubrey's voice to come through clearly. I just wanted to make you proud. Silas stilled. For the first time he hesitated. Something flickered in his eyes, something that didn't belong. Aubrey forced himself to look at his father, his eyes pleading, desperate, not for mercy, not for survival, but for something else. Recognition, understanding, love. I tried. Aubrey choked, his breath hitching. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to be someone you could be proud of. Silas sighed, long and slow, as if burdened by something unseen. Aubrey, he whispered. You were never meant to be me. Then what was I supposed to be? Silas tilted his head, his gaze distant. You were supposed to understand. His voice was quiet, almost sorrowful. But you never did. Aubrey's lips trembled. The fight in his body faded. His father had already decided. I did it all for you. He whispered one last time. Silas let out another slow breath, his fingers lingering against his son's cheek. And then, barely above a whisper, I know. Aubrey thought, for just a second, that he saw something in his father's eyes. Regret? Grief? Let him go. Laszlo hesitated, but only for a second. Air. A sharp, searing breath flooded his lungs as he crumpled to the cold, hard floor. His body convulsed, instinct taking over as he gasped, coughed. His throat burned, every inhale painful. Aubrey tried to push himself up, but his arms buckled, sending him collapsing once more. You're still breathing. His father's voice was emotionless. Good. What was this? He coughed. You wanted me to prove myself? To be worthy? No. He said simply. I wanted you to realize that you never were. He finally managed to stand up, grabbing his throat, and with his other hand, he gestured around like his father earlier. This isn't my funeral. He lifted his head, his eyes locking onto his father. It's yours. Never come back, son. Aubrey stumbled out of the room, his legs weak, but he didn't stop. He didn't look back. The doors slammed shut behind him. Silas remained still, staring at the spot where his son had stood just moments ago. Was it a bad decision? Laszlo didn't hesitate. It was the best decision you could have made. You sent him away, so you won't have to see what the Bellinis do to him. The question is what we do next. We wait to see if my son survives, or if they come after me. And if they do come, then, Silas continued, I dress up in an expensive suit, die in peace, knowing that I lived to be 60. That's it. That's your plan. What more is there? I've outlived most men in our world. 60 is a miracle, don't you think? We both know they knew it was Aubrey. They're going to find him and kill him, Silas. The question is, what happens after that? Do we? Silas cut him off. I know. That's why I sent him away to buy some time. Maybe he'll get out. Maybe he'll flee the country. But when he dies, we do nothing. Nothing. This isn't the same era as it was back then. We don't make a move. You're just going to let them bury your son? As he sat back at his chair, he remained silent, then looked up at Laszlo. I had 4 brothers. 4. And all of them died, killed by my father. He killed them because they fucked up. Silas continued. Because in his eyes, failure wasn't an option. I was the only one who made it out. The only one who learned. That's why I said family meant something different back then. It wasn't about love. It wasn't about bonds. It was about survival. Family meant everything. Laszlo stayed silent. Aubrey did it knowing very well what would happen next. And if he dies knowing he made his choice. And that's it. Just another dead son. No, Laszlo. Just another mistake. Chapter 85. The Meeting. Do you need one? Hector held out a gun to James as he was getting ready. Yeah, but let's hope there's not going to be a shootout. He grabbed it from him and tucked it into his belt. If he brings a whole squad with him, we dip as fast as we arrived. Hector smirked, opening the door for James. James adjusted his black suit, then stepped out of the room. As he walked down the staircase toward the door, his mother was there, watching him with worry in her eyes. Do you really need to go? She gently touched his face. It's just a meeting, Mom. Nothing more. He hugged her before stepping away, but before he could leave, Charlotte came running, grabbing his suit and pulling on it. James turned back and saw tears in her eyes. Charlotte, come back. She hugged him tightly. James stayed still for a moment, reflecting on how his life had changed in an instant. More brutal, more bloodied, but more importantly, he now had one more reason to live. This cute child saw him as everything. I'm coming back, don't worry. Charlotte's stomach suddenly bubbled. James laughed. You need to eat real food, not just cookies. He patted her head, and she smiled. Be careful, James, his mother said, giving him one last hug. He finally stepped outside, where a row of cars waited for him. Like before, the limousine was in the middle, surrounded by SUVs. But this time, there were more than ever before, and the guards were fully equipped, not for an escort, but for war. As James made his way to the limousine, Bella and Ferrucci approached him from the side. You look fine, James, Ferrucci said, eyeing him up and down. Looks like you're heading to a date, not a meeting. He grinned, but Bella wasn't happy about it. Shut up, she hit him. Don't hurt me. I'm just telling the truth. He said with a smirk. But anyway, can I kill him if he does something dumb? I sharpened my knife to make cleaner cuts. He flashed the blade at them with a grin. He's not going to do anything dumb, Hector said, stepping forward. The meeting is in a warehouse, and we've secured the entire perimeter. If he tries anything, he's dead in a second. With that, Hector pulled the car door open, waiting for James to step inside. Let's go, guys, James said as he sat in the car, though he was nervous as hell. His thoughts drifted to his mother and Charlotte. If this whole thing was a setup to lure him away from the house, then the guards left behind would only be able to hold out for so long. Maybe an hour if a fight broke out. His second thought was about whether this was just a setup for him personally. Even though the letter Benjamin sent him was about how he admires him, the possibility of a trap was still there. Maybe ordering a hit on Carter was too much. He's still a fucking vice president, after all. Are you good, James? Hector asked, noticing he was deep in thought. Yeah, just a lot has happened. I feel overwhelmed. You don't need to be, Hector said with a small smile. We're here for you. And if anything happens, we die for you. But you already know that. James looked at him. And to be honest, he could feel it. This wasn't just loyalty. They would sacrifice their lives for him. It was more than respect. It was family. He didn't answer, and they sat in silence for a while, until James remembered something. One time, I went to talk to Raphael, and he was writing something, a book or a diary. He said, turning to Hector, the guys who moved our stuff, they didn't find it? Because it wasn't in the boxes. Book? Hector asked, but he was already panicking. His left hand started to twitch, so he quickly shoved it into his pocket. Yeah, James said, turning to look out the window. He was writing some kind of book. I wanted to read it, even if he didn't finish it. Didn't know he was writing something. Hector said while forced himself to keep it casual. Keep it under control. I mean, we packed up everything we could find. He added, shifting slightly in his seat. Maybe it's mixed in somewhere. You sure he didn't keep it in some weird spot? James still didn't look at him. No, it was on his desk. Hector felt his fingers twitch again. He clenched them into a fist inside his pocket. I never thought he would write something. I was really surprised by it. He smiled as he finally looked at Hector but it fainted as he remembered a detail of it. I asked him what it is about, like the story you know. Yeah. Hector's hand started shaking even more. And he said it about a man who doesn't realize how much he's lost. That's deep. Sounds like Raphael was trying to be all philosophical. Yeah. He wasn't really the type, was he? I mean, maybe it was just some dramatic thing he was working on. You know how people write random thoughts down? Could have been nothing. Unless you think he was talking about someone specific. James tilted his head slightly, still watching him. Maybe about me. Come on, Raphael wouldn't write something like that about you. He looked up to you. James didn't react right away. His gaze stayed locked on Hector. Did he? Hector's mind scrambled for a way out of this. Of course he did. I mean, yeah, you guys had your differences, but he was your brother, James. He wouldn't. Hector trailed off, realizing he was talking too much. James hummed, tapping his fingers on his knee. Still, I wonder what he could wrote. Well, like I said, we packed everything. Hector continued quickly. Maybe it got mixed up in the move. I can have the guys check again if you want. James looked at him for a moment longer, then turned his gaze to the window. Forget it. Okay. You're so bad at lying, Hector. Your hands twitching, and you hesitated multiple times. What was in the book that made you lie straight to my face? If it was just Raphael, some kind of fantasy book, Hector wouldn't care. But he didn't. Instead, he panicked. Whatever was in that book was something he didn't want me to see. James didn't need to push further. Not yet. Hector had already told him everything. He chose to lie, which was enough to let James know something was in that book that needed to hide from him. After a long drive in silence, they finally arrived at the warehouse, which, like the others, was a rundown one. As James stepped out of the car, the chilly night air pulled him from his thoughts. But as he looked around, the nervousness crept back in. The guards were already in position, ready for anything that could happen. Sir. One of the guards approached from the warehouse. He's already here. Hector looked surprised. He's here. Yeah. The man nodded. He said he didn't want to be late, so he came 30 minutes early. James and Hector looked at each other. The meeting is at 8, and now it's 7:30, which means he's been sitting here since 7. James said. He really didn't want to be late. Hector laughed as he closed the car door behind James. At least we can finish early. Let's go. Ferrucci and Bella went ahead of James with the guards. Inside, Benjamin was already standing, waiting for James. As soon as he saw him walk in, his face practically lit up. He couldn't help himself. His smile stretched wide as James made his way toward him. Nice to meet you. Benjamin extended his hand, smiling straight at James. I'm Benjamin Hayes. Nice to meet you, Benjamin. James shook his hand and immediately noticed how sweaty Benjamin's hand was. More importantly, Benjamin still hadn't let go. James looked up again, and Benjamin's eyes were gleaming. What the fuck? Don't tell me he's into me. Should we sit down? Oh yes, please, after you. Benjamin gestured toward the table, which was set up like in a restaurant. As they sat down, Hector and the others stood in the back, watching Benjamin every move. But he did nothing, just sat there in silence. I read the letters you sent, and I found them interesting. But more than that, I was confused. I never thought an NSBI director would use such kind words when talking about me. I'm not like the others. I know my place and how to act. Well then, can I ask why this meeting was necessary? Benjamin straightened himself and reached into his pocket, which wasn't the best idea. Hector immediately drew his gun, along with the others, but they lowered them just as quickly when they saw a ring in Benjamin's hand. I would like to offer you this ring as a sign of my loyalty to the Bellini family. Chapter 86, The Shadow's Throne. Benjamin held out the ring toward James. His eyes held nothing but seriousness. The smile was gone. This has got to be a trap. How the fuck did he come up with an idea like this? James's thoughts swirled between the possible outcomes, accepting Benjamin's loyalty and the problems that would come with it. It wasn't just a problem for him, but for the others as well. He had loyal men, and how would they react if he accepted a federal agent so lightly into his family? It would make him look like a snitch, or worse, that he had made a deal to save his own ass. James's hand twitched at his side. All the movies, all the documentaries he had watched, every single one of them ended the same way. If they accepted a deal like this, they all died. How interesting. James grabbed the ring from Benjamin, who watched him carefully. It was a gold signet ring, a beautifully crafted one. In the middle, there was a capital B with leaves around it. but the most eye-catching detail was the black stones embedded around the ring. "Do you like it?" Benjamin asked, leaning forward slightly. "What are these black stones?" James asked, his face still stiff. He didn't smile, nor did he give any hint of what he felt. "Oh, they're natural black diamonds. Very rare and valuable. The whole ring is 24-karat gold. I designed it myself." Benjamin sounded genuinely proud, as if he had accomplished something great. "No way they'd go this far just to get me. A handcrafted ring with my initial on it? It screams that something big is about to happen if I accept it. What do you say, James? Or should I refer to you as Mr. Bellini?" Benjamin smiled again. "No, James is enough for me." He spun the ring in his hands, inspecting it. "But why would I accept it, knowing full well that you're the head director of our country's national security? It's kinda a crazy idea, don't you think?" He looked at him before placing the ring down on the table. Benjamin said nothing back. For a moment, he stayed still before slowly standing up and taking off his suit. Hector and the others watched him carefully, but as he removed his jacket, there was no weapon on him. Slowly, Benjamin unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his upper body. James's eyes wavered slightly as he took in Benjamin's scar-riddled body. Bullet wounds, stab wounds, and what appeared to be burn scars covered his upper torso. Without saying anything, Benjamin buttoned his shirt back up and sat down. "I'm sorry if I took away your appetite, but these wounds on my body, they're the reason I became who I am today." James leaned back, tapping his fingers on the table. "Explain it." "I am against the government and its entire structure. That's why I pursued a career where I could cause change. But alone, I am nobody. That's why I offer you my loyalty, to do something greater for the people." His eyes never left James. "Against the government?" James narrowed his gaze. "That's not something you usually hear from someone at your level. If you could enlighten me, I'd appreciate it. It's a long story, but we have all the time in the world, you and me. So please, go ahead." James wasn't asking. He was ordering him to continue. "I'm 53 years old, but I've done my best. I have multiple degrees, served in the military, and was part of a special task force called Goblin. But my story begins when I was a kid. Our country has more than 50 million people living in it, and every day, people die in the countryside from hunger. Men, women, children. But in the capital, we pretend everything is fine. Our government has no intention of doing what it should. Instead, they waste money on dumb shit. When I was 15, a disease broke out in my village. 8,000 people were affected by an illness that only needed one injection to cure." His eyes grew teary. "What happened?" James asked. "Instead of giving the injection, they slaughtered half the village and threw them into a mass grave, saying there was no possibility of survival. They didn't knock, didn't warn us. They just came through the door and shot everyone they saw. My family died. I was shot too. Halfway through, they realized there were too many bodies to throw into the grave, so they started burning them instead. I was shot twice, and they set our house on fire. That's where I got my burn wounds. I've never heard or read about a story like this. And if you were 15, that means it was more than 3 decades ago, during a time when democracy had already been established." Benjamin laughed at James's words. "Democracy in our country is just a fancy way of saying dictatorship. Think about it. What are the chances that our current president's classmates became high-ranking ministers? What are the chances that the richest man in the country is our president's uncle? What are the chances that after the country's union gave our government $15 billion for healthcare and infrastructure, the president suddenly started building his own mansion and bought a private jet?" Benjamin shook his head, letting his words settle in James's mind. "I know time has passed since I was 15, but what angers me the most?" His hand curled into a tight fist. "That same motherfucker who ordered the killings is still in a position of power within the government. He can barely walk or talk, yet he still sits there like nothing happened decades ago, like he didn't kill my family and half my village. He did it because the injection cost 43,000 per dose. And instead of saving lives, he and his friends stuffed the money into their pockets. $172 million meant more to him than 4,000 lives, children's lives." James felt his anger rise as well. He had never heard this story before, or more importantly, the truth had never been revealed. There are 23 states. We have mountains, fertile land that could feed the people, yet we're doing nothing with it in the 21st century. They only pour money into the big cities, where the rich live, where the industries are, the same industries that don't even pay minimum wage. And don't even get me started on the military. The amount of money they spend could save every life in this country. Isn't that funny? We border countries we call allies, yet we waste it on building a military for nothing. You want to fight corruption with corruption? James asked. Benjamin leaned back, taking a long breath. Yeah, that's exactly why I've suffered all these years to get to this position. But more than that, I only expect you to help the people. Give them hope that someone actually cares about them. What exactly do you mean by that? The Minister of Justice is in your pocket. The ISB director, too. And now, I'm here as well. I analyzed your movements, and from what I see, you're shifting your operations and production into the country. What I want from you is to build jobs in these villages and towns instead. The people are desperate, but it's a better option than forcing them into the slums. These villages have anywhere from 1,000 to 9,000 people, but they're suffering. I want you to move your production lines to the villages. I'll provide you with information. I'll fabricate reports. I'll never investigate you. I'll never move against you with bad intentions. Just help these people, James. Give them hope, because no one else will. We originally wanted the slums, James admitted. But we don't have the funds to do it. And there are too many issues, like loyalty. The people in the slums can't be trusted. And, of course, the media. The same applies to these villages. If we suddenly start improving their lives, someone will sniff it out. James said, I understand your concerns, but I'll do whatever needs to be done. I'll kill if I have to. If necessary, I'll even funnel government funds directly to you. The government allocated $4 billion in funding, which I can redirect to you in the same way they steal it for themselves. This is too much. If I accept his offer, I'll become a warlord ruling over territories. If I take over villages, I won't just be a mafia boss anymore. I'll be a terrorist. James exhaled sharply. And I don't like that word or its meaning. You've already crossed the line of morality, James. You run a drug trade that supplies both the government and the mafia. You manipulate the market, control prices, and decide who gets what. You already dictate the lives of thousands. You just don't own them yet. James scoffed. And what? You want me to own them? No. I want you to lead them. You fear the word terrorist because it implies chaos. But think about it. What if you became the order in this chaos? What you're asking me to do is nation building in the shadows. Exactly, Benjamin said. With my position, I can secure everything from legal loopholes to media silence. The slums are a lost cause. The government would rather burn them down than save them. But these villages, isolated, ignored, desperate, they would be yours. In return, I ask for one thing, keep them alive. James tapped his hand against the table. I give you my loyalty, James, Benjamin continued. I'll ensure no government agency moves against you. The justice minister is already compromised, and with me in your corner, you'll have real protection. All I ask is that you don't let these people die like my village did. James' fingers twitched. Every time a deal like this was made, the outcome was the same. The man who accepted it eventually died. How interesting. Still, he couldn't deny the logic behind Benjamin's words. The real question was, could he afford to take this step? Chapter 87, The Ring and the Coin. James' mind was spiraling. This is a trap. It has to be. Benjamin was offering too much. Too much control. Too much power. Too much trust. His eyes flickered to the ring on the table. The black diamonds, a reflection of the abyss he was about to step into. This wasn't just a deal. It was a declaration, eminent to something far bigger than drug trading, political manipulation, or survival. If I accept this, I stop being just a mafia boss. I stop being the man who works in the shadows. I became something else. A ruler? A warlord? A fucking revolutionary? How the fuck can life turn this bad? James already felt like he was barely holding things together. But this was another level of insanity. He was already walking a fine line, already balancing between power and survival. But now? If he took over 3 towns, that meant thousands of lives would be under his control. Thousands of mouths to feed, thousands of people to keep silent. And someone would talk. There was no way to contain it forever. James had already pictured it. Some desperate fucker, some careless fool, some greedy rat selling the story to the highest bidder. And then, the government would be after me. The military would be after me. The world would turn its fucking eyes on him. It wasn't just paranoia. It was history. Think about the biographies, James. Think about the documentaries you watched. They all died. Every last one of them. The men who tried to build something greater, the men who thought they could fight the system with their own twisted rules, they all ended up dead. Some were shot in the streets. Some rotted in prison, forgotten. Some were betrayed by their own people, their bodies dumped in the very places they once ruled. And if he did this, if he took this step, he wouldn't just be a mafia boss anymore. He would become a fucking living legend, a myth. There would be no in-between. You're thinking about death, aren't you? Benjamin asked. James was visibly tense, his posture stiff, his shoulders tight, and his eyes filled with worry. Yes, this is just too much to handle. And more power means more enemies. I know very well that there are people out there who want my head. Even my own alliance backstabbed me. Don't worry about that. I've already thought of a special division that would monitor everyone who stands against you. You just need to run the operation properly and give people hope that they can actually live. You know that's not enough. Different cartels and mafias want to break into the country, and all they need is some motherfucker to put a bullet in my head, or worse, my family's. For the first time in a while, Benjamin laughed. A genuine, amused laugh. If they really wanted you dead, they would have done it already. But nothing's happened, except for the police force trying to move against you. And that was Carter's order, that power-hungry. Nobody. James stayed silent as his legs started to shake uncontrollably under the table. I order Carter to be dead. Would it be a problem if he dies? James asked. There would be nothing big. Benjamin replied. And I personally assure you that Linda is already working on it. Nothing would happen? Benjamin shook his head. The agency has dealt with similar situations, killing high-ranking officials, generals, and ministers. If he dies, there will be a few days of mourning, some barking about, how did this happen? And then someone else will step into his role. James tapped his fingers on the table, his mind racing. This was a big moment, one that could define his future, not just as a crime boss, but as something much bigger, much more dangerous. If he accepted Benjamin's offer, he wouldn't just be running an underground empire anymore. He'd be stepping into something far beyond mere business. He'd become a warlord, controlling entire towns, ruling over thousands of desperate people looking for salvation. And with that power came risks. Even if Carter dies and someone else replaces him, what guarantees that the next person won't come after me even harder? James muttered. The more I grow, the more enemies I make. At some point, I'll run out of places to hide. Benjamin smirked. That's why you don't hide, James. You stand at the top and make sure no one can ever challenge you. Sounds nice in theory, but reality doesn't work that way. Eventually, everyone falls. Benjamin nodded in agreement. True. But the question is, will you fall as a man who was merely running from death? Or will you fall as a legend who changed everything? A legend, huh? You're asking me to make a decision that changes everything. His voice was lower, more serious. And if I say yes, there's no going back. That's exactly why I came to you, James. I should say no, I should walk away. But it was a decision that could save lives. A decision that could benefit him. A decision that could show a side of James that he wanted people to see. The one who cares. The one who isn't just a monster. For years his name had been whispered in fear. To his enemies, he was death itself. But what if, for once, he could be something more? Do you have any pain? Benjamin froze for a moment. He couldn't believe it. Such a decision. And he wanted to leave it to a coin flip? His body shivered as he stared at James, speechless. This was beyond reckless. Beyond insane. Give me a coin, James said, turning back to the others. The room was silent. No one moved. Hector, standing nearby, looked at him with narrowed eyes. James, this is more than just a decision. This is... Hector, give me a coin and stop talking. There was no hesitation in his voice. No fear, no doubt. Hector reached into his pocket, pulling out a coin and placing it in James's hand. James turned back to Benjamin. If it lands on heads, we never met. We never talked. If it lands on tails, I accept your loyalty, and we can discuss the future, but with one condition. Of course. Say it. James stared into his eyes. Forget about it. And with that, he flicked the coin into the air. It flipped again and again, before finally landing on the table. Benjamin didn't look at the coin. His eyes were on James. James glanced at the coin. Heads. Then, without a word, he reached out, picked up the coin, and slipped it into his pocket. We never met. We never talked. Benjamin's mouth opened slightly, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. James, this isn't. I don't like this either, he said, finally looking up at Benjamin. Then why? If I take your offer, I don't just become a bigger threat. I became the biggest one. That's a death sentence. It's not just my life on the line, it's everyone around me. And to be true, I never wanted this life. Then he stood up and walked out of the warehouse, leaving Benjamin sitting in silence. He lost. And yet, as he looked at the empty seat James had left behind, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. Because James took the ring with him. He had faith in James that he would change his mind. For the people. Chapter 88, Legacy. What was that? Hector asked James as they sat in the car, heading back to the house. The whole meeting had been chaotic, at least from Hector's viewpoint. What do you mean? James looked at him while putting on the ring Benjamin had given him. All of this. You know I respect you, but what you should have done was shut him down the moment he said he wanted to join. He's a dog, an agent. He'll stab you in the back the second he gets the opportunity. Who knows? Maybe the whole story was just fabricated lies to gain your sympathy. Hector shook his head. And in the underworld, there's only one rule. Don't make deals with them. That's the only rule. And who is the underworld? James asked as he held out his hand, staring at the ring. Hector didn't understand the question at first, and also looked at the ring. It's me, isn't it? James asked with a smirk. The moment I stepped into this world, everyone started fearing me like I was the fucking devil himself. And slowly, I became the one who ruled over all of them. You even said it, Bella did, and Ferrucci too. One day, when people ask who the underworld is, they're going to use my name as the term. I was a criminal before, but now, I am the underworld itself. Bellini means power, means blood, at least to others. But nobody has ever asked me what the name means to me. What does it mean to you? Hector whispered the question. It means nothing anymore, James murmured. The people who gave it meaning are already dead. Who am I? Just a man shaped by actions I never wanted to happen, just like Marcello. My name carries weight that makes people afraid. It holds power even the government fears. Bellini became a name that will never be clean again. James clenched his fist, smiling bitterly as he shook his head. When we die, people will celebrate. Our names won't become history, they'll be erased from it. There was only one gangster people truly loved, Lossy Gabbin. He knew the names of everyone in his neighborhood and asked how they were doing. He bought them food, clothes, and paid their bills. Of course, it was all an act, but the people loved him so much that when he died, hundreds mourned him. At my funeral, the only people who'll show up will be gangsters and agents, just to see who else came. Hector knew James was telling the truth, and for the first time, he began to understand why James had let Benjamin speak. I have power, money. Yet what have I changed, Hector? Have I done anything good? He smiled as he spoke, his gaze returning to the ring, tracing the engraved B with his finger. Raphael died. Hans died, leaving his daughter alone forever. I thought that if I just lived this life, it would be okay. But no, I need to finally accept who I am. I am James Bellini, the head of the Bellini family. But more importantly, I don't want to die as nothing more than a murderer, a drug lord. I want to be like Lossy Gabbin, even if it's all just an act. James, if you do that, you'll just become more of a target. You need to stay in the shadows, control everything from behind. People will talk about you, and if that happens, James held up his hand, silencing Hector. But where did this idea even come from? Who says I want to stay in the shadows? Why would I need to? I mean, I've already reached the peak that most people can only dream about. I'm young. I'm a billionaire. I have a child and a girlfriend. I can buy whatever I want. So why keep pushing forward? Who am I proving something to? He shook his head, laughing bitterly. I could easily leave this whole shit behind, fly off with my family to some other country, and live a peaceful life. I could have done it before Raphael died. Yet, here I am, still sitting in a bulletproof car. Who do I need to prove something to, Hector? And what? To the people who serve and work for you. Hector whispered. Exactly, Hector. Because if I disappear, their lives will turn into hell. Half of them would probably be dead within a month, joining gangs or other families. And not just that, if I vanish from the market, who knows how many people would die? How fast a war would break out between families, all fighting to rule over the capital. I'm literally the only one holding the peace together, But nobody will ever acknowledge that, not even when I die. So I need people around me, whether from the shadows or standing on the stage. Hector looked at the ring on James' finger. Do you accept his loyalty? James smirked, turning the ring on his finger. No, but this ring is beautiful, and mafia bosses always have a signet ring, so I just took it. He leaned back in the seat, turning to Hector, but what he said is true, and that incident really did happen back in the day. We're going to work with him. If he proves himself to be trustworthy, then I'll accept him. And, well, it's cheaper than dealing with the slums. Having the Justice Minister, the ISB, and the NSBI Director in our hand just opens more opportunities. It sounds like a deep state within the government. Hector let out a deep sigh. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And well, if you really want to smuggle missiles and drones, I can make it happen, but only for countries that aren't at war. Hector's eyes lit up at James's words, but one question still lingered in his mind. Then why did you refuse him? Because it was too fast and too much weight on me. We need to look into every accusation, what he said, the massacre of his village, the man who ordered it, everything. If it turns out to be true, we'll have another meeting. And if he lied? Hector asked with a grin. I have a feeling he didn't. He knows we're moving the production into the country, and he spoke lightly about Carter. And his offer came from the heart. I liked that. Yeah, he even shed a tear. But what really caught my attention was his offer, the protection. If it's true, we could really be untouchable. Hector said, There's no such thing as untouchable, Hector. Everyone dies once. Hector was always so eager, so sure of their power. But James knew better. Power was an illusion, one that lasted only as long as no one strong enough came to take it away. Even emperors thought they were gods, untouchable, yet others' empires built on their ruins. This is how life goes. I asked Ferrucci what he does to relieve stress. He said killing does it just fine for him. James chuckled. How about you, Hector? You never seem stressed, even though you're the underboss. Hector's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then lit up. James had never acknowledged it outright before, but now, hearing him say it so casually, Hector couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He stared at James for a moment, a slight blush creeping onto his face. So, well, I don't know how to say it. To be prostitutes. Yeah, but only the ones with papers that prove they're clean. Hector scratched his chin. How much are they? Expensive. That's why I only do it when I'm really stressed. Like 1,000 per session. But let me tell you, he smiled. They know tricks that are otherworldly, to say the least. Otherworldly? James laughed as he thought about it. What about white magic? Have you ever tried it? I tried it once or twice, just to make sure it was pure. And yeah, it was. It felt like a portal opened, and I stepped into another dimension. James raised an eyebrow. Wait, doesn't it just give you energy and a good feeling? He had never tried it himself. Yeah, the mixed ones do. But pure white magic? It's hard to describe. Some people just feel a boost, like a surge of energy. But for others, like me, it's like stepping into an entirely different world. James thought about it for a second. They say once you try it, you become addicted. What do you think about that? Hector nodded slightly. Yeah, you kind of want to experience that feeling again. But for me, I was out for a whole day after I tried it. Everything hurt, and my head felt like someone was hammering a nail into it. He shook his head. So, nah, I'm never doing it again. Maybe just to test it, but even then, you don't have to go all in. You can just take a lick and spit it out. You don't need to sniff it. The taste tells you everything you need to know. Well, at least I don't need to worry that he is secretly an addict to it. Maybe I need to try it. James muttered as he gazed out the window. Yeah, you should. Those girls are crazy. No matter how big your thing is, I meant the white magic. James interrupted, shaking his head with a laugh. Oh, Hector chuckled. Well, if you really want to try it, why not? Just say the word, and I'll bring some. Maybe after the funeral, we can have a little party with the others, after all this bullshit. Hector sat in silence. The funeral was still fresh in his mind, along with the emotions it stirred. He thought about the white magic. Maybe if they had a party, he could bring some escorts. Yeah, that would be a good idea. He whispered. Then the two remained silent for the rest of the ride home. The only thing Hector didn't think about was Bella. The only thing Hector didn't think about was Bella. His mind was too caught up between Benjamin's offer and the otherworldly things those women could do. Chapter 89 Bomb? As they arrived back at the house, James's mother and Charlotte immediately stepped out, waiting for him. When James got out of the car, it was a little heartwarming scene. Charlotte was jumping up and down with a big smile on her face, while his mother still looked a little worried. "I'm back." As he stepped up the stairs, a sharp pain shot through his body, and he knelt down. "James." Hector grabbed his arm, while his mother ran toward him, kneeling down. "Are you okay, darling?" she asked, touching his face. James took a second to respond, but looked up with a smile, making sure Charlotte wouldn't start crying. "God, the medicine wore off, I think. Maybe I really do need a cane after all." Hector grabbed him more firmly and pulled him up. "Well, shit, I need a disabled card too." He laughed with Hector, while his mother and Bella exchanged glances. James had to take more than 10 pills every day to make sure he was okay, but sometimes he forgot to take them even when he was in the hospital. "Are you really okay, Dad?" Charlotte's worried voice came as she looked up at him. "Yeah, just a little cramp, you know." He patted her head and headed into the house, where they sat down in the living room while James's mother took Charlotte to bed. "Do you hate it?" James asked Ferrucci as he eyed the ring on his finger. "Not really. It's just a strange feeling. I only saw things like this in movies. Our life in the future could be like a movie. How cool would that be?" Ferrucci said, trailing off the subject. "Yeah, like me starring on the poster in a white suit with my signature smile. That would be a billion-dollar movie, I think. What's y'all's opinion?" He noticed James shaking his head while Bella had already had enough of his bullshit. "Your opinion, Bella?" James asked, turning to her. "I'm with you, even if you work with him, and that's it," she said without hesitation. "Okay then, can I say something?" His mother returned with a box in her hands. "Yeah," James said, eyeing the box. "I'm very curious about what the meeting was about, but..." She lifted the box slightly. "This came when you left, and the sender's name is Silas Ricci." "Silas." "Mom." James stood up quickly, locking eyes with his mother. "Put the box down slowly, okay?" "What?" Erica asked, but as she saw the others standing up, she started to realize that the box might be something dangerous. "Bella, go upstairs for Charlotte." James ordered her, and she immediately rushed up the stairs. "Mom, do what I said. Slowly put it down on the ground." He pointed at the floor. Her hands started to shake uncontrollably as she slowly knelt down, placing the box on the ground. "Okay." James took a deep breath. "Now, everybody go outside." "What?" His mother looked at him, confused. "I'm going to open it." "I'm not going to let you open it alone," Hector said, standing beside James. Erica, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, unable to move. "Is it heavy, Mom?" James asked, stepping closer to her. "No, maybe around 2 kilograms," she whispered. "Ferrucci, go outside with Mom." Ferrucci hesitated for a second before nodding. "All right, come on, nothing bad is going to happen." He gently took Erica's arm, but she didn't move at first. Her eyes stayed locked on James, filled with worry. James forced a small smile, trying to reassure her. "I'll be fine, Mom. Just go." As Ferrucci led Erica outside, James steadied himself, shaking his head. "Please say that Silas didn't send his son's head in a box, and Mom actually held it. If it was a bomb, it would have already exploded. Your mom was shaking it," Hector said, stepping closer and kneeling down beside him. "I don't smell anything crazy from it. Let's open it." James knelt down slowly and ripped off the top of the box. No wires. No ticking sounds. No strange smell. Inside, nestled within the packaging, was a small wooden box. James exchanged a glance with Hector. "Not what I was expecting." Hector nodded. "Could still be a trap." James reached out and slowly pulled the wooden box out of the package. As he held it in his hand, it was, as her mother said, maybe 2 kilos in weight, but it looked like a high-end watch case. He slowly pressed the button on it and opened it. "Fucking hell." James, as he stared into it. Hector leaned over, took one look, and burst into laughter. "Shit, he really cut off his finger." Then he reached in and picked up the severed finger and held it up to the light. "Damn, this is definitely his. You can tell, it's an old man's finger." "Put that shit back, Hector." James shook his head, almost laughing as Hector looked at it like it was a gemstone. He stared at it for a moment long, but then he placed it back into the box. "When did you send him the message?" James asked as he stood up and stepped away from it. "After I left your office, but I never thought he'd actually do it." "Yeah, but it also tells us it wasn't him, it was his son." "Fuck." So it was his damn son who stole from us. And with this it like a message that says we are in peace. But what if I don't let Aubrey slide? He killed my workers. What should we do about it? Hector asked. It's his apology, so we do nothing. If it was really his son, we let him slide, at least until he does something dumb again. But he's weak. You can see that. We could at least try to control them, or something like that. Hector said. No. Silas's background is filled with betrayal and backstabbing. I trust Benjamin more than Silas at this moment. And if I'm right, he's got a heart problem. I'd give him a few years before he dies. And when he dies, we take over? Hector asked. If his son becomes the boss, then yes, because he would just cause more death. But if it's like Lucian, we just sit back and watch how his family crumbles. Until then. So it's not a bomb. Ferrucci leaned in from the door, interrupting James. James looked at him, shaking his head. No, it's not. Tell them they can come in. Erica was the first that came in, holding Charlotte in her arms. What was in it? She asked while Charlotte mumbled something in her sleep. A gift, James replied. But please, next time, let the guards handle the packages. I will, she said, wiping away the tears from her eyes. You really scared me, son. She shook her head, then went upstairs with Charlotte. You scared me too, Bella said, crossing her arms. You don't seem scared. Yes, because I know that every package goes through the metal detectors. I don't understand why you need all of this. It just scared your mother even more. Yeah, but I think it was a better option than pulling something horrible out of a package, let's say a head. As James said, Bella's eyes immediately darted to the box. Oh, I actually like that idea. So is there a head inside? Can I see it? Ferrucci lit up as he stepped toward the box. Silas Ricci's finger is in the box. Hector explained, sitting down with a sigh. He sent it as an apology for stealing our product. Wow, that old fucker really did it. Ferrucci laughed. I never imagined him to be this scared. As he said that, he took a closer look and opened the box, holding the finger out. It was a clean and fast cut. They must have used a very sharp knife, maybe with a hammer to cut the bone faster. Hammer? Hector asked, looking at him. Yeah, like pressing the blade to the finger and using a hammer to cut it in one go. He gestured it. It was his only option, Bella said. I mean, he only has one son. I thought he would kill him. James said. Why? Bella asked. Silas's father was ruthless, mentally unstable. He killed his sons, Silas's brothers, because he deemed them weak. I thought Silas would do the same and kill his son, but from this, I can see he still has some morality left. What a perfect father. Ferrucci started. I heard the story about one of Silas's brothers, Galil. He was shot in the face with a shotgun when he was 16, and the other. Stop it, Ferrucci. Bella interrupted. I don't want to hear how a father massacred his family. Yeah, let's stop this and go home, guys. It was a long day, and also do something with the finger. He pointed at the box and Ferrucci picked it up. I will do something with it. Have a wonderful dream. Ferrucci winked at him before leaving the house. Hector shook his head, then turned and waved goodbye to James. The only one who stayed was Bella, as she lived with James, but she looked like she wanted to say something. You can say whatever you want, James said as he noticed her expression. She was clearly holding something back. Is it about Benjamin? I know it's a decision that. No, it's not him. It's about Raphael and the book he wrote. Chapter 90, Choice. James was somewhat expecting it because he knew exactly that Bella was someone who would talk even if he didn't mention anything about the book. In some ways, Bella was a liability for James, and he knew it very well. But he didn't expect her to bring it up at this moment, before the funeral. Maybe a week or a month later, it would have come up between them, but not now. I knew that Hector lied when I asked him about that, James said as he sat down and leaned back on the couch. But it's interesting that you know about the book. Did he show it to you? Bella slowly sat down across from James, but her body language gave her away. She was clearly stressed and worried about the consequences of telling him about the book. Yeah, he showed it to me. Hector, you knew very well that she would talk, and yet you still showed it to her. What a mistake you made. James looked up at the light, which momentarily blinded him. His vision blurred into a foggy mess. He didn't know if Bella telling him about the book would actually help. Would it drag him deeper into the abyss? Or would it help him understand what Raphael felt? With the medicine I take, I have sedatives too. How the fuck else would I stay calm about his death? But even those pills wouldn't help if that book was really that bad. But I need to ask. So the book was about me? He asked, looking at Bella. But she didn't meet his gaze. Instead, she just stared at the rug in front of her. Shit. How bad was it, Raphael? Did you really hate me that much? It was more like a diary than a book. He wrote things down. What things? For the first time, Bella looked up at him. Her face was pale, and her eyes were almost teary. The first couple of pages were about the bullying they did to him. He described every detail like a timeline, from the morning until school was finished. And there were a lot of pages. James, too many for a teenager. She said, her eyes darting back to the rug. James's knee and fingers started tapping uncontrollably. He tried to calm himself, but Raphael's face, how he looked when he was bullied, kept appearing in front of him. How he tried to lie about it, pretending that everything was okay. The worst part was that James knew about it, but he didn't act until it was too much. He had hoped that Raphael would stand up for himself, maybe fight back, just land one good punch and show them that he could defend himself. But no, James had watched him lie many times and never even talked to him about it. As a big brother, he had failed. What was the worst? He asked. He needed to know. He wanted to feel the pain, to understand just how badly he had failed Raphael. I can't. Tell me, Bella. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before looking at James. She didn't want to say it. She had hoped he would just stand up and say, forget it. But no, he was waiting for her answer. They beat him up and then put his head into the toilet and tried to drown him. Multiple times. The silence that followed was too long. Shaking of his knees and his finger completely stopped. He just sat there, staring at Bella. Then he closed his eyes. He was imagining the scene in his head. The worst thing someone could do, to try to recreate the scenario, to place himself in that moment, to feel the room, the suffocation, Raphael's struggling breaths, his shouts, the laughter of his bullies. Then James opened his eyes, and his hands started tapping again, uncontrollably. But there were no tears. His expression didn't change. And from that, Bella knew. James was no longer expressing himself. No, he was putting on a mask, hiding it all, trying to look emotionless. But underneath, he was drowning in anger, rage, and sorrow. You can cry, James. I'm here with you to help. What does crying do? What does mourning do? Bella wanted to get up and hug him, but she couldn't. She was afraid James might snap at her. His grip on the couch was so tight that his hand had started trembling. It helps to remember James. To remember his smile. His face. No, Bella. It doesn't help. It just reminds me that I am a failure. As a brother. As family. He let out a bitter laugh. And these fucking pills they gave me, they don't let me cry. They don't even let me feel sad. But they make me feel one thing that truly matters. What is that? She asked, though she already knew the answer. Death. He leaned forward. You know, if I don't take the pills, I die. And they let me feel that, the death that might be just 2 steps away from me. He shook his head. But what happens if I just run around? If I walk straight into it? Death causes every emotion in humans, sadness, guilt, happiness that our suffering is finally over, sorrow, everything you need. In some cultures, they even celebrate death. He shook his head with a smile. Did he write down their names? James, they're just kids. The same age Raphael was. Maybe even younger. You know the rule you made, You insulted me. He held up his hand, staring at the signet ring on his finger. I have morality. I have sanity. That's why I let them grow up, and then I give them what they deserve. So if there are names and you remember them, don't hold them back. James. Her voice was barely above a whisper. You don't have to do this. I don't have to do a lot of things, Bella. But I will. His fingers tapped against the armrest again. Raphael suffered. He drowned in their cruelty, and I stood by, hoping he'd fight back. But he didn't. Killing them won't bring him back, nor would it cause relief. I want them to feel what he felt. Fear. Powerlessness. The knowledge that no one is coming to save them. Bella shut her eyes for a moment, trying to push away the growing sense of dread in her chest. You said it yourself, James. Death brings every emotion to humans. Even regret. She hesitated before forcing herself to meet his gaze. Don't let this turn you into someone Raphael wouldn't recognize. His fingers stopped tapping. The room fell into heavy silence. For a moment, just for a second, she thought she saw something crack in his mask. But then it was gone. You're afraid I'll lose myself. Bella didn't answer. You're not going to tell me? No. I shouldn't have told you about the book in the first place. Hector was right to hide it. I don't want you to read what he wrote. James tilted his head slightly. I already know it's bad, so just tell me. Bella clenched her fists. You don't need to know, James. I do need to know. Because whatever Raphael wrote, it's already inside my head. He tapped his head. My imagination's worse than the truth, Bella. So tell me, what did he say about me? Bella wanted a bit, then suddenly stood up and stepped toward James. I'm not going to tell you, she said, staring into his eyes. Because I love you, James. And we're family. James's expression didn't shift, but his next words sent a chill through her. Then you're a liability, Bella. Her breath caught. What did you just say? James slowly stood up. Love is weakness, he stated firmly. But if you love me, not as your boss, but as your boyfriend, maybe even as a husband, then you need to make a choice. His gaze darkened, unyielding. Because you just showed your weakness, Bella. And you backstabbed Hector, the man who lied to protect me, who wanted to defend me even if it meant going against you. Bella's breath hitched. I didn't backstab him. James tilted his head slightly. Didn't you? Bella clenched her fists. I just thought you deserved to know the truth. And yet Hector thought I didn't. Who do you think knows me better, Bella? You? Or him? Bella stayed silent as a single tear rolled down her face. Fuck you, she suddenly shouted, wiping the tear away. Before James could say anything, Bella stepped closer. You're fucking stupid, she snapped. I'm your girlfriend, and I work for you too. So shut up with this sentimental bullshit about who's trusting who. James stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Maybe I said too much. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. I told you about the book because I care about you. She continued, her voice shaking. I thought you deserved to know the truth, even if it hurt. And yeah, maybe Hector wanted to protect you by keeping it from you. But guess what? I wanted to protect you too, just in a different way. You don't get to decide what's best for me, Bella. No, but neither does Hector. She shot back. And neither do those damn pills you take. For a second, the room was suffocatingly silent. Then, to her surprise, James smirked. So what now? You gonna punch me next? Bella exhaled sharply, looking away. I should with your bullshit logic. You still haven't answered my question. What question? The choice. Bella inhaled deeply. Then, with quiet determination, she spoke. I already chose you, James. A long time ago, and I won't let you go with all of this, so give me a kiss. What? Chapter 91, Legacy. James stood still. It was a strange situation. Just minutes ago, they were having an emotional talk, and now Bella had completely changed after he mentioned that she needed to choose between work and love. If it weren't for the pill, I would have already gone mental. I said give me a kiss, she said again, leaning into James's face, and he couldn't do anything else at the moment. So he gave her a kiss, but it wasn't enough for Bella. She grabbed James's head and, well, went crazy. The sound of their kissing echoed in the living room until James's mother showed up. Am I bothering? She asked, as she was embarrassed to see her son being devoured by Bella. Bella, too, got embarrassed and pulled back from James. No, I'm going to sleep, she said, like a robot, and ran past Erica up the stairs like nothing happened. James just stood there, looking lost, until he realized this was Bella's way of responding to him and her way of handling the deep conversation they had just had. Erica took a second but walked over to him and opened his hand, placing all the pills James needed to take. Take it before you collapse. She then placed a glass of water in his hand. He didn't answer, just took the pills and swallowed them, then sat back down on the couch and stared at his mother, who was doing something he kind of knew by now. As she sat down, she also took some pills. What was that? He asked. Erica smiled, shook her head. Just some pills to stop myself from crying myself to sleep, and maybe I took some of your sedatives, they gave you too much. Just be careful with them, Mom. She smiled. I will, don't worry. She took a small moment to look at James, checking out his skin, the bags under his eyes. How was the meeting with that guy? It was crazy, to say the least. He's passionate about what he said, but it's too much to handle, even though I want to work with him. What was it about? She asked, her voice a little hesitant. Giving hope to people who live desperate lives. Her mother was kind of shocked by what James said, because she never imagined he would want to do such a thing. It was her problem, because in her mind, James was a criminal who did things for money, not someone who wanted to help people. She realized she knew little about who her son really was. Would you really help them? She asked him as she looked into his eyes, trying to spot any signs of lies. Yeah, I would. Because people are the reason I am who I am today. They put me on the map, even though I never wanted it. So why not give back? He smiled. I pay my workers well because, without me, they wouldn't even be able to eat. And if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be sitting in this mansion. And what's in it for you? If you help them, you would get more profit too, am I? Right. Yeah, you're right. But it also means more people would work for me. And with that, more danger would come too, and I can't let that happen. Her mother stayed silent as she thought about it. You're wrong with all your thoughts, and I know exactly why. What? James asked, confused. You think about it like a criminal. How would you manage that many people, right? She smiled. Yeah, I mean, if I do that, it'll just cause more trouble. That's the problem, son. Why not just create legitimate companies? With those companies, you can legally have people working for you. James's eyes widened as his mother said something he never expected to hear. She was helping him. It would be the best idea. Let's say you start a legitimate company making tires. You hire 1,000 people, 300 of them will work on the tires, while the other 700 will do whatever they need to. I don't know how you do it, the offshore accounts and things like that, but you already have companies like this. James's mouth hung open. He couldn't say anything. It was actually a brilliant idea, but he had never even considered it for a second. Legitimate companies would help him easily hire thousands of people, and the money they made could be easily written off with the number of bribed officials he had. But that would take years to set up, he said, scratching his chin as he thought about it more and more. You said you have a forestry, didn't you? Yeah, I have a forestry business, a marketing agency, and a real estate company. Then it's perfect. Think about it. You can use the forestry business to hire people. Let's say you buy the land near the villages, and with the real estate company, you can build houses or whatever you want, all fully legal. You already have the resources, son. You just thought about it the wrong way. How the fuck did I not think of all this? I was thinking about myself like a warlord or some shit. You seem passionate about it, Mom. I never thought you would help me do something like this. Erica suddenly looked down at the floor, avoiding James's eyes. If you can help people who are in the same position we were in, then I fully support you. I don't care if it's drug production or anything else, I will stay with you. She said, looking back up at James. And Raphael needs a legacy. Legacy? James asked, searching for an answer in his mother's face, but she just smiled. Yeah, wouldn't it sound good if a big company was named after him? I think he would be proud of that, his name helping people out. In that moment, James's thoughts swirled back to his conversation with Bella and what she hadn't told him. Would Raphael really be proud of it? A company fueled by illegal money, profited from blood. Would he truly be proud of it all, or was it just an act? You don't believe it, do you? Erica asked as she shook her head. But don't question it, because he would be proud. He loved you, James, even if it didn't look that way, and I want you to never question that. No matter how it started, no matter how bloody the road was, you built something, James. And you still have the chance to turn it into something greater. Something that helps people rather than using them. James chuckled. You sound like you want me to be a saint, Mom. No, sweetheart. You'll never be a saint. But that doesn't mean you can't be more than just a monster. Her words settled deep within him, stirring something he hadn't felt in a long time. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was time to build something real. Something that lasted. Something Raphael could be proud of. Chapter 92, Deal? The Justice Minister's office was unusually silent this time. No arguments, no stress. She was simply working, just like she had before all the chaos began. Stephen was in the office with her, but he sat quietly, flipping through some documents of his own. This is the third time you've been working in my office, Linda said. You know I need to stay close to you. I don't want people questioning me at the ministry about things. Stephen replied as he turned a page. Linda paused for a moment and looked up. You know, being with me all day can already cause trouble. It makes it seem like we're working together, which could destabilize our political roles. Stephen glanced up. Considering that they're already at each other's throats, nobody's going to say anything. You just countered your own point. Now get up and get out of my office. Stephen was silent for a moment before tossing the document onto the table. We're just sinking deeper into shit. He tapped on a highlighted section. Read it out loud if you can, miss. Linda sighed. already annoyed, but she picked up the document and read it. 1625. Report part of the 12th International Security Bureau, ISB. Spear Investigation Unit. Found evidence and intercepted a radio channel and communication device. The messages and calls referenced a business move. She looked up at Stephen before continuing. The calls were recorded between Rizai cops and Ben Gibbs. The main topic was trafficking of rice, a code name for white magic, into the capital. The conversations also mentioned a potential hunt, which was a signal for a hit on a potential player in the market. The nicknames referenced include Pirate, confirmed to be James Bellini, and Old Fucker, confirmed to be Silas Ricci. What the fuck is this, Stephen? Exactly what you just read. Stephen leaned back. I've never heard these names before. Who the fuck are they? They're both from Dennis, and they didn't really show up on our radar, but for a while now, we've been keeping an eye on them. Even though they're not a big organization, they're wild and brutal. What does that mean? The two are in an alliance and have maybe 300 people. Their strategy is to attack suppliers and supply chains, stealing the product. They also believe that if you kill the boss, the whole family crumbles with them. So their plan is to kill James and let his entire organization fall apart so they can take whatever's left. Linda sat back, laughing and shaking her head. They were already in deep trouble without this. And now these fuckers wanted to make things even worse. Why the nickname Pirate? She asked. They got intel that James has a slight limp, and that's why. So they're idiots? Yeah, kinda like that. But there's more to it. Read the last page, the red highlighted section. She turned the pages and started reading out loud. The 12th International Security Bureau Spear Investigation Unit also conducted an in-depth investigation into their organizational structure and found key evidence that one of their suppliers was Aubrey Ricci, who sold them white magic stolen from James Bellini. Furthermore, there is evidence that the International Security Bureau Spear Investigation Unit confirmed that Aubrey Ricci has joined Rizai Cops and Ben Gibbs' organization. She looked up at Stephen again, her mouth opening in disbelief. Yeah, let that sink in. It means that, since Lucian, this is the first major family conflict. And if we let it happen, it will lead to a war. Aubrey is a selfish motherfucker who stole from James, and now they want to take a hit on him. But this isn't the biggest problem. Then what is? This would be international. Their organization is in Dennis, which means if they start a war, then Dennis agencies will get involved. And at that point, we could no longer hide that we work with James. Linda sat back in her chair, her hand pressed to her forehead. International? Oh my fucking God. She let out a breath, trying to steady herself. This is worse than I thought. If Dennis gets involved, it's not just a family issue anymore. It becomes a full-blown international problem. And we're in the middle of it. She looked up at the ceiling. The ISB has a headquarters in Dennis, am I right? Yeah, but to take action, I need a meeting with the director in Dennis. Problem is, he's very old-fashioned. Linda thought about every possibility. I have the authority to order a mission, but it still needs to be signed off by the president and the head of security. You don't need to do all that. Just say the word, and I can take care of it. She remained silent, thinking about all the diplomatic bullshit it could cause if they got caught. But still, it was a better option than letting things escalate further. Do it. No reports, no documentation. Don't even use official equipment. Stephen stood up from his chair. I'll select the right agents, and we'll buy equipment from the black market. No official traces, nothing to tie us back. Give it about a week, and we can take them down. Linda's voice stopped him as he was about to leave. Stephen, I'm serious. If any of your agents even get a photo of them, you know what you need to do. Stephen didn't look back. Don't worry. I know the rules. With that, he left the office. First Carter, and now a hit in another country. What kind of world would it be if there wasn't corruption or crime? She let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, maybe in a fantasy world. A world without corruption, without crime. That would be nice, wouldn't it? The worst part is, no matter how hard I try to make it right, it always ends up the same. More deals, more blood on our hands. She sat up, shaking the thoughts out of her head, pushing the weight of it all to the back of her mind for the moment. Then a knock came on the door, and Benjamin stepped into the office. But his look was different this time. Why do you have all black on? Benjamin laughed as he looked down at himself. Well, I'm going to a funeral, so it's to show respect. What? Why are you surprised? I'm going to Raphael's funeral. he said with a simple smile as he sat down. Linda sat there laughing, like Benjamin had told a joke. First, you didn't even fucking report what you talked about with him, and now you're going to his brother's funeral? Are you fucking stupid, Benjamin? Why would I report to you any of my business? Because I'm your fucking boss, that's why, she said, standing up. You can't go to his funeral. How the fuck would it look like if you were there, mourning a gangster's little brother? Actually, my boss is James. He accepted my loyalty, and as a loyal man, I'm going to pay my respects. Linda's eyes widened as she tried to process the weirdness of what Benjamin just said to her. It didn't make sense. What? Yeah, I made a deal with him, and together we're going to make this country greater than it's ever been. You made a deal with James? Are you out of your mind? I'm not out of my mind. I'm just doing what needs to be done. James is someone who gets things done, and I'm on the right side of that. Do you even realize what you're saying? Benjamin leaned back, a smirk on his lips. You're worried about me? Don't be. I know what I'm doing. And trust me, when this country rises, you'll see who was right. I'm not fucking worried about you. I would kill you right now, but I don't have a gun, you stupid fucker. Linda yelled, picking up the paperweight and threw it at him. Whoa, don't be mad. You just need to sit in your position and pretend everything's okay, just like you did before all this shit. Benjamin smiled, casually placing the paperweight back on the desk. But that wasn't enough for Linda. She picked it up again and stepped to Benjamin, grabbing his tie and ready to strike him with it. My family's life is in danger. I need to kill the vice president, and you're fucking making deals with the man who did all of it. Exactly, Linda, Benjamin said, and a click echoed through the room. She looked down, and a gun was pointed directly at her. Look, I'm not dumb, nor am I an idiot. I'm making moves that will do good for our country, and in the meantime, I'll make sure your family isn't hurt, nor will Stevens. So please, step back before my gun accidentally goes off. You think I'm going to step back just because you have a gun pointed at me? Pulling a gun on me. You're not in a position to lecture me, Linda. And let me remind you, you were the one who came up with the DTA bullshit and the president. So don't pretend you didn't fuck up yourself. She took a step back and threw the paper to the ground, while Benjamin holstered his gun and stood up. Thanks for this lovely talk, Linda. And don't worry, I'll tell you about the deal with James when it's ready. Until then, just do what's necessary to stay alive. He waved his hand and left the office, leaving behind Linda, who was already thinking about an escape plan from this life. But that would just cause more trouble. Chapter 93, Dress. The day had finally come to say the last goodbye to Raphael and Hans. James hadn't slept much, his thoughts consumed by that book. What was in it? What Raphael might have written about him. But that was the past. In the present, the only thing that mattered was saying goodbye without guilt, even if that was impossible. He was already dressed in his black suit, staring at himself in the mirror of his room. In his hand were pills, not the necessary medicine he had to take, but sedatives to ensure he wouldn't break down as they lowered the coffins. Pills that would keep him from crying, yet still allow him to feel the weight of the moment. But he wasn't sure whether to take them or let his emotions take over, to break down and cry, because it was his little brother, James. His mother opened the door and stepped beside him. She was dressed in all black, a bucket hat on her head, and tinted sunglasses covering her eyes. But for this moment, she pulled them down. Her eyes told the story of what she felt, the bags under them, her pale skin, her tear-streaked face. It reflected all her emotions. Should I take it? James asked as he opened his palm, showing her the pills. She looked down at them, took them from his hand, and threw them to the ground. No, let your tears fall and feel it, James, because this is the last moment you'll see him above the ground. She said as her own tears started rolling down, though she quickly wiped them away. We need to feel it, even if we don't want to. Yeah, he whispered. Now go help Charlotte get dressed, she said before stepping out of the room. James stayed for a moment, staring at the pills on the ground. But he didn't pick them up. Instead, he left the room and headed to Charlotte's room. As he opened the door, she was standing in front of her bed, where two black dresses were laid out. Are you getting ready? James asked as he patted her head. She looked up at him, then back at the dresses. I don't know which one is better. For a moment, James froze. Better? It was a funeral. No one would question what she wore. It doesn't matter. Charlotte, as long as it's black. She looked up at him again, staring into his eyes, then said, It does matter. Not to others, but to Raphael. To Raphael? Yeah. I want him to like my dress. To show him that he mattered to me, even if we didn't know each other that much. Because we were family. So I don't know which one to choose. James couldn't say anything. He just stared at her as she continued thinking about which dress to pick. Even if Charlotte didn't fully understand it, for James, what she had just said meant more than she would ever know. He took a deep breath as he crouched down beside Charlotte, glancing between the two dresses. To him, there was no difference. They were both black, both fitting for a funeral, but to her, it mattered. And somehow, that made it important to him too. Which one do you think Raphael would like more? He asked. Charlotte hesitated, her small hands gripping the fabric of each dress. I think this one, she said, pointing it out. It looks more pretty. James nodded. Then wear that one. She looked up at him again. Do you think he'd be happy? Yeah, I think he would. Charlotte finally nodded and picked up the dress. Okay, can you help me? Of course, darling. It took a moment, but she managed to get it on. Then she turned, showing it to James, who gently buttoned it up. You're all set. Charlotte spun once in her dress and grinned. Now we can go say goodbye to Raphael. Then, her smile faded just a little. I hope he can hear us. He can, James said, petting Charlotte's head once again. She looked up at him. Okay, then we gotta make sure we say bye real good. James nodded too, as he left the room, but he couldn't help but think. How do you say goodbye to someone who should still be here? As he headed down to the living room, he barely noticed the tears slipping down his cheek. It wasn't until he wiped it away and looked at his fingers that he realized it was only the first of many. He wasn't going to be strong. Not today. In the living room, Bella, Hector, and Ferrucci were already waiting for him, all dressed in black. But it wasn't like before. There was no conversation, no teasing. Just silence, until James spoke. You look good in black, Ferrucci. Thanks, James. He replied with a smile, but it wasn't the usual one he always had. When Ferrucci had arrived at the house and saw the others in black, his mind had started spiraling. What if this wasn't Raphael's funeral? What if it was James's? What if James had died instead of them? That thought wasn't just in his mind, it was in Bella's and Hector's too. But for Hector, it was even worse. Because if he had been just a second late that day, James wouldn't be standing here. He would have been lying in a coffin. He would have died in front of Charlotte. Hector shook off the feeling and took a step forward, holding out a wooden cane. I brought you this. James looked at it for a second, then took it from him, but it was more than just a cane. The cane had a golden engraving on it, and it said Bellini. Did you order this for me? James asked, looking up at Hector. Yeah. He nodded. I figured you'd need one, so I had one made to match your style. James turned it over in his hands. It's perfect, it even matches the ring. He ran his fingers over the engraving, tracing the name Bellini with his thumb. The weight of it wasn't just in the cane, it was in everything it represented. Legacy, power, loss. It suits you. James gave a slight nod, gripping the cane a little tighter. Yeah, it does. Then a soft sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Charlotte appeared, walking carefully in her black dress, her tiny hands gripping the fabric as if making sure it stayed perfectly in place. She didn't come straight to James this time. Instead, she hesitated before walking over to Bella. Bella. She turned to her, crouching down so she was eye level with Charlotte. What is it, sweetheart? She looked down at herself, then up at Bella. Her words faltered for a second before she whispered. Do I look okay? Her expression softened, her hands gently smoothing the fabric of Charlotte's dress. You look beautiful. But, do you think Raphael would like it? Bella's fingers paused for just a moment, but then she smiled warmly. She knew the meaning behind the question, knew how important it was for Charlotte to feel like she was honoring Raphael properly. James, watching from the side, felt something in his chest. Charlotte might not fully understand the weight of this day, the true meaning behind the loss. But in some ways, she understood it more than any of them could. She was pure in her grief, simple in her love for Raphael. Even though they didn't talk much, she thought of him as family. And that's what made it hurt all the more. Just as the room grew silent again, Erica too showed up. Her gaze landed on Charlotte first, then shifted to James. Are you ready? Yeah, let's go. He turned and stepped, supporting himself with the cane, and Erica's eyes flickered to it, but she didn't say anything about it. As they stepped out from the house, The cars were already waiting for them, and their guards were there too, all dressed in black. But now, there were no rifles or guns in their hands. They tried hard to hide them, not showing what had caused the deaths of Raphael and Hans. James, his mother, and Charlotte sat in one car, while the others all sat in different cars, because the possibility was still there that somebody could attack them, because now everyone was together. On the way to the cemetery, there was silence between them. As they prepared their emotions, James was trying too hard to not see Raphael's face. The memories kept coming. Meanwhile, Charlotte sat quietly beside them. Her innocence, her simple desire to say goodbye to Raphael, stood in stark contrast to the heavy, complicated emotions James and Erica were struggling with. And when they finally arrived, these emotions just got more intense. Chapter 94, Funeral. The same cemetery where Lucian was buried, the same place where dozens of gangsters and mobsters lay deep beneath the ground, forgotten by the world. The same cemetery where, today, Raphael and Hans would be laid to rest. But unlike the criminals and gangsters before them, their names would not be lost to time. They would be remembered, not just on their tombstones, but in the hearts of their loved ones, or at least by the Bellini family. From Hans's side, not a single family member showed up. No uncles, no friends, nothing. Just James and the family. They were his family, a family that would carry his memory with them. James held Charlotte's hand as they made their way to the coffins, but to his surprise, it wasn't just them who had come. Standing at the site was Benjamin, dressed in a black suit, waiting patiently. Beside him stood a priest. Though the government had forbidden religious ceremonies for men like Hans, the priest was there anyway. He needed to do this. James, his mother, and Charlotte stood beside the coffins, while Bella, Ferrucci, and Hector, along with a dozen bodyguards, remained a few steps back, offering a silent farewell to Raphael and Hans. Benjamin neither moved nor spoke. He knew he wasn't truly welcome, yet he had come. He wanted to show how much that deal with James meant to him, his loyalty to him. But he remained silent as the ceremony began. The priest spoke the final words of farewell, his voice steady as he spoke of God, of forgiveness, of paradise awaiting the departed. That God would welcome them. James felt himself begin to break. God? Forgiveness? No. He had never believed in any of it. There was no one up there. And if there was a God, how could he allow things like this to happen? It wasn't just about their deaths. An almighty being, looking down, allowing children to suffer and starve, allowing disease to imprison lives, doing nothing. Then came the next word that caught his attention. Pray. Pray for what? He had prayed many times as a child. He had prayed with Raphael, with his mother. Yet nothing ever happened. Not a single thing in their lives changed for the better. Not a single sign from the Almighty. Only more suffering. If there was somebody up there, that wasn't a God. Just a cruel fucker who enjoyed playing games with humanity. Every word from the priest only fueled James's anger because none of it was true. But the part that struck him the most was when the priest said, Raphael and Hans accepted you as their savior. No, that was a lie too. Raphael never believed in anything. He only prayed because he clung to the desperate hope that something, anything would change, that life would get better. But when years passed and nothing happened, he tossed the Almighty into a locked box, never to be opened again. What a joke. Because Hans and Raphael were both non-believers. Talking about Hans receiving forgiveness was the biggest joke of all. James even let out a small, bitter smile as the priest spoke those words. Hans was a monster on his own. A special forces operative who had done and seen terrible things. He crushed skulls to make enough money to support his family. Maybe that was why God abandoned him. Maybe his punishment was being forced to watch his family slaughtered in front of him. And maybe, just maybe, his punishment was meeting James, the man who dragged him even deeper into the darkness. No, that wasn't true. They all had a light in the darkness. For Hans, that light was his daughter. She had kept him grounded. That beautiful girl who fought for her life, who fought to walk again, to live the life that the so-called Almighty had given her. And Raphael? Who was his light? Certainly not James. Maybe it had been their mother, the one who had shined for him in his darkest hours. But now, as the coffins were slowly lowered into the grave, they were swallowed by darkness. No more light. Yet, there was a small chance. A tiny, almost laughable chance that something people called Almighty was real. A small chance that Raphael was in heaven now, where nobody could hurt him anymore. Where he could finally be himself, without scars, without pain, watching over them from above. And for Hans, maybe, just maybe, the Almighty had forgiven his sins. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the priest said as he threw a handful of dirt onto the coffins, then stepped back, allowing them to do the same. For this moment, James needed to believe, just for this. His mother was the first to kneel down. She scooped up a handful of dirt, tossing it onto Hans's coffin first. Then, as she turned to Raphael's, and she could no longer hold herself together. Her cries came from deep within, a mother's final goodbye before her beloved son was buried forever. James didn't move, even though he wanted to help her. No, this was a mother's grief. He had to let her have this moment, to let her tears fall onto the same ground where Raphael now rested. As her trembling hand scattered the dirt over Raphael's coffin, James realized something through his own tears. People were still out there, walking free, the ones who had a hand in Raphael's death. And it wasn't just the ones who pulled the trigger or the ones who planned it. No, Raphael's death was also on the hands of his bullies, the ones Bella had told him about. Yeah, they would suffer, even if they were just teenagers, even if they didn't know the weight of what they had done. There was no mercy in this world for them. They would die like dogs. He was the contrast between God and what Raphael had died for. He was the sin itself. Erica slowly stood from the ground, her dress stained with dirt. She turned to James, and though the tinted glasses covered her eyes, he could still see the tear tracks on her cheeks, her lips trembling. She reached out, tapping his shoulder. Say goodbye. Then she stepped back. James squeezed Charlotte's hand, pulling her closer as they both knelt down. He guided her small hand toward the dirt. Pick up a little, Charlotte. His voice cracked as the tears started falling down more. She listened to him and scooped up a handful of dirt as James did the same. And together, they threw it onto the caskets. Charlotte looked up at James. He was biting his lip, his face soaked in tears. Not just a single drop. No, he let them fall. With his farewell. Maybe that was the reason Charlotte started crying too, her little hands trembling as her eyes darted toward the coffin in the ground. Who knew what she was thinking at that moment? Maybe she regretted never saying a proper goodbye to Lucian. Maybe she thought all of this was because of her. She didn't fully understand it, not completely. But one thing was clear. Ever since she had stepped into James's life, everything had changed. And not for the better. But it wasn't just them crying. In the background, Bella and Ferrucci wiped their tears, along with the guards. To them, Hans was a great man, someone who never lost his patience with them, a great leader who shared his military experience to help them improve. The only one who wasn't crying was Hector. He stood still, watching James and Charlotte, not a single tear in his eyes. Hector knew very well the life he had chosen. He knew they all lived in danger. He had accepted long ago that, eventually, they would all die, because this life was about death, and no one could say otherwise. On the other hand, Benjamin remained beside the priest, his eyes teary as memories resurfaced, the screams of his family, the gunfire tearing through the village, the unbearable silence that followed. He had been the one to bury them all, far too young for something like that. Now, watching James kneeling there, crying over the loss of those he held dear, Benjamin felt that same raw pain clawing its way back to the surface. He had been in that position once, kneeling over fresh graves, mourning what could never be the same. But he couldn't let himself fall apart here. He quickly wiped his tears away, forcing himself to stay composed. Linda's words echoed in his mind. If someone took a photo of him at a gangster's funeral, it would be disastrous, but if they caught him crying, it would be even worse. It didn't matter that these weren't tears for Raphael or Hans. This wasn't about them. This was about the past, his past that haunted him forever, just like James's. He slowly stood up and picked up Charlotte, who clung to him tightly, still crying, more than he had expected. Her small arms wrapped around his neck, gripping him firmly as if afraid to let go. She refused to look back at the coffins, turning her face into his shoulder as the gravediggers began to bury them. Every handful of dirt that fell felt like an eternity. Each second took like forever as the coffins disappeared beneath the earth. And then, at last, it was over. Raphael and Hans were at rest, freed from this rotten world. Chapter 95. Almost broken. The funeral was over with the last shovel of dirt, and finally, they could rest in peace. At least, they could. James was the first to turn his back and leave the graves, while his mother stayed with Bella and Charlotte. He couldn't contain himself, and moreover, he couldn't stop thinking that it was all his fault. As he made his way out of the cemetery, Hector and Benjamin followed him, which was a strange sight, as they just walked beside each other, not even saying a single word. James turned left toward the cars when he stopped. As before him stood people. He looked up at them, and all of them were dressed in black, each holding a single white rose. At first, he thought nothing of it. It was a big cemetery, and maybe someone else had been buried the same day. He stepped down from the sidewalk onto the road and tried to go past them, but one of them stopped him. "Are you James Bellini?" James turned toward her. She was a teenager. All of them were teenagers. "Yes." He said it simply. The girl's eyes flickered toward the ring on his finger, the signet ring, then back to James. "We're here for Raphael's funeral." She said it with a shaky voice. James straightened himself a bit, not believing what he heard. For Raphael? He didn't even have friends in school, and if he did, all of them were bullies. So he thought these friends were probably his bullies trying to do something nice for once in their lives. He stepped closer to her, pulling the sunglasses off his head and looking straight into her eyes. She stepped back a little, her hand trembling slightly. "How did you know Raphael? And more importantly, how did you know today is his funeral?" Another girl stepped forward, the one who had more guts. "We were friends from an online game," she said as she looked into James's eyes. "We played a lot and talked a lot with each other. We sent an email to Raphael's mother, and she replied back to us. Online friends. What great friends he had." He whispered, then turned away and began walking toward the car. But one of them didn't move with the others. The girl with glasses spoke to James, her hands trembling slightly as she spoke. It was true. Layla. One of the boys grabbed her hand, but she didn't move. James turned to look back at her. "What? You're a gangster." James smiled slightly. "What a mastermind you are." But then, his smile faded as he added, "But do you really need to say that to a grieving brother?" His mother said he died from a heart attack, but that's a lie. The news about the shooting and that a teenager died, it was... "Stop talking, lady." Benjamin's voice came from the side. "Before I arrest you for disturbing a funeral." She immediately looked at him. "I'm not disturbing anything." "And who's the witness?" Benjamin asked as he looked at the boy who turned his face away. "What?" she asked. "You have no witness. In fact, I could shoot you and say you attacked me with a knife." "Are you threatening a teenager?" "No, I'm just telling you the reality of our country. So, go grieve or go home before my patience wears thin. Or worse, this guy gets angry." He gestured toward James. "Teenager or not, you can still bleed." She didn't know what to say, or even if she needed to answer. One of her friends came back and quickly dragged her away, while apologizing for her behavior. "Are you okay?" Benjamin asked as James continued walking. "Yeah, but what are you doing here, Benji?" "I just came to lick my ass deeper?" James cut him off, slowly turning his head to meet Benjamin's gaze. "It's okay, though. I wanted to talk to you anyway." "James," Benjamin started, but James cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Don't start pretending to care now. You and I both know what you're here for," James said as the car door opened in front of him, and he sat down. "My legs are hurting like shit." He rubbed his hands on his knees. "Anyway, I'll work with you, Benji." Benjamin was speechless as he thought it all over. He had expected it to take more time, more ass-kissing, more gifts, more invitations to get James's attention. Really, that was all he could ask. "Yeah." James let out a big sigh, wiping his eyes and face with a tissue. "But here are some conditions I want." "Of course, say it." Benjamin stepped closer, glancing around, but the only people nearby were the guards, and Hector, who was speaking with one of them. "First, I can kill whoever I want, and you'll make it clean. Second, we'll start a foundation to help bullied kids and children from poor backgrounds." He put the tissue down and looked at Benjamin. "Third, if I ever die, you'll make sure my mother and Charlotte fly out the country and ensure that no one ever finds them. But these are just 3 of the many, if you agree to this." "I agree," he said, slowly bending down as if speaking to an emperor. "I don't care what your conditions are. I accept all of them." "Then, who are you?" Charlotte's voice came from the side of the car as she looked up at Benjamin. Benjamin looked at her, then back at James. I'll contact you. He glanced back at Charlotte, gently patting her head, and without another word, he walked away. Who was that strange man? Charlotte asked, looking up at James. A colleague, I guess. James said with a smile, leaning out of the car and picking Charlotte up onto his lap. How are you? He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. I'm good, she said as he hugged him more and more. How are you? She whispered into his ear. I cracked a bit. A crack. Yeah. And sometimes people break after the funeral and not during that, and I am that person. She leaned back to see James' face, and with his little hand, she cupped his face. I feel that crack, she said, so don't break. She gave him a kiss on his cheek. Yeah, I have a light too. Something that stops me from being swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 96. Cooking. Warning. This is a work of fiction. Drug use, including alcohol and other substances, can have serious and harmful consequences in real life. The dangers are real. Never glamorize or normalize these behaviors. Are you ready? Hector asked James as he opened a small packet containing a white powder. It was 2 days after the funeral, and the house was quieter than ever before. James had sent his mother, Charlotte, and Bella away with a handful of guards to have fun and not dwell on Raphael and their grief. Now, he sat in the living room with Hector, who had brought some magic with him, along with whiskey, to have fun just like in the old days. But one thing was clear, if they were going to have fun, something ridiculous was bound to happen. Isn't that too much? James asked, stressing over the situation. He had never done any drugs in his life, except for cigarettes and alcohol, and this was something entirely different. Not really. It's only a gram, Hector said as he prepared a line on the table. You're kinda good at that. I mean, I was around people who sniffed it like it was nothing. You know, I learned. He carefully made the line. Now just sniff it. James eyed it for a little longer, unsure whether to go through with it or not. How addictive is it? He asked, still hesitant. Hector laughed. Don't worry. One sniff won't do anything crazy, at least, I hope so. He chuckled, but James only looked more stressed. I'm here, don't worry. I'll do it with you, okay? Hector made another line for himself and leaned down to do it. Wait. What do I need to know before we actually do this? Well, it's different for everyone. Some people hallucinate, others just get an energy boost and go at it all night. But since it's your first time, I think nothing big is going to happen. And if you feel bad, that's why I brought the whiskey, because it's like an antidote for it. It'll help you feel better. He smiled. Just don't stress. You didn't take your meds, right? Yeah. Then let's do it. Nothing wrong could happen. Come on. Hector knelt down before the table and leaned over it. James did the same, slowly kneeling down. The two of them sniffed it up. And oh boy, what a journey lay ahead of them. Not just because of the white magic, but because Hector had also brought a green weed joint with him, to make the trip even better, as he had heard. James's first reaction was to start coughing as the powder went up his nostrils. Then came the burning sensation in his nose. And then, nothing happened. He kept sniffing, feeling the tickling in his nose, while Hector poured them both a shot of whiskey. Let's drink this, and then we'll light this up, he said, holding out the joint. What? Yeah, we're smoking too. They say it does a wonderful mind-changing thing. He smiled, handing James a shot. How long does it take to hit? James asked, starting to stress out even more. One dangerous drug wasn't enough. Now there were 2, plus whiskey. About 5 minutes. The joint takes 5 too, I think. But let's drink first. Hector held out his glass toward James. He picked it, and they clinked their glasses before drinking it. As soon as it went down, Hector was already lighting up the joint. He took a deep drag. The thing is, you need to let it sit in your lungs, he said before exhaling and passing it to James. This shit is going to mess us up on a whole other level. But he took the drag anyway, holding it in like a real smoker. The feeling, well, it was nothing like a simple cigarette. The taste was different, something he couldn't quite describe. It wasn't irritating, nor did it have a particularly good flavor. He held it down, watching Hector, who was already pouring another shot of whiskey. Wow, you're actually good. I thought you were going to cough. He laughed as he grabbed the joint for James. Let's drink up. They cheered again and went down another shot. But something was up. James glanced at his watch, and more than 10 minutes had passed, and still, nothing had happened. At least, not drug-wise. The whiskey, however, was starting to kick in. Do you feel anything? He asked as he stared at Hector, who was just gazing up at the ceiling. Not really. It's kinda strange. He replied. Are you sure these three things didn't, cancel each other out? Alcohol, white magic, and green weed. Hector thought about it as he poured another shot. No. I don't fucking know. I can feel the alcohol, but not the other two. But let's just drink until something happens, he said, holding the glass out. James took it from him, drinking it again. Let's talk about something, Hector said. Should we play the question game? Question game. Yeah, there is an app that asks us questions, and we need to answer them. It's more like a game to get to know each other more. He opened the app on his phone and put it down on the table. Names, Hector and James, it should be this option. He clicked on Best Friend Questions. First one is a question to you. Are you a virgin? James laughed, shaking his head. Fuck, is this for teenagers? It's just to get to know each other better. Hector laughed too. Yes, I am a virgin. Hector froze. What? You have Bella, and you're a virgin? No action, nothing. No action. But shit, I have my right hand. True. Hector chuckled and clicked on the next question. It's for you again. Have you ever had a moment where you truly feared for your life? James thought about it. The easiest answer was the shootout, but he wanted to say something that would lighten the atmosphere. Back in college, when I knew I was going to drop out and had to tell my mom about it, I thought she was going to kill me, he said, shaking his head. And what actually happened? Hector asked curiously. Nothing really. She just said, then go work. But I knew she was disappointed and probably wanted to beat me up. James laughed again, but deep down, he still remembered the look in her eyes, that disappointment, like he was supposed to be the one to change their lives. Well, in the end, he did. Hector tapped for the next question. Oh, it's for me. Hector, what was the freakiest thing you did? He giggled as he read it out. No, please, skip that. James shook his head. He didn't want to hear anything about that. I'll just say it was a night with 3 girls, a crazy night. But I'll skip the details. Hector tapped again. All right, next question. Hector, what is a quote that defines your life? That's a good question, James said as he reached for the snacks. If it's a quote, I'd say, live every day like it's your last. What do you mean by that? Hector looked up at the ceiling for a moment before turning back to James. Every day, I call my sister and mother, ask how they're doing, and say I love them. You know, I never skip a day. James listened, nodding slightly. And every day, I try to do my best, because I could die at any moment. And it's not just about this lifestyle. Hector sighed. An accident, a heart attack, anything, these things can happen. That's very true, James said, looking down at his watch. It had been 20 minutes with no effects. What's your quote? Hector asked. It's kind of like yours, but it goes like this. The present is your only guarantee. That's cool too. Hector smiled and tapped the screen again, or at least he tried. His finger kept missing. What the fuck? He whispered, trying again, but his finger just tapped the table. His eyes were locked on the phone. He knew it was right there, but every time he tried, his finger just slid off. Are you good? James asked, laughing. He thought the alcohol had hit Hector, but when he looked at him, James realized they were both cooked. Hector's eyes were barely open. James, this shit is hitting, he said, each word coming out slow, like it took all his energy to finish the sentence. James stood up as fast as he could, thinking he needed to get some water or something, but then he stopped. It was in that moment he realized they weren't just cooked, it was a whole other level. Around him was nothing but an ocean, and Hector was sitting in a boat. What the actually fuck is happening? Chapter 97. Tripping. James stood still, slightly bending his knees, afraid to move because one thing was certain. He couldn't swim. He looked around. Water was everywhere. The living room was gone. The furniture, everything, had disappeared, leaving only a vast ocean stretching endlessly. In front of him sat Hector. He had been on a sofa, James was sure of it. But now he was on a ship. This can't be happening. What we took wasn't hallucinogenic drugs, James thought. But then again, they had mixed the drugs with alcohol and green weed, putting them into a dreamlike state where reality blended with whatever was in their minds. And that explained it. When he saw Hector getting cooked by the drug, he had gotten up for water. His drugged mind had simply created what he was thinking about water, which became the ocean. James tried to speak, but the words barely left his mouth. Every alphabet felt like a tongue twister. He tore He tried again, but he couldn't, and Hector on the other hand was lost in his own world, smiling at James, his eyes barely open. Move, James. Move, he thought. But that was easier said than done. His body felt like nothing, like it wasn't even his own anymore. He tried to take a step, but his legs wouldn't move. Paranoia began to set in. He was terrified of sitting down, afraid of the water that surrounded him. So he remained frozen in place, his eyes locked on Hector, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. I see, he mumbled, pointing at the ceiling. James slowly looked up, but for him, there was nothing. Just the sky. His mind had hallucinated. Say? What? He tried to ask. Lo, okay there. Hector pointed again, but James still saw nothing. Ho? James asked, but before he could get an answer, his knees gave out. He collapsed back onto the sofa, which, in his hallucination, felt like floating in water. Alan Eds. Hector struggled to form words. Ellens, F-O. He kept trying, but he couldn't put the word together. Meanwhile, James was suffering through stage 2 of the trip. He was still hallucinating the ocean, but now the drug started to affect his vision and his perception of time. His vision became dizzy and blurred, with colors changing every time he blinked. It was as if he were experiencing every color of the world, understanding the colors themselves and what they meant. Meanwhile, Hector leaned forward a bit, staring at James. After a few moments of thought, he finally found the right combination of letters and managed to form the word he wanted to say. Aliens, he muttered, pointing at the ceiling again. The word aliens was like a trigger for James, just as water had been earlier. It was a reference to the app they had been using, which had those annoying pop-up ads. When Hector first felt the effects, he had looked at his phone and saw an ad for an alien game. But now, as Hector said the word, everything changed. The ocean around James disappeared, and he was suddenly back in the living room. He thought the trip was finally over as his vision returned, but only in his right eye. His left eye was still caught in the swirl of colors. Hector, however, was still staring up. Aliens? James asked him, slowly looking up at the ceiling. For Hector, the word aliens meant foreign beings and monsters from movies. But for James, alien meant space and galaxies. And there was a fucking galaxy on the ceiling. No, the ceiling became the galaxy. Stars, beautiful colors, just like the pictures online. It was all there. On the other hand, Hector's trip was different. For him, there were aliens waving at him. I don't get it, James mumbled. But Hector wasn't hearing him. The aliens, at first distant, began to approach him. Their figures were shifting, blurred in the way his mind interpreted them, tall, with features impossible to define. Hector wasn't just tripping anymore. He was lost. They're here. They're real. He waved back at them. But for James, it was too much. The galaxy above him shifted into something darker. Stars blinked out, and the colors bled into each other, creating a vortex that seemed to drag him in. No. James' hands reached for anything solid to not let that vortex get him. I need to wake up. He was caught between fear and curiosity, the need to pull himself back from this fucked up trip. He couldn't hold on much longer. The pull was too strong. Every time he blinked, it felt like he was discovering new colors that didn't even have names. He wasn't sure if he was experiencing reality or if he was becoming a part of the colors themselves, trying to figure out what they meant. It was wild. He could barely keep up. But panic? Nah, he wasn't going there. He was an expert at this. Even though it was his first time tripping like this, he knew one thing for sure. The moment you let panic take over, you're done for. So he let go. He just floated with it. The floor beneath him was still warping like he was sitting on a melting puddle. And Hector? He was still looking at the ceiling like he was waiting for the aliens to land. Meanwhile, James was floating in outer space, experiencing the beauty of the galaxies, nebulous. But it was just his mind making up all of it from photos he saw. But still it was beautiful, but also terrifying. Like he was about to get sucked into the black hole. James looked over. Hey yo go, OD. He could see Hector's eyes were wide, but it wasn't just from the drugs. He was seeing something. He was there. In some other dimension. They're here. Who? James asked, his own paranoia kicking in now. The ones who. They're watching us. Hector continued, completely lost in whatever world he was in. James's mind was racing, but then the world started to meld again, the ceiling warping into a black hole. Everything was stretching. He felt like he was being pulled into the ceiling. He could hear water now, gurgling beneath him, even though there was none. And the ocean was coming back. Not the literal ocean, but the feeling of it. The sensation of drowning in colors and sound. No, 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 this isn't real. James kept thinking that, but it only made the trip worse. The more he fought it, the deeper he sank into it, and then the whispers started. Soft at first, but they were growing louder. He swore he could hear someone calling his name. He looked around, but there was no one, and he started to panic, but in the right moment, Hector pulled him out of it. James, look. Thigh, waving at him. Wavin. James mumbled, but it didn't matter. It wasn't real. Or was it? As he tried to make sense of it, everything snapped. The room froze. The ocean, the galaxy, they were gone. In the blink of an eye, the world reset. Everything was normal again. Except, nothing was normal. He looked around at Hector, who was still staring up at the ceiling with wide eyes, mumbling something. James blinked, trying to figure out if he was still tripping, but one thing was for sure. He needed to help Hector somehow. He pushed himself off the sofa, and then, phase 2 kicked in. He was drunk as fuck. The first step he took, he lost his balance and fell straight onto the coffee table, the one they'd been using to sniff up the white magic. The good news? He didn't feel any pain, nothing at all. The world just spun, round and round. He tried to get up, but he couldn't. So, he decided to crawl toward the kitchen. His arms shook as he pulled himself along. It felt like the kitchen was kilometers away, but it was only about 16 meters. When he finally managed to get there, he gripped the counter to pull himself up and managed to grab the first bowl he could find. He filled it with water, and the bowl felt heavier than it should have. And when he turned around to look back at Hector, it seemed like the distance was growing and his head just spun more. So, he did what he needed to and get back to the ground and started crawling back while pushing the bowl in front of him. 10 minutes later, he was back at Hector's side where he used all his strength to stand up, and he was finally ready. Get the fuck up, he shouted, and he dumped the water onto Hector's head. He gasped for air and coughed as the water went into his nose and mouth. Finally over. But just as the thought crossed his mind, the corner of his eye caught a flicker of movement. A shadow, a figure, someone standing at the doorway. Who's there? He shouted as he turned around. But the figure was gone. The paranoia kicked back in. Did you see that, Hector? He didn't answer. He was too busy rubbing his face, still trying to piece together what was real and what was whatever the hell they had just gone through. Chapter 98, After Effect. More than an hour passed between them, and nothing happened, like they didn't move, just sat and stared at different objects to be sure they were in reality and not in another trip. Hector picked up the phone to watch, while James was looking at the whiskey bottle on the ground. But he knew they were going to get more and more drunk because they were sitting still, and for James, there was a rule. If he started feeling drunk, do not sit still, because it was just going to get worse. But he feared that if he stood up, something was going to happen. Maybe the galaxy would come back, so he was just getting more drunk. As Hector was as well, who was the first to speak. This was hard, he said as he looked at James. He looked up at him, and they both started laughing at each other. You said nothing was going to happen. I almost got vacuumed by a black hole. James laughed more as his head spun. Maybe it was a mistake to do all three at the same time. Fucking aliens almost took me with them. Hector shook his head, looking at his hands. It felt too real. Well, for someone, it would be a mistake. For someone else, the experience could have been the real world and its meanings. But what the fuck does aliens mean? Who knows? Maybe Hector saw who created the Earth, the Illuminati, while James was beginning to understand the galaxies and was the first person who almost got vacuumed by a black hole. They sat in silence for 10 minutes, trying to regain their power and understanding of the situation, and slowly, the effects of the white magic and the green weed faded away. It was strange because it was supposed to last longer, but they somehow canceled each other out. The only remaining substance in their bodies was the alcohol, which was still a big problem because when these two started to drink, they began to speak about plans for their business. This was exactly how the Arbora incident happened when Hector hid the white magic into the soldiers' bodies. So, Hector began. What do you plan to do with that Benjamin guy? To be honest, I don't fucking know. Hector looked at him, then at his hand where the ring still sat. We could use him, or the thing he promised. Think about it. We could rule the fucking country, thousands of people under us. It'd be a military. He sighed. But that's the problem. Too many people, huh? James leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. I thought of a plan. A plan. Hector grew curious, and as he leaned forward, his head spun even more. Still, he tried to focus on James. My mom said I should start legal companies and employ people under them. Half would handle legal production, while the other half would handle the illegal side. We could get permits, and nobody would say anything. What do you think? He looked up at him, and even though Hector was barely there, he understood everything James said. That would be a disaster for several reasons. He leaned back, sighing. It sounds like a great idea on paper, but in reality, it just doesn't work that well. Why? Too many people. We'd need government approval for them, and not just that, too much attention countywide. Think about it. He pointed to his head. If we build a company so big that it can employ thousands of people with good salaries, the whole county would talk about it. More people would come to work, but our goal is to help the countryside people, not everyone. So, it better work the way it's supposed to. James said, clutching his stomach as it started to hurt. How much attention does a forestry company get? Nothing. At least yours got barely any, but it is a shell company after all. James thought about it for a second. Even though he was drunk, he was still considering the right move. What would happen if we used the forestry company? We buy land near the villages and towns, then start cutting trees and all that. Then, with the real estate company, we build underground labs. We can claim that the real estate company is only building housing for the workers, like container homes. How much attention would that get? Let's say 5,000 people will work there. Hector looked up at James. Same problem I mentioned, too big. And what do we do with the trees and lumber? James smirked. We can hide greenweed or white magic inside them and ship it anywhere we want. Nobody would go near the forest, or we wouldn't let them. We'd just say it's a danger zone, and that's it. We could traffic hundreds of kilos using the wood. But if you think about it, the police and drug agency have scanners and stuff like that. They can detect it without even touching it. Hector said, that's where Benjamin comes in. He'll make sure the shipment is under a government order, so nobody will check it. James explained it. I mean, we don't need to start big. We can test it in one town first, see how it plays out, see what Benjamin can really do. Then, we'll be clear to move on to the others. Yeah, I almost forgot. The Justice Minister is in my pocket too, along with the ISB Director. They can help even more. That's very true. I feel like I'm getting sober. Hector said, smiling at James. I can feel it a little. It was a lie from both of them. One more thing, Hector. Yeah. I was thinking about creating a structured hierarchy and maybe forming a side family, or whatever the hell they call it. Hector's eyes widened as James said that. There's already a hierarchy, James. You're the boss, and that's it. A side family would only bring problems, backstabbing, betrayal. No, you misunderstand me. I mean, like with Sophia's people. She could be the head of a side family under ours. They'd be our sword while we just focus on our work. Hector got more confused about what just James said than the trip. You're saying you don't want Sophia to become fully part of us. I'm saying it would make more sense if she still ruled over her own people. They know her, they trust her. So why not make it a branch family? Like how the Bellini family is the main one, and the Connie family is a side family. It would be more than an alliance. But that would also mean they'd know our plans. Do you really trust Sophia that much? She was the only one who didn't betray him, who stayed even though the entire circle left him. And because of what Hans told her, that she is deeply in love with him, he was sure that she didn't do anything dumb. It's not about trust. It's about survival. We need someone who can fight alongside us if something happens. James said, I think we should talk about this when we're fully sober because this would be a huge change. James nodded, leaning back in his seat. Yeah, you're right. No point in making big decisions when we're half out of it. Still, if we actually go through with this, it changes everything. A side family means new rules, new loyalties, and new risks. We'd have to set it up carefully, but right now. He stood up. I need to vomit this shit out of me, he said, smiling at him, and went upstairs while James remained on the sofa, thinking about the plans. But his thoughts were shattered as Hector's voice echoed through the house, the unmistakable sound of someone vomiting with all their strength. And from the sound of it, without a second thought, he ran to the nearest toilet, where he threw up as well. Chapter 99, The Throne of Bellini. The next days was the most brutal and fucked up experience James had ever endured. The after effects of the drug were so bad that he lay in bed for 2 straight days, doing nothing. He didn't even want to turn to his other side because everything hurt, and he was scared he would throw up. Hector, on the other hand, was only out of it for half a day, maybe because he had already done white magic and green weed before. Of course, separately. But maybe his body already knew what was coming. That was exactly why James, who was practically dying from the after effects, let Hector handle whatever needed to be done on his own. So, basically, for a day, Hector became the boss. To the others, they just said James had caught some nasty virus or something. They believed it, or at least his mother and Charlotte did, who was crying beside his bed all day, convinced he was going to die. Which, honestly, just annoyed him more. But this is what happens when you have a daughter. Are you really sure about this? Hector asked, staring at James, who looked like someone in the half stage of turning into a zombie. His eyes were bloodshot, his face pale, and he had literally no strength in his body. Yeah, but it means they might believe that. Hector, James slowly tilted his head to the side. Just fucking go and do what you need to do. Hector kept staring at him, still unable to believe it. He was excited but also felt the weight. He was the underboss, but he had never stepped into James' place. Even when he was in coma, Hector just stopped everything waiting for him to get well. But now, Hector Bellini, the underboss of the Bellini family, became the acting boss. For a day, and for some reason, he felt like a fucking intern. His whole body was shaking like it was his first day on the job. Maybe it was because of the misconception people had about his role. To most, the underboss of the family meant they were just one step away from becoming the boss. The one who would take over if something big happened. The one who would inherit the family. The underboss handled the business the boss ordered him to. Well, that part was kind of true because James almost always told Hector about his plans and what the next step would be. But even if James called Hector the underboss, it never really felt that way. Hector's role in the family felt more like an operative leader. He is the one handling the trafficking, the production, the trading, and, most importantly, the money. The money laundering, the transfers through shell companies, the offshore bank accounts, hundreds of millions, sometimes billions, went through Hector, through his men, through his associates. And this was exactly why James wanted a clearer hierarchy, because everything was so mixed up in bullshit. At the top stands James as the family boss. That is clear to everybody. What isn't clear was where his mother stood. She clearly enjoys the money, even if she never admits it. She is living her best life, even if her son died. But her position in the family? That is a mystery to many. So they just started calling her the mother. A simple yet powerful name, mother of the Bellini family. So there is James at the top, and maybe, beside him, his mother. But without any official criminal connection. Below James comes Hector, the underboss of the family. Outsiders, even the agencies, might assume that Bella and Ferrucci are directly under James. But no, before them, there are others. These people don't outrank Bella and Ferrucci. They never could. But they work for Hector, and they are some of the closest players to the family. They are the ones who handle the money, count the money, and launder the money. And when there is too much cash, they convert it into assets. Houses, gold, cars, anything money could buy. This is the secret James didn't know about. He actually has a luxury car garage with 34 cars sitting in a hangar, just because they needed to spend the money. There are 20 people working on this, day and night. They are nicknamed the bankers. It might seem like a small number for handling that much cash, but every single one of them has the right connections to make it work. They are among the most valuable members of the family, because without them, none of this would be possible. After Hector and the bankers, comes Bella and Ferrucci. Bella's the one going after reporters, making sure every piece of news about the Bellini family that leaks out gets buried. Ferrucci? He doesn't really care about any of that. He barely cares about his own men. The whole bossing people around thing isn't for him. He just likes to cause pain. He's the personal interrogator. And beyond them, there are smaller group leaders. With all of this in mind, it's safe to say that James, as the boss, never really does much. Everything is done by the people under him. The only thing he ever does is make the plans, which he shares with Hector. After hearing them, Hector does his best to carry them out with the people under him, making sure things happen exactly how James wants. This is exactly why he tells Hector to redo the whole hierarchy, because, to some, it might seem like James is just a puppet and Hector's the one actually pulling the strings. Of course, if anyone ever said that, or even started gossiping about it, they wouldn't live more than a few hours. Because nobody questions James. Not out of fear, but out of respect. In their eyes, whether it's the bankers, the last soldier, or some low-level worker in the jungle, James is someone deeply embedded in their lives, in their hearts. They owe him everything, because he gives them something they can hold on to. The work, the money that comes with it. But most of all, safety. They know that if anything happens, James will be there. And it became even clearer after the attack on him. The bodyguards who died, their families got a huge sum of money. Even their funerals were paid for by James. Because that's what it means to be under him. James wants to be like Lossy Gabbin. He wants people to love him, not just out of fear, but genuinely love him. But it already happened when he stepped into this world. The moment people started to follow him, they did it out of respect and love because he wasn't like the other mafia bosses. He isn't the one shouting orders at them like dogs. He isn't the one who'll kill them for making even the smallest mistake. He isn't the one who pays lower wages than a legitimate job. No, James Bellini is different from them. He pays good money, even for the lowest person. Even the workers respect him. The ones that work with deadly chemicals, they do the job because they get good money, and they know that James respects them, just like they respect him. This is how the tale of James Bellini began. That's why the word spread like wildfire in the underworld. That's why people came to work for him, for the money and the respect they got for what they did. And this is exactly why nobody ever dares to betray him. Because James gives them something. Not just money, not just safety, but a place where they belong. This is the difference. Other mafia bosses see their men as disposable. But James makes them feel irreplaceable. They carry his name, respect him, and trust him. Because James Bellini didn't just build a mafia family. He built a kingdom. And in his kingdom, betrayal is an impossibility. No one can turn their back on James, because doing so means turning their back on everything they've built, everything they've earned. James Bellini has created something no one can easily destroy, a loyalty so deep, so unshakable that questioning it is a sin. This is about creating a legacy. And legacy, James knows, isn't something you build with blood and bones alone. It's something you build with respect, with trust, and with the understanding that no matter where someone comes from, no matter their past, they can always find a place in his kingdom. And in that kingdom, loyalty is worth more than money. This is what James Bellini built. This is how the hierarchy works. But most importantly, this is why Hector is freaking out. Not because he's scared, but because now he understands what it means to be at the top, what it means to have so many people's faith and loyalty, that even a misstep, a miscalculation, can cause something big. Chapter 100. Good news, bad news. For a few minutes, Hector just stood in the driveway, thinking about what to do next. He opened his phone notes, which were full of to-do lists and things that would need James' approval, but now he was on his own. But before dwelling on any of that, he did what he did every day. He called his little sister. "Amanda, how are you, darling?" he asked, and a smile spread across his face. His sister's voice, still from the hospital, sounded so powerful this time. Nothing like a month ago, when she could barely talk or didn't even want to. Back then, she had been depressed, ready to give up on life. "Hector, I got a wheelchair." She beamed through the phone. "I can finally go outside," she shouted, her voice full of joy and excitement. "Really?" Hector asked in disbelief. "So you can go wherever you want?" His sister hesitated for a moment. "No, only around the hospital, but still, it's something big." The joy returned to her voice. "Of course it is," Hector answered, jumping a little. He was so happy he couldn't contain himself, even making a nearby guard laugh at his reaction. "I'm going to see you later." "Do you want anything? Should we celebrate this?" "I want a better wheelchair." Hector fell silent for a bit. A wheelchair? The hospital was expensive as it was, and those fuckers had probably given her a busted-down one. "Why? Isn't the one they gave you good enough?" "It's good, but I want one with flowers on it, like a custom one. I saw them on the internet. You can buy those," she said, laughing a little. "Can you buy one, or is it too much to ask?" Her voice suddenly went quiet. "I know the hospital is expensive. Maybe it's too much." "Too much? Don't be stupid. I'd buy you the moon if you wanted it. Hector shouted into the phone. Really? Like really, really? Amanda's excitement grew as she realized he was serious. Of course. I'm your big brother. As a matter of fact, I'll buy it today. I love you so much. I love you too, Amanda. And don't worry about money anymore. Okay? Okay. Should I give the phone to Mom? Yeah, please. For a second, there was silence. Hector. Mom, is it really true? Amanda can use a wheelchair now. Yes. They said she can spend an hour outside if she wants. They had said she would be stuck in bed for months, just like Han's daughter. But now, thanks to James paying for everything, the medicine and operation were finally working. I'm going to buy her a wheelchair, so she better be ready. She's going to be so happy, darling. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Bye-bye. Bye. As he pocketed the phone, he stood in silence. Then, without a word, he started jumping more, punching the air in his happiness. He could barely believe it at first. His little sister could finally look around. She could finally live. As he jumped up and down, his phone buzzed again, but it wasn't a good message. He caught his breath, opening the message which came from one of the bankers, and it said, "Urgent. Meet me." Fuck. He locked the phone, looking up at the sky. Why now all this fucking trouble? Boss, something happened. Mike stepped up to him as he saw him jumping. We need to go to the bankers, he said as he went past Mike and sat into one of the cars. Oh. Mike sighed as he sat in the driver's seat with two more guards, and they rolled out of the estate, heading toward the Washer. The Washer was the nickname of the building, which was in the middle of the Capitol. The reason for it was because nobody would look at it or question it, because it is a beautiful building, which is also under the real estate company of James. Who would think that, actually, in the middle of the Capitol, there is one of the biggest mafia bosses, laundering operation? Nobody. Or if someone did, they would die, and that's it. So they made their way toward it, and the city was bustling with life. The weather was perfect, sunny. People enjoyed themselves in the parks and the streets. They made a left and arrived at the building. It had statues and shit. It was a beautiful building. As they stepped out from the car, some passers-by stared at them because, well, in weather where it was already too hot to even wear a sweater, Hector and the others were all in suits, which meant they were either business, politicians, or the third answer, gangsters. Fuck you staring at me for? Mike asked as a man literally stopped, looking at him. It's a public space. I stare wherever I. Mike opened his suit, showing a gun to him. Stare at this too. Looks good, doesn't it? The man turned and walked away without saying anything, while Mike laughed at him. Stop with that. What if they report it to the police? Hector said. They stared at each other, then almost at the same time, started to laugh. Then Hector stepped to the door, entering his PIN code and opening the door, which was a mission in itself because it was no ordinary door. It was armored, bomb-proof, bulletproof, and fire-resistant, just like every window on the building. But of course, that wasn't all. To get in, there were 3 of these doors. When they finally opened the third one, behind it was a heavily armed guard with cameras and sensors everywhere. Boss, good to see you, but please assign me somewhere else. I just stand here all day. One of the guards said to Hector with a smile. You're a little fat. You need to stand. He teased him as he went past him toward the staircase. They went up and finally stepped into the room where the whole cleaning operation was. It looked like a legitimate office with computers, lots of paper, printers, and phones. If somebody outside looked in, they would see nothing out of the ordinary. Hector, you're finally here. A man stepped in front of him, offering his hand. Danny, those fucking doors took minutes of my life to get in. Hector laughed as he shook his hand. Well, those doors keep us safe. But anyway, there's a big problem that we need to address, he said, and turned to go toward a door. Another door. Hector shook his head. He had been here so many times before, but these doors were built last week, and the reason for them was what was in that room. As he went after Danny, he could hear a sound that was unmistakably money counters, going without stopping. Danny looked back, then with his fingerprint, he opened it, and what was there was too much to even understand. This is the problem, Hector. He pointed inside. Oh my fucking God. In the room, people were hurrying, counting the money. That was what Hector heard. All the money counters were literally struggling to keep up with the sheer amount of bills that were in the room. It was so much cash that he had never seen before. There were piles of them, even reaching the ceiling. What the fuck is this, Danny? Hector turned to him. The problem. He pointed. I get it, but why is so much money here and not in the bank or somewhere else? Because the banks are full, Hector. Danny looked back up at him. I mean full. They can't take any more because it would crash them. I said okay, what happens if I do it with gold? He shook his head. They don't fucking sell us gold. So, since James ordered to multiply the white magic piece, all the money that came in is here and in 500 bills, because if it was in 100s, then it wouldn't fit the place. How much is it? Danny looked at one of the men counting the money. Gavey, how much? He glanced up at them. We went through about 780 million, and that's just half of it. So there's probably another 780 million left, maybe a bit more. Just an estimate, based on the pile. Hector looked at Gavey, staring at him, then back at Danny. That's impossible. We didn't even sell that much white magic. Hector said, well, we sold what we had, and we multiplied the price so much that it brought in this much. Danny replied, but I was the one who set the price, wasn't I? Hector asked, looking around. Danny looked at Gavey, then back to Hector. Well, you said to pump it up. That was James' order. So we did pump it up, and people bought it like it was nothing. So we pumped it up even more, and they still bought it. He smiled. Hector still didn't understand it. Even if they sold it at an unimaginable price, they didn't have enough product to make this much money. That's still too much. He locked eyes with Danny. So, tell me, what's the other thing that brought in money? Hector asked. Danny hesitated a bit, turning away from Hector, then said, real estate. Chapter 101 too. Much. Hector was so confused he didn't say anything, just stared at Danny, who continued. We may have sold some buildings, some big buildings. You're telling me. Hector finally began to speak. That you sold buildings with the company we made to launder money? A shell company? Well, yeah, exactly. Danny smiled. This is not happening, what the fuck? Hector sighed. How much money came in from that? And what exactly did you sell? Since Charlotte is Lucian's daughter, and Lucian died, all the assets he had fallen into Charlotte's pocket. But since Charlotte is James' adopted daughter, we thought it was a good idea to sell these assets. Hector looked more confused now. He thought Lucian only had the houses and those cars. Lucian owned 6 buildings. His real estate portfolio was huge, with 8-story buildings that just sat here, and he also had warehouses and some land. So when the papers came, all of this was officially under James' name, and we sold them under his real estate company. Hector was dumbfounded by the fact that he didn't know about this. How much? From all of that, we made about 840 million. Of course, it all went down through cash transactions, so yeah, that's it. Danny smiled at him again as if he hadn't just made hundreds of millions, without Hector or James having any clue about it. So let me get this straight. Hector turned to face the money, then pointed his hand. More than half of this money is actually from Lucian's stuff you sold, which means this money is Charlotte's money. Danny nodded. Yes, but still, if we think about it, the money is under James' control. Hector ran his hand through his hair. They hadn't told him about it, and maybe those buildings could have actually helped them, but they sold everything, and he knew James would not touch Charlotte's money, which meant it would just sit somewhere. Somewhere that wasn't a bank. You fucked up, Danny. What the fuck were you even thought? Why? You said to sell everything because James ordered it. I just did my job. What about the government? Didn't they notice you selling land and shit? No, because we bribed the ones that would care, so it's all cleared. Danny looked at the money. Well, at least something is clear. Yeah, somehow $1 billion in fucking 500 bills isn't clear. How genius are you? Hector shook his head. It would be more fucked up if it were in smaller notes. Danny said, Danny, 500 bills are only used by banks and government funds. Maybe a couple of businesses, not fucking criminals. Of course, nobody would take it, because it's clear that this is from illegal dealings. I know that. I fucking graduated college with a master's degree, but shit, money is money. Yeah, money is money, but we can't fucking use it. Not even the black market would accept it. Hector looked up. Fuck, I need to call our dictator friend. I thought about the same. He can clean it for us. Danny smiled. Yeah, just my ass needs to fucking travel there, with James. You just fucking made a big-ass mess. There was silence between them as they thought about it. Only the sound of the cash counter echoed. Let's bury it underground, Mike said from the background. Hector and Danny both looked at him. What? Danny asked. I mean, I saw it in a movie. They buried it underground and marked it on a map, like a treasure hunt. He smiled as he thought about it as a real plan. And what the fuck is going to happen? Money trees grow, or what? You stupid ass. If you bury it, it's still not going to be clean. Danny shook his head as he said it. Oh, that's true. I said nothing. Mike stepped back. So, the bank didn't take our money, because it would be too much. We can't buy gold or crypto because we need quick access to it. We need cash or it in a bank account, and the only way is the dictator. There's nothing else I can think of. There is a way, Danny said as he leaned on one of the desks. But you're not going to like it. What is it? Danny took a deep breath. We need a legitimate business that can generate this much money so we can actually use it. A shell company that's actually somehow legitimate. We can't wash this much money anymore, nor will the bank take it. The second option is a little dangerous. What is it? James knows a lot of businessmen, so what we do is give them the money to clean it. They have billion-dollar companies, so they could easily make it look legitimate for us. The problem is, they take a cut. Maybe we could even buy shares in their companies or invest in stocks. Danny looked at Hector. We aren't some low-profile gangsters anymore, Hector. The family is worth billions, and the money will just keep coming. We need strategic decisions. Hector stood in silence for a moment, thinking. So, you're saying we basically need to hand over our money to some businessmen and hope they clean it for us? And they'll take a cut. Exactly, Danny replied. But they have the connections and resources to pull it off. It's a risk, but it could work. We get the money back, cleaned, and they get a share for their trouble. That's a huge risk. I like our dictator friend more. He actually keeps his word. We don't need to worry about him. Hector said back. That's also a good plan. And maybe it's the best, because this isn't all the cash we have. Hector closed his eyes as Danny said it, trying to calm himself down. What do you mean by that? He asked, smiling a little, but only because of the stress. Around 200 million is in different warehouses. I think Ferrucci has like 80 million in his warehouse, so we need to do something about that too. But the good news is, those aren't in 500 bills. Oh, really? Hector's eyes lit up. Yeah, so maybe forget that. We can use it directly, we just need to clean it, which would take a few days. So 200 million is already ready to use. Call me when it's done. As for this bullshit, he gestured at the piles of cash in the room. Just count it and do nothing until I come back, okay? Understood. Danny nodded as Hector turned and walked away. As he stepped out, he paused before the car, taking a moment to enjoy the sunshine, despite the messed up situation he was in. Too much money. Never in my life did I think I'd be worried about something like this. Should we go? Mike asked. We're going to buy a wheelchair. Look up where I can get one. Hector said as he got into the car. He was confused when Mike didn't close the door, just stood there staring at him. What? Is James? No, it's for my cute sister. He interrupted with a smile. You want to see a picture of her? She's like an angel sent down to earth. Mike smiled back. Sure. I have a sister too. And just like that, they started talking about their sisters as they began their long search for a store that sold custom-built wheelchairs. Eventually, they found one. Chapter 102, The Wheelchair. Finally here, Hector said as she stepped out of the car, looking around. But they were the only ones around. The shop was near the mall, situated on a small street between two shops, yet the street itself looked abandoned. From the outside, the shop looked well designed, with a big advert poster meant to attract customers, and it worked on Hector because it was featuring a child in a wheelchair. She immediately imagined Amanda in one, happily cruising around the hospital. This street looks so different now, Mike said behind Hector as he looked around. Hector turned around. Different? What do you mean? Mike adjusted his suit before looking at Hector. Well, before James showed up, this was one of the streets where drug addicts lived. They literally had houses made of cardboard and shit, and drug dealers loved to come here to sell their spiked junk. I never knew that, Hector said. Well, because it was our mission to get them out of here. So we did, and now look how lively this street is, fucking flowers and all. He pointed. Oh, I remember now, ordering it to be cleaned up. He laughed because they hadn't wanted to do it. These people were just homeless beggars, not ones they would kill. So instead, they simply killed the drug dealers in front of them, sending a message. If they stayed, the same would happen to them. Anyway, let's go in. As he stepped in and looked around, he was already excited. There were so many variations and combinations of wheelchairs everywhere, and his eyes immediately landed on one, exactly what Amanda had asked for, a wheelchair with flowers. Can I help you? One of the staff members approached Hector with a big smile. Yeah, that wheelchair there. He pointed. Is it suitable for children? Of course it is. Please, come let me show you. She smiled, and together they walked over to the wheelchair. She began explaining everything about it. It's specially made for children. We have different sizes for ages 6 to 16. It has high-quality carbon fiber elements, as you can see. She pointed at the wheels. This material is very strong and can last for years. And of course, the flowers are all over it. She smiled as she gestured toward them. The seat and armrests were designed with pink flowers. It was obviously meant for a girl. It was perfect for Amaneda. I like it, but isn't it a little heavy for a child to push? Hector asked, a little worried that Amanda would get exhausted since her strength was still not enough. Not really, because the carbon fiber is light. But of course, we have this model for it. She stepped over to a cabinet. This connects to the wheels, and with this, she held up a controller. You can drive it. But we also have fully electric ones. Hector thought about it, but realized that a little bit of exercise could only help Amanda, and if she got too tired, she could always use the electric feature. It's good enough. I'll buy it with the electric thing, he said and walked toward the counter with her, while another staff member went to the back to prepare it for him. That will be $8,000. Fucking hell, how the fuck do normal people afford this? Does the government have any programs to help with purchases like this? Like with a hospital form or something? They do have one program, but it takes weeks to get the paperwork done and they only cover 30% of the price. Well, that's better than nothing. Hector handed her his bank card. As she grabbed it from him, she hesitated for a moment, staring at it. That card, it wasn't just any card. It was one of the most exclusive from Hinsper Bank. A full black metal card that required the user to spend more than $500,000 a year. She hesitated slightly, but tried to hide her surprise. I mean, not really, because the 30% only applies to ones over 6,000. For a 5,000 one, they cover 20%, and for anything under that, only 10%. Oh, then fuck them. Hector smiled. Yeah, that's why we have this program. She turned and pointed at a poster. We have a donation system, and with the money that comes in, we help people who can provide proof, like an accident report or any other reason they lost mobility. If they can prove it, we use the funds to cover the cost for them. Hector looked at the poster, which also featured a child like the other one outside, and he couldn't help himself. That's really nice. Do I have to add my name or anything to make a donation? And how many people have you helped like this? He asked. You can do it anonymously, and we've helped a lot of people. Just last month, we provided wheelchairs for free to 15 people, children and adults. She smiled at him as she handed back the card. Then I'll make a little donation. Can I do it with cash? Yes, you can, she said, already thinking about getting Hector's number. A good-looking, handsome man, and even if he is in his 30s, to her, he was filthy. Rich, and filthy rich people are the best to get. Mike, do you have cash on you? Hector turned toward him, and Mike's face started to pale. I'll give it back, don't worry. Hector shook his head with a smile. As Mike stepped closer, the woman suddenly realized she had no idea who he was speaking to. Because as Mike opened his suit to reach into his inner pocket, she saw a gun. But more importantly, she clearly saw the name engraved on it in gold, Bellini. So, I want to donate. Hector counted the money. You only have this much. He looked back at Mike. I'm not a walking bank, Hector. That's true. Then I want to donate $3,000 if I can. Hector said, looking up at the woman, who was now frozen and refusing to meet his gaze. Is there a problem? No, she said a little too loudly. Thank you for your generous donation. She grabbed the money from him and put it into a black box. My colleague prepared the wheelchair, which is at the loading area. If you go outside, it's to the left. She still didn't look up at him, just quickly saying what she needed to. Hector looked at Mike, then back at the woman, confused, but he simply said goodbye and left the store. As they walked out, the woman let out a long breath, leaning against the counter and shaking her head. Another employee, an older woman who had been watching the whole thing from the side, stepped closer. I know you've only been working here for a month, but you need to care more about customers and show respect, Carla, she said, shaking her head. What if they post a review that you? Do you know who they were? Carla interrupted, her face pale. No, but it doesn't matter. They're customers who just dropped a lot of money, and that's all that matters, she said, crossing her arms. Carla let out a small, nervous laugh. At first, I thought he was just a businessman because he had the black card from Hinsper. The older woman's eyes widened. And you really froze up. Why didn't you ask for a bigger donation or tell him he could donate with his card? Maybe he would have given a couple more thousand. Carla straightened herself, looking deep into the woman's eyes. Anna, they were gangsters. What? Anna let out a laugh. Having a black card doesn't mean he's a gangster. Don't say stupid things. The other guy had a gun on him, Carla said. Anna hesitated for a moment before replying. Maybe he's his bodyguard. Rich people tend to fear for their lives, especially in this rotten country. Carla hesitated a bit, looking at the doors, then looked back at Anna. Then why did his gun have an engraving that said Bellini? Anna's smile faded as she processed Carla's words. Bellini? She whispered as she looked at the door too. Carla nodded. Yeah, it was engraved in gold. Anna started thinking. The name sounded familiar, too familiar. That name. She hesitated. I've heard it before. Isn't that a mafia family? Carla finished for her. One of the biggest. The news didn't really cover them, but there are some photos. And this guy, if I remember correctly, was Hector Bellini, one of the most powerful in the family, but his bank card had a different name on it. I just put the thing together after I saw the gun with the name on it. Anna's pulse quickened, but he didn't look like some ruthless gangster. She said he was normal, charming, even. Yeah, and I almost asked him for his number. Carla shook her head and laughed at herself. I only know what I've seen on TV. Anna admitted. But you said he's one of the most powerful. Does that mean he has a boss? Yeah, James Bellini. As Carla said it, the door of the store opened again. Immediately, the atmosphere shifted as they both smiled, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Walking in was none other than Mike. Sorry, can I get the receipt? He asked, smiling at them. He noticed something was off, but had no time or interest in figuring out what. Of course, here it is. Carla replied, forcing a smile as she handed him the receipt. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Mike smiled and left the store again. Anna and Carla were still a bit stunned by the whole situation. Hector was actually so human, at least in their eyes. Outside, however, they were busy making space for the large wheelchair that had come with the delivery. Why the fuck is there a bulletproof shield in the back? Hector asked, looking at Orion. After what happened, it can be useful, Orion replied, tossing it out of the trunk. But this is just crazy. He picked up a battering ram. Now this has surprised me too. Are we the special forces? He threw it out too. The employee who had been with them stood in silence, processing what a fuck is he witnessing. He had also seen the assault rifle in the trunk. Hector thundered toward him. Take it, and you blind, okay? The guy grabbed the 300 from him and walked away without a word, but someone else had words for Hector. Hector, you're bribing people with my money. Mike called out as he came back. I said I'd give it back to you. Don't cry like a bitch, and help Orion. Hector responded. Why didn't you help him? You were just standing there watching. Mike shook his head, leaning into the trunk to help Orion. I'm your fucking boss, you motherfucker. He said and kicked Mike in the ass, and because of it he headbutted the side of the trunk. He patted his own head. What a good boss. He whispered as they finally made enough space to fit in the box. Good. Now throw those shits back too. Hector pointed at the bulletproof shield and the battering ram. And let's go see my sister. Yes, sir. Mike sighed, picking up them from the ground and throwing them into the car. It's done, sir. What's next, sir? Stop that shit, Mike, before I shoot your ass. Hector smirked. I will, sir. Mike saluted, then sat in the car with Hector and the others, finally heading to the one place Hector wanted to be at the most. Meanwhile, at home James was slowly getting better, but really slowly. His mother made her soup, and Charlotte was still beside his bed holding his hand, like it was his deathbed. But how could he tell them that he simply combated 3 drugs and got fucked up? No, that wasn't an option. He was feeling like a zombie while Hector was up in the sky because of his sister, totally forgetting about the things he needed to do. But who can judge him? His sister means everything to him. Chapter 103. Candy. Are you going to die? Charlotte asked, sniffing as she wiped away his tears. Charlotte, I told you 100 times already, no? I'm ill, you know, James said as she grabbed his hand again. But you didn't move all day. She placed her head on James' chest. It's like your heart is still beating, but you're not in your body. Charlotte, when people are sick, they rest. And I'm resting now. So please go do whatever you want and let me get better. He patted her head, but she didn't answer. She just started crying again. But what if? She sniffled, looking up at James. What if I never see you again? What is it with this girl? She just doesn't understand. Are you going to do this every time I feel bad? Yes. She replied instantly, then rested her head against him again. I feel hot, fuck. If I start sweating, I'm really going to get cold or some shit. He glanced at her again, seeing how she wasn't listening to him at all. Well, I was just like her when Mom got sick, when I was little. Fuck. Even if she just got home late from work, even if it was just a minute, I already thought she did or something happened to her. How annoying must I have been to Mom? I can't even imagine. I was probably more annoying than Charlotte, that's for sure. Tell me, what did you do with your grandma and Bella? That was the magic question. In a second, Charlotte sat up, beaming, like all the sadness had vanished. We went to Candyland, and then we played in a big playhouse. And after that, slowly, darling. James laughed as she spoke so fast she was spitting everywhere. What is Candyland? It's a big building. She gestured with her hands. And inside, you can find every candy in the world. She looked up at the light like she was seeing the candies in front of her. Oh, really? Yes. And I ate so much candy that I don't even remember what any of it tasted like. She declared, as if it was some great achievement. A second ago, she was crying like I was about to die, and now it's like nothing happened. And what was the playhouse? It was also a big building, but it had a huge park too. There were slides, ropes, everything, even swimming pools. But we didn't bring any swimsuits with us. So we all played in a ball pit, and even threw balls at each other like we were having a snowball fight. She gestured wildly, showing how she had thrown them. Wait, Grandma was in the ball pit too? James asked, trying to picture it. Yes. Charlotte jumped up and down. Even the guys who came with us. Guys? What guys? No way. Don't tell me the bodyguards were actually playing in the ball pit with them. You mean the bodyguards? He asked in disbelief. Yes. They even picked me up and threw me in the air with Bella. What the fuck? They're supposed to be watching over her, not playing around. That's good, he said with a smile. And after that, what did you do? I got tired and accidentally fell asleep in Bella's arms. Then I woke up in the car with one of the guards, who told me Bella and Grandma went shopping. She suddenly paused, then looked up at him. Without me, they left me in the car. What did you expect? For them to carry you around? James laughed, amused at how genuinely angry she was. Well, the answer was obviously yes, but she didn't say it. She just huffed in frustration. Then that was it. They came back, and we came home, and found you half dead. She said it so casually. What were you doing to get this sick? James was caught off guard by the question. He had already told her a lie earlier, but now he couldn't remember exactly what he had said. I just caught something, you know. Bacteria are everywhere, he said vaguely, giving her a smile. Charlotte just stared at him, completely unmoving. She didn't even blink. Okay, she finally said, and sat back down beside his bed. Just then, Bella opened the door. You're still here, Charlotte? She asked, stepping inside and petting her head. Go to Grandma. She's baking something delicious. Charlotte didn't need to hear it twice. All her worries about James disappeared instantly again, and she sprinted out of the room without a second thought. She's going to be an interesting person, James said, smiling at Bella. But she didn't smile back. Her eyes were judging him. What? He asked. Bella crossed her arms, still looking at him with that same disappointed expression. Oh, nothing really, she said, but it's kind of strange that I found an empty bottle of whiskey in the living room. And what's even stranger is the smell coming from the sofa cushions. You know, it's a smell I can't quite describe, but I know exactly what it is. She shook her head. And that white powder I found, just a little bit of it on the rug, it seemed so familiar, so I tasted it. James' eyes widened. You did what? His voice shot up. What if that was, I don't know, some kind of chemical or something? Bella laughed. Yeah, it is some kind of chemical. We call it white magic. And that smell? That was green weed. So you and Hector were smoking, sniffing, and drinking alcohol on top of it, am I right? She stepped closer. And you're not sick. Your body just couldn't process what the fuck was happening. Right. For a moment, James stayed silent, staring up at the ceiling, avoiding Bella's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. James, don't play. Dumb. You two did drugs. I'm not even saying that's wrong, You're a drug lord, after all. But if you're going to do it, at least clean up properly. What if Charlotte accidentally found that white powder on the rug? What if she tasted it? Or worse, sniffed it? Bella's expression darkened. She could die within minutes. You need to be careful with this. You have a daughter. That was true. He hadn't even thought about cleaning up properly, let alone the danger it posed to Charlotte. We fucked up. I'm sorry, he said, turning to Bella. Then, with a smirk, he added, So, you've decided to be a full-time mother instead of my employee? Bella blushed slightly. I'm 2-in-1, she said before quickly turning to leave the room. When did my life turn into a romance TV show? Ugh, it's annoying. No, I decided to take Charlotte in, and I love her, and I also feel something for Bella. Maybe I should finally tell her and take responsibility for it. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. At least there's peace in the streets. He whispered to himself with a smile. But he couldn't have been more wrong, because something big was happening somewhere else. Chapter 104, Bright Idea. While Hector was still on the road to the hospital, in an apartment building on the outskirts of the city, a gang was planning something terrible, robbing a money transport truck. I'm sure the truck will roll out at 7 in the morning, heading down Lucas Street toward the Yensai Private Bank. But the best part? It's going to turn here. He pointed at the map, onto Minister Street. And the best thing about that? It's a narrow, one-lane road. We can trap them in, blocking both the front and the back. But it's an armored truck. How do we get the money out? A woman asked. Do you really think they care more about money from some rich asshole than their own lives? These guys don't even make minimum wage. They'll hand it over, Fanny. From the corner of the room, a man stepped forward, moving toward the table and pointing at the map. The police station is only about 12 minutes away. If they radio in, we're fucked. No, because we do it fast, Gabby. Ollie said confidently. We block them. Get out, shoot at them. They'll be scared shitless. They'll get out of the truck, we snatch the money, and that's it. He grinned. Gabby and Fanny exchanged glances. This whole plan was pure chaos. So many things could go wrong. And how much money is even in that truck? What if it's empty? Then we're more fucked than we've ever been, Ollie. Fanny said. Ollie threw up his hands, frustrated. No, because I've got an old friend working there. That's why I know exactly what's in it. $4 million in cash. And there won't be any security escort, just the truck. No security with it? That seems like a trap, Gabby said, eyeing Ollie. But more than that, you said it's heading to a private bank, which means it's someone influential's money. What if we end up robbing a politician? Who gives a fuck, Gabby? Ollie laughed. One thing's for sure, it's coming from Hinsper Bank. He pointed at the map again. And heading to Yensai Bank. So it's 100% guaranteed there's going to be millions in it. And we'll be wearing masks. No one's going to know it's us. 3 people against an armored truck with guards? Fanny scoffed, shaking his head. They've got shotguns and shit, and we've only got 3 busted-down revolvers. That's why I asked the Narazzi gang to help us out. Narazzi? Fanny asked in disbelief. They're the most hated gang in the whole city, and you asked them to help us? Yeah, that's a fucked up idea, Ollie. Gabby added. And if I remember correctly, half of them got wiped out just because they sold crap in the wrong territory. I know they did dumb shit before, but they've still got the weapons and the manpower to pull this off. They want half the money, that's it. $2 million for us is still good money. Gabby laughed. Ollie, there's a reason they're so hated. The reason is they backstab everyone. You really think when they see $4 million in cash, they're just gonna let 3 people walk away with half of it? They're not the same as before. Ollie insisted. Half of them are dead, just like you said. And their old leader, Treloy, gone. Now the head is Zuzio. So yeah, they're gonna let us go. Fanny and Gabby exchanged another look, but the thought of $2 million was already in their heads. If they got that money, they wouldn't just be some no-name gang anymore. They'd be rich. And with that, they could build something that would last. But one question still bothered Gabby. Can't you ask your old friend whose money it is? Ollie sighed. No, he doesn't know. Only that they're transferring it because someone has too much money sitting in Hinsper Bank. Fuck, Ollie, you know what that means, right? What? That's somebody's filthy rich. If someone has so much money that a bank has to move it to another, they're not just anybody. They're not just some politician either. There's someone with real connections. Fuck, what if it's one of the families? Ollie suddenly burst into laughter. That's exactly why you're never gonna make it big, he said, pointing at Gabby. You think a mafia family puts their money in banks? That much that they need to transport it? No way. The government would get their hands on it in a second. He shook his head, still chuckling. So don't worry about it. Yeah, that's kinda true. Fanny agreed. I'm in, but if something goes south, I'm dipping. Gabby stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Ollie spread his arms out and smiled. Let's do this. Then I can go to the beach, sip a good cocktail, and have some hoes by my side. On the other side of the city, happiness was ulcer through the roof as Hector had already arrived at the hospital and was pulling the big-ass box out of the trunk. We should open it now, yeah? Mike asked, flipping out his knife. Yeah, open it so Amanda can use it right away. Hector said with a grin. But just as he watched Mike slice open the box, his phone rang. It was Danny. Say it quickly. He answered it and turned around. Tomorrow, they're transporting a chunk of the money to the inside bank to make it a little more spread out. Okay, how much? 20 million, Danny said, while Hector could hear the money counter still going in the background. Then I'll send some guards. That's all you wanted. Yeah. Bye-bye. Hector slipped his phone back into his pocket, and when he turned back, Mike was sitting in a wheelchair, trying it out. Fuck you doing? That's my little sister's gift. Get your ass out of it. Hector yelled. Mike instantly jumped out of the wheelchair. I just needed to test it, chill out, he said, then picked up an electronic module from the box. And another thing, should we attach this or not? Because if we do, I need to read the manual. No, I'll deal with it. Hector stepped over to the wheelchair. Stay here, I'll be back in 30 minutes. He said it with a smile and went inside the hospital. 30 minutes. Mike glanced at Orion. That's going to be an hour at least. You can't blame him, Orion said as he opened the door and sat inside. I'd do the same if my sister were stuck at the hospital. True, Mike whispered and opened the door. But I hope he doesn't send us to escort the truck tomorrow, because that's going to be fucking boring. It's going to be us. Orion sighed, leaning back and closing his eyes. Always us. Mike closed his eyes too, and the two of them started their nap, while Hector was happily delivering the gift. Chapter 105, Medical Mike. As Hector reached the hospital room, his happiness shot through the roof. He was already imagining Amanda's face and how happy she would be. He opened the door and stepped in with a big smile. I'm here, he shouted, scaring both his mother and Amanda. Look what I brought for you, he said again, spreading his arms wide. Amanda was so surprised, she just stared at Hector and the wheelchair with her mouth open. Hector had said he would buy it today, but she thought he was just saying that. Yet there it was, the exact wheelchair she wanted. You like it? Hector asked her, seeing she hadn't said anything yet. You really bought it. She beamed. Of course I did. Her smile faded as she began to cry from happiness. She felt incredibly lucky to have a brother who cared so much for her. Oh, don't cry, Hector said as he stepped closer and hugged her. I'm so happy, thank you. She sniffled, hugging him tightly. You don't need to thank me, Amanda. I'm here for you, he said, gently patting her head. Their mother, watching from the corner, had also begun to tear up. She was unbelievably proud of Hector. He was more than a brother to Amanda. He was the father figure she never had. He was always there when she needed him most, doing everything he could to make her happy since the day she was hospitalized. A real man. That's what he is, even if he has a few screws loose up there. Every time you come here, his mother said as she wiped away her tears, you make us cry. God damn it, Hector. She smiled at him. That's just how it is. He winked at his mother, then turned back to Amanda. You want to try it out? Yes, she said with a huge smile on her face. Hector patted her once more and went to get a nurse, since she was still hooked up to machines and IVs. After a while, Amanda was all set and ready to try it out. Pick me up, she said to Hector, who walked over to her. With their mom's help, he gently lifted Amanda and placed her into the wheelchair. It's comfy and so cute, she said, touching the little flower design on the side. Let's go outside, Hector said, grabbing the handles and pushing her toward the elevator. A few minutes later, they were outside in a park-like area. Start cruising around, Amanda. She looked at Hector, a little hesitant. She still felt tired and knew well that her strength hadn't returned yet. But eventually, she pushed herself, and the wheelchair was like the sports car of wheelchairs. With just one push, she took off faster than she expected. Surprised, she immediately stopped and looked back at Hector. It's really light and fast, she said, eyes wide open with a bright smile. Of course it is. I bought the best one. It's carbon fiber or something like that. He said, winking like he actually knew what that meant. Go, look around, feel the sun. Be yourself, Amanda. He waved his hand to encourage her, and though she hesitated at first, she pushed herself forward, wheeling around the trees and admiring everything. There was even a small pond where she stopped to gaze at the water. For the first time in so long, she could finally go outside, even if just for 30 minutes. And in that moment, she felt something she hadn't felt in ages. She was living. She could feel the wind brushing her skin, the warmth of the sun, the sense of the earth and flowers. It all reminded her of who she really was. That she was still alive. That she could still live a life, no matter what had happened to her. As Hector stood there watching her enjoy herself, his mother suddenly hugged him from behind. She didn't say a word, she didn't need to. The hug and her tears said more than words ever could. But then, she felt something. Her hand had brushed against something at Hector's lower back. A gun. She pulled her hand back immediately, her eyes widening as she realized what it was. Then, gently, she reached up, cupped Hector's face, and looked into his eyes. I'm proud of you, and that pride will never fade, Hector. No matter what happens, okay? Her eyes were still filled with tears, but there was strength in them too. Thank you, Mom, Hector said softly, leaning forward to kiss her forehead. Hey, come here, there's a fish. Amanda's voice echoed through the park as she waved at them, pointing at the pond. Hector waved back and began walking toward her with their mom. How much time do we have left? His mother glanced at her watch. 20 minutes. Hector sighed. Then let's make those 20 minutes feel a little longer. He turned his head slightly toward her. I've got something going on. I might not be able to come by for a week or two. His mother didn't even look at him. That's okay, Hector. Do what you need to do. We'll wait until you come back. He didn't say anything else. He just focused on spending the rest of the time with them, cherishing every second. Meanwhile, for Mike and Orion, those 30 minutes felt like hours. They were still sitting in the car, leaned back, trying to nap, but really, they were just suffering from boredom. Eventually, Mike pulled out his gun and started cleaning it with a tissue. As he removed the magazine and clicked it back in, Orion opened his eyes and looked over, surprised and confused by what he saw. The gun Mike held looked exactly like Hector's, engraved with the family name on the barrel and even on the grip. What the fuck is that, Mike? What? Mike said casually. I'm just cleaning my gun. Why the hell do you have a gun like that? And why does it have the family name on it? Orion asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean, because I'm part of the family too. And, shit, I got jealous of Hector's gun, so I ordered one for myself. Mike said, grinning. Orion leaned forward, resting a hand on the wheel and shaking his head. But you do know Hector's the underboss, right? That's why he has a gun like that. You. He pointed at Mike. You're just a soldier. Mike turned to him, sliding the magazine back in and cocking the gun before flipping the safety on. Yeah, but there ain't a fucking rule that says I can't have a gun like his. Sure, but how the fuck did you afford it? Orion narrowed his eyes. We make the same money, don't we? Or did you get promoted or some shit? No, we're still getting the same pay. But I got a bonus after saving James's life. How much? Orion asked immediately. Mike laughed, shaking his head. I don't know, I didn't count it. But I can tell you it came in 2 big-ass suitcases. Delivered right to my house. There was a note, too. I owe you more than this. What? Orion stared at him in disbelief. Yeah. I was like, is this a dream? The boss I serve, James saying he owes me. I was dumbfounded. That's why I didn't even count how much money was in it. Because in my mind, he doesn't owe me anything. I just did what I had to do. What I've spent half my life learning to do. That last part caught Orion's attention. Wait, what do you mean, half your life learning? Mike suddenly flushed, clearly a bit embarrassed to talk about it. I was a trauma surgeon. That's why my nickname is Medical Mike. Chapter 106, Orion and Mike. Orion's jaw dropped. No, you're not. Don't fucking lie. He let out a laugh. You're on your 20s. How the hell can you be a trauma surgeon? I'm 35, Orion. Mike replied with a straight face. No. Orion pointed at him, waving his finger. You look like someone in his 20s. You act like one. You even talk like one. But you're a boomer? I'm not a boomer. I just look young. Good genetics, I guess. But yeah, I'm 35. Oh my god, Orion groaned, hitting the steering wheel in frustration. I'm a fucking loser. Mike raised an eyebrow. What? Hector's got a diploma. You're a damn doctor. Danny has a master's degree. James was in college before he dropped out. And me? He jabbed a thumb at his chest. I didn't even finish high school. What kind of mafia family is this? Everyone's overqualified. Mike scratched his chin, thinking seriously for a second, then gave the most fitting answer he could come up with. Because this country's a fucking shithole. That's why. Yeah. Orion sighed, then leaned back. But for real, what the hell happened to you? I guess you were making good money as a trauma surgeon. Why the hell did you end up here, Dr. Mike? Mike's eyes darkened as he stared out the window. Things happened, you know? Orion sensed the shift in tone, but he didn't back down. Look, we're together every day, risking our lives, but we don't know shit about each other. If we die tomorrow, we'll die as strangers. So let's talk. Let's actually talk. Mike glanced at him, took a deep breath, then spoke. My father's a well-known neurosurgeon. My mother's a nurse. Growing up, there were a lot of expectations on me. I did what they told me to do, no questions. Fast forward a few years, and I became a trauma surgeon. He paused, exhaling slowly. But I wasn't ready. Not mentally. He looked out the window again. I was good. I saved lives. But in that world, they teach you not to care. Doesn't matter if it's a gang member, a cop, or a kid from a car crash. You just save them. That's your job. He turned to Orion. Then one day, a patient came in. Gunshot wound to the chest. I could have saved him. But before he even made it through the ER doors, I heard who he was. Orion stayed quiet, already sensing where this was going. He was a pedophile. A monster. Had done terrible things to a lot of little kids. The cops shot him while he was holding a 6-year-old girl hostage. And even though they teach you to treat everyone the same, I knew, the moment I heard what he was, I wasn't going to save him. What did you do? Orion whispered. The surgery started. And he died, that's it. Mike shook his head. With that, I destroyed my whole career. They persecuted me. But my dad, being who he is, got me a top-tier lawyer. So they didn't throw me in jail. Just stripped my license. I wasn't a doctor anymore. Just a guy who used to be one. He smiled again. And then my family kicked me out. I was a disgrace. After that, I just drifted. Went with the flow. And then James showed up. He was different. I don't know why, but I believed in him. Heard he was the kind of man worth following. So I thought, maybe I could help him. Be his doctor or something. And so I joined. There was silence for a moment. Then suddenly, Orion leaned over and hugged him. It was awkward, a little embarrassing, but Mike didn't stop him. I'm sorry, man. Orion said. That must have been hard. Yeah, I was. Orion pulled back, then looked at him seriously. Can I ask you something? Mike nodded. Back when all that shit happened, when Raphael and Hans died, why did James survive? I mean, Hans got shot a couple times and didn't make it. But James, he was blasted. He went into a coma and still lived. Raphael, I get he got shot in the throat. But Hans, man, I can't wrap my head around it. Mike sighed and leaned back. Hans was hit by assault rifles. James got shot with a 9mm pistol. The caliber alone makes a big difference. And he looked out the window again, face unreadable. And Orion asked, leaning in. I was there to save James. I have experience in gunshot wounds, and I know how to stop the bleeding, or at least try to stop it. But Hans was just bleeding out. They didn't know how to apply pressure well, and I saw his autopsy report, but I don't want to talk about that. Orion sighed still. It's strange, like something was there to save James. Like a god or something. I thought about the same. Mike said quietly. You know, in school, they always told us not to believe in God, because you have the blade. You're the one who saves the life, not God. But, in that moment it felt like God took Raphael and Hans, just to save James. After Mike said it, they sat in silence for a bit, thinking about what really happened. But now, tell me about yourself. Mike said as he turned toward Orion. He shook his head. Shit. Hearing yours, my life was like a loser. He laughed. I don't care about it, just tell me. Orion leaned back, placing his hand on the steering wheel. I was living with my abusive mother and stepfather, and with my sister. Mike immediately knew that Orion's story was going to be far worse than his. They did drugs in front of us, drank alcohol, and beat us up almost every day. That's why I didn't finish high school. But one day it was too much. My sister was beaten up so badly that she lost consciousness, and that fucker, who was my stepdad, tried to touch her. He looked up. So I ran to the kitchen, pulled out a big-ass cleaver knife, and I went up to him as he knelt. He turned around and palm. He gestured. I hit him in the head, and I went again. Palm, palm, palm. He gestured again, until that whole face was a messed-up flesh. My mother came screaming at me, but I turned and sliced her throat. He said it simply without even a flicker of regret in his voice. After they died, I took my sister with me to the police station and turned myself in. She was placed in a foster home while I went into jail for double murder. I got out of prison when I was 24, and now I'm here at 27. He laughed and looked at Mike, whose mouth and eyes were wide open. Are you kidding? Orion realized from Mike's expression that his story was a little different. Well, who knows what really happened? But one thing's for sure, my sister has a family now, and she didn't even invite me to her wedding. How messed up is that? Still, I'm happy she's living a good life. Yeah, so, you killed your family, right? Mike asked, half joking, half curious. Maybe. Who knows? Orion replied, leaning back and closing his eyes. Mike just stared at him. They were both messed up. But Arian was on a whole different level, at least, if what he said was true, and who knows if it's true. Chapter 107, Lords of Drug Trafficking. Mike and Orion sat in silence in the car after what they talked about, but mostly because of what Orion said about his past. Mike was kind of confused by it, and surprised. To be true, between the three of them, Mike is the one that has more morality than the two together. Or at least this is what he thought, because he just knew what kind of man Hector is. He knew about what he did, and what he could do to make sure everything was smooth. But Orion, now that was really something he never expected. He was sure about that all the men in the family had some kind of bad backstory or life experience, but not like this, that he killed off his family. Even though they were abusive, it was just he couldn't comprehend it. That's when he realized maybe talking about the past is one of the great mistakes they can make in this life, because he would now think about that way of Orion, somebody who butchered his stepfather and his mother. He closed his eyes as he imagined that moment, a teenager killing, but then Hector returned. He opened the back door sitting in. Oh, I thought you would never come back. Orion said to him as he turned back with a smile. I don't really want to, but shit, at least I spent time with her. Hector said with a big smile on his face. Is she happy? Orion asked as he started the car. More than happy. I haven't seen her in a long time feeling this good. Hector leaned back. So nice to experience it. I'm sure it is. He parked out of the spot. Where do we go? Home. Orion nodded and pressed on the gas going toward the family house, but the question was in his mind. Did you know Mike was a surgeon? He asked as looked into the rearview mirror. Of course, that is why I hired him. Hector laughed while Mike shook his head. He didn't know shit how to hold a pistol, how to fire it, so he needed teaching, but his other skill to save life was the best thing, so I kept him. Thank you for the nice words, boss. Mike waved his hand with a small smile on his face. But still, shit. Y'all are walking around with diplomas and shit. I'm kinda jealous. Orion said as he shook his head, turning onto the main road. And what the fuck that piece of paper do? Nothing. You can wipe your ass with it, at least with mine. Hector said as he unbuttoned his suit. I don't know. Orion tapped his finger on the wheel. The feeling of it, that you actually were able to get a college tuition. I would be proud of myself. Mike looked at him with a smirk. People don't go to college to be proud of themselves. The reason is to get a good job with good money. He looked at Orion. And when they finally graduate, they realize the paper means nothing. When you don't have 10 years of experience in shit, you can go to a restaurant and make burgers. He shook his head. But you were a surgeon. People need them. Orion said as he looked at him for a second. I only got hired because of my dad. Mike said. Go then, Orion, sign up for college and try it out. Hector said from the back. Orion looked confused. What? Yeah, go and try it out. You can do like home study, or how the fuck they call it now. You only need to go in once or twice a week. Orion started laughing. Shit, I don't even have a high school diploma. And are you sad about that? And if yes, why would you be? You're working a job that pays thousands every month. And when I hired you, I didn't look at your studies. Because who gives a fuck? No one. Hector said. True. Orion glanced at the mirror. But boss, can I ask about the money transfer tomorrow? I heard you talking on the phone, and I'm sure we are the lucky ones. Of course, you two are the lucky ones because I trust both of you. Hector said, glancing at his phone, then up at them, realizing they were happy about what he said. but he shook his head and continued. 20 million cash is going to the Yensai. They want to spread the money to different banks. It's the first one this week. More than 6 of these transfers will happen, so don't fucking show up in a suit and a pistol. Bring heavy stuff with you, and at least 4 cars, okay? Who would be so dumb to attack us? Mike laughed a bit, but Hector didn't. I kinda suspect Aubrey Ricci to do something dumb, so that's why. That fucker can't be that dumb. Orion glanced at the mirror. Oh, trust me, he is that dumb. Hector replied. But dumb or not, it's always better to be prepared. And if something happens? Mike asked. We capture one of them, or just wipe them all out? Only if you can capture one, and make sure you bring the fake security papers with you, he said, closing his eyes as if he was already done with the conversation. Now let me nap for a bit. The whole ride back to the house was silent. Hector, sitting in the back, fell asleep and only woke up when Mike started poking his face with a finger several times. Slowly opening his eyes, Hector squinted at him as Mike kept poking. The fuck are you doing? Just waking you up, Mike replied with a grin. Hector didn't bother answering. He just stared at Mike for a second before stepping out of the car and heading inside the house. As he stepped in, he found Charlotte in the living room, eating some kind of cake. Charlotte, where's James? He asked. Charlotte turned her head toward him, her whole face covered in whipped cream, just staring at him. Hector didn't say a word, just let out a tired sigh and went upstairs. He thought James would have moved a little, maybe changed rooms or at least walked around, but as he got closer to the same room where James was in the morning, he was still there, laying down, watching a movie on his phone. James. Hector stepped in. What's up, Hector? James asked, putting his phone down and sitting up. From the outside, he looked better, like he was already fine, but inside he still had that dizziness and the annoying pain in his stomach. I just came to deliver some bad news, I think. But maybe it's good news too, depending on how you want to deal with it. Hector smiled as he sat down on a chair. Bad news. Why? And why the hell is he smiling like that? Tell me. James sighed. Actually, it's a very fun thing to say out loud. Hector chuckled. So the bad news is, we have too much money. James's eyes widened as he processed what Hector just said. He had the exact same confused expression Hector had when Danny told him the same thing. So Hector continued explaining. Danny sold all the real estate that Lucian owned. That brought in around 800 million straight cash in 500 bills. And on top of that, they jacked up the price of white magic so high that even the banks didn't want to take more in because it looked suspicious. He leaned back on the chair. So now we have 2 piles of cash. One is Charlotte's money. The other is your money, the family's money. Bad news. But I feel weirdly happy about it. So much money that not even the banks want to touch it. I mean, what about the black market? They trade in gold and gemstones, right? James asked. Hector nodded. But the problem is, the money's in 500 bills. Ah, that fucking bill. He shook his head. They made that 500 bill to move government funds more efficiently, but then they gave it out to the public so they could catch criminals easier. Smart move for the government, but also stupid in some ways. Yeah, Hector continued. So they can't use it unless they wash it. And here's the problem. They can't wash it nor us, unless we make a huge move. A huge move? James asked. We pay a visit. Hector grinned. To our dictator friend. Fuck, meeting with a literal dictator who kills everyone that thinks or says anything differently from him. James smirked, shaking his head. Hector, we have the Justice Minister, the ISB, and the NSBI. They can wash it for us. A simple answer, but completely true. Hector's smile slowly faded. His whole expression shifted, like he was disappointed, maybe even frustrated. Your face, you really want to deal with weapons, don't you? But still, if our dictator friend is actually friendly, I could make good deals with him. Maybe even buy some houses. If things go really bad, it could be our safe place. But we can pay him a visit. James added, if he's up for it. And we can talk about, let's say, future projects. Okay then, I'll try to speak with him. Hector said, immediately sitting up with a smile on his face. But how do we get there? Isn't that a no-fly zone or something? I heard he even shoots down birds with rockets. James asked. With a private jet, of course. I'll inform him about our route, so he doesn't shoot us down. Hector replied, smiling. Private jet, huh? James muttered. How much is that? Well, if we go, we'll need to take a lot of people, so maybe a couple million. I'm not exactly sure. Hector answered. Then just buy one. James said. Buy what? A private jet. Buy a big one. From the broker called Fly High. They're accepting 500 bills. Hector just stared at him. Well, James had already wanted to buy a private jet as a quick escape if things went too terrible, so when he looked around, he found a shady company called Fly High. They are tied to a government-owned company as one of their investors. So, how could high-profile criminals buy or charter private jets without the agencies knowing? They'd make an illegal side business that sells whatever they want and can pay in cash. You want a private jet? Hector asked. Yeah, the limit is 200 million, don't spend more. And be sure to buy it from them, because they can do tricks. Our plane won't show up on radar like a ghost plane. Also, we aren't the buyer. Our real estate company will be. We will write it off as a transport jet for high-profile clients. It's also a quick way to spend money that would otherwise just sit somewhere until they find a solution to clean it. Hector still sat in the same place, but after a moment, it clicked for him too. Oh, I see, good move. Then I'll do it. Buy the best one, the most exclusive. Hector, don't go over 200 million, okay? Of course I'm not. He smiled. Then I'll go ahead and buy it, James. He waved and left the room, but his mind was already on a bigger plan. He couldn't stop smiling. What James said was a big realization for him. How they could become bigger players in the whole game. The planes, without even using any tracking, they could move more product and launder large sums of money. And what would happen if they owned a whole fleet of jets? No. He went even further than that. A cargo plane. Not just that, but the legitimate side of things, the one James and he spoke about when they were tripping out. If they made a legitimate cargo company, with planes, they could transport all the drugs literally anywhere they wanted. And with the help of the agencies, it would be a master plan. He stopped in the hallway when another good idea hit him. They could also start a cargo ship company, which would be even bigger. With that, they could not just transport drugs, but weapons, a lot of them. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of all of this, the money it would bring, the power it would give them. They would be the lords of drug trafficking. Chapter 108, Hinsper Bank. A day after, Danny was sitting in the Hinsper Bank, already bored out of his mind, but he needed to be there to talk with the director. He was nothing like a high-profile customer and dressed nothing like a gangster accountant, more like a man who came to complain about high bank fees. He was in a colorful shirt and shorts, leaning back in the chair, staring at the ceiling where a big fan was spinning. Mr. Jose? A woman stepped forward, dressed in a black dress. Yeah, that's me, he said, standing up. Please, come with me, she said, turning around and heading upstairs to one of the offices. Danny followed her, and when he stepped into the director's office, the director was already waiting for him. But he seemed stressed out just seeing him there. I said no more money, and you want to deposit another 200 million? Are you out of your mind? He asked him. Whoa, don't shout at me. Danny raised his hand while glancing at the woman, who was still with them. And I'm your customer. Why would you shout in front of your assistant? You're just showing him a stereotypical boss attitude. He said, smiling. I don't give a fuck if God himself was here. If more money comes into my bank, it's going to get investigated. He shouted again, slamming his head on his desk, while his assistant just turned and left the office. Danny crossed his legs as he sat down. Why are you crying about that? He looked at him. You have billionaires' money, even companies that didn't pay taxes and shit, and you're really crying about a little money, Frederick? He breathed heavily, trying not to shout at him, like he was meditating mid-conversation. Danny, those people, even if they stole money or committed fraud, they still have legitimate businesses. They can hide behind it, but you're just bringing in cash. He pointed at him. Straight fucking cash. Without any proper documents. You don't even have the fucking mind to at least make a fake one. No, you just come in and throw the cash at me. Danny leaned forward. Hey, you take a cut from it. So don't fucking point at me ever again. Second, it's under the real estate company and the marketing one. So why are you worrying about little details? Frederick didn't know what to do anymore. He just sat down, putting his hands together and breathing once again, trying to control the anger, to be the calm director he always was. Don't meditate right now. Danny mocked him. All the fucking money you've been bringing me since the beginning is under 3 companies. A real estate one, a marketing one, and a little on the forestry. Yeah, and how the hell does a real estate company that doesn't even list houses make billions in income in just 2 years? But not only that, a marketing company. He stood up again. A fucking marketing company holding hundreds of millions. He laughed. The forestry makes sense because it only has a couple of millions, but the other two are just fucking hotspots for the IRS and the other fuckers. Danny thought about it. It was true. He couldn't really argue with that. We have a lot of people with us, so don't worry about that. How many times have I told you? Danny said as he shifted in the chair. Frederick closed his eyes, then put his hand on the table, leaning forward. Danny, this bank is international. You know what that means. Not just worrying about our government, but others too. He said, never leaving Danny's eyes. If they find it out, they're going to ask around, and it'll become an international shitstorm. And if that happens, no matter if you have people in the government, they'll be pressured to do something. That's my problem. I wouldn't even give a fuck about it if it was just a national bank. He turned around, looking out of the window. I get you, okay? So tell me how much time we have. Frederick turned around, seeing his expression and realizing this would be a serious talk with no bullshit. So he sat back down, getting some documents out. 2 months. That's the longest I can accept money, but after that, we'll have a bank audit, and they'll look at everything, the documentation, the transfers, all of it. He sat back down. We're not a private bank, so they can even look at our customers and how much they bring in to make sure it's not illegal. Danny tilted his head, thinking about all the things he could do or they could do together. What if we move all the money to a different bank, and when they're finished, we move it back? Too many people up there. He pointed up. I'm just a director here, and I can't hide everything forever. This fucking money transfer took me 4 days to settle with them, and it's still not an official one. They pretend like it's their money. Danny laughed. Yeah, so you need to find a good private bank that has restrictions on government insight, or do it offshore. He looked at the document. There's a bank in Santos, an offshore one, low tax and no government insight. The only thing is you need to move the money there. Danny shook his head. We need the cash, and we need it to be untraceable, and a bank here is the best option for us. I get it, but still, now it's a terrible situation. The real estate company, all the earnings are in cash, and so on the other one. Not even a single document on who buys what and where. What about the inside bank? We just move the money there. He asked. Frederick shook his head. It's private, but not really that powerful. It can hold safely maybe 50 million, but no more. He tapped his finger on the desk, then looked up at Danny. If I had to name a bank in this country, I'd say Caesar, but they're picky. Picky? Danny asked. Confused. Yeah, they even decline billionaires, and they don't give a fuck if you threaten them. They have connections in the underworld, even launder money, but their fees are very high. The best thing is that they only have a few customers. Danny leaned back. Interesting. How do they operate the laundering? They hide everything and do everything in the shadows, but I know they have different companies and connections to offshore banks. They even launder the stolen government funds. What? Danny was surprised by it. He'd never heard of it, and it was actually the bank they needed. How do you know that? Frederick laughed. I hear whispers, and I'm a bank director. So yeah, I think you should try that bank, and if that doesn't work, go offshore. Because I can't keep up, I'm sorry. It's all right, but be happy I'm the one doing these things. He laughed. What do you mean? Well, if my boss were here, you'd either be dead or begging for your life. Danny said, smiling into his face. Somehow I thought so. Danny laughed as he stood up. So where is the money? Show it to me. Frederick escorted Danny to the basement, where all the safes and deposits were, and he stood before one of them. He scanned his fingerprint and his eye, and the vault door started cracking open. Like in sci-fi movies. I didn't even know the eye scanner worked. Yeah, they work. So if somebody comes in robbing, they gotta take my eyes out. Frederick laughed as the vault door opened. Completely. As he stepped in, he unlocked another door, and before them were piles of cash everywhere, and some gold bars were lying on the side. That is what's going to be transferred. He looked at his watch. 2 hours. We already packed it up, as you can see. He pointed at it. Yeah, good job. Danny said as his hand touched it. It was packed and wrapped with some foil and had a tag on it. 20 million Tiensai. What's the security detail going to be? Danny turned toward him. Not much, an armored truck and 6 guards in it. Only, Danny asked, because it sounded like nothing. Yeah, this transfer moves like a ghost, no official documents or anything. So the truck is basically empty on paper. He looked back at the money. But don't worry, We packed some paint bombs in there. What? Good news if somebody steals it, right? The paint bomb explodes. There's no insurance on it, right? Danny looked at him. You said it's not on official papers. Yeah, then you just lost 20 million. But don't worry, nothing is going to happen. He tapped Danny's shoulder as he stepped out of the vault. I hope, because that would mean you and I are dead. Danny laughed. To be cautious, some guys will come to escort it. No problem for me, but just to let you know. He turned back, facing Danny. In my 23 years of running this bank, not a single robbery has ever happened. Frederick smiled, clearly proud of himself. But in a few hours, he's going to lose his 23-year streak. Chapter 109. God, bless me. I really don't want to do this. Orion said as he strapped on the bulletproof vest inside one of the so-called headquarters, which was just a fancy name for a warehouse. Same here. It's always boring. Mike replied while buckling his vest. But hey, we're getting paid for it. They were just preparing for another routine security job, or so they thought. What was waiting for them would be something they'd never forget. Where are the other guys? Orion asked, noticing they were the only ones getting ready. They're coming from the washer. Danny sent a message, saying he's sending 8 guys. So with us and the other security, we'll be 16. That's more than enough if shit goes down. Still, I'd rather be James' personal bodyguard than deal with this. Orion sighed as he walked toward a door that led into what looked like a treasure room. Mike stepped in after him, both of them staring at the walls stacked with weapons. Should we bring grenades? Orion asked, grabbing one from the shelf. Isn't that a little overkill? Mike raised an eyebrow, but grabbed one as well. I mean, if something happens, we just throw it and boom. He gestured with his hands. Everything blows up. Mike chuckled. It's not like the movies. Grenades send shrapnel flying everywhere. If we throw it too close, we're screwed too. He put his back on the shelf. And who the hell would believe a security guard for a money transport is carrying grenades? We're special security. Orion grinned, slipping the grenade into his cargo pocket. That's not a good place to put it. Don't worry, nothing happens unless the pin's out. Orion winked at him before turning to the other wall, filled with guns. Assault rifle or submachine gun? He asked, tilting his head as he looked over the options. Submachine gun. It's smaller, easier to move in the car with it. Mike said, grabbing one. And look at this. He held up the magazine. Drum mag, 50 rounds. Orion's eyes widened like a kid seeing something unbelievable. Damn. So that's why in movies they never run out of bullets. He laughed, grabbing one too. Shit, it's heavy though. And where do I put the extra mags? These don't fit my mag holders. Just load 30-round mags in your vest. Keep the drum mag in the gun. Start shooting with the upper hand, then switch when needed. Mike suggested, packing the extra magazines into his vest. I don't know. The AR still has more firepower. Orion mumbled, putting the submachine gun back, but then his eyes landed on something terrifying. Fuck, look at that. He pointed toward the corner. No way, Orion. Mike said immediately. Why not? He stepped over and picked up a massive machine gun. Look how big and heavy this thing is. He aimed it at the wall. If this starts firing, nobody's shooting back. I'm bringing this. Orion, that's for war zones or when real shit goes down. And how the hell are you going to carry it? Like this. Orion posed with the gun. Look at this mag. It probably holds 100 rounds. I won't even need to reload. I'll give real suppressive fire like a soldier. He grinned. Mike shook his head, laughing a little. Put it back. It's expensive and not for a security job. But there are like 15 of them over there. Look. Orion pointed to the corner, and he was right. A whole row of them. I'll just take one, bring it back, clean it after. Mike wanted to argue, but knew with Orion he couldn't. It's your choice, I guess. He started packing more magazines into his vest. Can you check that room? See if there are medkits in there. He pointed to another door. Orion glanced back, a little confused. Why do you need that? What do you mean? If something happens, we need to help out. You really think something will happen? Orion asked, starting to feel a little stressed as he clutched the machine gun. Better be prepared. That's why I told Hector to put medkits in every car. Even if there's just a crash, it's good to have them. Doesn't need to be a shootout or anything. Mike explained. Orion sighed. Okay, I'll check for you. He placed the machine gun down and opened the door. But what he found wasn't medical supplies. It was something way beyond a treasure room. Oh my fucking God. What? Mike turned toward him and was left speechless. No way. Rocket launchers, explosives, sniper rifles, even .50 caliber, heavy machine guns. You see that? Orion pointed at a rocket launcher sitting casually on a rack. Yeah, he said as he looked around, and it was like a military storage. No, you don't bring shit from here, Orion. Mike quickly said to him and turned. Get out before we get into trouble, he said, and went back to the table. Orion was in there for some seconds, eyeing the rocket launcher and rocket, but closed the door, still shocked. Why doesn't our headquarters have things like this? Orion asked as he was still shocked. Because this is the main force, the ones who were soldiers or had experience in the field. But if I remember correctly, it was Hector who did the shopping spree. Yeah, it was him, and he loves military things, like weapons and rockets, even tanks, so I guess he bought some for them, because they actually know how to handle it. We have a tank somewhere. Orion's mouth dropped as that was the only part that caught his attention. Mike looked at him with a smile. Why the fuck would we have a tank? No, I'm just saying he loves military vehicles and weapons. But Mike wasn't sure about it, because Hector is the type of guy who buys more than what they need, like the rocket launcher they just saw, so there was a chance that somewhere were more advanced weapons. Still, in what situation would we use rocket launchers? Orion asked as he attached the straps to the machine gun, and put it on. It's just preps, you know, as I said earlier with the med packs, like cartels using crazy weapons. They are literally fighting the military. With all of those, we could fight back too. Mike said, I kinda wait for that day. Imagine firing a rocket hitting a helicopter. Orion imagined the scene. Don't say dumb things. If that happens, we 100% die. Mike said as he cocked back the SMG and put on the safety. Are you ready? Orion smiled as he cocked back the machine gun, which sounded loud in the room, and posed with it. I'm more than ready. They both went back to their car, but the first problem rose as Orion sat into the driver's seat. I don't have space, he said as he was squished between the wheel and the machine gun. That's exactly why I said to. Forget it, I will drive. They swapped seats, but Mike too was barely able to move because his vest was fully packed, but it was better, while Orion in the passenger seat was now comfortable as he pushed the seat back as far as he could and for trying out aimed at the road, and he realized something. That's bad, he said. Bad what? Mike asked as he started the car. I thought about shooting out the window, you know, but I remembered it's bulletproof. Mike laughed at him. Shit, you really think like you are in a movie. He shook his head as he laughed more and pressed the gas. Wait. Orion shouted at him. What? It has a latch on the roof, isn't it? Orion asked with a smile on his face, and Mike immediately knew what he wanted. That's for an emergency. Yeah, and if we have an emergency, I will duck out, you know. He smiled at him and hopped out of the car and sat in the back in the middle. Now we can go. He showed a thumbs up, and they rolled out like a special force. But they weren't the only ones who were preparing. This is all we've got, Gabby said as he dropped a duffel bag onto the table. Ollie opened it, pulling out a revolver and a mask. It's enough for us. He flipped open the cylinder. It was already loaded. Enough? A revolver is supposed to be enough for an armored truck. Fanny asked, clearly already stressed out. Don't worry, Ollie said with a grin, pulling the mask over his head. I told you, the Narazzi guy's bringing shotguns, bigger guns, even some explosives. You do realize the guards usually have bigger guns too, right? They're literally transporting money. And we don't even have bulletproof vests. We're gonna die, Ollie. You said you were in. I don't give a shit if I get shot. That 4 million is going to be ours. Ollie said, staring her down. It's only 2 million now, genius, because you gave half to those fuckers. She shot back, grabbing a revolver too. This is the dumbest thing we've ever done. Why couldn't we just stick to robbing gas stations and restaurants? Fuck. She's got a point, Ollie. Gabby added, siding with Fanny. If they don't give up the money, they'll fight. And then we're screwed, even if the Narazzi guy brings some bigger guns. Why the fuck can't you two be optimistic for once? Ollie slammed the revolver on the table. It's a fucking truck with barely any security. Just the driver and maybe a fat-ass guard who probably can't even run 100 meters without dying. He shouted. We scare them. If we have to, we'll use the explosive and grab the cash and dip. That's it. They're not moving $10 million to have heavy protection. Gabby and Fanny fell silent as Ollie calmed himself down. We go in, get the money, and get out. Just once, let's try to do something big. We've got help from Narazzi, That's all we need. And if shit goes south, I'll be the one to get you both out. Okay. I mean, we've been together since we were kids. Might as well do this together too. Gabby said quietly. Yeah, let's do it. Fanny agreed, finally calmer. They were ready. Meanwhile, back with Orion and Mike, the mood was, well, different, at least for Orion. Please God, just send me one person to fucking shoot. Just one, God. Bless me with one soul who dares to point a gun at me today. Please, oh dear, God bless me. Shut the fuck up, Orion. Mike laughed so hard he nearly swerved off the road, and this was happening on the whole drive toward the bank. Orion was praying while Mike was laughing his ass off. And as if by a miracle from God himself, Orion's prayers were answered. Chapter 110, Bad Feeling. Their first stop was at the washer, where they picked up 2 more guys. After that, the others followed them with cars to the Hinsber Bank, where they were greeted by Frederick himself, who looked a little surprised when he saw Orion getting out of the car with a machine gun. Isn't that a little too much? He asked, pointing at the gun. Oh, it's necessary, in case something happens. Orion smiled at him. Put this on, Orion. Mike stepped to him, holding out a fake ID card that showed he was an official security personnel. Orion put it around his neck, and now they were fully ready to escort the money. But when they looked around, they didn't see any truck outside the bank. Where is it? Mike asked. Oh, come with me. It's in the garage, Frederick said as he turned and went into the building. Orion and Mike followed him, and all eyes fell on them as they walked through the hall. They kind of looked like they were about to rob the bank, but the ID card around their necks was the only thing that calmed people down. They went through a back door and from there into the garage, where an armored truck and more guards were waiting. That's the truck. Frederick pointed at one of them. It was an ordinary white money transport truck, nothing unusual about it. As you can see, the guys are loading the money right now. When they're done, just tell them and they'll roll out. I hope nothing happens, guys, Frederick said, then went back upstairs, leaving Mike and Orion behind. Mike was the first to step toward the truck and the guards nearby, who were putting the money in. Is that an armored case? He asked, eyeing the iron box. Yeah, it can only be opened with a specific key and fingerprint. The guard replied, looking up, getting a little surprised by the sight of them. Are you guys outside security? He asked, eyeing the weapon and Mike's pistol. Yes, we are. See, Mike pointed at the fake ID card. And who has the key? Whose fingerprint opens that? The guard paused for a second when he saw Orion too, standing there with that big-ass gun, but then looked back at Mike. The key stays with the driver, that's me, and the fingerprint is random. One of the guards in the back has it. Isn't that a little unsafe? What happens if you guys get captured? Mike asked genuinely, raising an eyebrow at the security protocol. The guard laughed as he placed the last box into its place. Nah, because it's meant to waste time. Time wasting. Mike looked confused. Yeah, because sure, the key is with me. Everyone knows that, but the fingerprint is random. Nobody knows which guard has the print to open it. And even if they do find the right guy, there's a small detail that wastes even more time. He smiled again, looking up. Basically, you need to turn the key and scan the fingerprint at the exact same time. If you're even a second late, the box locks down and can only be opened with the master key from the director himself. That's actually smart. Mike smiled. But why are you telling me security details when I'm an outsider? What if I rob you right now? The guard laughed, shaking his head. Look, man, I'm not dumb. And that pistol of yours, he pointed at it, is custom-made with a name engraved on it. I know exactly who you work for. Second, that ID card, I can tell it was cut with scissors. It's uneven. He chuckled. So yeah, I know exactly whose money it is and why you're asking about the security details. It was true, the ID card was just printed from some online template and cut out with scissors. Looking closely, anyone could tell it was fake. And well, the pistol stood out even more. You're smart. Mike laughed. All right, get the other guy and let's roll out. The guard nodded and went toward the door. Orion stepped up next to Mike. I don't like this. They only got pistols and bulletproof vests. That's it? Where's the shotgun and the other weapons? Orion asked, looking around. But none of the guards had anything more than what was said. I'm more worried that he knows who we are and whose money this is. Worst part is, he's the driver. He could lead us straight into a trap. Mike said as he looked around and saw a guy in a suit. A second, and I'm coming back. Excuse me, can you help me? He asked, walking up to the man who looked at him slowly. His eyes widened a little seeing Mike stacked up with gear. Yeah. Are you working for security? That's right. Can you show me the route toward the inside bank? The man nodded and pulled out his phone, showing a detailed map. Shit, that's a narrow-ass road. Mike pointed out. Yeah, but it cuts off 5 minutes, so we usually take that route when we transport to Inside Bank. The man explained, but when he looked up, Mike's face wasn't impressed, it was more concerned. Can we take a different route? I'm sorry, but all trucks have a pre-planned path. If the driver even starts to go off-route, sensors will detect it and send an alert to the bank and the police station. So, no, you can't. Mike raised a brow. Sensors? Yeah, the truck's loaded with detectors and sensors. Like, if somebody uses an explosive or some power tool to cut the doors open, it sends alerts. Also, if the truck stays still for more than 5 minutes, it sends an alert too. What if there's a traffic jam? Then the guard calls it in. But our operators in the bank can see the truck's feed, so even if the driver lies, they'll know exactly what's happening and where the truck is at all times. Thanks a lot. As he turned to leave, the man hesitated, just now realizing he might have told a little too much. Wait, can I see your ID? Mike stopped, looked over his shoulder, and casually tapped the pistol where the engraving was visible. Is this enough? The man's face paled slightly. He just nodded and turned away. Orion stepped closer as Mike came back. What's up? Orion asked. Mike shook his head. I don't know if these guys are dumb or if they just want to get robbed. Because they're bored. We've been here for 5 minutes, and I already know all the truck's security details, even the route they use to Inside Bank. I think they know whose money this is, or at least some of them do. Orion said. That's why they're talking, they just fear us. Still dumb thing to do. Mike replied, shaking his head. We're ready. The guard said he came back with his colleagues. You just need to sign this paperwork, just confirming you are security, he said, pointing to another guy holding a clipboard. Mike stepped forward, but what he saw in that guy's face. Stress. Serious stress. The dude was sweating like crazy. You good? Mike asked casually as he scribbled a fake name on the form. Yeah. Just, never seen this heavy of security before. The man replied, but he never looked Mike in the eyes. No. He was staring dead at Mike's pistol. Thanks. He turned around quickly, practically ran back inside like he couldn't wait to get away. Who was that guy? Mike asked, turning toward the guard. He just does paperwork for the transfers. His name's Ricky. Mike froze. Richie? He asked slowly, glancing at Orion who was already looking at him confused. No, with one C, Ricky. You are dumb, Arbor. One of the other guards cut in. His name's Richie, not Ricky. Mike almost had a mini heart attack. Hearing Richie threw him off. He shook it off as the truck started to roll out of the garage. Let's go, Orion. Mike slapped his shoulder, and both of them went out to their car, but as Mike started the engine, he caught a glimpse of that same paperwork guy, that Richie standing near the garage the truck came from. He was on the phone, watching them and talking. Mike's hand twitched. He almost opened the door to go back, but the truck was already moving ahead. And Richie was calling none other than Ollie. Chapter 111, Moving. I said don't do anything. Just don't attack it, or you're gonna get fucked. Richie shouted into the phone. What are you talking about? Ollie laughed. Relax, man, all right. Richie looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Ollie, it's not 4 million like they said. It's way more, he said, lowering his voice as someone walked past him. You said it was 4 million? Ollie asked, confused. Yeah, that's what's on the official papers. But I saw it with my own eyes. Richie shouted again. There was silence on the line before Ollie spoke. Shit, then we're millionaires. Be happy. What the fuck? Do you not understand what I'm saying? It's not just about the money. The guards, I saw them too, fucking machine guns, and they ain't from the bank. Richie yelled. What? Yeah, that money. Richie looked around once more. It's James Bellini's money. Don't do this, Ollie. If you go through with it, you're dead. And not just you. Everyone involved. They'll find everyone. Bellini? Who the hell is that? Someone you don't fuck with, Ollie. How the fuck do you not know him when you claim to be a criminal? Ollie laughed into the phone. I don't know every asshole who says they're a criminal. Don't worry, we've got that Narazzi guy with us. We're gonna do it clean. Ollie, are you deaf? What aren't you understanding? You're going to die like a dog if you go through with this. Hey, don't talk to me like that ever again and fucking relax. How many times I gotta tell you? Narazzi coming with a whole crew and heavy weapons. We'll be in and out quick. We're getting rich, while you stay doing your little white-collar bullshit." Then he hung up. "Ollie, Ollie," Richie shouted, but it was too late. "Fuck. Everything all right, Richie?" One of his colleagues stepped up beside him. Richie forced a fake smile. "Of course, everything's fine. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. You look kinda stressed out." Ion said, sipping his coffee casually. "Is it because of the money transport? Did those guys threaten you, or something?" He asked with a smirk. "If I were you, I wouldn't mess with them. They're connected to the Bellini family. I heard they'll kill you just for looking at them the wrong way." He chuckled, but Richie didn't find it funny at all. "How do you know that? They might have just been a company with the anime Bellini. Who knows?" Richie said with a forced smile, trying to hide how panicked he felt. Ion shook his head. "No, it was James Bellini's name, and I overheard it yesterday. One of their guys was here talking about the money they're moving today. And you know how the director never greets security personnel? He did today. That alone says a lot. But what really got me?" Ion leaned toward Richie. "Was the pistol one of those guys had? I wasn't even standing that close, but that gun caught the light like a damn mirror. I could read the name engraved on it." "Ah." Richie sighed. "Tell me." "Ion, hypothetical question, of course, but what do you think would happen if someone actually tried to rob them?" Ion just smiled, then burst out laughing, nearly spilling his coffee. "What I've seen on social media?" Ion shook his head, still laughing. "If someone's dumb enough to rob them? Shit, I can't even imagine." He glanced at Richie, who was just staring straight ahead. "But if someone had the intention and wanted to rob them, they'd freeze the moment they saw what kind of convoy they're rolling with. It immediately tells people this isn't some normal transport." "Yeah, it does tell people, but what if they try anyway? Then they die? And the anger of James Bellini would wipe out everyone who even had a hand in it." "But why are you asking something like this? Are you planning to rob them, or what?" "No way, man. Let's get back to work," he said. "Okay," Ion said, noticing how Richie was acting anything but calm, but eventually, they both went back to work. Or at least, Richie pretended to work. He kept glancing at his phone every minute, refreshing the news feed, waiting to see if something happened. "What did he want?" Fanny asked Ollie after he hung up the phone. "Nothing. Just wished us good luck and said the transport's already rolling out." Ollie replied while picking up his revolver. "You're lying," Fanny said immediately. "What?" "Whenever you lie, your lip twitches a little, and it just did." Fanny crossed his arms. "So tell me what he really said. Right now. Why don't y'all trust me?" Ollie shook his head, turning toward the door. "Ollie, tell me what he said, or I'm not going." She placed the revolver down on the table. "Oh." Ollie turned around. "He said there's more money involved, maybe 10 million or more. And there are more guards than he thought there'd be, but it's still manageable." "More guards? We're more than just fucked." "No, we aren't. Look." Ollie stepped toward the window, pointing outside. "Come on, look." He gestured for Fanny, who shook her head but went toward the window to look out. "You see? There are 5 cars packed with them. Even if there's a shooting, we can manage it." As Fanny looked down, she was still concerned about the whole situation, especially since Ollie didn't really think it through. If they sent an alert, the whole city would be after them. "He didn't say anything more?" Gabby asked, but Ollie didn't answer. He just nodded. "Then I trust you. Let's go?" "That's what I'm talking about. Let's go." Ollie tapped Fanny's arm, and they stepped out of the building. As they made their way to the cars, Fanny couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. "Once we do this, there's no going back," Fanny said to Ollie as they walked toward the car. Ollie glanced over at her. No point in worrying about what comes next. As they sat into the car, Fanny's pulse quickened. She couldn't help but wonder if they were making the biggest mistake of their lives. Chapter 112, Breaking the Bubble. "What's the plan, or are we just going to start shooting?" Fanny asked from the back seat. "We park somewhere safe, then we go over the plan again with the Narazzi guys," Ollie said, clearly getting more stressed about the whole thing. He wanted to act like he didn't care about what Richie had told him, like it didn't matter, but deep down, he was starting to realize maybe he should have listened. "Turn left here," he said to Danny while Fanny glanced back, spotting the convoy of cars following them. There was no turning back now. They were actually doing it. She never thought she'd end up in something like this. It wasn't her. At least, it wasn't how she was raised. Out of the 3 of them, Fanny was the only one who actually had a good childhood. She grew up outside the city, in the suburbs, big house, loving family, The kind of life most people could only dream about. There was always food on the table. She had every Barbie doll she ever wanted. Private school. Good education. She was supposed to be someone. The kind of girl who'd easily make it big. Perfect grades, a bright future, the red carpet rolled out straight to the top universities. But then, life showed her a different side. In her final year of high school, a student from the 8th district transferred into their school. They became good friends, really good friends, but Fanny could feel early on that something wasn't right. At first, she didn't realize it. But the more they talked, the more it sank in. The life she was living was a bubble. She listened to her friends' stories from the 8th district, about how sometimes there was no electricity, no running water, about people fighting just to survive. At first, Fanny laughed. She thought her friend was exaggerating, making stuff up. No way, she told her. This country can't be that bad. She bragged about her own life, about how good it was growing up. But her friend just smiled at her and said, "What a dream." That one sentence stuck with her. And from that point on, Fanny started digging deeper. She wanted to know the truth, how people really lived outside her perfect little world. But by the time she realized everything her friend said was true, it was already too late. She disappeared, vanished without a trace. Fanny asked the teachers, asked everyone, "Where is she? Why isn't she coming back?" But no one could give her an answer. Until one day, fed up with all the bullshit, she decided to visit her as she knew the exact address where she lived. But the police stopped her. Before she could even take a step into the district, "You'd be attacked within minutes," they told her. She argued with them, but they, even if she didn't know it at that time, just wanted to protect her. A beautiful teenager walking into the most dangerous district, wearing an outfit worth more than what they make in 3 months. She was the perfect target. So she went back home and started digging deeper into the corruption, the devastation in the districts. She realized that nobody was doing anything about it. But what truly decided the course of her life was not just what she discovered, it was what she saw on the news. A teenager who died, a teenager who was a prostitute. It was her, Tiana. She threw up the moment the truth hit her, remembering how she laughed in her face, calling her a liar, acting like nothing was wrong, and now that image was burned into her mind forever. She couldn't even comprehend it. How could it all be true? That Tiana was selling her body just to be able to go to a good school, a teenager murdered after meeting with a client. That was the day Fanny decided she was not going to be a doctor, not a lawyer, not someone living a fake life in a bubble. No, she wanted to be a journalist, one who would do everything in her power to show the world what was truly happening, to tell Tiana's story. When she told her parents about her decision, she experienced something she never thought she would: hatred from the very people who raised her. The parents who never once laid a hand on her, cursed at her like she was nothing. Her loving father, for the first time, slapped her, screaming that she was destined to be far greater than a journalist, that she was throwing her life away. It wasn't about disappointment. No, they cared. They cared too much because they knew what was happening in the districts. They knew why there were no reports about corruption or poverty or crime, because everyone who dared to speak the truth ended up dead. But Fanny didn't care about living in comfort or playing it safe. She followed her heart, and as she graduated, she left her family behind and ran away, straight to Ollie and Gabby, 2 people nothing like her, who had already run from their homes when they were just 15. The only problem was the money, as they had nothing. So the bright idea came, and so Fanny went with the flow, followed them, and together they started robbing restaurants, gas stations, bars, but only in the rich neighborhoods, only in the upper districts. They never once stole from the poor, and even if they had thought about it, Fanny was always there to stop them. That was how their gang was born. 3 runaways. One of them a girl who was once destined to be someone great, now turned into nothing but a petty criminal. A criminal with a purpose, with a dream. A criminal who would do great things once she had enough money. Even though she didn't want to do this, even though this life was never part of her plan, her goal never changed. And now, with this, if they actually get away with the money, she could bribe people, get information, dig even deeper into the corruption, and show the world the truth. The only thing that changed was the time, the 8 long years that had passed since then, which for her just made it worse, because after all of these years none of it was covered. Not a single thing. Not even when social media exploded, when everyone suddenly had a platform, when everyone talked like they cared, posted like they understood. But that's all it ever was. Everyone shared their little posts, their little opinions, and then went right back to their lives like nothing was happening. Nobody acted nor did anything. Not even the ones who swore they were fighting for justice. For Fanny, that was worse than all the corruption, worse than all the lies. Because silence kills louder than any bullet. Fanny. Yeah. You good? Ollie asked. Yeah, just dazed off a little, she said as he got out, checking his revolver. She started to stress even more as there were only 6 bullets left, and that was it. No more. They slowly came to a stop, a few streets away from the road where the truck would pass. Everybody got out of the car, waiting for the Narazzi guys to arrive, and they did. As they got out of their cars, it was visible that they were way more prepared for the whole thing. 7 guys had submachine guns while the others carried pistols. Still better than the revolvers they had. Ollie, your little gang is ready? Zuzio, the boss of Narazzi, asked. Yeah, we're ready. Okay then, here's the plan. He squatted down, picked up a branch, and started drawing on the ground. As the truck arrives in the middle of the street, 2 cars will go behind it and block it, while 2 others will block it from the front. He drew it. Since you guys only have small guns, you'll be in the second car from behind, with me. We get out, shoot if needed, place the explosives, grab the money, and dip. He stood up. Anything changed about the information you told us? No, nothing. Ollie answered without hesitation, while Fanny sighed to herself. Okay then, get in the cars, and let's go. Zuzio smiled as he went and sat in one of them. Let's do this, Ollie said, grabbing his mask and heading toward the car. Fanny, you will stay behind. If anything happens, run for your life. Gabby told her. What? No. Yes, you are. You still have a future if you get yourself together. But me and Ollie, we don't. He looked at her. So if anything bad happens, just run. And don't look back. He put on his mask and went to sit in the car too. Fanny stood frozen for a little. Then as she pulled on the mask, she looked up at the sky and did something she never did before. She prayed to God. But unknown to her, God was busy listening to a guy's prayers constantly. And that guy was Orion. Is he always like this? One of the guards who came for the washer asked. No, he just hasn't killed anyone in a long time. Mike said, Lord, grant me strength. Help me face my enemies with wrath and blood. Keep my heart steady as I pull the trigger. Amen. Amen. The guard said, laughing. Instead of praying, get ready, Orion. The street is coming up. If something happens, that's where it's going to be. He said nothing back, just cocked the machine gun and hoped the Lord would answer his prayers in a few minutes. Chapter 113. Trapped. Do you have the walkie-talkie? Mike asked the guard next to him. Yeah. He glanced down at it. It's ready if something happens. Mike let out a big sigh as he looked into the mirror. You ready, Orion? Of course, he said with a smile. Then Mike put his weapon on his lap as the light turned green, and they finally turned onto the narrow street. He kept his eyes glancing at the mirror to see if someone was following them, but nothing happened at first. Still, he felt that sensation, that they were being watched. He was right. One of the Narazzi member was on the street, pretending to be just smoking on the sidewalk, but in his hand was a radio, waiting for the convoy to get to the middle of the street. But as he saw them roll in, his pulse quickened. It wasn't just one truck like Ollie told them, it was much more. His eyes widened as 2 blacked-out SUVs went past him, following the truck, and then 2 more behind it. At first, he thought maybe it was another transport taking this way, but no, the number on the truck was 54, which was exactly what Ollie told them. He didn't know what to do, report it, or go with the plan. But from the look of it, they were going to get messed up if they tried anything. Still, he radioed in. Boss, there is a problem. It's not alone. There are SUVs going with it. 4 of them, he said as the convoy stopped because a woman stepped onto the road, crossing it. What? Zuzio said into the radio. Yeah, there's more security than Ollie said, and it's the same truck. Wait, Zuzio said as he turned back to Ollie. What the hell is this, Ollie? Are you trying to get us killed? There must be a misunderstanding. Why would a truck carrying 4 million have heavy guards? He laughed. Right. He looked at Gabby and Fanny. They didn't say anything, just stared out the window. Don't worry, we're already here. We just get out of the car and shoot them up. I'm sure the cars aren't full, it's just for show. Zuzio wasn't sure if he was lying, but he was right. They were already here with the whole gang. Report, he said to the radio. They are in the middle. He said back. Zuzio got on his mask and cocked back the submachine gun in his hand. "Let's go," he said into the radio, and they floored the car, turning into the street. Why are we stopping again?" Orion asked. "I don't know. Maybe there are other people crossing the road," Mike said as he turned back to Orion. "Can you give me the phone charger?" He pointed at the console back. Orion leaned down, getting up the cable, giving it to Mike, but then they heard something. They both froze and looked at each other. It was a popping sound, like when a big-ass bug hit the windshield, but it came from the behind. Then another and another followed. "Fuck is that?" Orion turned back, but he saw nothing as the window was tinted in full black. Mike looked to the side mirror, and he saw a woman standing behind a car and shooting at them. Right, the sound was Fanny shooting the small-caliber revolver, which bullets literally just bounced off the car. "What?" She was confused as the window of the SUV didn't even shatter. It just looked like she threw a rock at it. "Get back, Fanny," Gabby said as he pulled her down. He knew the moment the bullet bounced off those are bulletproof windows, and they fucked up. "Go run," he said to her, pushing her back. "We are not running," Zuzio said as he ducked out and started shooting his full auto SMG. "Fuck, we getting attacked," Orion shouted with a big smile on his face as the bullets impacted the window. "I getting out." "Don't," Mike shouted at him as he put the car in reverse and floored the gas, turning to the left. He blocked the whole road, so the SUV in front of them, the guards, could get out of the cars. "Radio in," he shouted at the guard as more bullets impacted their car, and he could hear in front of them were also shooting. In front, the first SUV did the same as Mike and blocked the road, while from the second the guards hopped out and opened fire. And man, oh man, the sound of AR echoing in the narrow street immediately scared the shit out of Ollie and the others. The guards from the washer all came with AR except one who chose a full auto shotgun. "We're getting attacked at Minister Street. We need backup now," the guard shouted in the radio as he got out of the car. Mike at first remained in the car as his side window was being pounded by bullets, but then crawled to the passenger side and got out. As he looked back, he saw Orion still struggling to open the roof hatch inside. "Shoot," Zuzio shouted at Fanny, who was ducking down. She only put her hand out and started shooting blindly, and she actually hit one of the guards in the ankle. "Oh fuck," the guard screamed, but Mike quickly grabbed him, pulling him into safety, then got out the tourniquet from his vest and put it on him. "Orion," he shouted to him, who was still struggling inside. "Say it." "Throw me the medic packets on the back," Mike said as with his pocket knife he cut out the guard's jeans. Orion quickly threw it up and kept banging on the hatch. Mike got out a pair of gloves while bullets were still whizzing past them. He put them on, and as he looked at the guard's ankle, he could see the shoe tongue stop the bullet and only went halfway through. "I'm going to pull it out. Don't be a bitch," he said, and without another word grabbed it with tweezers and pulled it out. The guard immediately shouted in pain as the blood poured out, but it wasn't much, so Mike hinted some white powder on it and quickly bandaged it up. "You good? Don't move," he said as he got up to see through the window, and he saw a guy reloading. He went to the front tire. He flicked his SMG to single shot and leaned out. The red dot was straight on the man's head as he pulled the trigger. Zuzio collapsed instantly as half of his skull was blown away. The bullet went into his left eye and came out of the back. The blood splattered all over, even on Fanny, who was beside him. She froze down as she wiped off Zuzio's blood and maybe even a part of his brain from her face while her hands were trembling. "Fanny, get out of here." Gabby pulled her once again and grabbed her head. "Listen, go away. Do you understand?" he asked, but Fanny didn't answer. She was in shock. Then he looked toward Ollie, who was also in shock. Yeah, the mastermind of this bullshit plan was in shock, sitting behind the car covering his ears. But Mike didn't care about their little moment as he leaned out once again, now with his SMG set to full auto, and let out the whole drum magazine without even once taking his finger off the trigger. The bullets tore into the car. Fanny and the others ducked behind. The shattered glass fragments cut into their faces, but Fanny felt nothing. The shock and the adrenaline rushing through her body didn't let anything in. With that one magazine, Mike didn't just push them down, he crushed them. The Nazi members who kept having that mindset that they would push through no matter what, even though their boss's brain was in pieces on the ground, got torn apart as 3 of them were on the ground, bleeding out. Fanny slowly looked at them as one of them was holding his hand out for her, while blood gushed out from his throat. Gabby, on the other hand, actually tried to do something. He kept shooting even as more bullets came in. He was fighting not to stick to the plan, but to somehow survive and get Fanny out of there. Chapter 114, Hitman. Orion, I'm going to the front. Mike shouted at him. Go. He shouted back as he was still banging on the hatch with his machine gun stock. Mike stayed low as he went up the truck, while some bullets went past him or impacted into the asphalt. Get the fuck out and help. He started banging on the door, but the guard inside just shook his head and ducked back down. It was also their protocol. They couldn't open the door for no one. Only when they could see there was no more threat or it was the police. Of course, they already sent out the alert to the bank. That shit happened and the police were on their way. You fuckers, he said as he went toward the SUV where the guards were pinned down by the gunfire. As he looked around, there were two of them who were shot and one was dead. Mike only glanced at him, then shook his head and went toward the two guys who were both shot on the exact same place, their right shoulder. It wasn't bad as the bulletproof vest covered their shoulder, but for one of them the bullet went halfway through, while for the other the bullet ricocheted and went up through his ear. I'm going to pull it out, Mike said, and he was able to do it with his finger. As he pulled it out, there was barely any blood, but still he bandaged it and went to the other, whose half face was covered with blood. Oh, Mike, good to see you, man, he said with a half smile. Fucking hell, Luke, you got fucked up, Mike said as Luke's ear was just hanging by a flesh. I'm going to bandage you. Do it. Mike once again got out that pouch with that white powder and hinted at his ear. It's going to stop the bleeding, Mike said, and bandaged half of his head to keep his ear in place. You good? He tapped his shoulder and went toward the far side of the SUV where a guard was reloading. How many? He asked. Maybe 10 or 15, with SMG and a pistol, he said, then leaned out shooting twice. 1-. He smiled at Mike, who was reloading. Once he was done, he tried to look through the SUV window, but the glass was shattered, so he went to the other side and peeked out, seeing a big trash container on the left side beside the building. Give me cover fire. I'll run there. He pointed. One of you will come with me, he said, while the bullets still impacted around them. Benji, you go. I only have 2 mags left, one of the guards shouted, and Benji stepped up to Mike. In 3, he positioned himself to make the run. 1, 2, 3 now, he shouted, and the guys started blasting the shit out of the Narazzi, while Mike and Benji made the run toward the trash container. While running, one of the Narazzi members saw them and fired a shot which hit Benji on the side, so he jumped forward, crashing into the wall. Benji, Mike shouted as he pulled him up. He said nothing back, just showed a thumb up as he spit out one of his teeth and pointed to the vest. On his side, the bullet hit his magazine holder, which caught the bullet. While he removed that magazine, the container was popping as the bullets impacted it. Mike looked back to the SUV and signaled them to open fire once again. They leaned out and started shooting them up again, while Mike too leaned out, and his aim was perfect. One of the Narazzi member was slightly out. He could see his head, the red dot aligned on him, and he pulled the trigger. But the gun jammed. Fuck, he said, leaning back as they saw him too. Work, you shit, he said as he slammed the charging handle back and forth. But it didn't work, so he threw it away, switching places with Benji, who on the other hand leaned out, and his first shot hit the same guy Mike was aiming at. As he leaned back to take cover from the bullets, something blinded him from the side. As he looked at Mike, it was his pistol, the custom-made. Its shiny silver body reflected the sun in Benji's eyes. Let's switch, Mike said as he looked down once more on the gun. Like it wasn't just any gun, it was carrying the family name. He leaned out, and this pistol didn't jam. The kickback of it was like something so smooth but raw at the same time. It was perfect. Its trigger was light. His first shot went into one guy's chest. Then he turned toward another one that aimed at him and shot into his head. Then he emptied his magazine into the car and leaned back, switching places once again with Benji. Mike with that pistol was like a sharpshooter, a hitman. Even he got surprised as he changed the magazine. He was as precise with the gun as with the surgeon equipment. There was no doubt about it. At first, he didn't even know how to handle one, how to reload, or how to put on the safety. He was a complete beginner who never held a gun in his life. So he was taught by an old man who was in the bodyguard unit of James. He was just like the other bodyguards, trained soldiers with experience. He taught him how to handle ARs, submachine guns, how to shoot with precision, how to kill without even thinking about it, how to execute people if needed. He literally trained Mike to be a killer. That was the point where Mike realized what he joined was not just a gangster life. It was much more than that. I'm out, Benji said, so they rotated again. But man, Mike reloaded so carefully even though they were in a shootout. The magazine was silver too, and it was custom-made. He couldn't afford to drop it on the ground. When he was done, he peeked out and he knew immediately that something was up. They weren't shooting. He leaned out more and shot one bullet into the car, but nothing. He shot once more, and one guy started running away to the side while tossing the gun to the ground. But Mike quickly aimed and shot him in the back twice. Then he realized they were out of bullets. Chapter 115, End. Mike waited a bit. He thought, maybe they are just waiting for them to walk there and open fire, but nothing happened. He could only hear the shots from the back, but in front of him not a single bullet had been shot. They're out of bullets. He shouted to the others and picked up his SMG from the ground, finally clearing it and reloading. Let's push them, he said, pulling the charging handle back, and stepped out of the cover with Benji and the others. He slowly walked, aiming his gun toward the car ready to shoot. Spread out more, he shouted as they were surrounding them. As he slowly walked past the car and turned to see what was behind it. Half of them were dead and the other half were shot leaning against the car bleeding out. He crouched down to one that was shot in the chest, grabbing his hair and pulling him. Who the fuck are you? He shouted as he banged his head into the car side. Huh, answer me, he said again, banging it even harder. In Iratsi, he said while coughing up blood. Naratsi? Aren't they got wiped out? Benji asked as he kicked one of them on the ground to his other side. Fuck, they're really the Naratsi. Look, the tattoo, he said, pointing his weapon at it. It was a two-headed dragon on the guy's neck. A fucking street gang attacked us. What a fucking joke, Benji said as he shot the guy in the head. Yeah. Mike stood up and shot the guy he asked, then turned and emptied the magazine into the others. That one's still moving. He pointed at one who was crawling away. The guard with the full auto shotgun stood over him, kicked him to turn him to face him, and put the barrel to his head. As he pulled the trigger, the guy's head exploded, splattering his brain and blood everywhere on the ground, even on Mike's legs. Nothing remained of his head, just the place where it belonged. But it wasn't over on the other side of the street. The gunfire was still going. Stay here. If somebody comes here that's not the police or our guys, kill them, Mike said as he sprinted back to Orion, who was still in the car, peeking out of the hatch. Fanny and Ollie on the other side were still in shock, barely registering what was happening with them, while the remaining Naratsi members who were still alive tried to fight back, not knowing their gang got massacred at the other side of the street. Orion, get out of there, Mike shouted at him as he leaned out and shot. You're finally back. I waited for you to do this, Orion said. Grenade. Grenade. Don't. It was late. He already pulled the pin out and threw the grenade toward the cars. Get down, Mike shouted as he pulled down one of the guards to the ground. He threw it a little short, but it rolled under the car, exactly between Fanny and Gabby. She didn't even react or see it. She was just staring ahead, but Gabby saw it and instantly knew they were going to die, or that he was going to die, because he picked it up and held it close to his chest, jumping with it as far as he could. Fanny's eyes narrowed to him, not understanding what he was doing, but as he landed on the ground, the grenade exploded. She could see it as Gabby's whole body left the ground as the grenade exploded and pushed him up. Not even one shrapnel hit Fanny or the others as Gabby's body engulfed the whole explosion and every single fragment of it. Huh. That was Fanny's first reaction, but as the smoke went away, she saw what was going to haunt her forever in her life. Gabby's whole body was torn apart. She could see his organs. She could see his half-face missing. Gabby. She held out her hand toward him. I can't die. Ollie's words came from the side. I don't want to die like a dog, he said into her eyes, and he suddenly stood up and started sprinting toward the nearest building. Fanny saw the whole thing as his body fell to the ground and bullets tore apart his back, the blood splattering everywhere. That was it. Her two friends died, and she couldn't even comprehend what was happening. She couldn't even act to do something, but to be true she could. Do nothing, not a single thing that would save her. And Orion made sure of it. He ducked out from the roof as the grenade stunned everybody, even Mike and the guards, and with the machine gun in his hands, he took away their last bit of hope for surviving. Die, he shouted as he pulled the trigger and shot at everything he could see. The cars were now in pieces as the high-caliber rounds literally ate through the metal and everything behind it. There was no running from it, but some of them actually tried. Two of them started running, but Orion quickly turned to them and fucking tore them apart. The bullet casings fell on the ground like they were in a battlefield, like Orion was a turret gunner, and that was exactly how he wanted to do this. The gun was heavy. Its kickback brutal, but he enjoyed every bit of it. The raw power of something that kills. Something you couldn't outrun. Something you couldn't survive. Expect Fanny. When Orion started shooting up the car from the left side, she pulled a dead body over herself. Even though the bullets tore through the car, the body shielded her. Then she heard it, the sirens. She could hear them coming closer. When she looked up, she saw it, the police turning onto the street. She was safe, at least, that's what she thought. So she started crawling toward the police cars as they stopped. Every bit of strength and hope she had left was in them. Even if it meant prison, at least she would survive. At least she'd still be alive. She barely crawled a meter before Orion caught up to her and stomped on her head, pressing it down into the asphalt. "Pee, please," she whispered, trying to move, but Orion pushed her hand harder into the asphalt. "I believe gender equality," Orion said and pressed the gun barrel against her head, pulling the trigger. Click. How lucky. But shit, that's why I carry a pistol. He pulled it from his holster. "Don't do it. Orion, the police is already here." Mike stepped to him. "Hector's already going to fuck us up because of that grenade." He slapped Orion's shoulder. "Then should I just lock her in the car?" Orion asked. "Yeah, do it." He grabbed her by her hair and yanked her to her feet, making her scream in pain. "Now walk, darling," he said, pushing the pistol into her back just enough so the police wouldn't notice, but it wasn't working. "Put down the weapons," one of the officers shouted, stepping out of the car. "We're security for the bank." Mike called back, flashing his ID card. "Drop it," the officer shouted again. Mike shook his head, stepping closer. "Look, it's my ID." A shot rang out, and as Orion turned back, he saw Mike dropping to the ground. Chapter 116, The Letters That Never Arrived. This chapter contains graphic violence, abuse, and distressing themes related to trauma, self-harm, and family dysfunction. If you find the content disturbing, please feel free to skip this chapter. Reader discretion is strongly advised. Orion's eye narrowed at Mike's body as he fell to the ground. He didn't move. He lay there motionless. "Mike?" Orion asked as he turned his head toward the officer who shot him, and now the gun was aimed at him. The world seemed to stop for a second as Mike's pulse quickened and adrenaline shot up into his veins. Everything was so slow. As the officer fired his weapon again, striking Orion straight into his bulletproof vest. He couldn't breathe as he collapsed to the ground. His chest felt like it was being pounded by a hammer as he choked trying to breathe in. He thought, this is it, the time he dies. What a shameless death. What a shameless day to die. And as he fought for his breath, he reached for his pistol that was beside him, knowing well that they were going to shoot again. But he didn't care. At least he wanted to bring one with him to hell. Yeah, the hell that awaited him since he murdered his mother and stepfather. His finger only shivered around the pistol as bullets were fired again. It struck the vest again, and as the force of the bullet spread out, he could feel the brutal energy spreading through his whole body. He could feel his ribs cracking, and slowly the darkness surrendered him. "Orion, where is my pipe?" A voice so familiar. "You hide it again, huh?" "Yeah," the slap on the face, and the ground as his body hit the floor. "Yeah, a memory. Orion teenage body. The body that had no fat on it. Only a skinny child that doesn't even eat. Half what he needed, the child that was abused. That's bad for you, Mom," he shouted while swiping away his tears, but the slap wasn't that bad. No, he already knew the pain. It was nothing bad. His mother stepped over him, hitting Orion's head once again, but now with her knuckled hands. "You are the bad, you fucking child," she said, spitting at him, and grabbed the flower vase from the table. "You fucking retarded child. How could I give birth to a retarded child, huh?" she said as she slowly tilted the vase, letting the water hit Orion's shaking body, while his eyebrow was split and blood poured from it. "Answer me, you retarded shit, huh? Where is it?" she shouted while hitting his head once again. "Mom, don't hurt me," Orion shouted with the child's innocent voice, a voice that all it wanted was care and a loving home. "Please, you don't hit me," he cried again, holding his eyebrow while the blood flowed between his fingers. "Please?" She shook her head while smiling like a demon. "Then I should hurt her, huh?" She stepped away from Orion and grabbed Olivia by her long black hair and pulled toward Orion. She cried as the woman that was supposed to give love dragged her across the room. You want this, huh? She hit Orion's face again with a slap, then pulled Olivia up to her knees and started slapping her face. You love this? She asked her as she slapped her. Olivia's beautiful pale face turned to red, while her tears rolled down on her cheeks, her eyes staring into Orion's eyes, as if it was an abyss. Answer me, you shit, she shouted. Mom, he cried as he looked up to her, his vision barely there as the blood swirled into his eyes. What are you doing, Carla? A deep male voice came, their stepfather. This shit hid the pipe again. She pointed at Orion, then slapped Olivia once more. Oh, his stepfather stepped toward Olivia and grabbed her hair from his mother. You wanted Orion? You want to see her suffer? He asked with that voice that was just fucking disgusting. That voice that made your blood boil and made you want to do anything to not hear it anymore. Orion's whole body shook, and deep within was the rage that was coming up, rage that only needed one more step to come out. And it did, as his stepfather hit Olivia so many times that she got unconscious and her body was only held by their stepfather, who was grabbing her hair. Then he dragged her into his bedroom. No, don't, Orion whispered, as now all the fear had disappeared. All the years of suffering had turned into pure wrath, pure anger, and disgust. As his mother went into another room, throwing the furniture and everything to find that pipe and be able to smoke that shit they did, Orion finally lost himself. That teenager, that was starving, that was so skinny and broken, lost it all. All the emotional and physical pain just went away for that moment. As he saw his stepfather touching his sister's legs, it all disappeared. He slowly got up, still dizzy. His legs were shaking, almost buckled, but the anger led him into the kitchen, to that cleaver knife. He grabbed it, and something was speaking to him. Something was whispering to his ears with only one word. Kill them. He turned and walked out of the kitchen with that heavy cleaver and went behind his stepfather, who was kneeling beside Olivia. And that voice in his head got more intense, more louder. It was like it was ordering him, commanding him to do it. And then it all went away, and what was left was silence. So comfortable silence that was never in his life. Silence that he wanted, silence that resembled peace. His grip on the cleaver tightened as he lifted it high up and struck down on his stepfather's head. It went in his skull, cracking it up, and blood started spilling everywhere. But Orion pulled it out and struck again and again and again. Blood was everywhere. The wall, the floor, Orion's body was covered by it. As he kept striking, kept doing it without thinking even for a second. Then a voice from behind. A deep scream that shattered the silence in his head. His mother stood behind him, her eyes wide open, her breath ragged as she saw Orion butchering Zian. But it wasn't enough, not for Orion, but the voice in his head. The voice came back. Kill them. He struck again, cutting through his mother's throat with the blade, and she collapsed to her knees, clutching her throat, and the last thing she saw was her son, smiling as she bled out. Orion then dropped the cleaver to the ground and turned to his sister, picking her up, and with all that blood covering him, he went to the police station, giving himself up, saying exactly what he did and why he did it. But the one thing Orion never knew and would never know is that his little sister saw the whole thing. She was actually up when Orion struck their stepfather and then killed their mother. She saw all of it. She felt all of Orion's emotions in that moment. But she promised to herself that she'd never speak about it, that she'd never speak with Orion once again. At first, she didn't keep her promise. She actually went and visited Orion several times throughout the years in prison. She told him how good life had been, how she went to school, got a job. But over time, she noticed something. As the years went on, Orion's life in prison became harder. Fights, death, murders, all of which he was never convicted for. He never talked about it to her, but every time Olivia saw him, she felt the pull of something deep and dark in his gaze, something that wasn't just sorrow or anger, but a kind of otherworldly stillness. She wasn't afraid of the violence itself, but of the emptiness in his eyes, the fact that there was no longer a person behind them. Her silence became her own form of protection. So, she watched him from afar, silent and still, her heart aching with the knowledge that she could never be close to him again. It wasn't that she hated him, it was that she saw what he had become, and the more she looked, the more she realized he was no longer someone she could save. Orion had become someone she could never reach. At least, this is what she thought at first. But she kept sending Orion pictures of her child, her family, showing how happy she was. She even wrote letters, but she never got an answer. In fact, Orion never got even one of them. And now, Orion was ready to die, without anything in his life, dying alone, knowing that nobody loved him, that in his life, he had nothing. He was ready to suffer in hell. Orion, get the fuck up. A loud voice came, followed by gunshots, as he slowly opened his eyes. Orion, you fucker. Again, a voice that was so familiar. As his eye opened, he could barely see, but the blurred shape of the face was enough for him to tell who it was. Medic Mike himself. Chapter 117. Sabotage? Yeah, it was Mike, the same Mike that lay motionless on the ground, the same Mike that Orion thought had died. The only one person he looked at like a friend, that he cared about, was fucking alive, while he wanted to avenge him. Foo, CK. Orion gasped for air as the pain suddenly shot through his body. He felt every bit of pain, but his ribs were the most fucked up. It was a feeling he couldn't describe. It was so painful. Don't move, Orion, Mike shouted at him, while around him the guards were now in a shootout with the officers that came with 2 cars. Why you? All alive? Orion asked as finally his vision came back and could clearly see his face, that fucking stupid face of his. Of course I am, Orion. And you are too, just your ribs got fucked up. Mike shouted at him as he cut the vest off with his scissors. Just chill, okay? He said as he cut off his t-shirt underneath him, and next he put his hand on his ribs, which made Orion scream from the top of his lungs. Oh fuck, only cracked, Mike said, smiling to his face, while Orion started crying. It wasn't just the pain that was unbearable, he was also so grateful that Mike didn't die. They were together so much that he started to look at Mike as the big brother. He never had someone that actually cares. And now, pressing his ribs once again, he knew very well that he cared. And Mike, he shouted, grabbing his head. Stop it. Chill a bit, Orion, Mike said to him, tapping his shoulder and getting up, reloading his gun. But he was in too much pain. His bulletproof vest caught the bullet, but the sheer force of it knocked him out, and when he fell, his head impacted the ground, which made it worse. He opened his eyes when Benji grabbed him and started dragging him to cover, while the others covered them with gunfire, pushing back the officers. The officer immediately got shot in the head after he shot twice at Orion and Mike. But the thing is, they waited too much. Even though they are criminals, they still have strict protocols that ensure they don't get into a mess and keep them from firing. It's a crystal clear rule. Even if some of their men die, they do not start a shootout with any law enforcement in the downtown area because they can't just hide it under the rug. But as Orion was shot too, Benji was the only one that actually thought and realized they were security for the truck, which meant he could shoot as it would be deemed as a misunderstanding. And sure he did, and with him, the others too. His first shot was a headshot, and the others started emptying their magazines too, into the police cars, killing 4 of the 6 officers, and with that, it just became much worse as more officers arrived at the scene and started shooting, without knowing anything about what was actually going on. The misunderstanding just spiraled out of control. The police got the alert that the truck was being robbed, or at least trying to be robbed, but the first responder, who shot Orion and Mike, thought they were the robbers. That's why he opened fire. The others who arrived all got the same intel, heavily armed robbers opening fire. But the most fucked up part wasn't the ongoing shooting, but the SWAT squads that were heading toward them, and Mike and the others knew very well that if they didn't do something, they would die, and their backup was nowhere to be found. Where the fuck is the backup? He grabbed the guard who was sitting next to him. I don't know. They weren't responding. He said back, and Mike's blood ran cold. Give me that shit. The guard got out his radio, giving it to Mike, who started shouting into it, but no response came from it, not even a word. He turned the knob and pushed every button, but nothing. He threw it to the ground, turning to Benji. Call in, he said. Benji immediately got out his and started shouting. He pushed it to his ear to hear what they said, but it was everything but not promising. 40 minutes. Mike got frozen in place. That was too much time. The police would get there quicker easily now that they were alerted. His second option was actually the truck guard, who had been sitting in that fucking truck since the beginning. He ducked low as he rushed toward it and started banging on the door again. Open the fucking door, he shouted, but they again just shook their heads, so Mike did what he thought was best and went in front of the truck aiming and emptying the whole magazine into the windshield of it. He aimed all the shots into the exact same spot, as it had more chance to actually penetrate the bulletproof window, and sure it did. Not all the way, but it shattered bits of chunk that sent shrapnel into the guard's face. Then he went back to the door and started shouting again at them. And after what he did, they finally opened the door, and Mike immediately grabbed him, pulling him out to the ground. "Call in, you fucker. The police are shooting at us," he shouted, banging the guard's face into the asphalt. He was so scared he said nothing. Back, just started shaking. Mike let go of him and climbed into the truck to talk with the driver. "Call in, and say don't fucking shoot at us before I kill you." The driver looked at Orion while his head was slightly bleeding as little fragments cut his forehead, but he got the message and grabbed the radio, shouting into it. "This is Truck 54 to the Operations Center. This is Truck 54. Police shooting at our guards. I repeat, they're shooting at our guards," he shouted. "Truck 54, this is the Operations Center. Say it again." "I said." He took a big breath. "The fucking police are shooting at us and our guards, you motherfuckers." The radio went silent as he said it. Only the static could be heard as he put it to his ear. "Roger." The voice said calmly like it was nothing. "Roger? What the fuck does that mean?" Mike leaned in, grabbing the radio from the driver. "You bitches tell the fucking police to stop shooting before we fucking kill every single one of them in the whole city. Do you understand?" "Understood." A voice replied back. Mike threw back the radio to the driver and got out of the truck, grabbing the guard who was still on the ground. He pulled him up and dragged him toward the SUV they were taking cover behind. "You are going to go out and tell them who we are," Mike said, to which the guard's face just went dead in a second. "What?" It was a suicide plan. Mike knew it too. The second he stepped out, he would be shot, but if they didn't act, nobody could save them, because the fucking backup wasn't coming in time, which also was strange to him. How the fuck does it take 40 minutes when the warehouse is 22 minutes away and another one of the warehouses is 18 minutes? Even if they gear up, it would only take 25 minutes. It seemed like a setup or somebody sabotaged them. The radio didn't work, the same radio that was on the guy whose only purpose on the squad was to communicate with the others, and still his radio wasn't reaching anybody. "Where is that bitch?" Mike asked Benji. "She is in the car," Benji said back and opened the door. "Yeah." Fanny was placed into the car that they used as cover from the bullets. Mike grabbed her hands, dragging her out of the car. "Who the fuck are you?" he shouted at her, but she was still in shock. She couldn't even hear Mike's question, only the heavy gun sounds, the bullets impacting, shells hitting the ground until, well, Mike slapped her so hard that all her senses came back. "Who the fuck are you?" Mike shouted again. "No, nobody," she said, her voice cracking while staring into Mike's eyes. He just got more frustrated and angry about it. So he grabbed her neck, looking for any tattoo, but there was none. Then he cut her pants, but there was no tattoo neither on her hands nor on her legs. "Are you with Silas?" he asked again, slapping her face. She said nothing, didn't even know who Silas was. She never heard the name. "Mike, we're low on ammo," Benji shouted to him while reloading his last magazine. He looked back at the girl, and he saw in her eyes real fear and confusion, like she wasn't even understanding what she was doing here, like she regretted all her life decisions at that moment. No, no, no." Benji's voice came as he leaned back, staring at Mike. He immediately stood up and leaned out, and what he saw was their death. 2 armored SWAT trucks parked, and heavily armed officers getting out, and if that wasn't enough, from the back it was the same thing, as one of the guards sprinted back to them. The sensation of death only got more intense as a helicopter also appeared in the sky, circling. He sprinted back to the truck. "What the fuck is this?" "They don't believe it," the guard said, and Mike just closed his eyes, then hopped out. He stood there staring up at the helicopter. "We are so fucked." Chapter 118, Together We Fall. They were so fucked that Mike just walked back to the SUV and sat down on the ground beside Orion, who hadn't moved an inch since. He had no more ammunition in the SMG, and his pistol only had 1 magazine, maybe enough to kill 1 or 2 if he was lucky. Benji too was out of ammunition and just sat down, while 2 guards and Luke kept firing their last rounds. "What's with that face?" Orion asked Mike. He just shook his head and smiled into his face. "I think this is it, Orion." "Oh, well, fuck. I'd rather be shot than put into a prison." As he said it, Bullets started wheezing and impacting the SUV as the SWAT officers started shooting at them. They didn't wait a bit, and even threw flashbangs while the armored truck started moving up to them. One of the guards was hit in the shoulder as a sniper positioned himself in one of the buildings. As his body fell back, the blood splattered onto Orion and Mike. The high-caliber round this time went through the bulletproof vest and out the back. But Mike didn't move. He just looked at the guard as he grabbed his wound, pushing it, blood gushing out between his fingers like he had already given up on everything. "Mike, move your ass." Benji shouted at him as he leaned out and emptied his pistol magazine toward the armored truck and hit one of the officers' guns. That one hit was enough to stop their movements and get a few seconds more in. Mike got up this time, and he was back to his old self, dragging closer to the guard and pushing his hand on the wound. He grabbed the tourniquet from Orion's vest and put it on, but he had no bandage left, so he just kept pushing onto the wound as long as he could. But the next moment just hit him in the heart. The guard he was helping got out his phone and started a voice message recording. "Hey, darling. I'm sorry I wasn't there." His voice cracked as the adrenaline started to go away. "If I disappear, please tell our baby when he grows up that I loved him, okay? That I loved him more than anything." His voice cracked again as tears started falling on his face. "I love you, darling, and I'll never forget about you and Celia." He sent the message and threw the phone to the ground as he leaned his head back. Not even a minute passed, and his phone was buzzing on the ground. Mike looked at it, and the caller ID was "Darling," with a picture of a baby and a woman, the guard's family. He reached out his hand toward it, but the guard grabbed his hand. "No, it's okay, man, it's okay," he said, gritting his teeth together as the pain just got worse. Mike turned his head toward Orion. "Call up your family." Orion with a faint smile said, "I don't have family. Mike, you are my family. You and the Bellinis." He felt the words hit him like a train. It was the truth, and it hurt more than he could have prepared for. He'd always thought of family as something more, something warm and full, something you could rely on in moments like this. But none of them had that luxury. None of them had real families anymore. They had each other, and that was it. "You've got us," Mike said, his voice thick, though he didn't know if it was for Orion's sake or his own. "You're not alone." The words felt hollow, like they could never be enough to fill the void left by a family that wasn't there. But in that moment, it was all he had to give. The next bullet that passed them was too close, but in that moment, before the world could fall apart entirely, he allowed himself the smallest flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could make it out of this together. Not because they thought they would win, but because they were Bellinis. So Mike did what he needed to and pulled out the guard's pistol and threw it to Orion, while he reloaded his own. Luke and the others did the same, pulling out their pistols and getting ready to shoot at the moment the officers stepped forward. Mike's heart raced, his palms slick with sweat as he tightened his grip on his pistol. He looked over at Orion, his eyes meeting him with a silent understanding. This was it. Benji was muttering under his breath, while he pulled out his knife as he was out of everything. They all knew the reality of the situation. They weren't getting out of this. Not alive, anyway. Mike's thoughts flashed back to every moment, every battle, every piece of himself he had sold just to survive this life. The Bellinis weren't just a family. They were the only family any of them had ever known. And now, here they were, ready to go down fighting for the only thing that mattered, loyalty. The sound of boots hitting the road drew closer. Mike's chest tightened, and for a moment, he swore he could hear the heartbeat of every man standing beside him. Benji, Luke, even the others who hadn't spoken a word. They were all here, united by a bond that ran deeper than blood. "We do this together," Mike said, his finger tightened on the trigger. Orion's voice cracked. "I'm scared, Mike." "Me too, man." Then came the silence. A heavy silence, as if everything around them had ceased to exist. No sounds, no footsteps, no gunfire, nothing. For minutes there was silence. Silence. Yes, it was the silence of death that was approaching. And then a sound of something striking the asphalt. A dull, rhythmic knock that grew closer and closer and finally showed himself. With a smile on his face and with a cane in hand stood James Bellini. Chapter 119, Death himself. Mike at first thought he was hallucinating, that his brain was just tricking him. He had hoped so much, prayed so desperately, that someone would come and save them. And now, there he stood. The man himself. The family himself. James Bellini. He couldn't believe his eyes as he lowered his gun. His gaze widened in shock as he looked at James, who was just standing there, leaning on his cane, staring down at them like death itself had arrived in silence. "You guys alive? What a relief," he said, taking another step forward. The thud of his cane hitting the asphalt echoed like a warning, and his eyes landed on Fanny, who was staring back at him with a face full of fear and hopelessness. She knew who he was. Not just a man, but a demon people only whispered about online. The one they said ruled the country. The one who killed everyone in his way. And now, she was exactly in his way. Her hands trembled as she finally realized the money they went after. It wasn't just anyone's money. It was his. The man no one dared to go against. From the very beginning, they had no chance of survival. No chance at a normal life ever again. "Be boss?" Orion asked, looking up at him with the same expression as the others, disbelief. Pure disbelief. "You must be Orion," James said, turning his head slightly toward the truck. "Can you walk?" he asked with a faint smile, glancing back at him. Orion just shook his head, still unsure if this was reality or if they had already died. "I can," Mike said as he stood up, barely reaching James's eyes. "Then come with me, Mike," James said, turning to walk toward the truck, the tap of his cane keeping rhythm. Mike hesitated, glancing down at the others, then turned his head toward the officer and got even more confused. The armored truck was still there, but none of the officers were. They were all gathered at the end of the road with Hector, Ferrucci, and dozens of bodyguards. "Are you coming?" James asked, turning back to him. Mike froze for a moment, locking eyes with James. There was something terrifying in that look. Serious, so serious it felt like James could kill someone at any moment. But his voice, it didn't carry the same fury. Mike nodded, limping as he followed after James. As they walked toward the truck, 1,000 questions began to rise in his head. How did he get here so fast? Why didn't the police shoot? Why did they back off? And so many other questions. But before Mike could even try to answer them, hell, before he could even make sense of anything, they were already at the truck where the driver was stumbling out. James stopped right in front of him, and Mike saw how tightly he was gripping the handle of his cane, so tight his hand started to shake. But he said nothing. Mike couldn't even bring himself to breathe too loud in James's presence. "Why, you must be the Bellini I hear a lot." His leg buckled as James calmly pulled out his gun and shot him in the knee. It happened so fast, Mike didn't even have time to react. He just stood there, watching the man collapse to the ground, screaming in pain. "Help me," James said simply. Not a request, a command. Mike instantly grabbed James's right arm and helped him crouch down to the driver's level, who was still wailing in agony. "SSSSS, calm down," James whispered, putting a finger to the man's lips. "Please don't." "No, no." James now covered his mouth with his palm. "When I ask, you answer." "Okay," he said coldly, then pulled away his hand. "Please, I just—" Another shot, this time into the other leg. The scream that came out wasn't just pain, it was primal. "This man here can save you," James said, his voice as calm as ever, nodding toward Mike. "He's a medic, but I know some things too. They do it like this, right, Mike?" he asked, pressing 2 fingers directly into the bleeding wound. The scream that followed was so loud it made their ears ring. "Now tell me, who was it?" James asked. "It was Richie. From the bank. Richie Augustine," the driver said between screams. But it wasn't the answer James wanted. His fingers sank even deeper into the wound. "He already died," he said as he pulled his finger from his wound. "I want to know why the fuck this thing is empty." Mike's eyes widened even more as he looked at James. "Empty? There was no way." He saw them loading in the boxes. "I wouldn't give a fuck, it was just a couple million, you know," James said as he stood up with Mike's help. "But the information you got came from someone close to me. So who was it? Who turned off the radios?" That was the moment Mike realized his worst fear was real. Someone really had sabotaged them. That's why they couldn't reach backup. "It was a woman," the driver screamed. "A woman told us to switch the boxes, said we'd get money for it." "A woman?" James tilted his head slightly. "Why, yeah, a bullet straight through the head." His body dropped limp, eyes rolling back as blood pooled beneath him. For a couple of seconds James just stared down at him, then turned to Mike. "Get the key from him," he said, pointing his gun toward the key hanging from the driver's neck. Mike hesitated for a bit, but grabbed it with shaking hands from the driver's neck. James then just walked toward the truck back and waited for Mike to open it. And when he did it, the guards inside, with a smile on their face, wanted to hop out and take a fresh breath, but it didn't happen as James emptied the whole magazine into them the moment he saw them. Mike just stood there, stunned. What the fuck is happening? None of this made sense. But he didn't have time to ask. Get one of the boxes out, James said. He moved without thinking, pulling the dead bodies aside and getting one of the boxes out, putting it before James, but he felt it. It was so light. The director code is 6573842. James said as Mike slotted the key in and typed the code into the lock. A loud thud echoed as it clicked open. Mike lifted the lid and froze. It was empty. Not a single banknote. They had fought for nothing. Their men had died for nothing. That's impossible, Mike muttered. I saw them loading it in. His voice trailed as he looked up at James, whose eyes were locked on the empty box. It's in another truck which they found abandoned a few minutes ago, James said as he turned around and started walking back to Fanny. As he stood in front of her, Fanny looked up, and what she saw was the barrel of a gun aimed directly at her forehead. Please. James pulled the trigger. Click, 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 he said as the magazine was empty. Who the fuck are you, lady? He asked as he reloaded the pistol. Now with a bullet chambered, he aimed the gun back at her head. Her breathing was heavy, panicked, and even the threat from the empty gun had worked better than any weapon. Jim Fanny Odavi. She stuttered. I was part of the group, with 2 of my friends, and the Narazzi gang. I didn't mean to. I didn't want this. Please. Just. James pressed the barrel against her forehead. Tears started to pour from her eyes as she stared into his eyes. But then, a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. I just lost. James leaned back slightly, lowering the gun. Her expression was just like Marcello's back then. That same look. She even resembled him a little. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. He cut her off and pulled the trigger. Fanny's body slowly leaned to the left as blood gushed from the side of her head. And just like that, Fanny's dream died with her. The last person who still carried a memory of Tiana was gone while her blood silently pooled beneath her. Maybe if she had never met her, life would have turned out differently. A better life. A happy one, with a family, with children. A life she could have had if she hadn't taken Tiana's death to heart. If she had just looked past the harsh truth of the country she lived in. But none of it mattered anymore. How many people need to die? How many do I need to kill? He asked as he stared down on her body like if he was waiting for an answer. We need to go, James. Hector's voice came from the side. Get up, guys, he said as he glanced at the others still on the ground. But they were stunned from what they saw, the boss single-handedly stopping their death, but bringing more with him. James holstered his gun back and turned toward Hector. How many? 76, Hector said. What? Mike's words came out on there. Own. We got attacked by the Sinatra cartel while this shit happened. What a coincidence, James said, then turned to Hector. And we also have a rat. For a couple of seconds, he closed his eyes and asked a simple question. Where is Bella? Chapter 120, Chaos. The family house, minutes after the robbery began on Minister Street. What? James asked Charlotte as she was just staring at him while he was eating a good sandwich. Nothing, she said, but kept staring at him, which made James uncomfortable. So he put down the sandwich and stared back at her. Say it, darling. Darling, she asked as she huffed and looked to the side. She was clearly angry at him for something. If you just keep doing this, nothing is going to change. Just say what the problem is, James said as he leaned back in the chair, smiling at her. She suddenly looked at him, looking at him so intently like he did something terrible. You said when you get better, you will get me a thing, and you better don't break your promise. She huffed. Oh, this is still about her birthday. And what if I'm still in bad shape, Charlotte? You need to think about other emotions. Still, a promise is a promise, she said, hopping down on the chair, but then turned around, trying to get a good look at James like she was taunting him. James smiled, shaking his head. Okay, tomorrow I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Cakes, chocolates, toys. Really? Her eyes lit up in a second as she rushed to James, looking up at him. Yeah, really. For a whole day, you'll be with me, okay? Her smile got so big, and she started jumping up and down in her happiness. It was more that James would be with her than about her past birthday. James, can you check the router? It says I don't have Wi-Fi. His mother came down from the stairs. Maybe the house is too big for one router, but I will check it, James said, grabbing up the sandwich once again. But it's strange, I also don't have a signal. I can't call anybody, she said, looking down at her phone. And I have an appointment with a teacher today. Maybe an atomic bomb exploded in this shithole, James said, shaking his head, but then got hit by her mother. Don't speak bad before Charlotte. She hit him once more in the shoulder. And who would bomb us when we make enemies out of each other? She laughed, going to the sink. True, James said as he finished the sandwich and got out the phone. Still, it is a possibility, he said as he looked on his phone. He didn't have either signal or Wi-Fi. You were watching the news, didn't you? They didn't say anything about an outage or something? No, only who died and how he died, but nothing about an outage. Erica shook her head. Strange. I would understand the Wi-Fi, but no signal. That's kinda odd. He thought as he got up from his seat. I'm going to check my office. Maybe the cable works, he said and went up. Of course, Charlotte followed him. When James went in, he turned on his computer, which he didn't really use, but there was no internet either. He then, with Charlotte now in his hand, went toward the router, and it was giving the signal that everything was fine. Charlotte, I give you a very important mission. James put her down. A mission? She asked as she got overexcited and started jumping up and down again. Yeah. Go out and ask the guys if they have a signal, and then come back with the answer, okay? Okay, she said, and with another word, sprinted toward the stairs. Fuck this country, everything's ass. James sighed as he went back to the office and opened his safe. Apart from the money and the documents hidden, he pulled out a black box which contained 2 satellite phones. He purchased them for times like this, because if there's no connection and something happens, he needs to reach the right guys. And those 2 phones had a hefty price on them. 2 of them were $5,000 and the service fee was hefty too. But of course, it was all covered by the shell company, so nobody will associate it to him. Only if they really want to ping his ass. He got one of them out, and it was so dirty that he decided to clean it, so he got up and went back down. As her mom saw them, she started to laugh, as the phone looked like the old brick ones. Are those from the 80s? This one is a lifesaver. Connects to satellites like in sci-fi movies, he said, putting them on the counter. Oh, Erica picked up one. So heavy, but if this connects to a satellite, that's got to be expensive. It's only for emergencies. Can you clean them with wet towels or something? He asked as he sat back on the chair. Of course, but you already ditched Charlotte. I sent her on a mission. James laughed, then a very loud and ear-hurting sound came from outside. 100% some tuned moped. He laughed, but the noise just got more intense. It was the sound of maybe a moped or some kind of dirty bike going through the street. But the thing is that it sounded like they stopped in front of the house. Hooligans, her mother asked. That can't be, it's a gated community. James slowly got up from the chair and went toward the door, and as he opened it, all hell let loose. The bullets started impacting everything, the windows, the house walls. So many shots and so quickly. James immediately tried to close back the door, but bullets hit it too, so he just left it and sprinted toward his mother, who was already behind the counter ducking low. James, she shouted as he grabbed her, trying to cover her. Their only luck was James ordering the house to be as bulletproof as it could get. The window glass was bulletproof, as were all the doors that led outside the house. But still, hearing the bullets impacting the wall and the glass shattering as it caught the bullets was terrifying. And it just kept coming. The sound of it was so fast and loud, like it was a minigun firing, but after a couple of seconds, it went away, and what came next was the bodyguard opening fire. It was different. The sound of the ARs had more power in it, as the whole street echoed with the gunfire. And James was panicking as hell. He thought that was it. They finally came for him. The police, the agencies, it was all a trick. Benjamin set him up. But as he thought about all the possibilities while covering his mother, the gunfire died down, and what followed were the shouts of the bodyguards outside, the screams. However, his mother's quick breaths were more worrying to him, as she seemed to be having a panic attack. Mom, it's okay. Everything's okay, he said, grabbing her head. Erica just looked at him with teary eyes and asked, Where is Charlotte? Charlotte. He finally realized. He set her out. His pulse quickened so much that he started to feel dizzy as he got up and walked toward the door. The whole world seemed to stop as he stepped out, and all he saw was blood, with some of his men lying on the ground while others tried to help them. He looked around at the shot-up car, and then saw Charlotte sitting beside one of the cars, her dress covered in blood. His heart stopped as he saw her, Charlotte. His mind struggled to process what he was seeing. Was she? Chapter 121, It's Only the Beginning. Charlotte. He whispered her name as he stepped toward her, while around him was just pure chaos. Bodyguards were on the ground screaming in pain, while others tried to help them. The once beautiful house front turned into a bloodied scene. In the center, Charlotte's blonde hair, shining through the chaos like a star. James slowly knelt before her as he touched her face with the back of his hand, and Charlotte just looked up to him, her eyes wide open in terror and fear. But she was alive. That's all that mattered to him. He quickly scooped her up and turned back to the house, while Charlotte finally started crying. When he stepped back into the house, Erica just collapsed on her knees as from what she saw. It looked like Charlotte was dead in James's hands. Her dress was soaked in blood, but it wasn't hers. It was a guard's blood. When Charlotte went out, she asked everyone she found if they had a signal, and everybody not just gave a simple answer to her, but started small talk with her. One of them, a guard who was standing nearby the SUV, asked her if she wanted some candies. Charlotte in a second said yes and went to the car, where the guard pulled out a whole pack of candy mix. Her eyes lit up even more, but she started arguing with him. The guard said the menthol candy is the best, and Charlotte said that it's gross. They started going back and forth with each other about candy flavors when the shooting began. The guard was the very first one that was shot, as a bullet went into his jaw, and he fell on Charlotte. The pouring blood from his face stained her dress and little hand as she tried to pull out from the guard's weight, until another guard grabbed her and set her to the SUV, saying to not move an inch from there and cover her ears. She did so and didn't look up until the shooting was over, but then it settled in her. The blood on her hand, the scent of it was like in her old life. She's good, James said to her mother as he went upstairs to the bathroom and put her under the shower. Her eyes were so distant as she cried nonstop, but James did his best to quickly wash off the blood, to get her dressed down, before it just soaked deeper, deeper into her soul. I'm here, okay? He said as he cupped her head. Look at me. I'm here, you're safe. He said as he gave a kiss to her forehead. I am scared. She cried more as she hugged James so much that her little grip actually hurt him a bit, but at least she was powerful even in a situation like this. I'm here, darling, I'm here, said James as he petted her head, and then he heard it. A language that he did not recognize, a foreign language spoken outside, shouting at the guard, and Erica stepped into the bathroom at the same time as it became more intense. Charlotte still cried as she screamed at James, who put her into Erica's hands and turned to leave the bathroom as his blood boiled so much that he only cared about one thing: to kill whoever was outside. He went down the staircase, and as he stepped outside, he saw a man on the ground bleeding and still shouting something. His skin was light brown, and the language he immediately knew was somebody from Dennis. What's he saying? James looked to the guard next to him. He hesitated as he eyed James's bloodied t-shirt, thinking that he might have been shot, but James's eyes weren't someone who was hurt, no. It was somebody's eyes that were ready to hurt. He's saying, it's only the beginning. The war has started. Oh, James said as he held out his hand toward the guard. Give me your pistol. The guard pulled it out, giving it to him, and James pushed it exactly between the man's eyes, but he just started laughing, while blood still poured from his mouth, and then said something. He said, we're not scared of you. Not scared. Ha ha ha. He started laughing too. It was a bizarre scene, as they both laughed, but then James pulled the gun from his head toward the guy's dick and pulled the trigger twice. His scream was so loud that everyone around, even at the gate, looked back at them. It was only the beginning as James pushed the gun toward his left knee and pulled the trigger, then did the same on the right knee. The guy was no longer just screaming, but suffering every bit of life that was left in him. Not scared? He asked again, shaking his head, still laughing, then put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, he just kept pulling on it until the only sound left was the click of the empty gun. His face was unrecognizable. Only the open skull and mangled brain and some flesh was there. James dropped the gun to the ground, and from the street again, now tires screeched, as a convoy of black SUVs stopped guard, hopping out with Hector and Ferrucci. First thought of Hector as he saw James covered in blood was that he was actually shot, so when he finally was up close to him, he started patting him down. "Are you okay?" he said as his hand went through James's whole body. "Yeah, don't worry," he said simply, as his eyes were still on the guy on the ground. "You motherfuckers," Ferrucci shouted as he started kicking the dead boy. "These fuckers are from the Sinatra cartel," he said, looking up at James. "Yeah, James, they attacked our warehouses too," Hector said as he looked around, seeing some dead guards on the ground and some of them getting bandaged. "We need to move as fast as possible." He tapped James's shoulder and started walking into the house. "We're not moving," James said, and Hector immediately stopped, turning back. "What? You're and Dan." James slowly turned, looking into Hector's eyes with the same gaze like back then when he tried to kill himself. "They want war. We give them war." Chapter 122. War. War? Hector asked as he just looked at James, who still had that look in his eyes. Around them, everyone just stayed silent as they heard it too. Some of the men still screamed on the ground. The blood was still there, and it was just the beginning of it. Hector twitched a little, but he wasn't worried. No, he was actually excited. He thought James would play it safe, get to the other house, and stay silent. But his eyes were telling another story. A mafia war that would be the bloodiest in the country's history. That's what he saw. He slowly stepped toward James, his eyes now directly on his finger, as he reached for James's hand, to the finger that the signet ring was there. He pulled his hand to his mouth and kissed the ring, then looked up slowly into James's unwavering eyes. There was silence. The only sound was still the screams, but nothing more. Just the breath, the shock that what happened, disbelief, because that kiss not just meant the loyalty that can never be broken. That kiss meant he was ready to die for James. "Kill them all," Hector said, letting James's hand go and looking toward the guards. "Gear up." He shouted to them like it was a calling for the troops, and that's exactly how it played out. Without hesitation, all the guards there started to gear up with everything they had. But it wasn't just them. All the group leaders called up their men, ordering them to get ready. A war had begun. It was a chain reaction. Everyone told another to get ready. The word went so fast that even those who were just dealers in the family, couriers, everyone got their hands on weapons they could find. The Bellini family got ready within 10 minutes. And while they got ready, another word came, that the robbery was ongoing. It was none other than Danny that called Hector, that something is up, he can't reach his guys who went guarding the money. Then it became more clear when Frederick called him from the bank, that something terrible happened. "What?" Hector shouted into the phone. "There is no money in the truck, they robbed the bank." Frederick shouted while from the background just more shouts came. The whole bank was panicking. "One of our trucks left the garage after your money transport, and it wasn't on any paper, but the camera picked it up and they switched the boxes." He shouted once again, his voice now not just worried about the money but his own life, knowing well whose money it was. Hector stayed silent for a moment, thinking about how the fuck this could happen. There was nobody who knew about the money transport, only him, Danny, and James. "I have a fucking man here who told that the truck carrying your money is going to be robbed. His name is Richie Augustin. He just told me he knew about the whole thing." He shouted once again. Yes, Richie got so stressed that he told the director about the whole thing. He didn't want Ollie to die, but with it, he just killed himself, as Hector just hung up the call and turned toward one of the guards. "Jerry, go to the bank and get every info out of the guy called Richie. If it's done, kill him," he shouted to him, and Jerry, with hesitation, with 2 other guards, sprinted to the cars. "James," Hector shouted his name as he went upstairs, and he found him just getting his suit up, like it wasn't urgent in his movement. "Just like a simple day." "Hector," he said as he tied his tie up. There was no signal nor Wi-Fi in the house, but now everything seems fine, he said, looking at him. "Isn't that strange that now everything works?" "A jammer," Hector said, looking to the ground. It all made sense. The reason why Danny wasn't able to reach the guy was because they jammed their radio frequency, and not just that, but the house too. But how and who? The house. It was clear the jammer was on the motors that the attackers came with. But the robbery? How could they jam it? They needed to be there, or at least close to work. But the most important question was, who was behind the whole swapping of the boxes and stealing the money? Or was it all connected? If yes, who was behind it? "Hector, get a man you trust," James said as he opened a drawer and pulled out his gun. putting it into the holster on his hip. Hector didn't ask more questions. He just ran out of the house towards Zed, one of the oldest members of the bodyguard unit, but he had the most experience of all of them. He only shouted to him, calling him into the house, and he did run in, then up to James. "This is Zed. He was in the Special Airborne Unit back in the day," he said to James. "I trust him." James turned and looked at Zed, who was making eye contact with James, his eyes only telling how confident he was. "Are you loyal, Zed?" he asked him, making a step toward him and placing his hand on his shoulder. "Never been this loyal in my life, sir." Zed said, his eyes never left James. "Then you are going to take my mother and Charlotte with you and fly out of the country as fast as possible," James said, then looked at Hector. "Which country is the best to send them?" Hector quickly started thinking, but the most safe option, which was Helios, wasn't good, because they needed clearance first and a long talk with the director, so the second safest option was Marasi. It would be Marasi, far west. "It's the safest country in the world," he said, but the worry was in him. It's a safe country for a reason, and the reason is that they don't give a fuck about human rights. If they catch somebody taking part in a crime, they execute them without a court date. If you stole something that values more than $10,000, they will execute you. The most criticized country because of its rules. No mafia, no gangs, even corruption is little. Then go there, with a private plane. Do it as quickly as possible," James said, pulling out a duffel bag with money. "There is a company called Fly High. Go there," he said, giving it to the guard. "Understood, sir," Zed said and turned to leave the room, but James pulled him back. "Listen to me." He hugged him, talking directly into his ears. "Put them into a car and don't listen to my mother, okay?" James said, his grip tightening around Zed, and he exactly understood what he meant. "Yes, sir," he said. Then James let go of him and he walked out. Maybe a minute later, they could hear the screams. It was his mother, Erica, screaming for James as the guards dragged her to the cars. She was shouting at the top of her lungs for James, asking what was happening, telling them to let her go. But Zed didn't listen, nor the other guards, and shoved her into the car, where it could be heard how she was banging the windows. Charlotte was the same, except she was just screaming as one of the guards grabbed her and put her into another car. She was actually fighting back, hitting the guard in the head with her little arms, shouting for her dad. But they weren't heard by him, even though their voices were crystal clear with fear and worry. James needed to be strong, but it still hit him as his tears just flowed from his eyes without even noticing it. He was angry. He was furious about the fact they attacked him, in his own house, that Charlotte could be dead today, that his mother was outside doing her flowers, she could be dead as well. Yeah, they have attacked the family house, and with it the person he treasures the most, his family. He would have killed everybody for them. But before that, what was the most important thing to him is to not let the emotion take control. He needed them to fly out of the country to reach a safe place. He had to think quickly and clearly about what to do next, even though he had already decided that the war would rage on. He buttoned up his suit and took another look in the mirror and then went down to the kitchen and grabbed the satellite phone from the counter that her mom cleaned up. He then went back to his office and opened the safe, pulling out a dossier with names and numbers. He put the number in and called. "Hello, who am I talking to?" A woman's voice came. "Linda, this is James Bellini. I have a little problem." Chapter 123, Panic. Linda froze down as she heard James's voice through the phone and was stunned that he called her on his personal number, the one that the government gave her, because its sole purpose was to be a safe number. "Why, yes?" she asked as she looked at Benjamin, who was also at the office with her. Benjamin immediately knew something was up as he saw Linda's expression and signaled to her to put it on a loudspeaker, and she did, putting down the phone onto the desk. "Forget the killing of Carter. I have a bigger problem," James said, but there was no urgency in his voice, just calm. "The Sinatra cartel attacked my home today. They waged war against me." Benjamin immediately got up from his seat, throwing the documents on the floor as he grabbed a note from the desk and started writing down what James had just said. "My mother and Charlotte are going to fly to Marasi. I am sure that the government has diplomatic connections with them, and what I want from you is to place them into the embassy for some days until I can find a house for them, and also make clearance for their names. We have an embassy, but it's not simple to put. Just do it." James's voice came through the phone, this time now with seriousness. While James waited for her answer, Another bodyguard sprinted up the stairs, going into the room and telling Hector the bad news. The police are shooting at our guys, he shouted. They called in the radio, they need backup. Hector immediately turned to James, who heard all of it. Also, there's a big misunderstanding going on downtown. The police are shooting at my guys who are just guarding my money. Can you call them back? Benjamin immediately widened his eyes and sprinted out the door, while Linda just covered her face in frustration and thought, what the fuck is going on? But she couldn't say no. I'll do it, just give me a few minutes, she said, and I will place them into the embassy, or at least somewhere safe if it's not possible. Somewhere safe? James asked. We have safe houses for agents and government officials, she said as she pulled out her drawer, looking for the right document and throwing everything else to the side. She found it, and it was just a map of Marassi with the safe house pinned on it. I can do it. We have dozens of them. And it's safe, I guarantee it. Okay then, bye. James hung up the phone. Then the door busted open. Benjamin stepped in once again, out of breath. It's real, he sighed, leaning on his knees. The Sinatra cartel also shot up Silas Ricci and some other gangs. Please no, Linda sighed as she slowly sat up from her chair. There's going to be a war, Benjamin said as he pulled out his phone once again. Do what he told you. I'm going to make a cover-up for the police shootout, he said and ran out of the office once again. That can't be happening. I'm dreaming, she thought and pinched herself, but the pain was real, just like the situation that was ongoing outside. But at least he didn't need to kill Carter. She sighed as she pulled up her other phone and called the new police chief in the city directly. Miss, call back the fucking police for downtown. They're shooting at the bank security guards, she shouted into the phone. What? He asked back. They shot our officer and took a hostage. Tony, call back them because if not, just call them back. It's my order, she said as she pinched her forehead. Linda, they killed my. It's fucking James Bellini, mans and money, you fucking dumbass. They shot at her men. Do you understand now? She shouted, slamming the table. I personally recommend you because you can listen like a fucking dog, and that's it. So listen like a dog and do what I told you. She slammed the phone on the table, then turned toward her cabinet. She threw everything out of it to the ground as stress and frustration just shot up in her, then found the one paper he needed. It was a paper with the Marassi embassy's direct number to the ambassador, and when she looked at the name, she realized that the ambassador was her old college friend. So she didn't call the official number, but opened a messaging app on her phone and called her up even though they hadn't talked in years. Linda. She picked up the phone. Christina, how are you, darling? She asked with a soft voice, like her pulse wasn't through the roof. I'm good, thank you. How nice to hear your voice, she said back. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Hey, are you still the ambassador in Marassi? Yes, I am. She laughed. It's really hot here right now, and look, Christina, I know I can't directly order you, but I have a cover operation going on. She lied, of course, but she needed to say something real to her to believe it. It's the president's order, and he wants it to be under the rug if you know what I mean. Christina didn't say anything, but what Linda heard was like if Christina was running somewhere, then a loud click like, I'm in my office now, you can say it, nobody's here, she said, her voice now full of seriousness. She believed it, actually believed it. Is there anybody else at the embassy right now, or just you? Linda asked. Just me and the workers, no one else. Okay, listen to me now. It's important to get everything dealt with, Linda said. Christina heard it, got out her notepad, and was ready to write it down. There is a highly influential. She looked up at the ceiling like the answer was there. A secret operative's family needs a safe spot because they were exposed. Oh my God, Christina said, already worried. How can I help? I'll do what you ask me. The operative mother and daughter are going to fly to Marassi. I need you to get them out of the airport as fast as possible to the embassy. No track, no names. Don't even say to your workers who they are, not even to the embassy officials. Just get them to the embassy. Linda said. I'll do it. When will they arrive? She asked. I'll get back to you about that. But Christina, it's really important. If it is not done correctly, people could die. Well, Linda's life was on the line, that's for sure. Don't let anybody talk with them until I transfer them to a safe house. Do you understand? Yes, I am, Linda. Okay, then that's it. I will call you back in a safe line. Get ready. She hung up the phone and sat back in her chair, sighed heavily. She just lied in the name of the president to an ambassador in a country where she will literally hide the most dangerous mafia boss family. Christina, on the other hand, was moving like an agent. Well, back then she fucked up the test, and she actually wanted to be an operative, but they demanded her too manipulable. And then she got back to study even more and eventually became an ambassador. And her life became the most boring one. Marassi is always sunny, and nothing happened except for the few public executions of criminals, but other than that, some dinners and events with government officials. But now the call for Linda. She felt like a real operative. Even though it was all just a lie, she really believed it because the justice minister's role is also known as the shadow throne in some circles. So after Linda said what to do, she wrote it down, then looked at it for a few minutes, memorizing the important details, and then burned the paper. But it wasn't just that. No, she didn't stop there. She went into the security office and asked them politely to turn off the cameras because, well, her reasoning. She said, because there's nothing happening here and just turn off the cameras because they consume a lot of electricity. Well, it worked for a simple reason. The cameras didn't even work. Yeah, so now they could say that they turned off the cameras and it would turn on. Then he just ran up and down in the embassy, looking for the best bedroom they had. But the staff quickly realized something was up with her. She never was this energetic. Miss, is there a problem? Oh, Maria. No, there isn't a problem, she said, smiling at her. But I need a bedroom to be ready because, some guest will reside here. You know, government things. Then I do it, the red room. No, I need one room with 2 beds, okay? She said quickly. Then the green room, Mississippi, Maria said, and went up the staircase to do the room. Don't fuck this up, Christina. Don't fuck this up. Maybe you can be an operative after all, she thought, and ran back to her office. Meanwhile, back at Linda's office, she was just sitting there and waiting for her career to finally break. If a war rages on between 2 criminal families, that would be a disaster, but if she could somehow help James deal with it, maybe with Benjamin's help. Mississippi. A voice came from the door. Yes, Luca. It was Linda's assistant. I got a call from the president's office that you need to attend a. She looked down at the note. Emergency security meeting, right now. Fucking hell. Chapter 124 Rat? Minister Street. Bella. She disappeared yesterday. Not a single call. Not even saying where she went. And that was strange on its own, as she always at least told James where she was going, but it didn't happen. I don't know where she is, Hector said, looking back to the ground as he started puzzling everything together. The robbery, the attack on the house, the jamming. He tried to remember if there was anything strange about her, but there was nothing he could remember. James. A voice came, and it was her, Bella, running toward him. Hector immediately put his hand on his pistol and waited to see what was going to happen. She jumped into James's hands, and she just hugged him while crying a bit, then backed down as he realized James' bloodied suit and hands. Are you okay? She asked, cupping his face with her hands. But as she saw those eyes of James, that face that told her something was up. Where is Charlotte and your mother? She realized that something bad had happened as she looked to the side, and everybody was extremely cautious. Please no. She looked at James, who was just staring at her. Don't say that. Charlotte and Mom are safe, James said. She sighed heavily as she shook her head. Oh my God. I thought. Bella, where were you? Hector's voice came from the back within a so serious voice that she rarely heard. She turned around. What? The family house got attacked, and you weren't there, nor did you even come when you were notified. Hector stared straight into her eyes. Bella looked back and forth between James and Hector, then laughed a bit. I wasn't notified. What are you talking about? She tilted her head. No, you motherfucker. You think I am a rat? She shouted as she started to walk toward Hector, who raised his weapon straight to her head, and Mike did the same, as did the guard too. Yeah, all of them were aiming at her. Just answer the question, Bella. James's voice came from the back. She slowly turned around. Her face was full of confusion, as her tears started to fall from her eyes. James, what are you? Just answers. Hector pushed the gun barrel to her head from the back. I was at the hospital, look, she said, pulling up her sweatshirt and showing a bandage at her veins. I had an appointment at the doctor and even told Mickey about it. She said to Hector, who looked toward the guard next to him. He died, he said. Mickey was like a housekeeper at the family house. He led the bodyguards and was responsible for the security details. Why didn't you tell me or James instead? And why Mickey? Hector asked again. Because he knew why I was going to the doctor. She shouted at him. Huh, so you had affairs with a guard, you fucking bitch. I did not, you motherfucker. Mickey was the one that recommended me to that doctor. So don't fucking try to call me a cheater, because I'll kill you right now. Her hand shivered around her waist where her gun was as she looked deep into Hector's eyes. Let me see how quick you can draw, Hector said as he pushed the barrel to her forehead. Why were you at the doctor, Bella? James's voice came. She turned to him. I can't say it out loud, she said and looked down on the ground. Can I whisper it to you? James didn't say anything, just looked at Hector who was shaking his head. Yeah, but give your weapon to Hector first, James said, and she did drop them to the ground rather than giving it to Hector and stepped toward James. She leaned in and whispered something. It was a little long, but James's expression, for the first time, changed as his eyes lit wider, maybe in surprise, maybe in confusion. Oh, he said. Then Bella pulled out his phone, showing pictures or something to him. At least you could have told me about that, James said as he looked into her eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry, it was my fault, she said as she turned back toward Hector now. You motherfucker, never call me bitch again because I'm going to skin you. She pointed at him, then grabbed her gun back. Thinking that I am a rat. What a fucker you are, she said, turning back to James. You two to hurt me, that you think I would. It seemed like that, and they said it was a woman. But if it's not you, then who? James asked her, still with a kind of judgment in his eyes. Bella knew how this thing worked. She could easily operate a jammer and hide it somewhere where nobody would notice it. She was the perfect one to do it. James slowly tilted his head as he thought about it more, but there were still missing pieces. How does she know about the money transfer? How is the Sinatra cartel connected with the Narazzi and the robbery? If it was a woman, what about the circle and Isabella? Bella asked the question, which puzzled James as he looked at her. What do you mean? He asked. They also bank at the Hinsper, so somebody could have told them that a money transport will go, so they could steal it. She looked at Hector. And what's up with Sophia? You were the one who talked with her. She's nowhere to be found. It was true. Hector was the last to talk with her, and then she just disappeared off the radar, but it was because of a reason. She was busy fighting with a street gang. But to James, it still didn't make sense. He closed his eyes for a moment as the ambulances arrived at the scene. They rushed toward them and started helping Orion and the others on the ground as he just stood there, his eyes closed. First the robbery, he thought. If it was Isabella, it means Marco was in too. But what's the chance that at the same time the convoy gets attacked, and a Sinatra cartel shoots us up calling for a war? That's 3 different events at the same fucking time. Or what if Isabella and Marco made an alliance with the Sinatra and stealing the money was part of the deal? No, the cartel are fucking serial killers. They don't give a fuck about alliances. So the 3 events were all on their own, on the same day. James, we should go. Hector stepped to him. The news station is going to come here. Yeah, let's go to the bank, he said, and Hector grabbed his arm, helping him go to the limousine. Now the whole family was together, Ferrucci, Hector, Bella, and James, and with them it was a presidential convoy with at least 20 cars following them toward the bank. Meanwhile, at Fly High and their private airport strip, the emotions were high. Listen, I just need a plane to go to Marassi, and that's it, Zet said to the woman who didn't even look at him first. I'm sorry, but there isn't a flight there at the moment. I can schedule it for tomorrow. Zet didn't let her finish as he pulled out a stack of money from the duffel bag and threw it in front of her. I need it now. The woman's eyes widened as she grabbed it and looked up at Zet. Oh, why didn't you start with this? Come, follow me. He went after her as he stepped into an office. Adam, this is Mr. Zet, who would like a flight toward Marassi if it's possible. Oh, nice to meet you. I don't care about sweet talk and who the fuck are you, he said. I need a flight right now without all of this bullshit. The woman looked at Adam because the way Zet spoke wasn't something that he welcomed. Then we don't waste time. How many people, sir? He smiled, and the women just got more confused than ever. 20, with no luggage. To Marassi with 20 people, it would be an esteemed. He flipped through some documents and typed something in his calculator. $800,000. He smiled at him. Perfect, Zet said and opened his duffel bag, putting the money on the table. Adam's eyes lit up as he saw the crispy bills. We'll count it in a second, sir. And as he said it, The woman pulled out a money counter, and they quickly counted it. 30 minutes, and the flight will be ready. Please go into the terminal. He smiled at him, and Zet turned and left the office while Adam sighed, looking down at the money. I hope you didn't offend him. I might have, but how did he have the guts to shout at you, and why are you playing? Because he's part of the Bellini family, Adam said as he sat down and leaned back in his chair. What? She asked. I was sipping my coffee, looking down through the window, and saw them arriving. I immediately thought it was either a gangster or a politician, but when I saw that little girl, I instantly knew it's kind of both. Girl? She asked. Yeah, look out. He pointed to the window, and as she looked out, she saw the blonde child still fighting one of the guards. They kidnapped her. She turned back, shocked. No, they're running from something. And that child is Augustus Lucian's daughter, Charlotte, who got adopted by James Bellini. Adam said as he opened his drawer and drank some whiskey straight from the bottle, which confused the woman, because he never drank while working. And even if he did, never straight from the bottle. Are you worried about something? Worried? He laughed, shaking his head and taking another sip. If James Bellini is sending her family to another country, especially Marassi, this fucking city is going to explode, Emma. He looked at her. I'm sure of it. Chapter 125, Operation Countdown. Presidential Building. Linda was quickly transported for the meeting, and now stood before the heavy wooden doors, and everything just seemed chaotic. The meeting was held in the presidential office, but as she went into the building, everyone was just running around, shouting at each other like the country was attacked or something. But that wasn't even the strangest part, because even though everyone knew who she was, his SUV which he came with was checked by security, and even her purse and whole body was patted down before she could go toward the presidential area. And now as she stood before the door, the two Secret Service agents just looked at her, as she just seemed to freeze down. Miss, they are only waiting for you. One of the guys leaned toward her, and before she could react, he opened the door. As she looked inside, all the stress and worries disappeared as she saw in the meeting room was only the right people. The people and government officials who knew about James Bellini. At the table head sat the president himself, while around from the left sat the Minister of Defense Edward Habbard, the National Security Advisor, Dennis Morgan, and that was it. There was Benjamin and Stephen and Thomas too, as he came back from his vacation. You look like a ghost, Thomas immediately said to Linda as she stepped in, her face drawn down. She said nothing back, just sat down first, then looked up at the president. What is this? She asked, looking around once again. Where are the others? The president leaned forward. Secret meeting. Secret? The whole building is in panic, which I suppose is because of this meeting, Linda said with a faint smile. The reason that they are in panic, Linda, is because Carter died, Dennis said as he looked with a serious face at Linda. She shook her head in disbelief and started laughing. Carter died? What? Don't joke with me. He died, Linda, the president said. His convoy was shot up as he was heading toward the Congress. Linda's face now turned to a rock. She was just staring at him, and at the same time got angry and also relieved but confused. She spent countless hours planning to kill that fucker, literally didn't sleep or didn't even go home, and now he is fucking dead. What the fuck? She put her hands together, breathing heavy. Who did it, and why didn't I know about it? She asked, looking around. We made a lockdown about the news, even about the shooting. We changed the number plates on the SUV and said it was an attack on somebody else. We can just put out the news that he died, especially now where everybody is at each other's throats. Dennis said. And well, it was the Sinatra cartel, the same that killed Silas Ricci. Linda just stared at him, her mouth agape as she just understood the information he said to her. Wait. She stood up. A fucking cartel killed the vice president? Yeah, they did, and the reason for it. Dennis looked at the president. Carter made a deal with them, and, well, didn't really keep his promise, so they killed him. That's it for now, he said, looking deeply in Linda's eyes, whose mind just got more fucked up. A deal? What the fuck, with the cartel of another country? It's not just a fucking domestic shit, but international. What if? We already planned the fake narratives and information to flow into the public, Dennis said once again. But the main topic of this meeting is, sir, if you would say it, I would rather live in a gangster-filled country than a cartel-filled one, the president said. They are barbarians who kill children, torture women, and wherever they go, Just. Death came with it, he said, looking at everyone as he spoke. That being said, we all know about James Bellini and that he was hit too. And I am sure that he is really angry. So we're going to use his anger and bold moves to eliminate each of the Sinatra who stepped into our country. The room felt silent as everybody started to think about it. If I may say this, why don't we just use our military? I can organize a special commando for this role, or even a... We can't. The president spoke again. As a president, it's bad and I feel pain saying this, but we failed at the moment we stepped into our positions. We let everybody do whatever they want. Corruption. He looked around once again. Bribery, blackmailing, thousands of confidential documents are in gangsters' hands or billionaires' hands. We failed not just as the people who the public trusted, but as individuals. He closed his eyes, then opened them. We have failed and become the exact things we are supposed to fight against. Why is it bad? He looked around once more. There are people in high positions who still believe in justice, and those people are a treasure in our system, but also the biggest enemy. If we send out troops, they might attack people like Bellini or that crazy gun smuggler. And if that happens, we are just descending into a deeper hole of despair. Not to mention the current demonstrations against the government in the streets. If we let the military handle this situation, it also would send a message to our allies that we are failing, the government is failing, and what it would mean to our diplomatic relationships, the funds we get from the Union. It's the worst to say it out loud, but the gangsters and drug lords who live and operate in our country make up our economy's big percentage with those trades. We thrive because of drugs. They give work to people who we can't give, they feed people, they give them home and hope that we as a government couldn't do. If we do it like Macari and start executing criminals like dogs, we not just make enemies with the people who look at those gangsters as the saviors, but we also will be sanctioned by the Union, and they will freeze the funds toward us, hundreds of billions of funds. Everybody listened to him because what he told was the truth of the country, truth of the people. We need to work with the Bellini family and others who still did and do horrible things, but they're better than the cartel which is ready to unleash hell on our civilians. They are terrorists. Silence followed his speech as everyone thought about it. Then Benjamin spoke. If I may speak, Mr. President, he said, and the president nodded. The Bellini family has information, so much information, that we can work with it. And not just that, they have bribed officers in Dennis where Sinatra originated. He looked around. They also have more than 1,000 people under him who are ready to die. But the most important thing is that James Bellini actually has the intention to work with us, to work together with the government. Of course, only if he gets something too. Benjamin looked at Linda. Most important thing to note, if James Bellini would like to work with us, we can also give them soldiers. What? Edward asked, as he was stunned by what he just said. We give them soldiers. Of course we need to select them one by one, and only send those who can stay silent, or we threaten them. We are the government after all, so if we send hundreds or even thousands of soldiers under Bellini with our oversight, we can deal with the Sinatra cartel easily. Thousands. Are you out of your mind giving military personnel to a gangster? I understand your intention, but it still sounds like an outrageous plan. Edward said, laughing. It's outrageous, but the Sinatra cartel numbers are more outrageous. Stephen said, they have an estimated 8,000 personnel, and they also have an alliance which is rare in the cartel world, but with this alliance, they have around 25,000 people. James Bellini's numbers are maximum 2,000. Stephen looked around, and Edward's eyes widened in shock. Let's say the Sinatras come in with 6,000 of their members. Bellini has allies too, but they're still weaker. And if they die or run from the country, we will be, sorry to say it like this, but fucked. Utterly fucked. Because the only thing we can do after that is military intervention, and we all know our country. If we bring in soldiers, more demonstrations come with it. Pay your people rather than feed your mercenaries. Yeah, but we also have the police, we have great numbers, and, Edward wanted to say, in a scenario, they will be bribed or out of fear do nothing. James Bellini already did it. Stephen said, look at Dennis. They are crumbling but showing the world everything is fine. We know very well that the cartel, especially the Sinatra, own a whole region there, and not just hypothetical. No, they patrol with their members and collect taxes, fees. Not even mentioning they decapitated 6 government officials and killed more than 121 officers when they stepped up against them. And what did the government do? Nothing, just said it was a terrorist attack. Thomas added. My God, Edward said as he ran through his hair. Then why the hell do we keep up a military? To put a lot of money in our pockets. Benjamin said. The reality is that we don't even pay them that good money. Just announce billions worth of gear and vehicles, military upgrades, and then where does the money go? He looked around. Yeah, to the pockets of the military officials and the government. More silence fell, as it was true too. We all know the truth, so accept it. We're going to work with the gangster, with Bellini, and everyone we can shake hands with. The president said, standing up, and everybody did too. Today, Operation Let's Say the Name. Countdown started. He looked at them. We are going to make connections with gangsters as fast as we can within 3 months. Edward, make sure to gather soldiers who are trustworthy. They can be ex-soldiers too, but make sure they're ready to die for the cause. Make it quick, but be careful who you choose. Linda, Benjamin, Stephen, and Thomas, you know James very well, so you are the ones that will deal with him and the other gangsters. Everybody else, make sure that the operation is under the rug, in the shadows. Nobody could know about it. No document, nothing. Don't even think about it too much. He then looked up at the ceiling, then back at everybody. May God be with us. Chapter 126, a movie. Linda remained in the room as the president and the others walked out. She thought about his last words, about God and his blessing. But she knew very well a seat was waiting for her, and the entire government, in hell. Linda. Benjamin's voice came from the side as he remained in the room. She looked at him with a faint smile. We fucked. Yeah, Benjamin said as he closed his eyes and started talking. Other countries would lock down their borders, would start a hunt after the cartel members, especially if the vice president died. But not just that, they would fucking question all the agencies, like what the fuck were they doing and how they could let dangerous organization into the country without noticing them. Well, maybe we're too ahead of them. He laughed as he opened his eyes. In the union status, we are the 21st most corrupt country out of the 25. She laughed too as she sat up and leaned on the table. It's like we're living in a B-tier movie script. The VP dies, the government can't do shit, because the people already want to fucking erase all of us, after the years of corruption, starvation, bad wages, and the only person we can call upon to help is a gangster who, by the way, threatened to kill the justice minister, the ISB director, and if that wasn't enough, he wanted me to kill Carter first, me, the fucking justice minister. She looked at Benjamin. And the best part of it is that I actually wanted to do it. I had all the plans, all the key members to do it, but no, the cartel comes in, wages war against the country's biggest drug lord, but also kills the VP in the process. What is this life if not an ass script? Benjamin laughed. Nah, it's an A-tier movie, Linda, with dramatic elements. But every script has an ending, and I hope in the end, we live. He turned the chair toward her. But how strange is politics, isn't it? Nobody seemed to give a fuck that Carter died. Everybody hated him, especially these times. Like, everybody, even his own supporters, turned against him. And that too. How the hell can the VP even have supporters even though they're the same party? Internal conflict is the worst to deal with. Well, nobody needs to deal with it anymore, because he's dead. Benjamin said. Yeah, a fully armored SUV gets shot up, and he dies how? Linda turned to Benjamin. Not even speaking about the Secret Service. They have radar, jammers, every type of equipment you need to protect the second most important people in the country you need, and still, he dies. She shook her head. Well, I got the brief about what happened. Benjamin pulled out his phone. Basically, it was a remote-controlled pipe bomb, which was thrown into the car because the windows were down. Then the car was shot up as they left the scene on motorcycles. He looked up at Linda. But you know he could have survived, because in the Secret Service Academy they also say that no matter what, never roll down the window. That's why the car has AC. But the black box picked up that Carter was angry, so they rolled it down. But what I'm actually looking for is what the story would be for the public. Like, did a guard grenade explode? Or was it the fuel tank? Or what happened? Because I'm pretty sure some people saw it and pulled out their phones to take a shot. They're going to tell the most outrageous lie, and I'm pretty sure if somebody took a photo or something, they'd find them. But Benjamin. She looked at her as she heard a crucial detail. What is the black box? Like in planes. It records the route of the vehicle and every detail like speed, the wheel's movement, and also records audio. Linda leaned forward, covering her face with her hand, and sighed. What? Benjamin asked. You know how many times I talked about fraud, bribery, and everything else. Don't worry, you're not that important. He laughed. Basically, only the president and the VP have those. But why would you stress when you know that nobody would ever hear yours? I mean, corruption, you know? Duh. Still, now I'm going to be paranoid talking in my car, she said, leaning back. But even with all this, I still don't understand why would Sinatra attack Bellini and kill Silas. That's a good question, because right now our only one aiming focus is the deal between Carter and Pacino, the Sinatra boss. He stood up. If we can somehow get information about what was the deal between Carter and Sinatra, we would have more answers. Even if we knew, it still wouldn't make sense. If they rule a whole region and have that many men, it means they're richer than Bellini and have more power. Why would they attack him and Silas? Territory and drug trafficking routes are all that they rule. That's my best guess. And you know now what is the worst. He went past Linda. Silas died. And who is the one that's going to take over the routes? Our golden boy. Exactly. Which means war. And not just between Sinatra and Bellini, but Bellini against the alliance that Silas was in. Because I doubt they would let him take the routes. Or maybe I'm just too pessimistic. I hope they'll be at peace and we can kill every single cartel member as fast as we can. He said and went out the door. Why did it feel like Benjamin actually enjoys this whole shit? He's too happy. She stood up too, wanted to go out too, but then the phone rang. This is Linda. You did what I asked for? It was James. She immediately sat back and looked around, but the room didn't have any cameras. Still, she covered her mouth as she spoke. Yeah, at the airport. The ambassador herself is going to wait, then straight to the embassy, with clearance. Thank you. James's voice this time was genuine, like he really meant that thank you. The flight will depart in 23 minutes. They're going with 18 guards. Understood, but what are you going to do? She asked. She couldn't do anything else. She needed to hear it from the man himself. Silence followed for a moment. Linda could only curse that James was in a car, but then he spoke. I'm going to kill each of them. You know what? He asked. Why? Because I have the power to do so. Chapter 127, Last Thread. Power to do so? Linda asked back, but James just hung up the phone on her. He clearly was mocking her, clearly saying that the government that was supposed to serve and protect the people who voted for them could not do shit without him, with the crime that rooted deep within the whole system. But she didn't get angry, didn't get frustrated by it. No, she knew that it was true, that he is the only one that can actually do something. I hope you fucking die at the end of it. She whispered as leaned back in her chair. Who was that? Bella asked James as she sat next to him. He turned toward her, but he was still debating inside of him to actually trust her, or this whole love and obsession was an act to get close to him, to think she could never stab him in the back. But at the same time he had a great idea. If he actually tells her, and something happens with Linda, then it would be clear how that happened. It was Linda, the justice minister. She helped with Mom and Charlotte. He said to her, and Bella was clearly confused by it as she immediately looked down. What? James asked her. She put her hands together before looking up to him. It's just strange, seeing it like. How can you trust her? I mean, you beat her up and then threatened her family, and you just trust her with yours? Well, it was true that nobody else would trust Linda, for several reasons, one being a high-ranking minister, but in James's place it was not an option to not trust her. That's how good connections are made. He smiled a bit. I almost died, because her fucked up plans, and I beat the shit out of her and threatened her family. We can trust each other because of all of this, and even if she does something she knows what would happen. He said, looking out the window, then back to Bella. But to be sure nothing happens with them, I am going to send you after them. What? Charlotte loves you, and she needs someone to be with her, someone she actually looks up to as a mother figure, and that's you. He said, so when they are finally in a house, you are going to go after them and stay and protect them. After all this shit is over, we can reunite. Reunite? She asked. Her voice was laced with concern and worry. James, if a war breaks out, it wouldn't take days, but weeks and months. She grabbed his hand. I am here because of you. Because you saved me. You can't just throw me out. I never said be at my side. I never said to take loyalty. Never said to fall in love with me, nor said I need somebody to love. James's eyes were piercing through her. It was so distant, like he didn't care about anything, only to kill them. You work under me. You took loyalty on your own and fell in love on your own. So as your boss, you are going to do what I order you. It's clear, isn't it? His voice, too, was a voice that Bella never heard. It was like Bella was just another piece of soldier, someone alive that can be tossed. That does not matter too much. No, she shouted. I am your girlfriend and your. James put up his hand and smiled as he shook her hand. I told you to decide. Do you want to be my soldier or my lover? He looked at her. You said both, but there isn't an option like that, Bella, and there never will be one. You know what? He asked as Bella's tears were falling. Why? Because I am the one that decides what is your role, not you. You put your life into my hands, and these hands, he put up his hand, is the one that decides what you are going to be, and I said you are going to go after my mother and Charlotte and be there with them. Be there to protect and look after them. She was in silence as she realized what was behind James's words. She realized that he doesn't want to throw her away. No. Why you think you're going to die? She asked him, and for a second she saw James's expression change. Maybe it's all a bad dream. Maybe I'm in a coma. Maybe I'm just sitting in a psychiatric hospital imagining and hallucinating all of it like in that movie. And just maybe it's all real and I die. He looked at her. Whatever it would be, I'm ready for it. To protect my family. I'm ready to die to know they are safe. I'm ready to die knowing I did all my best in life. I tried to live as a good citizen, but life showed me another path. At least I know I tried it. Yeah, he finally accepted all of it. He was finally ready for it, to die. Maybe this was the last thread that kept him in place, his family that was still with him. But now that they are already in a plane flying toward a country that he knows would protect them, that thread was cut. Now he is alone without anyone that he truly loves that much. Now he's ready to show the country, the world, what he is actually capable of. He's ready to show off all the times he backed down, all the times he wanted to be moral and kept all the rage, the anger deep within him. He was ready to unleash all of it. We are here, sir. The driver's voice came before Bella could even react to what James said. She wanted to say so many things, but deep within she knew too. This life wasn't about sweetness and love. On her own, she lived in a bubble too, thinking she could change James, that she could live in peace with him and make a family together. But now, this life wasn't about that. It's about power and what comes with it, blood and death. Chapter 128, The Woman. As James got out of the car, Frederick was already waiting for him, but he was stressing as fuck. Of course he did, as he just got robbed without even noticing. Mr. Bellini, you fucked up, Hector said from the side. Fucked up so much that I don't even know what's going to happen. He finished, and James slowly walked past Frederick up the stairs. First, he didn't move, just said a silent prayer and turned to go after James and the others. In the bank, there was panic. They sent every customer home, and everyone was looking at documents, shouting at each other, looking back at the cameras. But as James walked in silence, everyone just stared at him, as his cane knocked on the floor as he went toward the offices. They knew that might be their day to die. At least that's what they thought as they saw Richie getting dragged somewhere and didn't come back. And this fear just got more intense as after James, dozens of guards came into the bank. It looked more like a robbery than what actually happened to them. And as James went up the stairs and stepped into the office, pain shot up in his legs. It was intense and painful, as he didn't take his meds, so he immediately sat down as Frederick arrived with the others. So, James asked as Frederick sat down too. First he looked at Hector, then back to James, already sweating like hell. So, James shook his head with a little laugh as he leaned back. Where the fuck is my money? That's a very good question. The click of the safety. James didn't point the gun at him. No, it was in his lap as he stared at him. Okay. He put up his hands. Somebody informed them from the inside. It could be anybody in here, but I can't give a right answer to who it would be. He said. Richie said he only knew about the robbery of the truck, but what happened inside he didn't know. He didn't. He said, and then saw the guard who took Richie away and pointed a finger at him. Ask him. He was the one that dragged him somewhere. He is dead. The guard said calmly, looking at Frederick, and said nothing, only talked about. He pulled out his phone. A gang with names Ollie, Fanny, and Gabby, some childhood gang, or what the fuck, that made a deal with Narazzi to rob the truck. But they fucked up. Richie thought only 4 million was in the truck and didn't know whose money it was nor who James Bellini is. He said, putting back the phone. You heard it. James said. But I still don't know. He shouted, clearly stressed. James closed his eyes and let out a breath as he leaned forward, putting the gun on the table. I don't care about the money. But, he now aimed at Frederick. You are a bank fucking director and don't know who the fuck has access to the money, or who can at least inform somebody about the money moving. Because they said it was a woman who told them to switch the boxes. So who could that be? Who knew about the transfer or could hear it talking about it? Frederick thought about it as fast as he could as he was literally staring down a gun. Who would be someone who hears him talking with clients, talking about transfers, or anything else related to money? Someone that is invisible, but still there. Elizabeth, he said as he looked down at the desk, his eyes widening. Who is that? My assistant, but she wouldn't do something like. Where is she? Hector asked as he pulled out his pistol. Frederick didn't want to answer. Elizabeth was someone he trusted, someone who'd never do such a dumb thing. He knew whose money it was. She knew what would happen. His hands started shaking as he realized she was going to die, but if he didn't answer, he's the one that's going to die. In the office next to us. As he said it, James clicked back the safety and Hector went out of the room with 3 guards toward the next office beside them. He leaned to the door and heard some kind of machine going like a printer sound or a paper shredder. He immediately tried to open it, but the door was locked, so he started banging on it, but the machine from inside started sounding like it was overloaded. Hector looked to the side and signaled one of the guards who busted the door down with his body. Hector immediately, with his pistol up, went into the office, and there she was. Elizabeth, with an expression on her face that just shouted that she fucked up. A paper in her hand as she froze, looking at Hector. But she wasn't finished, so as fast as she could, she put the document into the shredder, but Hector quickly stepped to her, hit her head with the grip, and pulled out the document of the shredder, or at least half of them that were still readable. He immediately understood what was that rush from her, because the documents were transactions and cash deposits, but the numbers weren't matching, nor did they have official signatures or stamps. She was stealing money, or she was stealing for someone else. Get that bitch up, he shouted, pointing his pistol at her as he went through the documents lying on the desk. As she was dragged into the office, Frederick's eyes widened seeing her eyebrows split open, blood flowing down on her head, but she was up and conscious. This bitch was stealing money, and you didn't even notice it. Hector came into the office, throwing documents at Frederick. What? That's not possible, he said as he quickly went through the documents. But it was real. Look at that. Hector pointed at the document. With salami slicing? With that fucking move, she stole millions. Salami slicing? James asked as he grabbed one of the papers. They used that method to steal small amounts from large transactions. Hector pointed at a part. Look, more than $140 million came into the bank in 43 transactions, and she cut out 5% of them. He looked back at Frederick. 5% and you don't even notice it? He shouted once again. James looked at the document. But to be true, he didn't know what the fuck was going on, as there were so many numbers on it, and so many transactions. But it's not our money, he said. It's not, but with this she could easily switch the boxes too. Hector looked at her and slapped her face twice. Who the fuck are you working with, huh? He slapped her again. Tell me, you genius bitch. But her reaction wasn't what they expected it to be. No, she wasn't scared at all. She smiled. That's why I hate rich people, she said, coughing. So much money, don't even know how much in the bank. So much money, don't even care if some of it disappears. She coughed again. I stole millions, and still not even one of them noticed it. She laughed, but Hector wasn't that happy about it and wanted to slap her once again, but James spoke. You are a genius, miss, he said as he looked at her. But tell me, did you steal from me? Oh, James Bellini. She looked at him with a smile. The man himself, the man who deposits hundreds of millions in cash. But no, I only stole from politicians, she said, spitting out some blood from her mouth. Politicians? Frederick asked, as he was ready to faint. When I tasted luxury, she started again. I started understanding corruption and why they're doing it. She looked back at James. Millions upon millions stolen from funds land in this bank. That could be spent on hospitals, on schools, on education. But no, it came here. So I stole from it. It's my money. It's my taxes. But from you, James Bellini, I never laid my hand on the money, because I know you never stole from the poor. No, you only steal lives, but not money. She smiled. So steal my life too. I already spent the money, bought Birkins, jewelry, already made my family rich. So do it. Steal my life, Bellini. There was silence as she said it. Only his ragged breath could be heard as everyone just waited for him to say something. Anything. But what came was just a laugh. James laughed at her, but the laugh was genuine, like it was actually funny. I like you, Elizabeth, I really do, but... He leaned forward a bit. Where's my 40 million? More importantly, who are you working with? She looked up again, her vision slightly blurred as the blood looked into her eyes. I accidentally stole from a woman. I thought she was a politician, but that woman somehow found out and tracked me down. She said she would murder my family, so I did what she asked to protect them. James and Hector looked at each other. Who was the woman? Hector asked, slightly adjusting his stance toward Bella. Isabella Conti. Chapter 129, Alone. That ragged a bitch. Hector said as he lowered his gun. I knew it. Bella said from the back, staring at Hector. And you still believed it was me, you fucker? She said, literally happy about herself in the situation, but James wasn't that happy. He closed his eyes as fast as he heard the name. One of the people he was in alliance with is backstabbing him, stealing money. Isabella, what the fuck you thought? But she's not that powerful. She's not that bold to do it alone. No. So it was Marco too, that egoist motherfucker. They backstabbed me after years of sucking my dick with every chance they got. What should we do, James? Hector asked him, but he kept his eyes closed. Isabella and Marco are against me. The Sinatra cartel is against me. There might be a chance that Silas' son is also going to do something too. That's just too many to take on. James. He let out a long breath as he opened his eyes. Miss, you did the biggest bank robbery in the country. You genius. You smart and have the means to be a great person, but... He pointed his pistol. You are also wanting to bite too big. If you would have done that with a lower percentage, nobody would have ever known about it. You could have fled the country. If you would not reach your hand more than what you can grab, you would not have fucked with Isabella, which also means she wouldn't rob me out of nowhere. He stood up, and Hector immediately grabbed under his arm, helping him. He stepped closer as he pushed the gun to her head. Look up at me, miss, he said, and she did, looked up at him, still with that same smile. You want to work for me? Everybody was stunned by the question, even Elizabeth herself. James, she. Did I ask you, Bella? James turned to her, but she just looked down on the floor, and he turned back to Elizabeth. Let me say it so it becomes clear. You are going to work under me and steal more money. Her eyes widened as he said it. You helped them steal 40 million from me, so you owe me 400 million. Are you ready to steal it back? He asked as he pushed the barrel more into her forehead. What are you? James immediately pointed to the gun, Frederick, but kept his eyes on Elizabeth. I hope you realize that your life is in my hands, that your whole fucking family is in my hands. So sit the fuck back and shut up before I do something really bad, okay? Frederick did in fact sit the fuck back. So, miss, you're ready to steal money? Her eyes were still filled with disbelief in what was going on, the whole situation. She just admitted stealing money. She just said that she was the one that caused death, but the man before her was giving a second chance to her. I am ready, she whispered. Perfect, James said and holstered his gun. Then you have exactly 3 days to make my 40 million back, miss. She didn't say anything. That was impossible to do without getting caught. It was too much money. Or was it? Because the director heard the conversation, who could help her to do it? I'll do it, she whispered again. From this moment you work for me, which means you don't need to worry about your life. Some guy will watch you and help with stuff. But if you make a mistake, you're dead, miss. You understand? Yeah. That's it. We're done here, James said, then walked out the door, leaving Frederick and Elizabeth frozen in shock, finally realizing just how fucked up their situation really was. 400 million is enough for second-hand weapons and more people, he thought as he slowly went down the stairs. Or is it not that much? We need explosive grenades. We need to bribe people. Or should I make a deal with the dictator? That would just come with more complications. James, what was that? Bella shouted as she ran to him. You give work to a... She couldn't finish that as James grabbed her hip and dragged her close, giving her a long kiss. It was a sight like in movies, in the middle of the staircase, a pair kissing, while around them everyone pretended not to see it. What? Bella flushed as she looked at James. He was so close to her, so intense with her. Now we will meet when time comes, he said as he looked to the left. Take her, James. She was grabbed by the guard and was being dragged outside. She didn't scream. She didn't fight back as she realized what was happening. James made his decision, and she knew she could fight with it or argue with it. Hector, call up Danny, send some money to the airport, and give it to Bella. I'll do it right now, Hector said as he pulled out his phone, but his pulse was getting quicker and quicker. It meant war. James was sending away the people he loved and cared for. But then, Hector, James said his name in a way that he never had before. He immediately looked back from the phone, and James had a faint smile on his face. You can go too. Hector just froze on the spot because James wasn't joking. The way he said it, it was genuine. What do you mean? You have a family. A beautiful sister. A beautiful mother. A family that loves you, and you love them too. You did enough for me. James paused, looking down at his hands before clenching them lightly. You followed me into the fire. You killed. You lied. You bled for me. But I won't let your soul burn anymore. Not because of me. Hector didn't move. His lips parted like he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. For the first time, he felt like he was standing in front of a stranger. Not because James had changed, but because James had finally let him see behind the curtain. No, Hector whispered, shaking his head slowly. No, you don't get to do that. James let out a short breath that sounded almost like a laugh. This isn't about loyalty. I'm trying to save what's left of you. You think I stuck around because I had nowhere else to go? I stayed because you're my brother, James. I'm not walking away. Silence hung between them. Then, James added, if you stay, you'll drown with me. And I'm okay with that. But you still have a chance to breathe. Hector clenched his fists, jaw tight, but didn't reply right away. He looked at James's back, his posture calm, but tired, worn, and it hit him. James wasn't trying to leave Hector behind. He was trying to fight a war on his own. He was trying to die alone. Chapter 130, Message. I'm ready to die with you, and we'll die with you, Hector said as he grabbed James's arm. So let's go do it together. He smiled, even as emotions swirled inside him, because what James said was, in part, true. Hector wanted to be with his family. He wanted to be with his sister and mother, but he chose a path he can't just leave behind, a path that saved his life and saved his sister's life. He cannot abandon something that's already deeply rooted in his heart. James, on the other hand, just shook his head as they went down the stairs, but as they arrived at the car they realized something. Ferrucci was nowhere to be found. They actually forgot about him, as the most important thing was to find out who the woman was, but now he was nowhere to be found, even though he went in with them. Isn't it strange? James asked as he looked around, but only the guards were there. Hector hesitated to say it. Well, how should I say it, already started his thing. What? James asked, confused. When he heard Isabella's name, he went out of the office, so. My best guess is that he already started to kill everybody that's in his way to get her. He smiled. But don't worry, he is not going to die easily, and he's not that dumb to just go into the exact same address where Isabella still lives, where Ferrucci sometimes went for information like, there's no chance. He smiled. Well, Ferrucci was exactly going there. It was clear. Fuck. Well, I wanted to kill her anyway, so I don't give a fuck what he does with her. At least I don't need to spend a lot of time going after her with plans and shit, he said as one of the guards opened the door for him, and he sat in with Hector's help, who after that sat in the passenger side, beside him. But as he did it, his phone buzzed, but not the one that he usually uses. It was another, that old phone that usually grandmas use. Hector's expression changed in an instant. He was surprised and got more frustrated as he read through the message. He then put the phone back into his pocket and just stared ahead of him. You don't want to share it with me? James asked. Hector looked at him. Yeah, I wanted, just thinking that we might be in bigger shit than I thought we were in. Which means Silas Ricci died. The Sinatras assassinated him, as well as his underboss, Hector said as he looked out of the window. Which means the only person who can take over is his son. That fucker. James let out a sigh. Even though he was kicked off from the family, it wasn't an official one. In the world of mafia, there is no such thing as kicking off a family member, especially your own son. No, the only way that everybody did was killing off the person they wanted to kick out. That's the official way. It sends a message that the boss of the family is serious, that there is nobody who questions his authority. But Silas didn't do that. He just sent him away, which meant the next boss in the bloodline would be none other than Aubrey. If James started, Aubrey will be the next boss, which means it would be today or tomorrow. Send him a gift. I can't let him take over. That's too much power in his hands. And he would just fuck up everything. The connections Silas had, the money, the bribes, everything. He looked at Hector. If he dies, I'm pretty sure that whoever takes his place will eventually reach out to us. Hector thought about it as he stared at his forehead. Wouldn't it be better to just send a hitman than a gift? No. James shook his head. If Aubrey becomes the boss, the Don himself, it means that the people around, James gestured with his hand, are scared to act against him for some reason. I know for a fact nobody gives a fuck about him, but still, there are worries in them. So let's say they accept him. Then we don't just need to kill Aubrey, but send a clear message that we kill everybody that has even the intent to turn against us with the power of the Ricci family. He explained as he rotated the ring on his finger. What if it didn't work out? Then we need to fight against Ricci. Then the Sinatras, Isabella, and her fucking alliance with Marco, and whoever knows who. Hector's hands started shaking from the frustration of their situation. Then there's the others, and more importantly the fucking government. Because I don't think they would just sit on their ass while the country's biggest crime lords fight each other. There was silence between them as James thought about it, and the answer was clear. Then we are fucked. He said simply. We only have Sophia if I think about it, and that's it. Maybe Benjamin too, and Linda, but they're not going to send us their whole agency to kill them off. Oh, that would be a dream working together with a federal agency and shit. Hector smirked. But the reality is that we have the smallest chance of surviving. He let out a breath. I mean, we can fight back, but I need your permission to use those equipments. What did you say? Nothing. Hector quickly said. No, you said equipment. I heard it. James said it back as he stared down at him, because he fucking remembered this word, a word that he used many times while he drank with Hector, when James still didn't understand how much power he had, when his drunk words caused more death and suffering to others with. Well, I have some equipment, Hector said again, but he didn't look into James's eyes. Stop using that word and explain what the fuck you talking about. The 3D printer, the industrial ones. We still have them, along with the products we made using them. Hector explained, now looking at James. What we made? James asked, a little confused. Hector cleared his throat. You said you saw combat footage online. That was half a year ago. And you talked about the civilians fighting against the military dictatorship and them using. Hector stopped again. Using what? Well, 3D printed guns and drones, he said. James froze. We bought the brains like the motherboards, or whatever they're called for the drones and cameras, rotors, and many things. Then we started printing the bodies and the propellers ourselves. We also printed maybe a few hundred pistols and SMGs after buying the parts needed to make them actually work, and, well, they did work. They still do. But after a while, you didn't say anything, and I didn't want to bring it up as the rebellion was crushed, and with it, the whole thing felt pointless. But now, it matters again. Hector sighed, scratching his chin with a smirk. But James's brain just fucking short-circuited as he actually remembered talking about it, even remembered the clip in his head he saw about the combat and the war going on, them using printed guns. But drones? Nah, that was too much, or was it? What do those drones exactly do? Drop explosives, and we also printed suicide drones. That's too fucking much. James leaned back. He now remembered the whole thing when he spoke about it. He wanted to sell it to the rebels, as they posted on social media that they needed help and were willing to pay a lot of money. But he forgot about it. Even forgot about the printers and what they actually made. I think it's not too much. Just nobody uses them, at least not mafias. But look at the Sinatra cartel. They built homemade submarines to smuggle drugs. Submarines? James asked back, if he heard it right. Yeah, submarines with 1 or 2 people in it. They can put hundreds of kilos of product into it. Of course, it doesn't go down like a real one, but still, under the water. Hector explained it to James. There was silence again as they neared toward the family house. James thought about the scenario and realized it wouldn't just be a mafia and drug lord war, but a full-scale warlords war. So, we should smuggle the drones inside Dennis, then set them up and strike as many facilities as we can. But not just facilities, their people, warehouses, all of it. This is what you recommend? James asked Hector, but of course, he was just looking at James with his mouth agape. Brilliant idea, James. I will do the whole operation myself. No, that would just bring a fucking war upon two countries if it got out of hand. And if we start bombing them, it would be catastrophic. Forget it, Hector. For now, our only main thing we do is send a message back to Sinatra, make a team, and execute all the dealers that have connections with them. I don't give a fuck if they only have their phone number or just shook hands with them. Kill every single one of them in the city. Even if they work for us, kill them without hesitation. Hector started feeling it. Yeah, he felt the burning sensation inside of him. Finally, something big is happening. Finally, he can kill without thinking about safety plays. In the meantime, we make connections, we make plays. First, I need to talk with Sophia, then I will talk with Benjamin and Linda. And if needed, I go to Dante Castillo and Damien Montoya. To those motherfuckers? Yeah, they are motherfuckers. But Damien can supply us with weapons, while Dante with people. If we can make an alliance with Sophia, Damien, and Dante, and let's say the Ricci family, plus with Linda and Benjamin, we are going to be powerful. We're here, the driver said as they drove into the driveway. James looked at Hector as the car stopped, and he opened the door. They want war, we give them war. Chapter 131, Plan. Should I put the team together now? Hector asked as James went toward the house. No. First let's plan everything, and then we can strike them down, he said as he limped with more pain in his leg, and the cane didn't help too much. So the moment he went into the house, he grabbed his meds, then sat down at the dinner table where Hector came in and sat down too. Where are the guys? James asked him. Guys? He asked back. Yeah, the one that died, and that fucking Sinatra member, James said because the driveway was clean, not even the blood was there anymore, and not even one bullet shell. The cleaning team already did their job, Hector explained. Okay, James said as he leaned back in the chair, tapping his head on the table. His emotion was dull, but he knew very much that these deaths were only going to grow if he just went on a straight killing spree. He needed to think about a plan that would work out with less death on their side, especially after he employed ordinary people too, who just do their job, mixing shit up and delivering it. How many people do we have that can act as soldiers? James asked as he looked at Hector, who had already pulled out his phone. He already had the number because the coordinators already counted every single one of their men and women. Yeah, because it wasn't how they exactly imagined it. The coordinators only counted the people who had experience in combat, or just a simple shoot, a simple murder on the streets. But as the news spread even more, the ordinary workers started to sign up. Women, older men signed up ready to kill. Whoever threatened the family, whoever wanted war, they were all ready to pick up a weapon and kill for what they believed was right. The number so far is 1,423. Out of them, 871 have experience with weapons, at least that we know so far. Hector said, we can supply all of them with weapons and ammunition, but if more come in, we're going to run short on ammo and bulletproof vests. Hector explained, we have no problem with weapons since there are the 3D printed ones too, but ammo is short as well as bulletproof vests, but we can ditch that. No, James said, I want them to feel protected and cared about. The vest would make them feel that I actually care about them, so if you can buy more, just buy it. James said as he tapped his finger. Then I will send somebody to buy it. Hector wrote it down on his phone. But this also means our production is going to slow down. I mean, we only have shipments left. Originally, we wanted to do the plan that Benjamin and you talked about. Hector looked up at James. If this war is going to last long, we're going to run out of money eventually if we don't start something. I don't want to take back what I promised to them. James said, the amount of money that the Bellini family has is enough for a war, especially with connections to buy weapons and get more people. But the thing is that James provides care toward his workers, which is like real legal work. They get a good salary, and if they have problems with health, James takes care of it, even covering the funeral of the men who had died. Not even mentioning the production and shipments cost. And the bribery not just in the country, but outside of it. If there is no money coming in and he keeps doing the high salaries with all its benefits, they're going to go broke. There is no way they would leave you, James. Hector said with a smile on his face. It even angers me when you think about it. He shook his head. A lot of them have been here since the beginning, and believe me, all of them feel that they owe you their life. So if you cut down their salaries and those benefits, nobody is going to go against you or going to leave because they know what is happening. James thought about it for a second, but there was another option. What if we start the Benjamin plan while at war? He asked. It could bring in not just more manpower, but money too. It would, but it would also be the biggest point that they would attack. Hector sighed. This was nothing, just a message. He gestured outside. They would come with more men, more shootouts. The cartel is the worst. They don't have morality. They kill everybody. But first they need to get their men into the country, then into the city. We are far from the border, so realistically, by the time they smuggle in more people, we can already start working. Yeah, maybe a month. Also, they need to get weapons, so let's say 2 months until they start their rampage. Hector said. Then we need to slow them down, as I said. Kill the dealers who are selling their stuff. Let's find their warehouse, because I'm sure they have some in the country. Even try to locate their connections. Let it be the government or anything we need to kill them off as fast as possible. I'm going to PLA. James's satellite phone that was still in his pocket started ringing. He pulled it out and answered it. Hello. It's me, Linda. I need you to come to my office. She said, while in the background some voice came through. You want me to walk into the Minister of Justice building? James asked back, turning to Hector. Yes. First, I'll send a car for you with government number plates. Then you're going to come in through the garage and the back doors to meet me and the others. Others? We are going to work with you, but I don't want to explain it on the phone. Work with me? Who exactly? James asked, and Hector's eyes just widened. The government. Chapter 132, Rules. As James hung up, he realized what just Hector said might be possible. Using the federal agencies on their side. Just even the thought was ridiculous, but now it all became something that could happen. Or it was just a trap. The government. Hector asked as James told him what the call was about. He immediately got up from his chair, pacing back and forth. That's got to be a fucking trap, like there is no way. He said as he started thinking about all the possibilities. What if Sinatra was just like a cover, and they were the ones that did it? He asked, and it made sense. Knowing how the government and all their shady stuff, it was possible that they actually hired some people from Dennis, even from the cartel, to do this to kill them. But then why would they kill the others too? Why just James and Silas, the 2 big players on the market? There are too many details. James stated. Benjamin was too genuine about his plan, which means he would be killed too. But no, he's alive. The other thing is Linda herself. He looked at Hector. She knows what would happen if she turns against me. She wouldn't do something like that. That makes sense, but still, why would they say something like this? Hector asked. Benjamin from the beginning was too much. He said so many things, promised so much protection from the NSBI and other things. It sounded like a fucking trap. And now the government wants to work with us? Yeah, this is too much, but their every move is calculated and only for one thing, to make them look good, to save themselves. James thought as he still looked at the stressed-out Hector. Their plan involves us, which also means they just want to use us. James began. But they also know we are not someone who can be used easily by the government, which means they want to make a good deal. I get it, but the government itself? Hector shook his head. Benjamin was an okay plan, because gangsters can work with federal agencies, but not with the whole government. Hector covered his face, then looked at James. Let's say it's true and we make a good deal with them. It would just bring more complication, more chaos. Like what? James asked back. Think about it. Our connections will be scared to work with us, knowing that we're literally part of the government. Like all the bribery, all the money spent on them, would become meaningless at that stage. Hector explained to James. But it also means we should have more money. We wouldn't need to bribe anybody in the government because they would do this on their own. No blackmailing, no bribery, no threats. We could channel that money into the more important parts. I get that, Hector said. That makes sense, but it's still too much. Just think about the consequences it would cause to the family. Gangsters don't make deals with the government. James, it's a fucking written rule. And who wrote that rule? He asked back, now staring into Hector's eyes. Who was that? The first gangster? The first drug lord? Who was that, Hector? Hector's eyes wavered a bit as he looked to the side. It's a new era, where somebody literally jams our fucking signals. James slapped the table. When somebody talks about the written rules, I laugh at them because I am the one who writes the rules. James pointed at himself. I'm on top of the game. I am the one that decides what the rules are. James's voice was slow, but the power behind it was big as Hector still didn't look at him. But inside of him, he felt that burning sensation again. Even though he didn't agree with James, he just felt that they are not the same anymore. So we are the ones. He pointed at Hector. Me and you who write the rules, who say what's wrong and what's right. We are the ones that control the market, that made billions and still know what's right and wrong. He stood up. Hector, we do what is best for us. If the government can work with us and we with them, then we take it. Even if they want to trick us, want to backstab us, we will show them what happens if they fuck with us. He tapped his shoulder. Because we are the Bellini family. Hector looked up at him, and his eyes just confirmed his feeling inside of him. Yeah, they were not the shadow of the mafia world. They are now the face of it. I stand with you, whatever it would be. He said as he stood up, but he still had worries inside of him. Of course he had. They killed many agents. They fucked over so many politicians and workers of the government. They tortured the mayor. They killed the chief of police. Realistically, they are number one on all of the agency hit maps. Good. Then let's wait for that car. As James said. One of the guards opened the door. Are we waiting for a politician? He asked, with a confused face. Hector and James looked at each other and just shook their heads as they stepped outside. And there it was, 3 SUVs with government plates slapped on them. Outside, the guards were already in position to fire at them, but the Secret Service guys who got out weren't that hostile. Mr. Bellini, I'm your taxi chauffeur. One of them said, I don't have a gun, guys. He opened his suit, turned around. The guards lowered their weapons as all of the Secret Service guys did the same and turned around, showing they had no weapon on them. Is that armored? Hector asked, looking at the SUVs. It is armored, can survive grenades, high-caliber rounds, has a oxygen and extinguisher systems. Okay, then we're good. You can leave. Hector interrupted him. Leave? He asked back. Yeah, like go the fuck out of here, I can drive. The man looked to the others, then to Hector, with a smile. The reason we're here is because we're the ones you can go in with. So we're going nowhere. No, you're coming with us. He smiled with that fucking baby face, which just stressed Hector more, and he already wanted to get his pistol out. Then shut the fuck up and get in the cars. James said as he walked toward the SUV. Or do you want to be friends with me and have a small talk and a coffee? He stopped at the man. He said nothing back, didn't even look at James, just shook his head. Then drive. James said and opened the door, sitting in. Hector sat beside him and they were ready to go, but of course, they didn't just go with the Secret Service, no. The whole-ass convoy of 12 cars followed them as they went toward the Ministry of Justice building, and the mood in the car was awkward. Nobody spoke except the Secret Service guys, who was like a fucking teenager asking stupid questions like it was a trip, like they didn't even care about who James was. They asked him his net worth, how many people did he kill, how many people are under him, what his favorite torture technique is, and bullshit questions which he did not answer. It was like the cringiest technique to get out information. But they at least tried, or maybe it was their own curiousness. But when they arrived finally, they did shut the fuck up. The Ministry of Justice building looked like a palace with high walls that nobody can see through, and with cameras everywhere, with guards. They protected that palace like it was the golden vault of the country, and the reason for it was the Sinatra cartel. Before the attack, one overweight guard was seated outside with a baton, but now heavily armed ones were patrolling with dogs. That's why the driver didn't go in the main gate, but went toward the back. That was the gate for the workers. The gate opened automatically, reading the number plates and showing the IDs toward a scanner. I kinda like it, a king's welcome. Hector said, because even though they were at the back of the building, there were fountains and trees everywhere. But the view changed as the car drove down into an underground garage. So there is nobody nearby. We get out and just follow me. We're going to the service elevator going up to the 3rd floor, and to the office. If someone comes in our way, try to look away, please. The driver said, and opened the door. Hector and James looked together, and they thought the same thing. If someone sees them, they would in a second recognize James. First from the cane with the bee, then the ring on his finger. Then there is his ear that's missing a piece, and the limping. On the other hand, Hector was taller than all of them, and he was known more on social media than James himself. And well, the dozen of guards that stayed behind at the garage was also kinda telling. But more than that was the 4 guards that followed them, fully equipped with tactical bulletproof vests and AR-15s in their hands. It was clear that even if somebody didn't know them, something big was happening. Chapter 133, The Room. As they reached the 3rd floor, it became more clear that they were waiting for them. At least that's what they realized as the elevator opened, and the whole hallway was filled with Secret Service guys and agents, looking at James and Hector with their eyes like they were ready to draw their weapons. And it became more clear as the 4 guards of James stepped out of the elevator fully armed. They positioned themselves to be able to draw more quickly, but at the same time, James just got more confused, and he realized this guard in the hallway only meant one thing. Someone really important is here too, and that somebody might be the president himself. The agent who was their driver then turned around before they could reach the door, which led to the office. "I need your guns." For a moment there was silence, but Hector wasn't happy about his request and pulled his gun out, pointing it at the agent's head. "I'll give you a bullet instead," he said, but it wasn't the best thing to do as all the agents just pulled a gun, aiming at Hector. Yeah, they only aimed at him, while not even one at James or the guards behind them, nor did they aim at the agents. They knew they were in a government building, where no escape would be possible if they started shooting. Only Hector was the one who let his anger and emotion come out, and now dozens of guns aimed at him. "Linda was the one that invited us, and not the other way around," James said as he stepped closer to the agent. "So I don't give you nothing, and if you had a little brain inside your skull, you'd know that we are in a trap," he said as his hands pulled down Hector's gun. "If we start something, there's no way out for us. So don't try and order us in a situation that already is in your and the little minister's favor. Just turn around and open the fucking door." The agent stared at James for a bit, then just sighed. "That has some reality in it, but those guys can't go in." He pointed at the guards. "They are too much," he said as all the guns lowered at them and turned around walking toward the door. It was a big wooden door with agents on the 2 sides. One of them eyed Hector as the gun was clearly visible on his hip, but didn't say anything. No, on the other hand, the agent turned around again. "Have a great time," he said with a smile, and opened the door for them. And behind the door was a big room, with a circle-shaped table in the middle, and there they were sitting. First one he noticed was Linda and Stephen, the ones he knew, but there were faces that he didn't know, staring at him like daring him to step in, but he did anyway. "I thought the president would be here, judging by the security," James said as he looked around once more. "You are the #1 enemy of all of us." One of the men said he didn't know who it was. "Or you were. Sinatra just stepped into your palace." James's eyes darted to the men, then to Linda, who just sat there like trying to be invisible, but then she noticed those eyes staring at him and looked at James. "Would you introduce them?" he asked as he still stood near the door with Hector, who was questioning if it was really a good idea to come in. "I can introduce myself. I am Edward Haber, the Minister of Defense," he said, standing up from his seat. "And you are James Bellini, the man, or should I say boy, who everybody fears," he said with a little bit of mocking in his voice, and Hector didn't really like it, as he already wanted to say something. "Minister of Defense," James asked back. "Crazy how I defend the country more than you." He smirked. "Can I ask you, where are the billions that were spent on defending the country from drugs? The border? It's crazy how a cartel can slip through it," he said, smirking. "Defend?" Edward laughed. "You did nothing, just killed your competitors off." "No," James said, stepping closer. "The drug that your employees are sniffing in the toilets, the one I sold them." He looked into his eyes. "If that's what my competitors sold, they would be dead or look like a zombie. So I protected them, defended the government and high-ranking members of it. You? Sit down, Edward. We are here to make a deal, a peace treaty, not to kill each other." Linda's voice came now, with a little authority in her voice that even James got surprised by. "This is National Security Advisor, Dennis Morgan, and next to him is Director of the Intelligence Force, Thomas Servich." He pointed at them. "Oh, intelligence. I would like to speak with you more," James said, looking at him. "Maybe after this meeting?" "Yeah, maybe," Thomas whispered, as he didn't look him in the eyes. "You already know me, Benjamin, and Stephen. Linda pointed at them. The president couldn't be here, but he was the one that wanted this, so here we are. James looked at Hector, whose eyes just widened hearing what Linda said. The president himself wanted to go through with this, to get a meeting? It was something that never happened before in this country. There was no gangster that reached this point that they met with the government. They were really writing the rules of a new era. I don't know how many informants you have, but Silas Ricci and the vice president died in an attack by the Sinatra cartel. Linda continued. That's why the president can't attend, because he's busy organizing and fighting with the others after what happened. Carter died. James asked back. His facial expression now changed, as he was not happy about it. Yeah. Linda noticed it. Too. He died. He wasn't happy about it. The man that ordered the police to assassinate him. The same man that, because his brother died, is now killed off, and it's done by the fucking cartel that attacked him too. James wanted to feel some satisfaction when Carter died. Something inside of him. To feel happy. To feel relieved when he got the news. But no, it just angered him more. Who is the man beside you? Edward asked again. He is the famous Hector Bellini, I suppose. He said, staring at Hector. Yes, I am. And I'd famously like to put a bullet into skulls. He stared at Edward. As he said it, there was silence because no agents were in the room with weapons, and if Hector chose to actually shoot, they would be fucked. Excuse his harsh demeanor, he didn't really like you guys. James said as he sat down beside Linda. Then it is a security issue. Dennis stated. I mean, you, James, want to work with us, but your underboss is against us. How can we trust you? Moreover, how can we trust him? He said, glancing at Hector. The same way as you trust the people who launder the government's money. The same as you all stealing from the funds. James said, tapping the table. I mean, what if one of them spoke out? Oh, just send somebody to kill them and make up a story for the public. We work in the same way. He looked at Dennis. And don't get me wrong, there is no trust between us. There never would be trust. We make a deal, and that's it. I get my part of it, and you all get a part of it, and that's it. It was true, and they all knew it, that they couldn't trust each other, and the only thing that would hold them together was the deal they made today. There was no other option, and trust was far from it. How could they trust a gangster, and how could a gangster trust them when they tried to kill him, or at least their agents tried? Good answer. I like it. Benjamin said. Trust is something that is earned, but now trust is going to be a deal. So let's talk about the deal, and not go against each other in the very first moment. So Linda, if you would start. He looked at her, but she was lost in her thoughts and what she just heard. There was no trust between them, and never would be one, which just made everything worse. The only winner of this deal would be James, because he can use all of this against the government if something happens. This meeting was the most powerful card in James Bellini's pocket. Chapter 134. Who are we? Linda. Benjamin asked her again as she just stared down on the table. Yeah, so please read this. She said as she pushed a document toward James. He looked down on it, and there were so many writings and numbers on the paper that he didn't even bother to read it, so he looked back. What is it? He asked as he looked around. Maybe if you read it, you would. You are the one that invented me, and just tossed before me a document, thinking I would read it? He asked back, staring at Dennis. Just say what y'all want, and I'll think about it. He tapped his finger. Dennis visibly got frustrated by James, and he wanted to say something back, but Linda was faster than him. The document is our plan that we threw together. It's more like plans that we can choose from or decide what we can go with. She said, looking at James. Before any plan, I need to know what the deal is first. He said, tapping his finger faster now. So tell me what I got. He asked, looking around once again, then back to Linda. What's our great president willing to give me? Everybody got silent as they looked at each other. Only Benjamin was the one that smirked a bit. Then Linda spoke again. You can choose between two things. She said, first is presidential pardon, and the second is clearance. Even the others got surprised by it, because only Linda was the one that knew about it. Explain it to me. James said. The presidential pardon is clear. Benjamin said. Basically, if you ever get arrested in the country or outside, the president will grant you freedom. That's too fucking much. Edward also got up from his seat. Pardon for someone like him? He shouted at James. I agree with him. Dennis said. He can help us, but granting him something that we've never used before is just outrageous. Outrageous. Linda chuckled. then looked dead in the eye of Dennis. You know what is outrageous? That we foe. She breathed in and out halfway through the sentence, trying to calm herself down. Just shut up, please. It's already decided. She breathed again with her closed eyes, but her hand said the truth as it was knuckled up. Dennis and Edward said nothing to it, just shook their heads. So what is a presidential pardon? I mean, I know, but how can it be used outside of the country? Hector asked, standing behind James. Because of the Union, Stephen stated. Even if we are basically the last and one of the worst countries in it, we are still a key element of the Union. Our president has a veto, which he can use even at the High Court, which means if one of you gets arrested, this veto can be used to get you free. Stephen explained. And what happens with the press? Hector asked back. If James or I get arrested in another country, the press would be all over it. And I know for a fact the agents that would arrest us would be bragging about us. And the other thing is that not every country is in the Union. This is why there is a second option. The clearance. Linda spoke, looking at James and Hector. Basically what it is also a presidential thing. If you choose this option, it means all the data, all the evidence, everything would be cleared and destroyed. It basically just disappears from all agencies, all law enforcement, and not just you, the whole family. That's fucking insane. Edward said again, grabbing his forehead. Have you guys even thought about it for a second, even one? What the fuck is even the president? Thinking, T. Edward, please, can you just close your mouth? Thomas said from the side. Everybody knows that's why we are here today, because there are no other options. The president already said clearly. You want a civil war? A coup or a rebellion that would overthrow the government? Or what do you want, Edward? Thomas asked. No, but this is ridiculous. He shouted again, with a small laugh. We are fighting for our country, and this men killed our agents, the people who work for us for the government. Why would we? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Thomas asked as he stared into Edward's eyes, who clearly got confused. You've been in your position for 13 years. You worked under 3 presidents, and your net worth skyrocketed to $220 million when your base salary is $360,000 a year. As Thomas said it, Edward's eyes widened and his hand twitched. Why are you surprised? I am the director of the intelligence force. Of course I know about the offshore account, the gold bars, the houses, but most importantly, the budget frauds. That's not. I know because we all did the same thing. Thomas raised his voice, still staring into Edward's eyes. How the hell would I live in a $9 million mansion? How the fuck would Stephen have a supercar collection? How the fuck would Dennis own a yacht? Everyone he just mentioned looked down, because it was true. But James and Hector loved it. They were literally smiling. Don't even start at the president. Because that's just ridiculous. In a true democracy, he would already be sitting in a prison. But no, he is just like us, cheating on his wife with dirty strippers and sniffing the shit he sells. He pointed at James, then looked back at Edward. So for 13 years, what the actual fuck did you do in your position? It was a genuine question. You can't answer it because you did nothing. The border is half done, and the Border Patrol even let Damian Montoya fucking tow a tank, an actual fucking tank, through it, saying he is a military transporter. He raised his voice even more now, shouting, and they let him through. Edward's hand just started shaking more as he was staring at Thomas's face. But I fucked up too, as everyone else here. He gestured around. Leaked documents. Half of the department is bribed by him. He pointed at James again. A fucking guy who's not even 30 built a billion-dollar drug empire, without us even fucking making an arrest on him. Not just that, but the others too. Benjamin added. Silas, Damien, Dante, all of them are out there. And when we make an arrest on a drug dealer with 4 grams on him and $400 cash, everybody celebrates like we just busted down the drug lord. Oh sorry, Silas died after a fucking lifetime. He was on the top, and he died not because we made a raid or tried to arrest him. No, he was killed off by a cartel. He shook his head as leaned back looking at them. Augustus Lucian was the only one that we actually made an arrest on, but that too was like he didn't even try to resist. But if he would have done that, how many would have died that day? Thomas spoke again. So when we talk about this too much, that's too much. First think about our own actions, because I'm starting to get fed up with all of this bullshit. He slammed the table with his fist. Silence. It looked like a scene when a teacher shot down everybody in a classroom. And well, in every classroom, there is a kid that's still laughing. That was now Hector, who giggled behind James. And well, he had a reason for that giggle. And it was his phone that was recording the whole thing in his pocket. Yeah, Hector is a genius in this regard. He put his power button on double tap to turn on the record. James, hearing it, knew that giggling can only mean that he's up to something, but did not care that much as his attention was on the chaos. What if I say? James shattered the silence. I don't accept either of those things. Chapter 135, Deal. Everybody looked at him. Even Benjamin's face was not tuned into something serious. He was sure that James would accept one of them. What do you mean? Linda asked. Well, this little back and forth was very thought-provoking, and something actually popped up in my mind. He looked at Linda. First, I don't care if I get killed. He looked at Benjamin. Get arrested, or any of those things. He looked back at Linda. What I care about is family and those who I care for, so? This clearance and pardon would mean nothing to me, as I don't plan to get my family back from Marasi. And that country is not in the Union and still the safest on this planet, which also means I can't go in. He stayed silent for a bit, then continued. So, I am somebody who cares for the people, not like you guys who don't give a shit about the starving town and the countryside and the slums. So what we are going to do is smart move. But the plan's already. Linda, please don't talk when I'm talking. James stared at her, which she looked back. So what you guys want, at least what I'm thinking about the first sentence here. He pointed at the document. Is it basically arm me with people and weapons and ex-agents, ex-military personnels, and go to war against the cartel, yeah? He asked Linda. Shortly, yes. James nodded as he thought. But for the people, nothing good is going to happen. They will only see death, and more death, and more death, and they are going to hate you guys. He gestured toward all of them. What is your plan then? Thomas asked. My plan is to actually, once in this government lifetime, do something good that makes me money and make you guys seem like heroes. The public is going to love all of you like never before. How do you intend to? Thomas asked again, like he was really listening to James. First, we make Silas's death public. We play it like it was actually you guys who killed him during a raid. James waited for them to react, but they were kind of surprised by it and just stared at him. With that comes my part of the deal. You guys will give all of Silas's money and half of the product he stored with all of the equipment. What is good for us from that? Is it just good for you? Edward said. No, it's actually a good plan. Thomas said as he thought about it. What about the other half of the product? Well, actually, all of it will be yours, but half of it will go into the news. That's how much drugs were busted, which also means the public will be shocked and happy about it, and it will send a message not just in the country, but outside of it. In reality, I'm going to sell all of it, and with the profit you guys will help the people I choose to help, which would be the countryside towns. He looked at Benjamin, who just nodded. You're using some pretty words, but in reality, you'll spend the money through us. Dennis said. You dumb? Are you? James asked back. That also means it would seem to the public like you're doing it. But there's nothing good for you in it. Thomas said. I mean, it sure would make us look good, but what's your part in it? Silas's routes are good, but it still isn't worth this much. True, but I already made another deal with Benjamin, but it's between us. Everybody looked at him, but Benjamin just smiled. So for the public, you guys made the country's biggest drug bust, also killed one of the top players, and suddenly started doing good things, like helping out the poor ones, and that's where what I want comes in. And what would that be? Linda asked now. First, my money. We can't launder it anymore, so I need the government's help to clean it and actually make it usable. So you guys will do that, and then just send it back to me. Second, I'm still going to produce drugs, but I need something that makes me easy money. That's why you guys are going to legalize green weed for medical use, and I'll be the one producing it, basically holding a monopoly over the market. That's going to be hard, Linda said. I mean, we can't just do it in one day. It needs to be studied and passed through all the... No, it can be done. Thomas added again. 19 countries in the Union already legalized it for medical use and have thousands of studies, so we can do it with one signature from the president. It doesn't need to pass through all the government. Edward and Dennis didn't even say anything, just covered their thoughts about all of it. It cautiously felt real. There's always a third one. What is it? Linda asked. A peace treaty for 1 year. That's all I'm asking for. Peace treaty. Linda asked back. Yeah, because I'm going to start killing off everybody that steps in my way, So the peace treaty will protect me from you guys. He looked around once again. You're playing a long game. Edward spoke as his hand knuckled again. This whole thing about the Sinatra cartel, who knows how long it's going to last? Maybe a month, maybe years, which also means you will have more time to deal, make more drugs and sell it. Why are we helping you? And you didn't even mention your plan on the Sinatra cartel. What you said is totally true. I'm going to make hundreds of millions out of this war. And my plan against Sinatra is very basic. We just massacre them the moment they step into the country, not the city, but the country. He stood up first in the whole meeting. When we kill, even one of them, we're going to put him in the news without any censorship. We're going to show him off like we just shot a deer. He buttoned his suit. So launder my money, legalize green weed, and a peace treaty. That's my side of the deal. Your side will be the people. They will be cheering, clapping their hands, that finally you guys did something. And not just that, with helping the poor ones out, you and the government would get more points. And think about it, the next election is in 2 years. If the president steps down, you guys will be fired and prosecuted on the first day. It's still we give too much for you. We get nothing out of it. We can cheat at the elections, that's no problem at that. Dennis said as he smirked. You're getting 3 things that make you a billionaire and more powerful. Why are we only getting more appreciation from the public? True. You know I only thought about myself and the family. James smiled. Quickly tell me what y'all want. Linda looked at Thomas and Stephen, then back to James. Give back all the blackmailing material. She started. All the leaked files, all the documents, everything that you have in your hands. We also want names who sold them to you. We also want to join the DTA. James shook his head. DTA again? I'm not joining something that puts a leash on me, Linda. But I'll give y'all the documents, all of it. We can't trust you. You could have copied them. Edward said. Yes, I had all of my time copying leaked documents when I didn't even give a fuck about you guys from the beginning. James said. So what is the other thing? A profit share. Thomas said. If the green weed goes through, then a profit share would be nice. Half of the sold product up until the peace treaty or our deal ends. He waited a bit. And whatever you want to help the community, the public, with food, buildings, houses, jobs, it would go through us. So all the credit goes toward the government. James said. We're asking just as much as you. Thomas said. And don't forget we're going to give you 10, if not hundreds, of millions worth of equipment and manpower to deal with the cartel, and I know for a fact that you're going to use them on your enemies, not just the Sinatras. James didn't say anything. He sat silent, then turned to Hector. Do you have anything against it? He waited a bit, then shook his head. Then the deal is over. Just write it on a paper so I can read it through, and I will come back for it and confirm that is what I said. He looked around at them. It was nice to talk with you guys. It's an honor to me. He smiled, then turned around. Wait. Thomas's voice came again. The guy who's usually in a white suit, Ferrucci, I think his name, and the women Bella, are they dead? No, they didn't. Bella is somewhere else, and Ferrucci, well. He looked back at Hector. He is currently working, I guess. What that? Our meeting is over. James said as he waved his hand. Call me when you guys have the whole plane worked out. Hector opened the door, and they left. And for Ferrucci, he was really working, sitting in a car alone near Isabella's house, and getting ready. Chapter 136. Ferrucci the Assassin. Hector said Ferrucci would not be that dumb to go to the same house, where Isabella still lived. Of course he did exactly that, and he now sat in an SUV alone, looking at the gates of the mansion. He was actually calm. He was tapping the wheels as light jazz played in the car, and was looking at the guards, and something caught his attention and got a little confused. There were only 2 of them there. When he usually met Isabella, there were dozens of guards just like at James's house. But now only 2 stood at the gates, which just made everything easier. Because he already decided to go in, on his own, but of course, and he doesn't intend to die. What a nice day. He stepped out of the car, looking up at the sun that was going down. Yeah, a nice day to kill. He closed the door and started whistling as he went toward the trunk and opened it. Inside, it was, as Mike and Orion would say, a treasure room. That SUV back looked like an armory with all kinds of guns in it. But he picked up a pistol and a suppressor. He counted on the outcome, that his plan that he already had in his mind would not work, so he actually grabbed a bulletproof vest too. He carefully put down his white suit and put on the vest, strapping it up, and still whistling as he looked at the passing cars. Then he put back the suit. With that, he closed the trunk, and he just walked toward the gate, whistling and putting on the suppressor to the pistol like it was nothing. The guards noticed him immediately because of the white suit and the pistol in his hand, but they did nothing. They didn't aim at him, nor did they say anything. They just waited for him to walk to them, and sure he did. "It's a nice warm day, isn't it?" Ferrucci asked as he tightened the suppressor once more and clicked off the safety. First, the guards didn't say anything, just glanced at each other, but Ferrucci didn't pay attention to them as he was looking through the gates, and no one was inside, not even a guard, just 2 cars. "Isabella home?" He now looked at them with a smile. "Yes, Ferrucci, she is." One of them, the younger one, whispered. He smiled at him. "Why are only 2 of you here? Where are the others?" The guard glanced at his partner, who wasn't reaching, and even if they would reach. Ferrucci's gun was already out. They left." He whispered again. "Left?" Ferrucci tilted his head. "Can you elaborate on that?" The news spread that Isabella backstabbed James and left the circle, he said as he now looked Ferrucci in the eyes, and he just looked like how exactly people said he looks when he's in a state of hunger. Hunger for blood. The smile, the carelessness, he became talkative. He liked to play psychological games before he kills somebody, and they knew that now he was playing it. "Oh," he chuckled. "So they realized that Isabella fucked and left instead of staying and dying, am I right?" They both started shaking, because the question was a threat itself, that they were going to die, or at least somebody would. "Right, but we can leave too," the other guard, the older one, said. Like nothing happened. Ferrucci's eye flicked to him, with the same smile on his face. "Why are you 2 still here?" he asked. "The paycheck of this month. Just trying to survive, you know." Ferrucci this time didn't say anything, like he started thinking about something, then looked to the younger one. "How many guards are inside?" 4 at the pool and 2 in the house with Isabella and her family. "Family." Ferrucci's smile widened as he heard the word. The guard's pulse instantly shot up even more just witnessing the terrifying smile and the meaning behind it. The meaning that with that one word he might just have killed a whole bloodline. Images started playing in his head about the stories people told about Ferrucci and the pictures he saw of what he was capable of doing. First he thought it was all just over-exaggerating, but that smile told him, no, it's the reality. "Yes, it's her birthday today," the older one said. Suddenly Ferrucci's hand started shaking, but it was because of the happiness and excitement inside of him. Yet he was excited to see their face, to see them pleading on a day when they're celebrating. He then let out a big sigh. "So 4 guys outside and 2 inside," he said. "I thought it would be more. I knew that some left, but not this much. I even bought a suppressor to be silent like a hitman, an assassin." He pointed his gun up at them, and they just stared into it. "You know how complicated this shit is?" he asked them. They just shook their heads. "Well, maybe it isn't complicated, but I don't really like guns. I like knives and blades." He pointed the gun at them again. "You know why?" He stared at the younger one. "No. Some time ago I asked a guy to give me a suppressor. I wanted to be silent, and he started yapping about the bullet, the velocity of it, the type of bullets, the difference between suppressors, and what pistol should I use. And actually I stood there listening to his 30 minutes yap like you guys just listened to me now." He glanced up at the camera on a post. "Does it work?" he asked. "It doesn't," the older one said. "Oh, then I continue my yapping." He smiled. "So when finally I picked this one and went to leave with it, he stopped me and said, 'You know you can wet it.'" He stared at them. I turned back saying, "Wet what?" And he started yapping again about how to make it more effective and quieter. "So yeah, he sold me some kind of gel, or what? And it's supposed to be really quiet now. Of course, maybe he just scammed me." He looked down at the pistol. "I should test it." They couldn't react at all, as Ferrucci pulled the trigger. It was so silent that even the bird nearby didn't move from the trees, just observed as the younger one slowly bled out, while the other, dying in an instant as it went through his heart. He slowly knelt before him, as blood poured from his mouth looking into the eyes of him. Those eyes that hoped he could live, but with Ferrucci there was no chance of it. That guy also said that it may jam if I fire fast, or just jam on its own. "Let's see if it jams," he said, and pushed the barrel to his head and pulled once more. Again a silent thud as the bullet went through the head of the guard, leaving only the blood splattered across the driveway, and also on Ferrucci's white pants. but he didn't care about it as he reached into the guard pocket and got out his wallet. He looked at his ID. 21 years old, what a waste of youth. He said, throwing back the ID at his dead body. Let's have fun, he said, and opened the gate, walking through the driveway. But now he was careful. He knew the house to some extent, so went to the right toward the pool area. He pushed his body toward the house wall and waited for a second, catching his breath, and then leaned out. As they said, there were 4 guards, but they just sat in the chair. One even had his leg in the pool, chilling down. It was maybe 20 meters away. Ferrucci had no doubt in himself and first aimed at the guy on the pool side, hitting him in the throat, even though he aimed at his head. The good thing for him was that at first the others just thought he accidentally slipped into it and started laughing, but the blood spread fast in the water, and they realized it too soon. Ferrucci was already out with his whole body, walking toward them. He pulled the trigger twice, hitting the 2 guys in the chairs. Then he aimed and shot the last guard who stood at the table. It wasn't that clear like at the gates, as some of them still moved, only letting out choking sounds as all of Ferrucci's shots hit their faces, but he didn't finish them off. No, he wanted to hear it as they slowly died. The sound of it was pleasing to him, the sound of blood dripping from their heads. The heavy and ragged breath of it was so good to him. But then he thought he fucked up. A sound from behind. He heard it clear. It was steps and a sound that was metal, clapping together, maybe a gun. He closed his eyes for a second, then smiled as he turned behind, accepting his fate. But the smile disappeared from his face as he saw who was standing there. It was a little girl, with a dog beside her. Chapter 137, Treasure. His eyes widened, and his hand shook as he thought he's going to die. He thought Isabella would be there with a fucking smile on her face, but no, it was just a little girl and a dog. He stared down at the dog, but it just looked at him, didn't bark, didn't do anything, just stared him in the eyes. And the girl? Well, her eyes were looking up, but not exactly at Ferrucci. No, she looked at nothing really. Hello, he said. Hi. The girl suddenly moved her head and now looked at Ferrucci, but she didn't look scared or terrified. No, she just looked calm, like the dog beside her. Ferrucci didn't understand the situation, because behind him were dead bodies and blood, not even to mention the pool, which was now half turned red and the body was floating in it. He smiled a little because he thought that this girl might be just like him, somebody who doesn't feel much when she sees blood or terrifying things. But shit, he needed to do something, because her attitude could change in a second, not even to mention the dog, which was still just staring at him. So he slowly aimed his gun at the dog as he made his first steps while looking around, but nobody else was nearby, just her. So he made another step and was standing before her, and he noticed the dog vest, which said service dog. Suddenly, his heart rate began to slow down as he realized the situation might not be that fucked after all, and he let out a big sigh as he asked a question. Are you blind, little one? Yes, she answered as he looked up again where the voice came from. But also she clearly smelled something as she looked to the ground and exactly stared at a dead body. What a great treasure you have, Ferrucci said as he stepped to her, petting her head, which made her a little scared, but she let him, and the dog too didn't really care. Treasure? She asked back. Nobody said anything like that before. He looked back at the bodies, then petted her head once more. Yeah, you will understand it one day, little one. But can you tell me what kind of voices are you heard from inside, or do you know who is here? I just clocked in, you know, he said as he reloaded his pistol. She waited a bit as she heard the metallic click of the magazine sidling in the pistol, but she did not said anything, nor did she really understand what it was. Isabella and my parents, she said, but I heard other voices like 2 guys. Oh, Ferrucci said as he realized that this girl is going to be alone forever, but there was no backing down. You want to cool down your legs? He asked as there was a little pond beside the pool. Yes, if I can, she said and held out her hand toward Ferrucci. He grabbed her hand and escorted her toward the pond, while he aimed at the door the whole time. Sit down. He helped her, and she put her legs into the pond while the dog just laid in the shadow of the tree. Thank you, she said, looking again toward where Ferrucci's voice came. No problem, little one. Do you want juice from the house? He asked. Yes, please, she said. Then I will be back, darling, and don't move because you will fall into the water, okay? She only nodded, and Ferrucci left her. As he made his way toward the door, he thought about what she said. 2 guys, which is the same as what the gate said. two guards inside, and the family of Isabella. He opened the door slowly, aiming his gun inside. But behind the door was a short hallway that led to a storage room, which was clear, and another door. He leaned close to it and heard laughing from inside, and he immediately recognized Isabella's voice. From his memory, he knew that behind the door was another hallway, and to the right was the dining section of the house. But where the guard could be, he had no idea. So he opened the door slowly and peeked up to the left first, where there was a hallway to the stairs, but no one was there. Then he turned to the right, sticking his body to the wall, like a professional would do, and started walking slowly toward the dining area. He was so silent no one would notice him and didn't, as suddenly one of the guards turned to the hallway, looking up too soon, only seeing the pistol pointed at his head. He froze down, not even saying a word as he stared into the barrel, but his hands immediately started shaking. He held a tray in his hand and glass in it, and one of it fell over to the ground. Time seemed to slow down as it shattered on the ground, with a big noise that the hallway just echoed through the whole house. And from the dining area, suddenly everybody went silent for a second. "Is everything okay?" Isabella's voice came. Ferrucci gestured with his left hand to say something back, and he did. "Why, yes, everything is fine," he said back, but no answer came. Of course not, because his voice was full of hesitation and fear. Ferrucci immediately pushed the barrel to his forehead. "Where is the other guy?" He whispered to him quickly. "W with them." He pulled the trigger, and the guy immediately fell back as the bullet went through his head, and this time Ferrucci didn't wait and dashed out from the wall, toward the dining table, where the other guard was standing on the right, dressed like a fucking butler. He could see the realization in his eyes as he pointed the pistol and pulled the trigger again, shooting him into the jawline, falling back hitting the wall. Then he turned toward Isabella, who got up from her seat, reaching for his gun, but Ferrucci aimed his to her head. "Oh, don't be that fast, darling." He smiled as he saw everyone's face struck with fear and shock at what just happened. Chapter 138, Tool. Isabella got up his hand while the other at the table was just in pure shock. They didn't even understand what was happening, that in a second the guy just literally died. They didn't even understand that their life was in a sociopath's hands. "You don't need. Shut the fuck up and throw it to the ground, slowly, really slowly." He smiled at her, and he did so, slowly reached for her gun and threw it to the ground. "What's happening?" the man asked as he started shaking like the woman beside her, staring at Ferrucci. "Oh, nothing, just a birthday party," Ferrucci said as he stepped closer. "Sit down, darling." He pointed the gun at Isabella, who sat down. Then he too sat down at the table. And they just sat there as Ferrucci stared into Isabella's eyes, and the two others just tried to understand the situation finally, because they knew about Isabella, knew about who she was. "Leave them out of this," Isabella said. "They don't. Stop talking, darling, because you just anger me more, you know." He glanced at the cake. "Are you having a party here celebrating while you rob James?" He shook his head. "What a selfish bitch. Are you even inviting your brother and his family, that little girl outside?" Yeah, they finally realized their child is missing, that this man somehow came in, and Isabella too realized it, that Ferrucci needed to get through the guards outside. "Where is Lucy?" the woman asked as she just looked at Ferrucci with pure horror on her face, an expression that he loved, that he craved for. "Don't worry, she's outside cooling herself down," he said, then looked at Isabella again. "So can you tell me what the fuck you thought?" he asked with a smile. Isabella hesitated, and his brother spoke before her. "Look, just let us out," he said, his voice cracking. "We are not in her business." "Yeah," the woman spoke. "I am a teacher, and he is a carpenter. We don't." Ferrucci started laughing, and they both just froze down. A teacher with a luxury watch on her hand. He pointed the gun at the woman's right hand. "And a carpenter with a suit worth thousands?" he asked, shaking his head. "What a joke. Why are you pretending to not live a lavish life?" They didn't answer. They couldn't, because it was true. They had millions, millions for the money that Isabella made somehow. "Ferrucci, leave them out of this." Isabel spoke again. "I am the one you're looking for, not them," she said now with an expression that wasn't fear, but anger. "All right, I'm here for you." He looked back at them. "So you two are just obstacles." He pointed his gun at the man's head and placed his finger on the trigger, ready to pull, but then a voice came from the corner, a voice that angered him more than anything else. It was a baby voice, a baby crying. He looked toward the corner, and saw the stroller. Are you fucking kidding me? Ferrucci raised his voice as he looked dead into Isabella's eyes, and suddenly got up from his seat looking disoriented and more frustrated than ever. His breath became ragged and heavy, like he was having a panic attack or something, like he was facing something he didn't want to. A baby? A fucking baby. He looked at them. You bitch just robbed James Bellini and invited your fucking family to come eat in peace, to have a party. He shouted again. You knew exactly what was going to happen, and still you're this dumb. They didn't say anything. Only the baby crying became louder. Bellini? The man asked as he slowly turned his head toward Isabella. He knew the name. He heard the name and knew what that person was capable of. He saw the pictures. He heard people talking about him. Even saw him once. That man was something that he never wished to deal with. Someone that came straight from hell. And now he finally realized that this guy in a white suit stained with blood is one of them. He's one of the Bellinis. You finally understood it, right? Ferrucci asked him. That with me there is no way out. He said, pointing the gun again at him. Your kid's going to be alone because of your sister's actions. How does that feel? He stared at him as his finger was on the trigger. Enough of this. Isabella suddenly stood up. You know that James is going crazy, that he's paranoid and becoming like Lucian. He will kill you. She pointed at him. He will kill everybody to feel safe. That will be his downfall. She shouted. He wants too much, and he doesn't give a fuck about anyone else. And you know it. Ferrucci, you know it. She shouted again. When was the last time he did something for you? That he fucking said some good thing? He is just using all of you without even respecting your loyalty and what you do for him. I just did what I deserved. I deserve the money that I never saw when I was in his alliance. I deserve to be treated better, like you deserve it. You're going to lose yourself. Ferrucci, you're not the person that you were. You just became a tool that he uses, a tool that will throw everyone away, and you know it. A tool? Ferrucci asked as he lowered his gun. Yes. Isabella continued as she saw something in Ferrucci, like he was really thinking about it. You are just a tool for him, as Hector is, as the others are as well. We were tools. We are tools. But I understood it and realized that I no longer want to be a shadow and a tool for someone else. I am myself now, Ferrucci, and you can be too, she said. Ferrucci lowered his gun even more. It was now at his side. But I am lost, Isabella. I am lost, he whispered, looking down. Yeah, Ferrucci, as I was. But now I feel that finally I can do something. We can do something together. She shouted at him. We together can change the game. Silence. His brother just sat in silence, thinking about how this guy might have just spared them and understood what Isabella was doing. She's not just trying to talk him down, but influence him, because he can be influenced. He's just a person broken by the world, by the actions they made him do. But shit, Ferrucci ain't no bitch to be influenced. It was nice. He suddenly laughed. Man, it was crazy, like I felt the chill going through my body. He shook his head. You could be a good motivational speaker or something. But for me? No, darling. I love to be lost, and I love to be a tool. What? He aimed the gun and pulled the trigger. Chapter 139, Magic Trick. The bullet struck Isabella on the left shoulder, and she collapsed on the ground screaming, while his brother and his wife were completely frozen down, tears falling from their eyes. It was chaos, as the baby now cried even louder in the background, and Isabella's screaming didn't really help the situation. But Ferrucci seemed to enjoy every bit of it, as he sat back down on the chair like nothing happened. So, tell me your names. He pointed the pistol at them. Joe and Mira. As he heard the names, he seemed like he started thinking about something. Give y'all an option, okay? They just nodded, but Isabella's screaming went away for a second, and Ferrucci didn't like that. So he turned toward her. Suffer more, darling, he said, and shot her once more into the other shoulder. And now the scream was different. It was coming from deeper and with more fear and pain. Now back to you guys. He turned back. I want to play with Isabella a bit before she bleeds out. So one of you will die and the other one will live to tell the tale. He smiled. So who will it be? What? Joe whispered the question as horror struck his face, but Ferrucci wasn't joking. Yeah, your bitch or you? He asked again while Isabella was still struggling on the ground. Please don't do this. Please. SS, darling, I asked Joe, not you. Don't make it difficult, Ferrucci said, now staring into Joe's eyes. Now tell me, who should live? The man of the house or the woman of the kitchen? Shit, what a good one that was. He laughed at his own joke. But don't take it to heart, darling. He looked at Mira. I know women who kill, who torture, who know how to deal with problems. Yeah, they are a different kind, and this bitch. He pointed the gun now at Isabella. Is not one of those. So you can imagine what I'm talking about, like real women who fight to live, anyways. He looked at Joe. So who should die? It was a question they couldn't answer, a choice they couldn't make, but they needed to not just think about themselves, but their family. But people tend to think about themselves first, and that's what happened there too. Joe's mind was going crazy, his thoughts all over in his mind. And most importantly, that he was a Conti, he was a family member, and he was someone who Isabella sent a lot of money to, the type of money that he, with the girls, could live freely for life. On the other hand, Mira was thinking about herself too, and on the bank account she shared with Joe, the account with the millions on it. Yeah, they both thought about the same thing. The money. But at least in Joe's mind, there was also his daughters. Kill him. Mira whispered so low, so quiet, but they both heard it, and Joe slowly turned his head, looking into his wife's eyes that were just so distant, the eyes of the woman he loved from his heart. Oh, Mira, you're selfish, aren't you? Ferrucci asked, smiling, and looked to the side where Isabella was fighting with her consciousness. I am always with the kids, I play with them. I am the one who takes care of them. She said all of it into Joe's eyes without blinking. I deserve to live more than you, she whispered. Joe didn't answer as he sat there crying more, and his face was filled with disbelief. Mira, what are you? I am the one. She shouted. No, screamed at Joe. Yes, I am the one who deserves to live. She turned to Ferrucci. Me. I deserve to live. Kill him, she shouted again, with a smirk on her face. Even Ferrucci was surprised by it. What a crazy bitch you are. Wow, and you fucked her. Ferrucci laughed and looked to the side again, where Isabella now was in a better state, just staring forward, having no idea what was happening. So I guess, Joe, you die today? But man, hey, sorry, it's because of her. He pointed at Mira. And because of your sister. He pointed at Isabel. Joe didn't speak another word. Nor could he, because the whole world just shattered inside of him. The words Mira said, the reality that was going to happen. What's happening? A voice came from the side, and Ferrucci immediately turned to see Lucy and her dog. He pointed his index finger toward his mouth, signaling to them to stay silent, to not even speak one word, and they seemed to listen. At least Mira did. Joe was just still staring into the nothing. He was totally lost. It's me again, little one, Ferrucci said as he stepped before Lucy. Oh, you forgot my juice, and me, she said. Where are the others? She asked, as she didn't hear any voices. Ferrucci looked back at them, then to her. They're deciding something important, you know, he said to her, patting her head. Important? She asked back. Yeah. Tell me, darling, who do you love more? Your dad or your mother? Dad, she said immediately, without hesitation in her voice. But Ferrucci saw the little movement in her hand, that her left hand twitched up. Why? Because he loves me more than anything. And your mama? Her hand twitched again. Why are you asking? She looked up. Nothing. Just curious. Anyways, can you cover your ears for a second? Ferrucci asked her. Cover them. Yeah. I'm going to make a magic trick that you'll thank me for later, he said, petting her head once more, and she did what he said and covered her ears with her hands. Do you hear me? Ferrucci asked, but she didn't respond at all. Only the dog looked up at him. Then he turned and walked back to the table, smiling at them. Well, it was nice to know you, he said and raised the pistol. No, Joe whispered as he looked at Ferrucci, but it wasn't him. No, it was Mira. Her body slowly leaned to the left and fell on the ground. The bullet went into her forehead, but the shot was louder then, Ferrucci thought as the gel evaporated from the suppressor. But Lucy didn't seem to hear. Joe, on the other hand, just stared to the side at his wife, late wife, as she was on the ground, blood pouring from her head. Chapter 140, Excalibur. Now get the fuck out of here, Joe, and don't you dare to call the police, Ferrucci said to him, and he listened. He slowly got up from his seat, still eyeing Mira. He first went to the stroller, picking up the baby, then walked toward Lucy, who still stood there, covering her ears. Joe grabbed her hand firmly as he started dragging her to the door. Dad, she asked as he almost tripped over the dead body in the hallway. But Joe didn't say anything to her, just went out as soon as possible. He didn't look back at his sister, didn't look back at his wife. He just went to live. I like family dramas. Ferrucci shook his head as he reloaded his pistol and looked at the dead Mira body. Then finally he walked toward Isabella, whose state was horrible. She lost a lot of blood even though she tried to do something, but it did nothing as she just leaned back to the wall. Her face became pale, her eyes were almost closed, staring at nothing, while blood was all over her body. "How are you?" Ferrucci asked as he squatted down. "Good," she said with a little smirk on her face. Ferrucci laughed at her. "So where is the money, Isabella?" he asked. "You know 40 million is nothing to you. You're worth at least a couple hundred millions, so why the fuck would you steal that?" he asked, but she seemed to hardly understand the question itself as she was just staring at him. So Ferrucci did what he needed to refresh Isabella a bit. So he shot her once more in the thigh. Her scream this time wasn't loud, wasn't that deep. No, it was like she already passed that line where pain doesn't really mean much, or she feels it much. Just a slow gurgle came from her mouth as she looked at her leg, and then back to Ferrucci. "Money?" Ferrucci now asked simply. This time Isabella shook her head slowly, then looked at him once again with eyes that already lost all hopes, all chance of surviving. "Sinatra," she whispered. "Going to kill all of you." Ferrucci's eyes widened as he heard it, because it just became something much bigger than he thought. "Are you telling me you're working with them?" he asked her as he slapped her face. "That doesn't make any sense." He slapped her again, now a little harder, and blood came out of her mouth. Yeah, it didn't make any sense because it just didn't align in Ferrucci's head. First, Elizabeth at the bank told she accidentally stole from her, and that's why Isabella wanted back money. In order, it would mean because Isabella was angry at James and his actions. She just wanted the money she never got from the circle itself, so it came handy that she found out a bank employee was stealing from her account. But how the fuck does the Sinatra come into the bigger picture? That's when Ferrucci remembered a detail, that Isabella was not the only one that left the circle. He slapped her once more. "Marco, where is that fucker?" he shouted at her. He was the one that jammed the signal. "Y'all working with Sinatra?" But she didn't answer. She just smiled into Hector's face and said, "Die, like a dog." She spat into his face with the last power in her. Ferrucci forced down for a second. "Oh." He stood up, wiping off his face and laughing. Yes, he laughed once more as he shook his head. "So y'all made a deal with them, huh?" He put the gun on the table. "Which means they are going to look for you." He unbuttoned his suit and pulled out a knife which glimmered under the light. And more important, the carving on the knife handle, the capital B. "I saw a guy with a beautiful pistol with the family name carved on it. I was jealous and ordered a knife." He looked down at her. "But now this knife will become a message." He smiled. "A message to those fuckers when they come to find you." He stepped toward her and leaned down, grabbing her left ear, and then, with emotion, he stabbed the knife into the top of her head. The sound of it was so terrifying and gruesome as it went through her skull into her brain. The sound was something that no one should ever hear. The blood flowed from her mouth and eyes as Ferrucci didn't flinch and twisted the knife, then stopped and stepped back. The scene was horrifying as Isabella just leaned to the wall while a knife was in her head, like it was the Excalibur waiting to be pulled out. And the capital B really sent a message to anyone who would find her. But for Ferrucci, he was a little upset by the whole situation. He couldn't do his job in the way he meant to do it, because of the child were here. Yes, if they weren't here, the baby and Lucy, he would have chopped up all of them in pieces before Isabella, to see them how they die, how his brother die, to see her expression, her emotions. But that wasn't what happened. He only did a half job. At least that's what he thought. And now the house was silent without any screaming or suffering. But Ferrucci still had a job to do. He pulled out another knife and cut down Isabella's thumb. Then he held it up to the light like it was a gemstone, and then walked up to the upstairs where her office was, or moreover his treasure room, which needed her fingerprint to get in. When he pressed the thumb to the panel, it did nothing, because it was bloodied, so Ferrucci spit down on the finger and swiped it down with his suit, and pressed it again, and with a loud click the door opened. He walked into the office and then turned to the right where there was another door, the walk-in storage room. He pressed the thumb again to another panel, and it opened, and behind the door was what he was looking for. Money and documents. "Why the fuck you stole from James when you have 40 million just in here?" Hector whispered to himself as he stepped in and picked up a bundle of cash. 100,000 in one bundle. He looked around, and it was more than 40 million. He just got more confused because not just money but 6 gold bars were too in the room, which alone was worth more than that. Why? I can't understand it. He whispered again. 100 million just here, why would you? His phone suddenly rang, shattering his thoughts. Hello. Ferrucci, where are you? It was James that called with Hector's phone. Oh, James the first did the job, he said proudly. What job? James asked back. I killed this bitch Isabella, and I found a lot of money in the house, and some clues that what the fuck is going on, he said as he looked around once more in the room. On James's side there was silence because he was stunned that Ferrucci really went in alone, and he did it. Actually did it. Chapter 141, Ferrucci Unleashed. James was speechless for a moment, because Ferrucci wasn't the guy who went in somewhere and killed everyone. He wasn't a hitman, nor had the experience and talent to do something like that. But he did it, and now Isabella was dead. One is off the list. We're going there, Ferrucci, James said and hung up the phone. Where is he? Hector asked as James gave back the phone to him. James shook his head with a smile. He really killed Isabella. Hector was so surprised he just stared at James as he said it. Oh, that's nice. That's more than nice. He also said he got more information about the whole thing. Who knows what he did with Isabella, but I'm sure she spoke, James said as he turned toward the window looking out. I'm not sure about that, Hector said, his voice hesitant. James turned back to him. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Well, Ferrucci might be a good interrogator and torturer, but there comes the emotions. You know he can do his job, but when the person did something really bad against you, he tends to not go overboard but do it quickly, like without even chopping one leg or doing any torturing, he just cut their throats or something like that. Yeah, James thought about it. It is also telling that he finished well, quickly. He looked down on his watch. Maybe 30 minutes? Something like that. If he does his job well, then he would be there at least 2 hours. But let's hope to get some information out of her. Hector smiled at James. Yeah, let's hope. It took them 20 minutes to get to the house, and the very first step toward the house was already telling. Nobody was at the gate, only the blood trail which indicated where the bodies were dragged to. He cleaned up? James asked, looking at Hector. Well, usually he doesn't do it, but he is learning. Hector smiled. James shook his head and went after the blood trail that led to the pool, and the sight before them was grotesque. The pool was full of bodies, and the water was stained with blood. It looked like in some horror movies as the bodies floated on the top. But the most confusing part was Ferrucci, who was sitting in a chair sipping a juice box like nothing happened, or like he wasn't the one that did it. Ferrucci, James asked as he stepped toward him. Oh, James, I got sleepy. He suddenly got up from the chair. It was a work to pull this fucker in the pool. Why the pool? Hector asked. I thought water would help with the smell. They are going to be here for some time, he explained. James and Hector looked at each other, then back to Ferrucci, who was proud of himself. Where is she? James asked. Oh, come with me. Ferrucci turned and started walking into the house, and they followed him. But they weren't ready for the sight. First they saw the woman that was Mira on the ground with a lot of blood around her head, and James immediately knew that she didn't belong here. But moreover, the stroller was still in the corner. His pulse immediately went up, because there was no baby in there, nor there was any baby in sight. He looked back at Ferrucci, but he was just still smiling. But in deep, James knew, or at least hoped, that Ferrucci kept himself to the rules and did nothing. Who is she? He asked, pointing at Mira. Ferrucci stopped before her. She was the wife of Isabella's brother. He looked up at James. Today was Isabella's birthday, and the whole family came here, his brother and their daughters. James' hand twitched a little as he heard daughters, but also got a little more sure that Ferrucci didn't do anything to them, as there was no more blood or trace of any of them. And what happened? He asked. Well, I became really angry that they bring their daughters with them, or at least I became angry at Isabella, that she actually invited them knowing that somebody would come to kill her. So I offered them a choice. One of them will leave with the children, and well, Mira was a selfish bitch, and she died. So I let the dad leave with the children's. James let out a big sigh as he heard Ferrucci's words. He got calm in a second. I can find him, Ferrucci said quickly. I can find him and kill him. He said again as he thought James was mad at him that he let one of them leave. I'm not mad, just, anyway, where is she? Ferrucci waited a bit, but then calmed down and turned around and pointed at her. She is here. James stepped forward to see behind the table, and then he saw her, sitting there against the wall with a knife in her head. It was something he saw in movies, but not in real life. He knew very well that Ferrucci would do something atrocious to her, but it was something he didn't expect to see. Maybe some limbs missing, but this was much worse. And Ferrucci saw James's expression, and it wasn't what he expected. He thought he would smile a little, like it was a gift or something, but now his expression was more like disgust. "I can pull it out," he said, stepping to her and grabbing the knife. "No, Ferrucci, don't pull it out," James said to him as he turned away, because as Ferrucci grabbed the handle of the knife, that sound was horrifying. It was crunching. "So what information did you get?" James asked as he was now turned to look at the kitchen rather than them, or at Isabella. "She said we will die, by the Sinatra cartel." "What?" Hector asked, surprised. "Yes, she said it, and I also got confused by it." He turned toward Hector, who was now all the thoughts shattered in his mind, as well as in James's head. All the clues they had now had no meaning, as Isabella and the robber were also connected to the cartel. "I also don't understand one thing," Ferrucci continued. "She wanted to manipulate me, saying that James didn't do anything for us, and started yapping about all the things, like the circle didn't do anything for her. You didn't do anything for her." He pointed at James. "Basically, she said she needed something for all the things she did in the circle, that's why she robbed you. But it doesn't make sense because up in her office there are at least $100 million. Yeah, it also bothered me." James spoke as he turned back, now facing Ferrucci. "She was a multi-millionaire, but still she robbed me for $40 million. It doesn't make any sense. Why the fuck is she did it? There's no sense of it, and now you died like a dog." He thought as he glanced once more at her. "Only two things came to my head," Hector said. "The first thing, that this was just a test or something like that." "Test?" James asked back. "Yeah, basically what Elizabeth told us was true. She stole from Isabella, and she somehow found it out, but at the same time Sinatra made a deal with her. So this whole thing was the perfect time to test what James Bellini would do, or if they can get away with the robbery." He explained. "So to test what would I do, interesting, what the second?" "The second is that it was the cartel's plan to eliminate Isabella, because they don't really care about alliances and deals, so it was all against her." He looked at Isabella. "Basically they tricked her thinking it would be good thing for her, maybe told her that they need money, dollar to buy weapons in the country for something, and she listened to them, thinking the 40 million would be enough to work with the cartel, and she didn't want to do it with her money. The money transport came in handy for her, but in the meantime the cartel plan was in the whole time to put Isabella up into the scope. Think about it. She was one of the city's biggest gangsters and also an obstacle for them. They just tricked her to believe they could work together. It made sense. She left the circle and got scared of you." Ferrucci said. "If we think about it, they also used us to kill Isabella, so they don't have to really do much." "My fucking god, it all makes sense. Those motherfuckers are more genius than I thought. It more complicated than I ever thought it would be. The cartel connected to Isabella and Marco, also the vice president who died. What the fuck is happening there? At too much unanswered questions, and at only the beginning. But Marco is still alive, and I'm sure he got more information about the whole thing," Ferrucci said as glanced at Isabella. "So I'm pretty sure Marco also works with them, and that he knows more than this bitch did." "Marco, do that," James said as he ran through his hair. "Find Marco, and I don't care what the fuck you do with him. Cut down his dick and legs, but get information out of him." He stared at Ferrucci. "Don't go alone this time. Bring as many people as you need. Burn down the fucking family of Marco. Kill everybody that's in your way, and send a message that we don't give a fuck who are you. You will die." Hector and Ferrucci glanced at each other because this was the first real order of James, the first real order to start the war. "I will definitely kill everybody who gets in my way," Ferrucci said as he smiled, already seeing the dead bodies in a pile in front of him. "Yeah, he's going to massacre all of them." Chapter 142. Two Wild Dogs. Ferrucci didn't want to wait a bit. He wanted to go out the second as James gave him the order, the free will to kill Marco however he wanted to. He ached for the blood of the people who went against James. His hand twitched, and his pulse quickened as he imagined what he's going to do with Marco with his best men. But first, they grabbed whatever they could. Searched all of Isabella's office for documents. All the USBs, even the laptops. Then they emptied the treasure room. All the money, all the jewelry, golden bars, everything that had value, they grabbed it. And they found one interesting thing, a small safe under her table, but it was locked. So the guard did what they thought was the best way to open it, and started shooting the shit out of the lock with a shotgun. And, well, it opened somehow. James was the first who knelt down and opened it. And what he saw in there was confusing, at least to him. In the safe were 3 USBs and nothing more. He picked it up, and it was more than a USB as he opened it up. It had a lock pad on it. "What is this?" he asked, holding it out. "I think that's a crypto USB, or what they call it," one of the guards said. "It stores cryptocurrencies on it." "Cryptocurrencies?" he asked as he looked back at it. He knew what those were, and how much money it was worth, but never dipped his hand into it. "I can be worth millions," the guard said again. James looked back at the safe, grabbed 2 more out of it. "So it needs to be hacked or something?" "Well, I don't really know how it works, but I can give it to Danny," he said. So James gave all 3 to him, not knowing that those USBs weren't storing cryptocurrency, but something more dangerous. As he stood up, with the help of Hector, his attention went away from those USBs to something that he just realized, something that he didn't really care up until this point. He looked down at his watch, and they had been in the house for an hour. "Where are her people?" Hector just shook his head, and then Ferrucci answered his question. "At the gate when I came in. They said they left when they realized Isabella left the circle." "Left?" James asked back because it doesn't make any sense to him. Isabella still was a gangster woman who led a family, and only 8 guards at her house. She well over had at least a couple hundred people under her, and no one even showed up. Maybe it was because of Sinatra. They could have bought all of them or something, because it's a little unbelievable all of them would just leave her, Ferrucci said, but he actually had a point which James and Hector also realized. Fucking hell, that would mean they already have soldiers in the city. The deal wasn't just about the money, but her people too. They asked for money and people, soldiers who were already in the city, and Isabella gave them to the cartel. How fucking stupid she was, or desperate. But for what? More power, more influence. What were you wanting, Isabella? "James?" Hector asked as he saw him deep in his thoughts. He looked up. "There is a chance that this means they are now at Marco, and he is the connection between the city and Sinatra," he said, shaking his head with a chuckle. "He knows about us, about our warehouse. He is the one that directed the attack too." "There's no way. Marco is just a little bitch," Ferrucci said. "Does he really have the balls to do something like this?" "He doesn't. There is something we don't know about, something they bought him with. There's gotta be something, because Isabella wouldn't be this reckless, nor Marco." James looked at Hector. "How many are counted now?" Hector quickly looked up at his phone. "Over 2,000. Prepare the most experienced men to ensure less loss." He looked at Hector, then at Ferrucci. "You're going to strike him today, and as I said earlier, don't let anybody out alive. If Marco does not want to speak, do whatever you want." Ferrucci started smiling, while Hector's hand twitched a little. They both knew it was finally here. Finally they could kill without a leash put on them. "First we need to distract them," Hector said, and his voice now was not kind of happy or excited. "Marco has different coffee shops in the city, and also the warehouses in the outskirts. If we launch an attack, then first distract them, so the response time would be slower as Ferrucci attacks the family house." "That's a good idea. How many do they have?" James asked. "Around 11 warehouses that are close to us, but far for them," Hector said. "We don't need to attack them full on. Maybe throw some grenades and Molotov cocktails to burn it down." While Hector spoke, James was thinking about something. His mind was replaying all the scenes he saw in movies, in documentaries. He read books about the mafia. "Drive-by shooting," he said suddenly. "I know his top men, and they all live in the same area. Not just that, but the restaurant on 5th Street. I was there 2 times, and it's full of his men. Not even one civilian. All of them criminals, even the fucking waiters." But of course, he wasn't sure about that. It was a restaurant on a busy street, full of civilians even at night. But at the same time, it was the best way to strike down the force that can respond from the heart of the city. If I think about it more, all of the coffee shops are just fucking hangout spots for his soldiers. So let's say 7 coffee shops and that big restaurant, around 200 guys that can respond. Hector said. "But what about the police?" Ferrucci asked. "I mean, it was your rule, James, to not start a shout-out downtown." They both looked at Ferrucci because what he said was true. It was his rule, but now that they were working with the government, the police actually could work on their side. From this moment on, that rule no longer exists. I will call Linda about the police. Maybe they could even help us, he said, and the room got more tense. It was still strange to the bodyguards to work with the government and the police. But the thing was, only these guys knew it, the bodyguards who went with James to the meeting. And it was a problem for James. He needed to inform everybody in the family to not kill officers, but actually work with them even though they are enemies. Or did he really need to do that? He thought about it since they left the meeting. Hector once said they will follow him without question, so why should he inform them about it? It would just be a problem if some of them started leaking it out. They're going to trust you, James, Hector said. Don't worry about that. James looked at him, and he only saw how confident Hector was. Good. He looked down at his watch once again. Is 3 hours enough to get ready? It's enough. We already have a plan for something like this, so in a half hour, everybody will be ready. James stayed silent for a bit, as he just realized it's really going to happen. He's really going to wage a war, something he never thought about his entire life. But most importantly, he realized that he isn't someone anymore who can ever wash it off himself, and he had never felt better than ever. Then today marks the day that we show our true power, he said, looking into everybody's eyes that was around him. Let's go, he said, and turned to leave the room. But still, that little worry lingered in him. The fear that maybe this step would only drag him deeper into the abyss, deeper into suffering, just like it had happened to Lucian and many gangsters before him. A war like this never came without destruction and countless deaths, and it also tore families apart. And for James, that mattered more than ever. This life had chosen him. This life had shaped him into someone dangerous, someone uncontrollable. He had accepted it, and now he intended to embrace it for as long as he could. If his men turned against him, there wouldn't be a second thought. He would kill as many as he could, as fast as he could. The Bellini family would not fall. On the other hand, Hector and Ferrucci looked at each other, and they both realized the moment had come. They ached for years. Ferrucci now could kill without a leash, and Hector now could use all the weapons he bought, even those that James didn't even know about. The two wild dogs of the family are finally freed. Chapter 143. Spreading lies to hide the truth. James left the house with Hector and Ferrucci, going back to their family house, and on the way, Hector was in another car planning the attack with Ferrucci and the others on the phone. And it was chaotic, to say the least. The warehouses turned into deployment points for all of the experienced people in the family, all the ex-military people, all of them who had already killed many people. They all started getting ready, putting on bulletproof vests, checking their guns. Some of them even had helmets, like real soldiers, and what they needed to look like, because it was a war. Meanwhile, James was sitting in his limousine alone, planning to call Linda, but slowly he started feeling the weight of it all, and more of his family. He thought about his mother and Charlotte, how he had just sent them away without any explanation, and how they might never meet again. But Linda was also stressed the fuck out and busy planning with Thomas. After the meeting they had, she argued more with Edward and Dennis about the whole deal and that it did not make sense. Nothing good they would get out of it. But ultimately, after half an hour of arguing, they accepted that there was nothing more they could do about it. So she and Thomas were busy deleting all the files and ongoing investigations against James. It was necessary because the peace treaty he wanted for 1 year. Even though they are the ones who decide what and when to investigate James or the other gangsters, some of their detectives and agents were not really giving a fuck about orders and went on their own way, doing everything to get evidence against James. Basically, they didn't just need to stop and delete all of it, but somehow shut down these agents and detectives, and there were only two things to do about it. One is to kill them, or two, threaten them. Since Thomas was the intelligence force director, he already knew these agents and detectives' names and what exactly they do, and the only thing they needed to think about was how they would threaten them. They couldn't just say to them that they were working with James because that would bring more chaos, so they needed something solid, something that would be enough to stop their shit. And well, Carter death came in handy for it, because they could use it to get every eye off James. So with all the resources they had, the best option that came to their head was to start to spread lies and false evidence, but not just spread it, but create it. The only thing that is common about these justice-seeking agents is that they hate one thing more than gangsters. That is internal conflict. Shortly, NSBI hates ISB, and the IF hates all of them. Basically, everybody hates everybody for their own reasons, and this was the golden key. All this justice-seeking agents' hatred toward each other was more powerful than anything else, and this is what they planned to use. But it's going to hurt us too, Thomas said and leaned back in the chair. I mean, we need to act like we not just hate each other, but are at war with each other. Me, Stephen, and Benjamin if we go with this plan. Linda looked up from the ocean of documents to Thomas. Everybody knows that y'all hate each other to some extent, and now you're agents. At least the fucking smart ones will know it even more. She leaned back too. Internal conflict is the best thing to get eyes off a certain thing, and it will work well. Thomas was visibly stressed by it, but he knew there was no other option. Well, there was to kill them, but that would just be more chaotic. So we start spreading lies, that it was the fault of NSBI and ISB, and we present false evidences too, so all these fuckers will start jumping at each other's throats. Exactly, Linda said. They hated Carter, but that isn't what was important. It was his title, that he was the vice president. If we spread the lie that it was because of an agency, they would be furious. Just think about it. The vice president died because of the NSBI? Because of the ISB? And who says it? The IF. She laughed. Who knows? Maybe the Secret Service will jump in too. Thomas shook his head as he leaned forward. But it also hurts us, Linda. We are directors, the heads of this. I get it, but that's the only thing we can do now. And if you think about it, everybody in the higher-ups would know it was just an act to play. Me, the president, Edward and Dennis too. You and the others just need to act on it. What about the Congress? The other ministers? Because I'm 100% sure they will demand a congressional hearing. Who knows? Maybe a high court hearing. Then you and the others will lie, Linda said as she looked into Thomas's eyes. Lying under oath? Thomas laughed. Linda laughed too. How many times you lied under oath, huh? Personally, 6 times. Thomas laughed, but it was more like a nervous chuckle. But still, it will be fucked up. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, the president will get you out of trouble, and me too, and if you think about it, it will be the biggest operation in all agency life. And well, the agency was created to tell lies and hide truth. Thomas sighed as he looked up at the ceiling, the decades that had passed, the time he needed to do something outrageous. What Linda said was the truth. The agency was doing everything to cover up the biggest fuck-ups while telling lies about it, killed many opposition leaders, even their own agents, and not even talking about the corruption. Wait. He turned and looked at Linda. The Office for the Prevention of Corruption. The hearing, isn't that happening in 3 days? Yes, another key element to their plan, which will make everything more smoother. Chapter 144, Final Touch. Linda at first didn't understand what Thomas was talking about. Yeah, the committee will get together at. Then she slowly realized what Thomas was saying. We can use it easily. The fact that Carter dealt with Sinatra, it's a big weapon for us. He stood up. We don't need to tell them exactly, but just maybe write a report with little information, that they will start puzzling it out together, that something was happening. With that, they would just think he was corrupt and working with someone. But he was working against the president himself. Her eyes widened as she said it. Exactly, and if they really bite on that, when it comes to us spreading more lies that it was because of other agencies like NSBI, and that's it, the internal conflict starts spreading more and more until, let's say somehow a document comes out that nobody knew about, and it will say that all of it was bullshit, and Carter died because he was corrupt and working with a cartel. Linda was speechless because it was exactly what they needed, and they finally puzzled it together. We can release that document when James kills someone close to the Sinatra cartel. Fuck, we can even build up more lies on it. No, we need to push it as long as we can, because if we reveal it too fast, the Congress and the ministers will push toward a military intervention. A dangerous cartel just came in killing our vice president, and we did nothing about it. Thomas chuckled. Linda thought about it as she looked down on the document that had hundreds of names of ex-agents and military personnel. James's action will be said it was our action. She looked at Thomas. We will say we have a shadow agency or something that acted in top secret to not leak out any information toward the cartel. We will say it was who killed the cartel and everybody that James put his hands on. Basically, the peace treaty. Thomas said. He said we use Silas too, so we can also use everybody that he killed to get more appeal in the public. but it will seem too fast. Out of nowhere, we're raiding and killing all of the gangsters. Moreover, that we don't even touch James and his family. That will also be part of the lie. Linda smiled. Toward the news and journalists, we will spread lies that maybe a gangster had his hand in Carter's death. That's why the sudden deaths and raids. I will talk with James about it, acting like we raided him too, or at least a warehouse or something, and it will become more realistic. It sounds good, but how fucking long will it take to actually do it? How many people, how many false reports and documents? Thomas said, shaking his head. We do it in 1 week. Linda said firmly. 1 week is too short. Linda, tell it to James. He already started his killing spree, or at least that Ferrucci guy, I think. We need to act fast before it gets out of our hands. As he said it, his phone buzzed, and she already knew that the only person who loves to call her is none other than James himself. It's him, she said as she put the phone on the desk, and Thomas leaned in closer. Linda answered the call and immediately put it on loudspeaker. James. Linda. His voice came, but it was now a little more harsh. How are you? The question was surreal, because how the fuck would she be, after all this mess they need to do? Good, she said back, looking up at Thomas. Get a pen out, and start writing down what I'm going to say, James said, and in no time Thomas was already holding a pen and a paper in his hand, and Linda too. I'm ready, she said back, as her hand already started shaking. So, Isabella Connie died. You can find her in his house with some of his guys. James's voice was like he didn't even care about it. I advise you to make a raid on the house and pretend it was one of the agencies that did it. Also, there will be a message in her head. Please don't throw away that knife because it's precious to one of my men. Linda and Thomas looked at each other. What that message could be. We already emptied the house, so there will be nothing valuable in there. Maybe some documents with numbers. You can do whatever you want with it, but the most important thing I called you about is that there will be a little shooting on 5th Street and at Marco DeLuca's house. So please, I don't want officers going after my people, so tell them to stay the fuck back. After it's over, I will call you, and again you can make it look like it was a raid too. What about the Sinatra, did Isabella? Nothing. Only that they worked together for some stupid reason, so my people will now ask Marco about it. Linda once again looked up at Thomas. Somehow they both got excited about it, because it just meant they can appeal more to the public if Marco dies too. Then I will wait for your call, and don't worry about the police. Linda answered, and that was it. James immediately hung up the phone. There was silence between them, as they both realized that they needed to act now, and as fast as possible. Shooting at 5th Street. Oh my fucking god. Let's start blocking the street, and sending as many people out of there as we can. Linda said, standing up. It's one of the busiest streets, and if that crazy motherfucker goes, then it would be a catastrophe. You mean Ferrucci? Thomas asked. Yes, let's hope it's not going to be him. Their hopes will be right, because Ferrucci was aiming for the big fish, already playing in his head which knife he's going to use to make Marco's life insufferable. Chapter 145. Hector, the Weapon Master. The drive back to the house was, for James, quiet. He only thought more and more about the whole thing that was happening and his family, while in the other car Ferrucci and Hector were already done with all the plans. Well, at least Hector. Ferrucci only said dumb shits like going in with an RPG and blasting the whole shit up, and at first Hector supported this, but then realized James wouldn't be that happy if they started launching rockets. Ferrucci too realized it, so started saying more dumb shit like, get the minigun out and start just blasting it at the restaurants and coffee shops. Or like pack a car full of explosives and drive it straight into the restaurant, and even into Marco's house. Ferrucci seemed more like a guerrilla fighter than a gangster. But one thing actually caught Hector's attention. How do you know about the minigun? He asked Ferrucci with a little confusion on his face, but his question was confusing to Ferrucci too, because he just said it like an exaggeration. Wait, we actually have one. He asked and immediately knew that he hit the nail on the head by Hector's expression. What the fuck, Hector? I knew about the grenades and rocket launcher, but an actual minigun. He chuckled. Where the fuck do you hide it, and exactly why? Ferrucci asked with excitement all over his face and voice, and Hector knew that he fucked up. Look, just forget it, okay? We don't actually have a minigun, he said straight into Ferrucci's face, who got more excited. Hector, what the fuck? Say it, don't lie to me, he said laughing. I mean, I don't really like and care about guns, but even I know that a minigun is just the fucking treasure. Hector didn't want to say another word about it, but he knew that Ferrucci would just ask over and over again. James gave me a budget to spend on weapons, and I got a really good deal, so I bought one. Maybe we need it one day. He looked up and Ferrucci's mouth dropped. But no, we're not going to use it. It's just too heavy and it's not mounted on anything. Suddenly the smile on Ferrucci's face disappeared. Wait, what do you mean mounted? He asked. I thought it's the minigun that someone strong can hold, the handheld one. It can be converted or something to a handheld one, but it came from a helicopter, or at least that's what they said. Fucking hell. Ferrucci shook his head. We are really a military. Yeah, we are, but if I think about it, we can use grenades and maybe 1 or 2 rocket launchers, especially at Marco's house. Hector looked up and Ferrucci was already excited. James said kill all of them, so we might do it the right way and show them who the fuck we are. Hector smiled because he was too excited. He made so many deals on weapons as it was his little warm spot. He bought the best ones, carefully selected them like a service weapon to the military. He looked for the guns and weapons that they can use efficiently and looked for ones that even beginners can use smoothly. Not even talking about the grenades, flashbangs, smoke grenades, rocket launchers. Yeah, he went overboard with it, but it was all for the family and for his own satisfaction. For sure we need something, because Marco's house is like a fortress, big concrete walls, double gates and cameras everywhere. We or I with the team didn't just smoothly go in. Ferrucci said, yeah, that's why I selected guys who have experience in fields like this, how to breach into places, but I will ask James about bigger weapons if we can use it. He glanced at Ferrucci. The plan's other parts are still staying how we talked about it. Ferrucci nodded, but then another thing hit him, because he too knew about it. Yeah, he knew about it. The drones, we can use them too, he said, smiling at Hector, whose look wasn't that welcoming for the idea. Not for dropping bombs and things, but to make surveillance, you know. Hector got surprised by it. One thing Ferrucci said actually made sense. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we can actually map out where the guards are, how many, and can attack accordingly. And you know what the best part is? We can do it before the attack, like send somebody out and scout with the drone. We not just know how many guards there, but actually how many people we need to bring and what weapons, because now we're just saying numbers bluntly. Hector was completely stunned, like it was not even Ferrucci who was talking to him, but somebody else, and moreover he felt dumb not even thinking about the idea. What the fuck happened to you? Ferrucci, you're actually smart. Hector laughed. A great idea. No, it is a brilliant idea, he said, slapping him on the shoulders. And well, Ferrucci felt it. He was actually proud of himself, actually almost blushed by Hector's good words toward him. But then the car came to a stop as they reached the house, and it was not like before, and even James was surprised a little. The house now was more like a fortress, more heavily guarded than the other house was. 2 cars blocked not only the gate in front of the house, but others were also parked along the street, ready in case something happened, and to prevent anything from happening near the house. Not just that, but inside everywhere was guard. Every single spot was covered by them. Not even one blind spot that somebody would get past. But what was more surprising is the dog that ran to James as he got out of the car. He was put on a long leash, and its handler looked like a true special forces guy with a headset and even a night vision goggle on his helmet. And even the dog had a vest on him. What a cute boy, James said as he petted the dog. What's his name? He asked, looking at the handler. It's Mango, he said. Mango, like the fruit? He asked back, looking at the dog, which was cute. But James could feel Mango could kill him in a minute, not even in seconds if he really wanted to. Yes, like the fruit, the guard said back, smiling. James chuckled a bit. What breed is he? He is a Belgian Malinois and was deployed with me 12 times in combat zones, the guard said as he got lower and petted Mango. He's really smart, and he can really fuck people up. He smiled. James looked back at Mango, and he just looked so cute as he stared at him. Yeah, I bet he can be terrifying, he said and petted him once again. Well, be careful. Yes, boss, the guard said and went back with Mango to the gate. Meanwhile, Ferrucci and Hector were caught up with James and stopped him. James, can we use some more powerful explosives? Hector asked him straight, but his voice was a little hesitant. James looked back, And what he thought about explosives was maybe a Molotov cocktail or a grenade. But man, Hector and Ferrucci weren't really talking about those. Of course, but now I'm going to plan our future and what we're going to do next, and also call my mother. So what happens next is on you, Hector and Ferrucci. Be safe and don't die. Also, don't worry about the police. I talked with Linda. He said and stepped closer, slapping each of them on the shoulder once. But he said nothing more and turned around, walking into the house. But that one slap to their shoulders gave them something more than words. They knew James cared about them, and he would always care about them. But now, it was something that he couldn't say, but that slap and the message got to them. Let's fuck them up, brother. Ferrucci said as he looked at Hector. He turned to him with a smile. Let's fuck them up. Chapter 146. Ready. Before leaving the house, Hector made sure to talk to all of the guards and their leader to shoot everyone and everything that came toward the house, even if it's a fucking dog, which they very much understood, and then the thing Hector waited for finally arrived. He talked on the phone with the guy who was responsible for the estate security and made some changes to it. Basically, all these guards here only lacked one crucial thing in Hector's mind: firepower. Most of them had ARs in their hands, and some SMGs and shotguns. But what was the missing key element for Hector was something that gave more firepower and more bullets, and that was exactly the machine guns. Those guys arrived with the SUV packed with them, and with it they actually made machine gun nests, and the estate now became more like a fortress. 5 of these machine gun nests were up on the mansion roof, because some part of it was flat, so it was a perfect spot to oversee if an attack happened. 5 more were placed around the high walls of the estate, which wasn't too comfortable as the guards stood on ladders and makeshift podiums to be able to see out at the street. The leftover machine guns were just given out to more experienced guys, but it wasn't the end, because the SUVs actually came with a guy Hector knew. It was Mike, and in his hand was a wooden box, which Hector immediately knew what it was. Grenades. Lots of them. Mike, haven't you got shot? Hector asked as he went up to him. Yeah. But I can't just rest when literally a war is happening, he said with a smile as he placed the box on the ground and opened it. I thought I'd bring some, he said, and the box was packed with grenades. Hector just eyed it a little, then looked up at Mike again. Where is Orion? Mike laughed. In the hospital resting his ass. He laughed again. He got fucked up more than me somehow. Hector laughed at him, but then Ferrucci's voice came. We need to go, he said as he stepped closer, eyeing the grenades. We need more than this, like maybe 100 or something. It's not for us, Hector said and hit Mike on the shoulder. Stay here and protect James. If anything happens, just throw all this shit, he said, glancing once more at Mike, and went past him. Mike glanced once more at Hector, then started packing his vest with grenades, and then just called everybody to pick one for themselves, and the estate's protection was now on the highest level. So the rocket launcher. Can we really use them? Ferrucci asked as their car sped off toward one of the warehouses, where people already gathered. Hector smirked as he looked at Ferrucci. Fuck yeah, we can use it. His face lit up as he heard it, and he already imagined himself firing one at Marco's house. But the thing is, I only bought 3 launchers and 5 rockets, Hector said, and his voice now was concerned, as maybe it wasn't the right time to use it, because it took weeks to get it. But then he remembered, they were working with the government. Forget it, we're going to blast the shit out of that house. That's what I'm saying, Ferrucci said, clapping his hands. What kind of explosives did you buy? I know about the grenades and the rocket launchers, but anything else? Nah, I didn't went that overboard, and that minigun was expensive as fuck. Hector just realized maybe that was too much of an impulsive buy. We'll only use the rocket launchers and the grenades at his house. What about the restaurant? Ferrucci looked a little confused about it. Civilians. If our guys start throwing grenades, it could kill the bystanders, and I know it will just hurt James too. So we just shoot it up, but the coffee shops are a different thing. Those are scattered all over the city, so we can fuck those up. Grenades, Molotov cocktails, burning the whole shit down. He smiled. Ferrucci too smiled, as he now was 100% sure he was going to fire a rocket launcher, but a question rose in him. Are you coming too? Of course I am, he said with confusion on his face. Why are you asking dumb things when I sit next to you? But Ferrucci wasn't that happy about it. You are the underboss, and they don't usually take part in shit like this. What happens if we both die? He asked, now with a serious expression on his face. It just seems stupid that you're coming too, especially when Bella left the country. There's nobody staying now with James. I waited years for this, Ferrucci. Hector said, looking into his eyes. Years to finally fuck some shit up, but really fuck it up. Even if we die, James would still be at the top. It may sound a little selfish and reckless, but I want to finally do something real where my blood can boil, the adrenaline can rush me. Hector's words were firm and not even a little bit hesitant in his voice. But you have a family. I mean, I only have James and you if. I already sent them away. Hector said, looking at Ferrucci. I informed everybody that has family and in the highest position to hide them or send them away, because the cartel loves to kill family members. He grabbed Ferrucci's shoulder. Second, I'm not going to die, nor you. Yeah, Ferrucci mumbled, then looked into Hector's eyes with a grin on his face. But if you die, it means I become the underboss. He smiled more. Shit, you might just die, brother. There was a bit of silence between them as Ferrucci said it, but then Hector suddenly burst out laughing, and soon Ferrucci as well, and it seemed like the nervousness suddenly disappeared as they laughed their asses off the whole drive toward the warehouse. But when they finally arrived, it was just as they had expected. The boys were already there, loading supplies, handing out guns, and preparing themselves like real soldiers. Some even taped magazines together for faster reloads, while others checked their radios. Hector got out of the car and stretched his arms. Ferrucci followed behind, already lighting a cigarette as they walked toward the open warehouse gate. They were ready. Chapter 147, Private Military. Hector. One of the guards called out his name as he stepped into the warehouse. Ramirez, how are you? Hector asked as he shook hands with him. Man, I'm good. This is the best day of my life, he said with a big smile. The guys are also ready. He pointed to the background where the last bulletproof vests and magazines were picked up. Are you ready too? Hector asked, smiling at him. Shit, I was ready the time I was born, Ramirez said as he picked up his custom-made ARs. Yeah, Ramirez was not just an older man or just a foot soldier in the family. Nah, he was one of those who was specially trained to kill. His whole gear was from the military, from a unit that he never told where he exactly was working at or where he was deployed at. No, when he met Hector, Ramirez was saying he is the best one and he will never see another guy like him. First, he hesitated because Ramirez was too mysterious. One thing was sure, he worked in the military or a force like that, but nothing else he knew about him. And that was the worst of it. Even when Hector literally searched for Ramirez's name, nothing was found. Not even that he served in the military, nothing, which put him on the map, the first sleeper agent in the family. So Hector gave him time to slowly show something that he can be 100% sure. That Ramirez was really a sleeper agent. But one time Ramirez fucked up on his own. When he was showing off his weapons and gear to the others and Hector, a patch slipped out from his bag, and it was Hector who picked it up. He immediately knew that Ramirez is not a sleeper agent, but much worse. On the patch was a knight with a sword, and there were 2 sentences on it. On the top, it said, "Mercy is a mistake," and on the bottom it said, "War is our peace." Ramirez immediately leaned down, grabbing it from Hector, and just smiled at him like nothing happened, or he didn't even just show off who he was, and that confirmed Hector even more. It looked like Ramirez was hiding his past, and, well, he had reasons for it. After that mistake of Ramirez, Hector looked up the patch on the internet and immediately found that it was a special ops force, but in Macari. The first ever special force that was disbanded because of the brutal force they operated with. Not just disbanded, but 23 of the members were prosecuted and were sentenced to life in jail after reports and records came out that they didn't give a fuck about witnesses nor anything else. They killed everybody that stood in their way and didn't give a fuck about literally no one, not even the children nor the women. Out of the 54 missions, they cleared all of it, killing gangsters, terrorists, and even were deployed in other countries, but their actions caught up to them. And that's why Ramirez wasn't speaking about his past, or didn't even want them to know it, but for Hector needed to make a decision. James' rules were clear: don't hurt children, and knowing the details of Ramirez and what kind of force he was in, it was hard to decide. But he let him in, after Ramirez pleaded and swore on God, swore on every living relative that he didn't kill nor hurt children nor women, or if he did, it was for reasons. Well, in the end, after a long talk, he joined the family, and not just that, but became the leader of the unit that had all the experienced ones in it. The force that literally consisted of special force members, Marines, soldiers. And that force was ready to fuck shit up. They were born to do this, as Ramirez said himself. "Where are our gears?" Hector asked him, and Ramirez just pointed to a table, and Hector's eyes just widened. "Isn't that too heavy?" he asked, turning to Ramirez. "I can't let you or Ferrucci die," he said as he smiled. On the table were 2 plate carriers and helmets that had combat scars on them. When Hector grabbed the plate carrier, he was struggling, because that shit was packed with magazines, grenades, and the plates in them with on their own was 3 kilograms. "Also this here." Ramirez pointed to the night vision goggles. Ferrucci chuckled. "How much shit did you steal?" "I mean, my gear is part of myself, so I grabbed what's mine." Ramirez smiled. "And don't come just after all of these guys." He gestured around. "Stole something. So yeah, we're ready." "Yeah, I saw that," Hector said, and got a little sad. He spent so much money on guns, and they just brought their own, but at least he had more to give out to others. With that, he and Ferrucci changed from the suit to more comfortable cargo pants and geared up, looking like some kind of private military, because, well, they were one. "Let's go through the plan of how we do it," Ramirez said and whistled, and everybody got around them. That was the first time Hector really felt the power of the family, the power that they can operate with. All of these men that don't fear their life. All of these men who saw hell and still stood proud. It was a feeling that he could name, a feeling that he wanted to feel every day. First, Ferrucci came up with a good idea. Hector said, looking around, "We're going to send out a guy with a drone to map out exactly how Marco's house looks like, and how many guards are there." "Good idea, just like the old days," Ramirez said as he looked around, and everybody nodded with a smile. "What is the exact number of us?" Hector asked. "Exactly 200. Ramirez said. 200. Hector whispered. "Then for the restaurant, I think 2 SUVs and 4 people is enough." He looked up. "Just roll up and shoot out from the window until everybody's dead." For the coffee shops, more force is needed. "We need to destroy the whole shit with grenades." "Well, you guys know better how to do it, so it's on you. But make sure to cause a lot of damage." Then Henry, George, William, and Larry, "You're going to the restaurant." Ramirez looked at them, as they had machine guns on them. "Just park in front of it, and shoot it up until there is no more ammunition." They nodded. "For the coffee shops, I think 2 people are enough." "So how many are there, 7? "Yes, 7. Hector confirmed. "Then I need 14 people. Put up your hands." Immediately, the hands shot up. "Good. Then you guys going to fuck up the coffee shops." Ramry said. "Then we are going to the house to fuck up shit." "Boss," one of the guys said, "can I map out the house with a drone?" He looked at Hector. "Yeah, go now and report to me. If I may, I can suggest something," Ramirez said, looking at Hector, who nodded. "We all have phones, and I'm sure you can stream what the drone sees. So if you stream it to us, it would be the best information for us." Ramirez explained. "The group chat is perfect for it. I can send the stream to it, and everybody will be able to see it." The man said, "Perfect, then you can go," Ramirez said, and he left the warehouse. "Isn't that a little risky?" Ferrucci asked. "I mean, streaming it to a group chat?" "No, we're using an app that one of our guys created. It has encryption or whatever the fuck he talked about. I'll invite you too," Ramirez said, getting out the phone, and in a second sent the invitation. "You guys are more prepared than I ever thought you would be." Hector laughed. "If we need to kill, do it right." Ramirez smiled. "The only thing that's a little worrying is the police. If we start it, I'm sure that within minutes they're going to come after us." He looked at Hector, who knew that this was the time to say something about it. But he didn't exactly know how to word it. He had said to James not to worry, he would do it, but now, seeing these guys, somehow he felt a little worried, because all of them were literally running from their past. They all worked for a government, all killed for a government, and in the end, all of them ended up in a mafia family. James has the government in a chokehold, so there is no worry about the police or anything else. Ferrucci suddenly said, and well, he said it the best way. "Oh," Ramirez laughed. "Just as I expected it." Ferrucci looked at Hector, winked at him, and he just shook his head, but that word caught his attention. "Expected?" he asked Ramirez. "Well, just look around, boss." He gestured. Who in the hell would have a private military? Then none other than James Bellini. We are his, and we will always be his. Yeah, they were on a whole other level. The top of the game. But the top of the game is always lonely, and James started to feel it. Chapter 148. New Era. The house felt like an empty shell that was left to James. No, it felt more like a prison, just like Raphael felt it. It was only the first day of all of this bullshit, but he already knew what is going to happen, how he is going to feel, and how he is going to change. There was nothing any more close to him, not his mother, not Charlotte, and it felt like that even though Ferrucci and Hector swore to stay at their side, he knew that changes were going to happen, especially working with the government. He knew that not everybody in the family would be happy about it, that his men, women who were working for him, some of them would be furious. Yeah, the same people he gave hope to, gave a future for them. He felt that they would change. He started to understand Lucian. That man who was at the top for years, the man who they said was an unstoppable monster, and in the end, he died like a dog in a prison, behind walls, without even saying goodbye to his children. They called him Untouchable just like how they called James, but it meant nothing in the end. Nothing. He became a paranoid boss, who started chopping up his people even before they talked and had the meeting. Lucian was the true embodiment of a devil that didn't care about nothing, just his own life, and the money, the power that came with it, that he was free, he could do anything he wanted. But he's dead, James whispered as he looked in the mirror, and that somebody who was looking back at him was not him. He didn't recognize himself. Who are you, huh? He said as he stared into the mirror. Or who was I, and who am I now? Yeah, the right question that needed a right answer to it. Where is your smile? Where's that dumb look on your face? He whispered. Where is? The guy that was just a lazy fucker that was scared of blood, the fucker who only wanted to somehow live through his life, but not this way, no. He suddenly punched the mirror with his fist, but it didn't shatter. Only the pain went through his whole arm, and his reflection in the mirror was like a joke looking at him. How powerful am I? He laughed. And I am on the top, the man they fear, the man who only causes blood and death. What a fucking joke is it? He looked down on his fist that was red like hell, then looked back up at the mirror and himself. Again, now with all his power, he started beating the shit out of the mirror, continuously hitting it until it shattered. He was breathing heavily as he looked down on his knuckles, on the blood. It wasn't that worse, just some minor cuts, just his despair. I need to accept it, huh? He shook his head, still staring down at his blood. Accept that at the end of it I will have nothing, no family, no parents. Yeah, my brother died, my best friend died. Slowly everybody is going to die, until I'm left alone with the guilt, the despair, just like Lucian. He looked up now at the wall where seconds ago was the mirror, and that's what he needed. To see nothing. But not just that, no. But he already realized what he missed. Why the fuck am I comparing myself to others? He whispered again. I am not them, nor do I follow their path. Yeah, I am top of the game that no one ever was there. That was it, the realization. That finally hit him. The thing he needed to accept. Not just how his life changed, but who he became, how he acts on it, and how he thinks about it. He wasn't Lucian, nor was he Silas. He wasn't those actors in movies about mafias and gangsters. He wasn't that guy from documentaries or from books. No, he wasn't them. But he embraced them and thought how they thought, did things how they did them, and acted like how they acted. But that was the worst thing he could do, because all of them in the end died in the movies, in the books. In real life, all of them died by a bullet, by a stab, by a bomb. All of them had it in common. They all died. They all became only shadows of who they once were. The one real thing they had in common was the money, the power, and how all of it slowly changed them. But the thing that mostly affected all of them was the fear. All of them said they feared nothing. Fuck the police, fuck the agency, fuck everybody. They would kill those who got in their way. They feared nothing in the world a lie. All of them feared for their lives. All of them feared it in their own way, of course. But in common, they all feared the loneliness of it. Why did this whole thing even mean something, when all of those around you started looking at you differently? Marcelo was not even one of them, and his family slowly turned back on him, only hearing gossip, and in the end he died too. And that was the point when James started to feel it, the back turning on him. His mother was the second, then Raphael. The fear of being alone was more than death itself. Accept it, he whispered again, looking still at the wall. I have a higher chance of being left alone than dying. That's what I should accept, or that I am the new era myself. an era where a gangster reached the peak that everybody wanted. He closed his eyes for a second, then looked back up at the wall. Yeah, I am James Bellini. He stared at the wall. And my fucking fist hurts as fuck. Why am I this dumb fuck? He said as he put his fist quickly under the running water. Maybe I'm schizophrenic. No, just a fucking bitch boy. I killed with my own hand and felt nothing. I popped out the police chief's eyes. Of course I'm going to be alone because there isn't a fucking option. He thought as he grabbed a towel, trying to wipe off the blood, and it was still coming out of the wound. Yeah, if being alone it means they're safe. Boss. Mike's voice suddenly came through the door as it was followed by knocking. Are you good? James opened the door with his left hand. Mike, do you have a bandage? He showed his right fist, and Mike immediately started pulling out some bandage from his vest. Sit down, Mike said to James, and when he did, he quickly started cleaning the cut, then bandaging it up. But then James asked something that he just froze down in confusion. Am I a bitch, Mike? At first, Mike thought it was a joke, but as he looked up, James's eyes were staring at him. And his face was like a rock, not even a smirk. A bitch? Mike asked back, now staring into James's eyes, but he just nodded. But even though Mike was scared as fuck, he quickly put together what was exactly happening. James's hand was cut, the mirror was broken in the bathroom, which meant James had an outburst and fucked it up. The next step was his answer, but what should he say? Because James definitely wasn't a bitch, and even if he was, he wouldn't say it because he would die in the next second. Then he realized James sent away his mother and Charlotte. They say it's lonely at the top, boss. But don't worry, I'm here. Hector and Ferrucci too. And not just them, but many others who didn't even speak with you, and are still standing proudly with you. Some of them even pray to God every day to keep you and your mother safe. This isn't loyalty anymore. Then what is it? A family. As Mike said it, there was a little silence between them as they still looked at each other's eyes. This is... James started a little gay. He said with a chuckle at the end. But I get your point. You can leave now. He laughed more, and Mike too started chuckling and thanking God that nobody was around them seeing this scene. Because now thinking about it, it was embarrassing as shit. Family, a family that I bought with money. James thought as he shook his head and stared down at his watch. It's time. I hope you don't die, guys, because then I would be utterly fucked. Yeah, it was time for Hector and Ferrucci to roll out as the drone footage came to them. And well, the Marco estate was packed with guards, but one thing was on their side. It was a huge mansion with a garden the size of a football field, full of trees and bushes and shit. A perfect spot for some men to sneak in. On the other hand, the front of the house was more guarded with cars blocking the gate, and dozens of guards pacing back and forth. But even on the street, stopping incoming cars, which was the risk and the sign that they wouldn't be that easy to get close to the house. So they made a quick plan on how to counter it. Use the rocket launchers and create chaos. Chapter 149, Ready to Strike. I'm the one who will do it, Ferrucci said as he picked up the rocket launcher, but Hector quickly grabbed it from his hand. You don't even know how it works, he said as he put it down on the table, but of course he didn't know shit about it. But you said I can do it, Ferrucci said as he grabbed it again. Just once, I don't ask more, he said as he stared at Hector's eyes. Well, that's not that easy to operate, Ferrucci, Ramirez said from the back. I mean, you need to be careful with your surroundings because of the backblast, and... I know, he interrupted Ramirez. I saw it in movies many times. I can do it, just pull the trigger and boom. He gestured with his hand. Ramirez chuckled as he shook his head. I mean, yeah. He looked at Hector, but his expression didn't really look like he trusts Ferrucci with a rocket launcher. I mean, it's not a big thing. Just put in the rocket, twist it, and when you hear the click it's good to go, which worries me a little, he said, looking at the actual rockets. What? Hector asked. Oh, well, these. He picked up one. Usually they have safety pins, so you know, they don't explode when in transport and things, but this one, the pin's already removed. He pointed the rocket toward Hector. His eyes widened as he realized he was storing a rocket that had the possibility to explode, that he stored it at the same place as the other weapons and ammunition. That's fucking bitch, he said as he thought about the guy he bought it from. He said it's safe and no problem with it, and you're saying it had no safety pin in. Exactly, but don't worry, these are not that sensitive, Ramirez said, waving that shit in the air like it was a lightsaber. Oh, don't do that, Hector immediately said, but Ramirez just laughed. Anyway, One will be fired by Ferrucci and the other will be by some experienced guy, okay? He asked, looking at them. But Hector was still worried. Ferrucci and a rocket launcher was the perfect recipe for a fuck-up, but hey, they needed a fuck-up, a chaos, to make sure they can sneak in the back. Let's do it then, Hector said with a little hesitation in his voice. But on the other hand, Ferrucci was smiling more than ever as Ramirez put in the rocket to the launcher, twisted and armed it. So you just switch the safety, Ramirez showed him, and just pull the trigger. He gave it to Ferrucci's hands. First he was speechless. He was so happy about it. It literally a childhood dream to fucking explode something with a real rocket launcher. Hector took a few seconds to look at Ferrucci's happy face, then tuned and walked to the middle of the warehouse. Okay everybody, we go in and fuck them up, Hector said. Everybody follow the plan. The first squad will go with Ferrucci and make chaos at the gates to lure out the guys. The second squad with me and Ramirez will sneak in at the back. He looked around and only saw the readiness of everybody. If Marco was found, don't kill him. Shoot him in the leg or hand, but not a fatal shot, because he is the one we want. That's it for me. He stepped back and Ramirez took his spot. He took a few moments looking around at the guys, and it felt like the old times. You all trained to do this. Everybody here is a killer, a soldier, he said firmly. Use all the experience you have to minimize loss, because some of you will not come back, but will always be remembered. Silence followed after he said it, because everybody knew that there is no way everybody will survive. There was no chance of it. Now, the guys that are going to the restaurants and the coffee shops go now, and make sure to get as many as you can. Good luck, he said, and those guys without hesitation went out from the warehouse, sitting into the car, and the first step of the plan was already in motion. First we go to the Opry Street and wait for the guys to say the word, which is Ash. When you hear it, we're going to strike. As Hector said, the first squad goes with Ferrucci and fuck up the gate and the entrance, while me and Hector with the second squad try to sneak in. Well, sneak is a bad word because we are going to blast a hole in the wall and quickly swerve in. He looked around again. Do not fear. Let's go. As he finished, all that could be heard was the weapons being charged back, the magazines snapping into place, and the heavy steps toward the convoy of SUVs that was parked outside. It was a surreal scene. Those guys looked like agents or some kind of special force going to hunt. And well, they were the special force of Bellini. This is going to be a show, Ferrucci said as he glanced at Hector, who was just frozen as he stared outside. He was speechless because all of this just exceeded his expectations. He knew what the family was capable of, but never saw it actually come together. Actually use these guys who all they knew about life is how to kill. Tonight, he was going to see all of it. Hector. Ferrucci's voice came again. Just don't blow yourself and the others up, Hector said and slapped him on the shoulder. Let's drink a beer after it. A beer? Nah, whole bottle of whiskey, brother. Yeah, the most expensive one, Hector said, and they stepped out of the warehouse and into the SUVs. Ferrucci struggled a bit to get in with the rocket launcher, but in the end, he managed to sit down with it. Then, as he looked up, an idea came to him. The emergency hatch on the roof was the perfect spot to shoot from. It was the same tactic Orion had used during the robbery. Even before they rolled out, he had already started pulling out the pins, so he'd be able to throw the hatch open in an instant and rain hell down on them. Meanwhile, their target, Marco himself, had no idea what was coming for him. He was having dinner with none other than one of the high-ranking members of the Sinatra family. A dinner that would soon turn into the biggest bloodbath and shootout in the city's history. Chapter 150, Watching Over. They are out, Edward said as he stepped into Linda's office. What are you talking about? She asked, confused because she didn't know who and what exactly was out. Bellini men. They are going with a convoy somewhere, and they are packed, Edward said again, and now Thomas too looked at him with confusion. Of course, he knew that they were going to fuck up Marco, but he didn't understand how Edward knew that they were in motion. How do you know? He asked. We're watching them with a drone, he said simply, and Thomas and Linda just looked at him with more disbelief all over their faces. What the fuck? Linda asked as she slowly got up. You want to fuck up our whole deal with them? She raised her voice. The deal also concerns us. We need to know what exactly they're doing, especially now. We can't just sit and wait until news comes that they're fucking killing everybody in the city. He shook his head. We need to know what exactly is going on. So yeah, I sent out a drone. There was silence, but then Thomas spoke again. I mean, that's kind of true. But how did you send out a drone? What did you say? I said to them we are testing a new camera system on it, and that's it. So you sent out a fucking surveillance drone, only to spy on them? Linda asked as she stared down at Edward. Yeah, that's what I did. Silence again as Linda just closed her eyes, taking a long and slow breath. I don't have ill intent, Linda, Edward said as he realized she wasn't that happy about it. We're not just spying on them, but also we can intervene if something bad happens, like, I don't know, they get in a trap or something. We can inform Bellini about it or send our men to help them. He said as Linda now looked at him. And don't worry, nobody's going to question what that drone is doing there. I can make it clear. I hope so, because they're going to ask questions about it. A drone is going to test fly exactly when a literal war breaks out between two families. What a coincidence, isn't it? She shook her head as she sat back down. Then I'll call it back, Edward said as he turned. No, Linda shouted. Just bring a fucking screen that we can watch it. At least we can see what is exactly happening. Then I come back in a minute, Edward said and left the office. Can we really trust him? She asked Thomas as Edward went out. He has a good record. I mean record of corruption and other shit. So I don't see the chance he's going to backstab us or the government. He would get nothing good out of it. He just, I don't know, is worried about this whole thing just like us. I mean if we even fuck up with one step, all the government is going to be fucked, the system we built. He said as he leaned back in his chair. But shit, at least we can see how good the Bellinis are. He smiled at Linda, but she wasn't smiling but already planning in her hand. Watching them in the sky above with a drone gave them a source to what to do next, and that was what Linda was thinking about. James said we will act like it was a raid. She looked at Thomas. So Isabella's house was already done by us or by the NSBI, and it went smoothly, she said. Benjamin messaged me that he found the message, so we are going to do the same with Marco's house. But this time, it would be your agency. Thief doing a raid? Thomas chuckled. The last one happened 1 year ago. That's exactly why. We need to share success between agencies to have more ground to the accusations and the start of the internal conflict of agencies. So we watch them with a drone, and in the meantime inform your agents. When we see them leaving Marco's house, immediately deploy them so we can play it like it was a raid. I mean, I still didn't inform them about this whole thing, or how did Benjamin do it? You don't need to. It's only going to be in the report that it was a raid and you are the one that killed them. Benjamin already spread the lie about the shadow agency, so you two tell them a secret agency or a force killing the gangsters without the approval of the, I don't know, fucking Congress. That's too much of a lie. We're going to tangle in it. Thomas sighed. I'm just going to tell them that they're going on a raid, and that's it. They don't need to know shit, only to tell the lies toward the public and the Congress. Do it how you want, but make it believable, Linda said, and then Edward finally came back, with a laptop, a chunky one. He said nothing, just put it on the table and turned it on, and when he did, its vents were spinning so fast and were making noise that every gamer laptop would be jealous of. It was also spitting out dirt and dust. Fuck is this, Edward? Linda said as she got up covering his nose. I'm sorry about it, he said, smiling as he swung his arm into the air. This was sitting in the rock bottom of a storage unit. I think it was used on a peacekeeper mission, but still works. He smiled as the dust settled in the office. Basically, it's an untraceable laptop that connects to the drone. Well, usually attack drones, but it still works with surveillance ones too. He explained, and then did something on it, and suddenly the footage of the drone camera came on. That's it, look. He pointed at the screen. Linda looked at it, and it was true. A whole convoy was going on the streets, but that wasn't what she wanted to see, but the more important thing that involved civilians too. Chapter 151, Beginning of a New Era. Can you connect with the operator? She asked Edward. Yes, why? He asked as he pulled out a radio from his pocket. They're going to attack the restaurant at 5th Street and Marco's coffee shops, so let's watch it first. How they do it, and what lie we need to forge as quickly as possible. She explained, then looked at Thomas. Go and plan the raid. We will inform you what exactly is happening and when to go. Thomas nodded as he got up from the seat and walked out of the room, already on his phone. The 5th Street? Are they fucking crazy? Edward asked as he sat down on the chair. That's basically one of the busiest streets at night. There are fucking clubs everywhere, not just a restaurant. I already cleared the street as much as possible with the police, but they're only going to attack the restaurant and not beyond that. She explained to him, but still had worries it's not enough. My fucking God, they plan to set the whole city on fire. It's better than the outcome that the cartel will bring us, she said, sitting down beside Edward, looking at the laptop. Call the operator and go there, she said, and Edward did. Within 3 minutes, the drone was already heading toward 5th Street and abandoning the convoy, and they just waited for something to happen. 5th Street was nothing like how it usually looked. There were not as many people there as it usually would be, but it was still a great number of civilians who would be caught in the crossfire if things went south. But they needed to believe that James's men do their job correctly without a fuck-up or civilian deaths. Minutes had passed while the drone was hovering still. Nothing happened. There was no SUV pulling up, only Benjamin, who burst through the door with a smile on his face and a fucking hamburger in his hands. Why do I have to hear from Thomas you're all watching it in 4K? He asked as he looked at the laptop. Linda and Edward got a little stunned by the fact he was eating a hamburger in the biggest calmness, like nothing's happening out there. What did y'all find at Isabella's house? Linda asked because Benjamin didn't tell too much about it through the phone. Nothing really, he said, taking a bite. Dead body and the message which I have on me, he said, and pulled out the knife from his belt. Linda looked with confusion on her face as Benjamin handed her the knife. This is the message, she asked, looking at it and seeing the capital B on it. It was definitely for James. I think James expected that the cartel would pull up to Isabella's house. Maybe we acted too fast with the raid, because that knife was in Isabella's head, he said. I mean literally in his head, like it's the fucking Excalibur, he explained, taking another bite, and Linda immediately dropped the knife on the desk, looking with disgust at her hands. Benjamin chuckled a bit. Don't worry, it's already been cleaned. It was in her head, she said as she reached for the hand sanitizer and put the whole bottle on her hand. Yeah. So the message was supposed to be to the cartel, but yeah, I pulled it out. Anyways, we also found some documents with numbers and bank accounts. What about her drugs and warehouse? Edward asked. She wasn't a typical gangster, Benjamin said as he took the last bite. She dealt with information, secret documents and files, blackmailing, bribery. That's how she acquired her wealth. Of course she sold drugs, but it came from James, Benjamin explained to him. Yes. Isabella wasn't a big player in drug trades, nor did she have a lot to her name, Linda said as she finally sat back to her seat. But it is still good that she finally died. The only problem is those files she had left, because I'm sure it's now in James's hands. My God, how good are they? Edward threw his hand up. So he becomes more influential and powerful. That's good. He shook his head. Let's calm down, Edward, Benjamin said as he put his hand on his shoulder. We work together now with him, so don't worry about it. You know the peace treaty for 1 year. He asked for it. So why would he use anything against us, against the government? He smiled at him. Just let's watch what's going to happen in peace, and then we start working on the plans for the future. Only if we have a future, Edward whispered. Oh, we have a great future ahead, said Benjamin as he pulled a chair and sat down between them. But even Linda was a little worried about it. The meeting went well, and now something big is happening. Something that the city never saw, and they're going to make it look like it was actually them. The government who finally stepped up against crime. It could go south even in one misstep. It could destroy them forever, and the only person who would profit from it was none other than James himself. There it is, Edward suddenly shouted, pointing to the screen, then grabbed his radio. Zoom on those blackout SUVs and keep watch on them. So it begins, Benjamin said as he leaned forward, looking at the screen as the drone operator zoomed in on the SUVs that were turned to the 5th Street. But it wasn't just a shootout that would begin, not just a war behind the shadows against the cartel. It was a whole new era of gangsters and mafias. A whole new era where the line between good and bad disappeared, where at the top, it wasn't just about power and money, but about understanding the consequences that came with it. The consequences are that, at the top, you weren't just a drug lord, but a force that could shift governments and shape a country's future. The new era was here. The new era just began as those cars stopped before the restaurant. Chapter 152, Ash. The cars that turn onto 5th Street were theirs. The squad sent out to kill everyone they found at the restaurant. And they were ready for it. Grenades and machine guns on their laps. They came to kill. They slowly reached the restaurant and then parked right in front of it, positioning the cars for the most efficient line of fire. I recognize some faces, Mateo said as he looked into the restaurant, and some gangster, a big guy from the black market, was dining there. Isn't it going to cause more trouble? They're dining at Marco's restaurant. They'll know who he is, which men they side with him. Noah said from the passenger seat. Then should we start it? Mateo said as he already flipped off the safety on the machine gun. No, we need to do it simultaneously with the guys who went to the coffee shops, so wait for the signal. Noah said, though he was already ready, his finger resting on the trigger. So they sat there for minutes, but then, from the car behind them, they said something on the radio that made them hesitate a bit. There are childs in there, over. Mateo and Noah immediately started looking more carefully through the window. And it was true. Not just one, but a whole family was in there, with 4 children eating in the corner, and James's rule came into play, or more like an obstacle for them. They hesitated because of it. Fuck, Noah said as he grabbed his radio. This is Noah. Hector, are you there? He said and waited for the response. But in the meantime, 3 guys started to walk up to them from the restaurant, dressed in all suits, the security. Noah, they are coming, Mateo said as he pulled out his pistol and placed his hand on the window roller. Fuck, boss, are you there? Noah now shouted, but nobody spoke back to him, and the security was nearing the car, and they already hovered their hands near their waist. There was no option but to act against James's rule. Even if they wanted to talk themselves out of this, the moment he rolled down the window, the moment the security saw that they're obviously in full tactical gear, they're fucked, because these SUVs weren't bulletproof as much as the others. They came with those cars because they have light armored cover on it, which means they can roll down the window fully, so they can shoot out the window and don't need to step out. Noah? Mateo asked, as now they were a few meters from them. He waited for the last second for Hector to speak back, but that did not happen, and the security guards were now stepping up to the window, knocking on it. And in a split second, everything seemed to slow down as Noah hit the button, and the windows rolled halfway down. He put out the machine gun barrel and pulled the trigger. Chaos. Pure chaos erupted as Mateo and the others did the same, and in a second the whole street was echoing with the loud and relentless fire of the machine guns. The security guards immediately died as dozens of bullets went through their bodies. There was no escape from them, and there wasn't escape for the people in the restaurant. It was too quick to even react. It was too quick to do anything, to duck down, to try to hide. There was no escape from those 4 machine guns that ripped through everything. Hell, it was pure hell, as there was no mercy. Some of the people who somehow managed to hide behind a counter or lay low on the ground pretending like they were dead. Hell, that was it. As they saw other people's collapsing on the ground, flesh coming off their skulls, their brains splattered all over the white marble floor. No escape. A lot of them turned to run to the outside, to the back door, but they couldn't. Not just because of the bullets that in every second were coming at them, but the blood on the marble floor. It was slippery. Yes, they were slipping with their shoes and heels on the blood, hitting their heads hard on the marble. There were some people that died because of that. They had the chance to reach the door, but slipped, and the bullets found them on the ground, ripping into their bodies. Some of them even tried to fire back with their pistols, but it was no match. Not just because of the machine guns, but because Noah and Mateo and the others were all trained. They all knew what to look out for, and where to look, and how to respond accordingly. But more importantly, they knew how to bait them. Stop, Noah said to the radio, and the machine gun fire, that loud, ear-hurting noise, the terror stopped. Screams, ragged breath, cries filled the whole street mixed with the gunpowder smell, the smell of death. But it was just a bait, and inside, they fell for it. Dozens who were either hit or weren't hit at all stood up, hoping that it was over, but no, it wasn't, and they found out quickly, as again, Noah and the others pulled the trigger, and it started over again, without stop, without mercy, killing every last of whoever was in the restaurant. Then a minute later, the loud clicks, the machine guns ran out of bullets. But no, it still wasn't over. I'm going in, Noah, Mateo shouted as he swung open the door, stepping down onto the pavement that was all covered with bullet shells, and walked toward the restaurant. Meanwhile, Noah was switching his machine gun to an AR and aimed to cover Mateo, as the others did. There was blood everywhere, but he still heard the screams, the ragged breath and cries. His pistol was out as he now stepped in through the shattered windows, but there was nobody left that was trying to fight back. So he did what he needed to do and pulled out a pin from a grenade and threw it into the middle and dashed out to cover. A big explosion that echoed through the whole street, the whole city into the night. It sent shrapnels everywhere into the walls, the dead bodies on the ground, and to the ones who were struggling while bleeding out. But it still wasn't over, as Matteo pulled out one more grenade and threw it in again, behind the counter. This time the explosion was quieter as the grenade rolled under a body, but it was worse in its own way as limbs and pieces of the body flew through the restaurant, onto the walls, and basically everywhere. Matteo waited a bit, turning to Noah, who was signaling him that no one was moving inside. So once again he stepped into the restaurant, but now not to kill or throw more grenades. No, he just wanted to make sure of it, the children. He looked to the corners, and there was only the parents' dead bodies lying on the ground. And then he saw the big open vent cover on the wall and little footsteps in the blood. They survived it. Matteo, Noah's voice came from the outside. Come, we need to go. He went out with only the one thing that counted for him the most, that the children somehow survived. Fuck, Noah shouted, but his voice was laced with happiness and excitement. We fucked it up, he said, looking back to Matteo, who was smiling, shaking his head. How many were in there? It was packed fucking hell. We just offed half the city's criminals. He shouted again in his happiness. On the other side of the city, in the coffee shops, the situation was more chaotic, as at least the guys over there didn't give a fuck and moved like how they did back in the military. Parked the car down close to the shops. They snuck up and threw grenades in and then opened fire, killing everybody inside. Then, the cherry on top was the Molotov cocktails that burned relentlessly on the dead bodies and slowly the whole coffee shops down. They started the bloodiest gangster war in history, not just in the city or country, but on the entire continent. More than 200 deaths were caused by only a dozen highly trained and experienced soldiers. The Bellini family's true power has finally been shown, and it's only the beginning. Ash, I repeat, Ash. The signal came through the radio, which was finally working. Noah immediately grabbed it and tuned it to the right frequency. Boss Ash. I repeat, Ash. Noah shouted into the radio as they sped off. Meet at Marco's house. Hector spoke into the radio, and it started as the convoy with Ferrucci in the front, who had already opened the hatch, ready to shoot the rocket launcher, sped off toward Marco's house. More chaos was on the way. Chapter 153, Consequences. Oh my fucking God. Edward whispered as he saw the whole scene through the drone camera, and not just him but Benjamin and Linda too. It was horrifying. It felt like it was a movie scene or some kind of training, but no, it was real, and that was what terrified them even more. They saw the whole thing. The moment they started shooting up the restaurant. The moment that Matteo stepped out of the car and threw in the grenades without mercy. It was more than they thought would happen. They just realized how powerful James's men and family are, but more importantly that his anger is something they never want to experience in their life. And it became more obvious as the drone operator zoomed out and showed the other side of the city where the coffee shop was burning down. It looked like how in war they burned tires. It looked like a war zone as the smoke curled up in the city lights, as the sirens of dozens of firefighters and all emergency responders screamed in the city. The pure chaos of a war, and it was just the beginning of all of it, and they knew it too, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. Tell him to go to Marco's house, Linda said as she turned toward Edward, who was just still staring at the chaos that was playing out. How are we going to cover it? He asked, now turning his head at Linda. This is too much, he whispered, and his expression was just someone who was lost. And indeed he was lost, because what the actually fuck were they going to come up with to cover this whole shit? There was no way anybody would believe it, even if they came up with something. The bullets, hundreds of bullets, the grenades, the dead people inside that were all fucking criminals, not even talking about that everybody would notice that it was a personal attack against Marco. An attack that was planned and perfectly executed, too perfectly that it would just bring the agency into the spotlight. In some ways, James's men were moving so perfectly that there was no way that a gangster did it. No way that someone had these trained men, because something like that never happened in the city, in the country. There were shootings, yes, hundreds of them years ago, but not even one reached this level. Lucian was close to it, But his men too were just trained by videos and games, not like James's men who were real soldiers, experienced ones. This was too much to hide, too much to make it look like something else. But still, the biggest problem of it all was none other than Noah and Mateo themselves and the others, because they didn't wear anything to hide their faces. Fifth Street was full of cameras, not even talking about who knows how many people watched the whole thing happening from their windows, recording what the fuck happened and putting it on the internet, on the forums, and Edward was sure that their faces were 100% visible in them. Which also meant that they fucked up even more, because they were in tactical gear with grenades and machine guns. Exactly the same that military has, all the fucking clues and evidence pointed at the government. He did it on purpose. Edward whispered as he looked at Linda, his face full of despair. What? Benjamin asked back as he was confused at Edward. He wants to fuck us up, he said again. Full tactical gear with weapons that only the government could have, with people that move like agents, like the military. It all was his plan to get us into the middle of it, to put a spotlight on us. Benjamin thought about it because he knew from the beginning that something like that would happen. I mean, yeah, it's pointing at us, but also puts us in a good spot. We can make up. Make up what? Edward now raised his voice, staring at Benjamin. How do you want to cover it? That dozens died. Who knows if civilians too? It's just going to cause more outrage. He shouted now. It's not just about the attack, but the outcome. They killed criminals in there, and it just brings more shit to us. They're not just going to sit back while their leaders and bosses died. The players of the underworld died. There was silence because it was true. The restaurant was packed with figures of the underworld, people that even had a hand in billion-dollar business, had their connections to influential people. That's exactly what we wanted and what we needed, Linda said as she turned to Edward. So don't turn into a little bitch when we are in the middle of our plans, the middle of how to finally step up. She raised her voice, and Edward just chuckled. Bitch? He asked. Our plans were against the Sinatra to slow them down, or to kill them, their connections, their men, not to fucking let Bellini go on a personal massacre to kill all his competitors, all his enemies. That's exactly what they're doing, Benjamin said as he looked at Edward, who was still stressed the fuck out and ready to crash out. You also know about Isabella's death, and that she was connected with Sinatra, that Marco too is. Connected with them. He looked more into his eyes. So we need to deal with the problem at the roots. If we or James just kill off some Sinatra members, nothing's going to change. They're going to get more connections, more men, and that's it. Our country will be flooded with them. That's exactly what James is doing. He's dealing with the problem starting from the roots. Maybe, yeah, he is killing off his competitors, someone who once was in alliance. But that same exact person also had a connection with Sinatra. He is a root to the problem, just like Isabella was. And who knows how many people would need to die to pull out that fucking root, to not grow again into something big. Benjamin explained as he held eye contact with Edward. So sit the fuck back, Edward, and chill the fuck out, please, because your panic is not helping us, not helping the country, not helping the civilians who want to fucking live in peace, in the peace that James and we have a deal about. Edward stayed silent for a moment as she backed down, then turned to Benjamin and Linda. Peace when the city is burning down? He asked, and there was just more silence, because it wasn't just something exaggerated. No, because it would happen, not in the real meaning of the word, but gangsters and all kinds of players from the underworld would step up to get revenge against whoever was the person that killed their bosses, whoever had the guts to step up against them and spit into their business. The balance of power in the country would shift, and it would leave scars long after the dust settled. The real question was, who would survive when everything was over? Would the ones in control now remain in power, or would they be swept away by the storm they had helped create? Chapter 154, Peacekeepers. We are peacekeepers, Linda suddenly said. What does a peacekeeper do to maintain the peace? They kill. They eliminate the problem to keep up the peace. That's where the fucking name came from, Edward. She looked at him. What Benjamin said is true. We need to deal with the root of the problem. Even if it means we need to tell the most outrageous lie. Even if we need to look past the crimes James is doing or did. We need to be peacekeepers whose only focus is on the peace and not how the peace is being maintained. Edward seemed to get the idea. He seemed to relax a bit, because his career was on the line the exact moment he met with James and realized panic can do nothing in this situation. Even if he's fucking against all of it, there's no way out. He needs to flow with it. Needs to not be a bitch that cries while he munched on the stolen fouds and built a career out of corruption. Fuck, he shouted, and with momentum, he sat the fuck back in his chair. But still, Edward had a point about social media and their faces. Benjamin said as he turned to Linda, "What the fuck are we going to do with it?" Linda just smiled at him. "I wasn't just sitting on my ass, doing nothing. I called everybody who could help us with Thomas, so don't worry about social media so much, nor any footage from the news and journalists. There's no way you can block everything," Edward said as he turned toward her. "True, but what the government does best is our main weapon." "What would that be?" Benjamin asked curiously. "Spread misinformation and lies, control the narrative." Edward chuckled at it. "Wow, what a plan, like shit, and they're going to believe it. Not just believe it, but they will support it," she said once again. Benjamin and Edward both looked confused as fuck. They didn't understand a word of what she was saying or implying by it. "Tell us," Edward said as he glanced at the laptop, and the drone was still circling. She waited a bit and thought about what to say and how to deliver the thing that was her and their main weapon, but she chose to just say it simply. "The president himself will address the nation with all the cabinet members standing beside him." Their brains seemed to short-circuit as Linda said it. They just stared at her with confusion. What the actual fuck had she just said to them? Because there was no way they heard it right, that the actual president would lie to the whole nation with the cabinet that they were also part of. "Why, you said what?" Edward said, his voice laced with every emotion he could just feel, while Benjamin was still in just pure disbelief and focus. "The president will address what the fuck is happening, while just going to spread lies, misinformation. And that's why there is no need to panic when we have the most influential man on our side in the country." Benjamin was just mind-blown by the fact that the president was really doing this, because it was a whole other level to it. This whole shit was on a whole other level. But this, that the president himself would address it and spread lies to make it clear and make the people believe that it was something else, was just unbelievable. He thought maybe they would shut down the internet or something, maybe try to control the narrative only, but the president himself coming out? Nah, he never thought about it in his wildest dreams, because it just gave James more and more influence. He could control the narrative with his action. He could control the president himself with it. Yeah, he was starting to fucking regret that he was just a director of an agency. He wanted to be on the side of James as a Bellini. On the other hand, Edward just tried to make sense of it. He thought he was dreaming that this was all just a play, a test, but no. It was real as a motherfucker. This was something that would put this whole operation on another level, on a level where there was no line of morality, no line of justice. Yeah, those lines were erased the moment they made a deal with James. I don't know how to react to it," Edward said as he was still staring at her. "Like, I don't know. You don't need to. Just swallow the reality down, and that's it," Linda said. "Now call the operator to go to Marco's house. Thomas has already prepared a team to go there as fast as it's over to make it look like it was a raid." She exhaled as she leaned back in her chair. "Can I smoke in here?" Benjamin suddenly asked. "Give me one too," Edward said, while Linda got up and opened a window. "Me too," she said, holding out her hand, and they all started smoking, but it was more like chain smoking as Benjamin smoked that shit in a minute and lit another one just like Edward. A pack was not enough for what was coming up. It wasn't enough for the craziness that Ferrucci was going to deliver to them. Nah, a whole fucking tobacco store was needed for it. They weren't ready for it. Not emotionally, not mentally for the chaos that Ferrucci alone would bring, not to mention the entire convoy of people heading to Marco's house. "Are you ready?" Hector asked Ferrucci through the radio. He was already out the hatch looking forward. "I'm ready like a motherfucker," he shouted, and Hector could hear the happiness in his voice. Happiness in a situation where he could easily die. But Hector was in the same state. He was happy about it. He wanted to fuck shit up, and the moment had finally come. "Then good luck," he said, and Hector's convoy slowed down, taking a different route toward the back of the house, while Ferrucci sped up, heading straight into the fire. Peacekeepers, equipped with rocket launchers, lusting for blood. What a nice way to keep the peace. Chapter 155, Done Deal. Inside Marco's house, everything was fine. He did not expect anything to happen, nor had anybody told him that his so-called empire he built, or tried to build, was on the verge of collapsing. He was actually already a bit drunk, eating a steak and drinking red wine with none other than one of the high-ranking members of Sinatra. So this James Bellini is really a problem? Emmanuel asked Marco, who was munching on the steak. He wasn't that man who knew how to execute fine dining. More like a barbaric one that just ate the whole shit up in one go. He is a problem, but not that much. Marco chuckled. He has influence, has connections, but I never saw him to be a murderer, to be someone who has the guts to actually stand up. I mean, not at least in a war. What do you mean by that? I heard he's ruthless and got some information about what he did with the police chief. He literally popped out his eyes with his fingers. Emmanuel said as he sipped some wine. That's something that we do. Seeing a gangster doing things like this only tells one thing to us, that he's dangerous, that he's somebody who can't be controlled, not even by law enforcement. Marco chuckled again. It's just because of his connections. I mean, I never actually saw him do things, only heard it. He is always trying to be somebody intimidating. Yeah, he always tries to look like someone who actually is not. Marco said as he thought about it. He never saw James actually do anything bad. Of course, he heard about things, but still, he was more worried about Hector and the others than James himself. Then why did you betray him? Emmanuel asked as he stared at Marco. The first time his expression looked like he was doubting whether Marco was actually a good choice to work with. Because he would have done the same. Marco said as he looked into Emmanuel's eyes. He started going down the path that only brings chaos. I don't know if you ever heard the name Lucian. Emmanuel's eyes wavered slightly, and his left hand twitched when he heard the name. Augustus. Marco noticed it, and quickly knew they had a past. Yes, that guy. He became paranoid, and started killing off everybody that was close to him. I heard that he had a brother who he killed too, because he thought he would betray him, but I don't know if that's true. But what I do know is that James started showing signs that he would do the same. He paused. Not even talking about that he pulled out of the market without letting us know. What is that if not a betrayal? He smiled, but Emmanuel seemed like he wasn't listening. Something caught his attention. James and Lucian had a connection? He asked, his hand now in knuckles. Yeah, they did, but nobody knows the details. I mean, there is gossip going on that Lucian actually knelt before him and kissed his shoes, so sumph. What did? You said. Emmanuel, for the first time, raised his voice the whole night, and his eyes stared at Marco. It was clear that he was frustrated, angry about something. Marco was hesitant to even continue it, because Emmanuel wasn't a fucking low-ranking nobody, but actually one of the top men of the Sinatra, and he was already shitting himself. Yeah, but it's just gossip. Nobody knew if it actually happened or not. He looked at him, but Emmanuel looked like he wanted more. But they for sure had a connection, as Lucian left his daughter in James's hands. Huh. Emmanuel stared at him without even blinking, and Marco knew that he just said something that dug him even more into the ground. Lucian left his only daughter in the hands of James Bellini. That's not important. Lucian is already dead, and James is on the brink of collapsing under his own. It is important. Emmanuel now shouted, slapping the table with his fist. Sorry for my outburst, he said now with a smile. But us and Lucian had a little past together. Marco was now sweating even more, because he just wanted to, well, lick deep into Sinatra's ass, or at least into Emmanuel's, to get into a position where he is not an enemy, to seem like he can work with them, maybe even be a partner or an alliance. But now it all seemed vanishing as Emmanuel was behaving strangely. Lucian was a man that you would never know what he's going to do. He was a trickster, a scammer, a joker, who did everything to get what he wanted. Morality for him was not even an option, but he still moved in silence, in shadow, at least up until James showed up. That was the moment when he changed. That was the moment when his manic killing spree started, until he was arrested. And that too was a joke. Everybody was ready to see chaos. Everybody was ready for the biggest shootout in the country's history between a gangster and law enforcement. But no, nothing happened. Not even one shot was fired. Lucian was just simply put in cuffs, and that was it. He was done for. All the power, the influence he built up in the years, the empire of his, that he killed for and did the most outrageous things, collapsed without him even fighting for it. The story of the richest and most influential gangster was over, and nobody knew why. Nobody knew what he did, or why he didn't even try to run away, to fight for it. No, it was like the worst movie ending, The worst book ending that people ever saw. But then another gossip started, as James got more power, more influence, and quickly replaced Lucian. A gossip that Lucian did it to help James, did it to let James rise up. Like James was the sequel to Lucian's story, that he will be the one that, in some kind of miracle way, will get Lucian out of the prison. But people got more shocked when Lucian died, because it didn't make sense, just more gossip, more confusion like what could have happened. But that nobody will ever know. Only James, and only Lucian. They were the only ones who truly knew what was between us and what that whole thing really was. But even James, for sure, didn't know that it was Lucian who killed Sinatra's old boss. Not just killed him, but humiliated the whole cartel so much that for the first time in history, they pledged an alliance. But the revenge never happened. With that in mind, Emmanuel's reason to be stressed was clear. He was furious that James actually knew Lucian, not just knew him, but he left his daughter to him. That's more than friends or some kind of work partner. That's blood. That's brothers. A connection that just made everything more important to them, to the cartel. They couldn't just kill James. They had to take revenge for what Lucian did to them. Yeah, they could finally take out someone close to Lucian. They could eliminate his sworn brother and the daughter he left behind. They could erase the name forever. Chapter 156, Blasting Shit Up. You don't need to worry. He's still a kid. He still needs to learn his ways. Marco said, pulling out Emmanuel from his thoughts, but it just fucked him up even more. A kid? Yeah, he's just a fucking kid. Then why the fuck do you need to backstab him? Why do you need to make a deal with us to actually kill him? You're saying that we're scared of a kid. He stared at Marco. Because Emmanuel knew what a kid is capable of. He came from Dennis. He was raised in the slums where kids literally stabbed each other to death. Where kids in the cartel chopping up people. No, I mean he. You are nobody to us. So shut the fuck up before you say something and I cut out your tongue. Okay? Emmanuel smiled at him. Now, talk about Isabella. She did her part. We got the money and got the people. So what about your part? Marco got as tense as fuck and scared as fuck because it was true he was a nobody in the world of big players, but he knew very well that he was still a treasure for the Sinatra. Here, he said as he tapped a folder on the table. This is it. All the routes, all the warehouses in the country, even the names of his top men, the address to their homes, the families of them. Everybody's in it. He paused as he looked at Emmanuel. Where's my part? He asked, to which Emmanuel smiled and pulled out his phone. 200 million will be sent the moment you give it to me, he said. Then the deal is done. Marco smiled as he grabbed the folder and tossed it toward Emmanuel. He picked up the folder, opened it, and it was really there, all the routes of the drugs. The warehouses were neatly detailed with even pictures. Not just that, but it also detailed his top men and their families. The whole Bellini family's details were in that folder. He quickly looked through the top pages, which were about only James himself, his connection, even his weight and how tall he was. Everything was detailed about him. What's next for you? Emmanuel asked as he put down the folder and did something with his phone. I will go on a long vacation and wait until I can come back and live in peace, he said with a smile on his face. So you don't want to take part in it? No, I don't. But there's connections in the folder who you guys can call up or have a meeting with. They can provide more information than me, he said, and then his phone beeped. Well, thank you, it came, he said as the transfer was done. But why? Emmanuel asked again. You backstabbed him, so why not see the whole thing play out, how he falls and dies, how he suffers, the despair. I'm not that kind of guy. I like to have peace and do things in my own way. And I'm sure after it ends, we can do business together once again. Once again, Emmanuel said, because there was no way they were going to work together. Working with somebody who already backstabbed his alliance. What a joke it is. A joke that Marco actually believes that he will have the right to work with them. How fucking stupid he is, just like Isabella. No, they would kill him the moment James dies. Not even that. They planned to kill him the moment he gave the folder. But Emmanuel came with little or no guard. So that would be a disaster for him. They think they are just untouchable. They build a legacy where people even fear to say the name Sinatra out loud. They even fear to look at the members, at least in Dennis. The weakness is that they think they're untouchable everywhere they go, but no. Marco and Isabella too went to them to work together because they fear James, even if they don't admit it. They knew that the moment they left the circle, they would be killed. Their dumbest decision was to go to the cartel for protection. But they just fucked up even more, not just themselves, but the cartel too, because there is no mercy for someone who attacks James's family. And in a minute they will both realize it, as Ferrucci with the rocket launcher was ready to blast shit up. The cars sped through the street straight to the gate. Ferrucci's convoy had 10 SUVs packed with people, and the plan was very simple. In the front were the most armored SUVs in the whole convoy, ones that could even withstand grenades and high-caliber rounds. Those SUVs would get as close to the gate as possible and give cover to the others, allowing them to get out and blast the shit out of the guards, basically creating a defensive perimeter around the gate where they would hold the line until Hector and the others got to the back of the house, entered the massive garden, and captured Marco. Well, with Ferrucci, it somehow went differently. Not entirely, but he pretty much skipped a lot of the plan and jumped straight to the end. "Go, go," he shouted as the house came into view, and the driver went full throttle toward it. They were noticed immediately, and the shooting started within seconds. Bullets hit the SUVs, but it was like throwing rocks at them. Still, it was dangerous, especially since Ferrucci decided to peek out the hatch. Well, he didn't give a fuck. Rocket launcher in hand, he looked out, aiming straight at the gate as bullets whizzed past. Inside, Marco and Emmanuel immediately noticed and heard the dozens of bullets being fired, and for whatever reason, maybe because they were a bit drunk, they chose to stand by the windows and look out. What they saw was the exact moment Ferrucci fucked up, the exact moment they had no chance to realize how fucked they are. Because Ferrucci miscalculated the distance, the spot where the driver would stop. So while Ferrucci was aiming at the gate, the driver reached the point and slammed on the brakes, drifting to the right side to form the defensive perimeter. And yeah, Ferrucci pulled the trigger at that exact moment. The problem? His aim shifted from the gate to the house itself. Chapter 157. The war has started. The brute force of it. As Ferrucci pulled the trigger, almost flew the whole thing out of his hand. His shoulder and whole upper body went back, hitting the side of the hatch. It was like a cinema, as bullets went past, as the sound of guns being fired, and then suddenly a big flash of fire, the rocket launcher being fired. That moment, the night seemed to slow down. The rocket left the launcher, and because of the driver's maneuver, the rocket went straight at the house, directly flying toward Marco and Emmanuel, who stood by the window. They couldn't react at all. It was so fast that it was impossible to do anything other than just feel the power of something that destroyed everything in its way. And maybe this was their luck. The window wasn't enough to activate the rocket mechanism to explode, so it went straight through it and flew behind them, hitting the walls inside the house. Yeah, it missed both of them and exploded behind them in the wall with so much force that Emmanuel, who stood closer to the window, was not just pushed out, but literally flew out the window. He fell from the second floor straight down onto the concrete driveway, which wouldn't be that bad, but he couldn't control the falling. There wasn't a chance for it, since everything happened so fast. He fell sideways, and as he hit the concrete, his left leg buckled under his body weight. Even in the sound of gunfire and chaos, he could hear it, and everybody close by heard that wrenching sound, like somebody stepped on a branch. His leg broke under his own body weight, as well as his left hand as it impacted the concrete. The only luck he had was his head, which hit a little bush that was there for decoration, but the branches of it still poked into his eyes and face, slicing it up. Marco, on the other hand, was half luckier than Emmanuel. He was pushed to the wall and was hit by debris from the explosion that knocked him the fuck out. The only people that died were the guards inside. They were too close to the explosion, and their death was quick, but still brutal and terrifying, since the fire from the explosion engulfed them. An instant death for them, which was better than Emmanuel's, who was not knocked out but didn't understand what the fuck was happening around him. His legs didn't move, his hand didn't move, the whole world was spinning around him. He couldn't breathe. His ribcage felt like something wanted to escape from it. Meanwhile Ferrucci, outside now with a fucked up wrist and some bruises from the rocket launcher, was already out, moving and shooting with the other guys who used the moment to attack. Everybody was shocked, at least the guards of Marco, because the explosion, the sound of the rocket launcher, the screams. They froze for a second, and that exact second was enough for James's men to get out of the car around the defensive perimeter and start killing off and pushing the guards back to the house from the gates. However, Ferrucci felt it too. Fuck, he shouted as he reloaded his gun. His wrist was hurting so much that he didn't even felt it. It worked, but it was numb as fuck as the launcher twisted his wrist. Ferrucci, you good? Eric, the squad leader, asked. Ferrucci only showed a thumbs up as bullets impacted the SUV he took cover behind. The adrenaline immediately rushed him as dozens of bullets hit the car, and he finally started to feel it. The first time that maybe this day was the last day, but it made him even more pumped up. He leaned out from the car, aimed with his AR, and saw a guy at the gate peeking out. He aimed at him and pulled the trigger once, hitting him in the shoulder. As he fell out from cover, Ferrucci fired twice, hitting the guard in the head and in the chest, but that was only one of them. Dozens more were rushing toward the gate like wild animals. There was no coordination between them. They just stood in the open firing like a street gang would do, hitting everything in the way. Some of them didn't even aim, just shot blindly, which was the perfect time for the guys with the machine guns to mow them down. One of them got on the ground, proning in front of the car's tire, and aimed. A different sound that just sent more fear into Marco's guards. The machine gun sound was terrifying. And the thing is, there wasn't one but four. Yeah, four of James's men started shooting at the same time at the gate. Hundreds of bullets impacted into the concrete wall, the gate itself, and tore through everybody that stood in the way. A pure massacre. Now, Eric shouted into the radio as he got up and ran to the wall of the gate while the machine gunners gave the suppressive fire. Ferrucci did the same with the others, and they ran up to the walls, standing in a line, waiting for the suppressive fire to stop. After minutes, it finally stopped, and they were ready to move like in the old days. Eric threw up his fist, then signaled to move, and all of them, even Ferrucci, moved like somebody who was in the special forces. As Eric neared the gate from the side walls, he stopped, looking back at the guy who gave the suppressive fire, but they couldn't confirm if there was anybody there. So he pulled out a grenade from the vest. Grenade, 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 he shouted, then pulled the pin and threw it in and leaned back to the wall. A big explosion and some screams, followed by dozens of bullets being fired at the wall. Marco Guy exactly knew where to aim, were Ferrucci and the others. They were trapped. They couldn't move any more into the driveway as the guards were pinning them down. What the fuck? Edward whispered as he saw the drone footage, a fucking rocket launcher. Linda and Benjamin were the same. They were shocked at what the fuck they saw, that a rocket launcher was fired. But oh boy, that was only one. They're fucked, aren't they? Linda asked as he saw that Ferrucci and the others were at the outer walls, while behind at the driveway Marco's men, literally dozens of them were waiting for them to step through the gates. Where's the other convoy? Benjamin asked because there was literally no sign of Hector and the other convoy. Just watch, Edward said because even though he didn't want to admit it, he got pumped up, the adrenaline rushing in him even though he just watched it through a camera. It felt like a special op mission that they coordinated. Well shit, it not just looked like one, it was one, and Eric made sure of it. He peeked out, and once again, dozens of bullets were being fired, hitting the walls and the gate, making sure they wouldn't move a meter inside. Grenades, he shouted and stepped back once again. We're going to throw it over the walls as far as we can. He shouted, moving a little from the wall. We're going to move in as it explodes. He shouted again into the radios, and they were ready. But Ferrucci, in the meantime, noticed something that might be the critical move. Eric, he shouted to him, tapping his shoulder, and just pointed to the side. Look, on the side was a light pole, but more importantly, under it was a big thing, a transformer. Eric immediately knew what Ferrucci was implying by it, but the thing is, not everybody had night vision goggles on them. Still, it was the best option, as the whole house was lit up and every movement they made was visible. But not just that, if Hector tried to sneak in from the back, he would be noticed immediately. Do it, Eric said to Ferrucci, and in a second, he pulled out the grenade pin and threw it at the transformer. What is he doing? Linda asked as she watched the screen, and seconds later, she literally understood it. The grenade exploded, and the transformer began spitting out arc flashes in every direction. Then silence. All the lights on the street and in the house went out. Darkness swallowed everything. The very darkness that gave them the chance to finally make their push inside. They waited a bit to see what they're going to do next inside, but nothing. They could hear whispers and shouting, but other than that, nothing. So they did what was the best option. Put on the night vision, We don't have it to cover us. Eric said and clicked it on, as well Ferrucci too with the other guys who had it. For Ferrucci, it was the first time using one, and as he put it on, the bright green first hurt his eye, but then it adjusted and he could clearly see what was in front of him. Most importantly, he could see Eric signaling with his hands. He went toward him and again, in a line, they were ready. Those who stay back to cover, throw grenades in. We wait until it explodes and rush in. Eric started. From the drone, there is a concrete block on the left which can cover us. On the other side are 2 cars. The first squad follows me to the concrete slab, while the others go with Ferrucci toward the car. Ready? Ready, Ferrucci said while the others nodded. Throw it, Eric shouted, and the ones without night vision threw grenades inside the driveway as far as they could. It was like raining grenades, not 1 or 2, but 16 grenades were thrown in. It was like a cluster bomb being dropped at the house as the grenades exploded inside, making the whole neighborhood echo with the loud explosions. It sent shrapnel everywhere, and some of the grenades even landed at the feet of the guards who didn't even notice them first, and it was over in that moment. Legs were torn down. Shrapnel was sent into some of their bodies, even in their heads, legs, everywhere. Those 16 grenades were more than enough to scare the shit out of the guards and make them question their existence. Moreover, give the time for Ferrucci and Eric. Move, Eric shouted, and he stepped out from the wall, going straight into the driveway. Chapter 158, The Warlord We Die For. Oh my fucking God, Edward whispered as he couldn't believe that they fucking bombed the driveway with the grenades. It was something he only saw in wars. Linda, on the other hand, was still speechless while Benjamin's smile widened as he saw the whole thing play out. He wanted to be there too. He wanted to experience that thing, the smell of it, the gunpowder, the adrenaline rush. Yeah, he wanted to experience how it feels to fight for James, because he couldn't believe it. How the fuck somebody have this much of loyalty to literally go into war for someone? This is not a military or a cause that would help the country. No, it is only a mafia family that is ready to die for their boss. This is no longer just loyalty, but something he couldn't name. This wasn't for the money, wasn't for the benefits they get for James. Yeah, they stand proud with him, because he cared for them, more than anyone else in their life. A true family, that will be unstoppable. No, it already unstoppable, something uncontrollable, something that if they fuck with it, it's over. And that was what Linda also realized. She still had that little thing back on her mind, that maybe somehow she or they can control James, that they can play their card, in a way that it is going to be in their favor. But seeing what is playing out, she realized there was no chance for it. These men will never bow before the government. They will never listen to them, nor act how they want. The only person they listen to is James himself. It was now crystal clear. The only thing they can ever stop them, is to kill every one of them. But that too will never truly work. If James dies, then there is his underboss. If they die, there will always be somebody who steps into his place, that will carry over the name that only causes destruction and death. But now it was too late to realize, too late to hope that the government would actually interfere into the Bellini family. It was no longer on the scale of Lucian. It was no longer on any scale of gangster. He became a warlord, and it just made everything more clear to Linda. The circle, Isabella, Marco, Victor, they all died or will be dead, and all of them once owned the land, warehouse. All their assets will fall into none other than James' hand, or he will fight for it. Not even talking about Lucian's assets, and Silas. With all of it, he will become the true ruler of the underworld. Not just that, but somebody who will rule over the whole region, who would alone rule the drug trade in the country, who will have thousands of people under him. And he already made his steps toward it. And for Linda, it was late to realize, but not just for her, but the others too. It all made sense at least for Linda. The 1-year peace treaty, it was all for that, to make him comfortable, to give him time to get his hands on the circle's assets, on Silas, and the others who knew. Maybe even to kill the rest. He was quietly building his empire, and they didn't even realize it. Soon, he would have more power than the government itself. The deal they agreed to only put him in a position where he controls everything, not them. Look, they're going in, Edward shouted, pulling out Linda from her thoughts. As she looked at the monitor, she saw them sprinting into the driveway. Eric went forward and ran to the concrete slab with his team, and the whole night suddenly became silent. Only the footsteps, the shells being stepped on, and some of Marco's guards' screams and ragged breath could be heard. They moved like ghosts. Ferrucci headed to the two cars parked at the side with his team. As he leaned out, he spotted one of Marco's guards peeking out from behind a tree. But the guard didn't fire, and didn't even seem to notice them. He leaned back and just realized there was still a long way to go. The drive was long, and just reaching the house was a mission in itself. They're walking into a trap, Benjamin whispered as he watched the drone zooming onto the driveway. Look here. He pointed to the monitor where the guy that Ferrucci saw behind the tree. Fuck, is that a... Yeah, grenades. Benjamin whispered again, his eyes widening. The guy at the tree, who Ferrucci saw, was packed with grenades, but not just him behind him. The driveway was a little hill that went up, and Ferrucci only could see the tree but not behind him. The dozen of guys proning on the ground grabbing grenades in their hands. Maybe Marco wasn't that dumb after all. He bought some justice weapons to guard him, and it just started to show up, because not a minute passed as from the same tree where the guy stood, another came, and with something in his hand that looked like a big-ass gun. A machine gun. Ferrucci leaned out once more and literally stared into it through his night vision goggles. And in the last second, he leaned back to the car when the Marco guard pulled the trigger. The dark night became lit as the machine started firing at the cars that weren't bulletproof. Get down, Ferrucci shouted as he dropped his body on the ground, and the bullets literally ate through the car frames, shattering the windows, going through the doors, and impacting the wall behind them. But for some, it was their time. As Ferrucci looked to his right, one of the men was on the ground, not moving and blood pooling behind his body. One down, and it was just the beginning, as Marco's guard just kept firing the machine gun at the same spot, the same car. Ferrucci felt the bullets passing by him, felt and heard that sound, the bullets flying past his head. The adrenaline was pumping in him. He didn't feel fear, he wasn't packing, but knew very well that if they stay, then he will die, they will die. Eric, do something. He shouted to the radio, but Eric too was pinned down. I can't. He shouted back at the radio and started blind firing, but hit nothing. Fuck, what to do? Ferrucci thought, but as he looked at the dead man, he noticed the grenades, he was packed with it. So, as low as he could get, he crawled to him and got off as many as he could, and pulled back to the tire and waited for the moment when the bullets ran out. But those seconds were the most challenging ones. There was no spot on the car that wasn't shot up, and as he looked at Eric and the other, they too were totally pinned down. But he knew the moment would eventually come, so he pulled out the pin and waited, a grenade in his hand. Hey you, he said to the guy prone down beside the dead body. I'm going to throw it. When I do, start firing. I'm going to make the run to the next car there. Ferrucci pointed to the car a few meters away from them. The man just nodded, and finally, the machine gun stopped. But fuck, Ferrucci's plans never go smoothly. He got up and threw the grenade over the car, a few meters short of the tree. At the same time, the guys started firing their weapons, giving the perfect cover fire to Ferrucci, who made the run. But oh boy, it was the worst moment he could have chosen to do it. The moment he stepped out from the cover, grenades were thrown in their direction. Almost all of them landed short from them, but one rolled on the driveway, landing exactly under the car, the one that Ferrucci made the run for. It exploded under the left tire with a force that pushed the car up in the air for a second and sent shrapnels flying everywhere. For Ferrucci, it was the first time he experienced the feeling when everything slows down, when you feel death creeping close to you. In that split second, he could hear his heartbeat. He could feel the warmth from the explosion, but he couldn't do anything about the sheer force that reached his body. He immediately lost balance and was thrown behind the car and the pure chaos that engulfed him. His ears were ringing. The world was spinning around him, but he tried to make sense of it by looking down at his fingers, counting them, trying to pull everything together. But then, everything in the chaos just became so cold, unbearably cold. Ferrucci looked down at himself, and what he saw was something black, something dark, through his night vision, something flowing down his legs. Blood. Chapter 159, Ferrucci in motion. The moment he saw the blood, everything became sharp. The dizziness went away, and his only focus was his blood. Adrenaline rushed even more, as in the background, more explosions and gunshots rang out, and Eric finally had time to return fire at the guards, surprising them and pushing them back as the others got into better positions. But for Ferrucci, he was just sitting on the ground, leaning back against the car, staring down at his hands. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the blood had to come from somewhere, but he didn't want to accept the fact that maybe it was over. Maybe he was shot. Maybe it was just a piece of shrapnel. But one thing was sure, he was bleeding. Boss. One of the men ran toward Ferrucci as Eric and his squad once again opened fire to cover him. He immediately looked down at Ferrucci and saw the blood around his leg. In the middle of the chaos, he acted fast, getting his knife out and cutting through Ferrucci's cargo pants. And there it was. He went silent, because it was nothing, just a little piece of shrapnel in the shin of his leg. "You're good, boss. Just don't panic," he said again, as Ferrucci just stared down on the wound. The guy didn't really give a fuck or wait too much. He grabbed his knife, and with the tip of it, he popped out the shrapnel from Ferrucci's leg and sprayed something on the wound and bandaged it up, then tapped his shoulder. "Boss, are you okay?" he asked, and Ferrucci just smiled. Yes, he could clearly see his face through the night vision. Ferrucci was smiling. Who knows why? Maybe it was his way of dealing with the pain. Or maybe because it could have been much worse if the shrapnel had gone fully into his shin, into the bone. Or maybe if it had gone somewhere else, his neck, his head. He was lucky. "Good," Ferrucci said simply, and the guy just nodded, grabbed his weapon from the ground, packed his kit, and slowly stood up. But he wasn't as lucky as Ferrucci. The moment he got up was the moment the machine guns started firing again. The bullet went straight through his helmet, into his head, and out the other side. His whole body instantly buckled under the weight and dropped to the ground. Ferrucci watched it play out. The exact same person who had just helped him was now lying motionless on the ground, blood slowly pooling beneath his body. He stared at the guy and just thought about it for a second in the chaos. Maybe it was because he had never been in one like this. Never been in a shootout of this scale. He wasn't ready for it. Unlike the others who were all soldiers once. All of them trained to kill, trained to cope if something happened to the other, or at least them, because Ferrucci didn't give a fuck about the others, nor did he give a fuck about the guy who just died. No, Ferrucci was a monster, just like Hector, just like James. He didn't give a fuck about others, nor would he ever. He isn't a team player and never will be a team player. He doesn't care for others. No, he couldn't connect to them emotionally, because why would he, when a life like this always ends in despair and death? He was angry because of the fact he was wounded, the fact that they fucked up the plan, that they were being pinned down by a low-life gangster. The low-life people of Marco who don't even know how to aim correctly, who are just fucking street thugs. They were being fucked up by them, while they had more experience, more power, more equipment to fuck them up. Yeah, he was furious that they didn't even move forward or advance. No, these so-called special ops and soldiers were getting completely fucked by these fuckers. "Fuck this bullshit," he shouted as he got up on his knees peeking out. He was furious, ready to kill that one fucking guy who was literally camping them behind that tree. So he leaned out from the car and aimed straight at the tree and saw that fucker laying beside the tree pulling the trigger without even aiming. That motherfucker was the guy who pinned them down, who didn't even fucking aim. But shit, Ferrucci did. His aim was stable, and thanks to the scope on the gun, which wasn't the best, only a red dot. But it was enough as he put it directly at his fucking face and pulled the trigger. It went through his left eye, out the back, and actually hit another guy who was squatting behind him in the shoulder. But it wasn't enough, and Ferrucci moved, turned to the left where the other fucker was, and aimed, shooting him too. The bullet went literally into his mouth, through his teeth, and out the back of his head. Finally, there was silence, at least from the machine guns, because as fast as Ferrucci got those guys down, Eric and everybody around started opening fire at everything they could see. The moment was theirs, but more so, it was Ferrucci's moment. He stepped out of cover and started sprinting up to the tree, but did it in a way that wasn't a straight line, but more like a curved one to the left. He was trying to get to them from the side. And it actually worked, because the darkness was on their side too. Ferrucci realized at the moment one of Marco's guards popped out, looking directly at him. But thanks to the darkness, Ferrucci was completely unnoticeable. He was one with the shadows. Eric knew it too. He was the one who pulled the trigger, hitting the guard in the chest, and giving Ferrucci the upper hand to sneak even closer. A chance to earn ground. Ferrucci made a more curved move and walked to the left side, then laid down and started crawling. And Eric, seeing that, knew exactly what to do, get all the attention on them. So now, behind the car, where Ferrucci was earlier, he opened fire not to actually hit somebody, just to let them be seen by Marco's guards, to concentrate on them, and well, it worked too much. While Ferrucci was sneaking by, staying close to the walls, Marco's guards started throwing more grenades and shooting everything at Eric and the others who stayed back, forcing them to actually retreat out to the gate because they would all die if they didn't do it. Which also meant now Ferrucci was the only person who was actually inside, the only person Marco's guards didn't notice by the wall. But Ursai made the momentum work. He knew exactly what would happen. If they retreated completely, the enemy would push even further, and the momentum would be lost. So before he ran out, he pulled the pin, and he threw grenades at them. Those grenades created the perfect distraction, so Ferrucci crawled up even farther. Far enough that he could now see not just them, but the mansion too. What he saw was the guard, half of them were already dead or wounded, but there were still a lot of them. Not even speaking about the guards in the back running up to them with flashlights. Ferrucci knew the second they reached there, they were going to be fucked, and that night vision would be worth nothing but shit. Fucking hell. It's like a Black Ops mission. Edward whispered as he saw what was happening, as he was that one guy crawling toward dozens of guys. The guy they didn't know was Ferrucci, that crazy motherfucker. Does the drone have weapons on it? Linda asked out of the blue. No, it's a surveillance one. Edward turned toward her. What? Nothing, forget it. She said as she bit her nail. Because if this didn't work out, they'd be fucked. If Marco lived out of any of it in this state, he would tell the tale. How James Bellini started the war, and it would just grow uncontrollably. We don't need a missile. Benjamin said as he smiled. Look at that. He pointed at the screen at Ferrucci. He was now lying on his back, looking at the sky, 2 grenades in his hand, the pins already removed. How nice. He whispered as the sky was full of stars. It was a beautiful moment in the chaos, a moment when he just relaxed, even though they were getting closer and closer, even though shots were still being fired, he was just relaxing under the starry night, beneath that drone that watched him, the eyes glued to the monitor, waiting to see what he would do next. With a smile on his face, he decided to fuck everything up, even if it meant dying for it. Chapter 160, Under the Shooting Stars. What a beautiful night it is, just like you were. Ferrucci whispered as he lay on the ground, staring at the stars in the clean night, while gunshots were still echoing with screams and shouts. A moment, a feeling that went through his whole body as he held the grenades, like he was dreaming in a situation like this, like if stress was not bothering him, like the chaos erupting around him was nothing more than a normal day in his life. He looked more at the sky, and he slowly, as he tried to sit up, he saw something that caught his attention more than what he needed to, something that pulled him into the memories. Shooting stars, not 1 or 2, but a whole lot of them, going through the sky. The promise, huh? Maybe I broke it now. Forgive me, Luna, forgive me. He whispered once again and got on his knees and slowly stood up, ducking low, and he could see them. Dozens of the guards already there getting ready, grenades and guns in hand with flashlights. They were ready to fight, as well as Ferrucci himself. He looked up once again at the sky like he was searching for something, like he was waiting for the answer. An answer, which was maybe a shooting star for him, going across the sky. Next life I will keep my promise. He whispered with a smile and stood up, taking a few steps slowly, calm. His heart didn't beat as fast as it should be. His whole demeanor was calm, but the adrenaline was wearing off, like it was told to him that pain will eventually come. But he didn't care for it. No, it wouldn't be him. He was just like how he was always as he stepped to the tree and looked at them, stared them down. But still they hadn't noticed him. They were grouping up, not even knowing a monster was watching them over. Marco, he shouted at the top of his lungs, and suddenly all eyes, all flashlights and all the weapons were aimed at him. But not a single shot was fired. They didn't see a weapon, nor did they see the grenades in his hand behind his back. Let's die together today, he shouted, and suddenly he swung his hands, opening his palms, throwing off the grenades. The safeties flew off, and the grenades flew toward them, toward the group that was on the way to hold them back, the group which now fired all of their weapons toward that person, toward that crazy motherfucker Ferrucci, who stood tall, smiling while bullets hit him, a smile on his face which carried the guilt of his past, a smile, a fucking beautiful, as the grenades exploded under the guard's legs, and it threw them away. And in an instant Ferrucci killed or wounded all of them. CKNA motherfuckers, he said as he leaned to the left, rolling down the hill, while blood flowed from his mouth. Blood was pouring from his shoulder, from his head. But still, Ferruccio Bellini still had the smirk on his face as he rolled down, as he was bleeding out. That man didn't break his promise at all. As his body stopped rolling, maybe it was the miracle of the shooting stars, maybe the miracle of life that he stopped, laying on his back, looking up at the same starry skies, at the same shooting stars. But his smile now was long gone. As the world slowly engulfed a darkness he never felt, a cold and unearthly darkness, something pulling him down, something weighing him down. Smile more. A voice, a too familiar voice, a sweet, gentle voice, but it wasn't grabbing him and pulling him up. No, it was hugging him. It felt like it was escorting him in the darkness, giving him warmth. Smile? No, that isn't me. I need to look badass. Another voice, a younger voice, a voice of a guy that would eventually become known for his badass actions, his craziness, his smile. Why are you saying dummy things? And I know inside you are a warm little boy. Again, that sweet voice, the voice which held him even more close, even more warmly, the voice he never forgot in his life, nor ever would. I am the definition of rock hard. I only kneel before God himself. The young and brave voice of Ferruccio, what a boy he was. Then a laugh, not hard, not loud, but enough to melt hearts, enough to feel it came from the bottom, that it was genuine, that it was loving. Ferruccio, now it was firmer, but still with the sweetness. Promise me that you will smile even without me. What? It was too much for him, so much that he blushed. The Ferruccio back then actually blushed. I already promised you I will engage you. He blushed even more as he said it. The answer was again a laugh, the same laugh with warmth. But you forgot it, and bought the wrong candy ring. I love the red one. I don't care. A ring is a ring. And my mother didn't give me enough money, so that was official. A hurried voice that carried the deepness of that ring, even though it was just candy, even though they were just children. Look, she suddenly shouted, pointing her hand up to the moonlit sky. Shooting stars. Whoa, so beautiful. The young Ferruccio whispered, and he was genuinely amazed by it, amazed that he could experience something with someone close to him, someone he loved. Promise me. Her voice was no longer playful but firmer, yet still filled with warmth. You will smile even without me. Again, I smile only with you, and I already said I need to be badass. The look on her face stopped him saying everything. The look which you know is about something serious, the feeling that struck you deep in the heart. Promise me now, she shouted. This time her voice was hesitant and like it carried some anger. But why? A question he asked. What if I can only smile with you? No. Another shout. People need to see your smile. How?